I'm Really a Villain Chapter 174 to Chapter 262. When this huge shadow descended from the sky, the world fell into a state of silence. The boundless continent bobbed up and down as explosions resounded in the sky. After a long time, a floating continent stopped above Suzimo's head. Extermination Ridge. Suzimo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the land above him. The Nirvana Ridge was filled with a dense aura of nirvana left behind by Great Emperor Three Blades. Suzimo had previously cultivated Emperor Sandao's nirvana art, so he could naturally sense the aura on it. One of the 10 forbidden grounds. Xiaogizi exclaimed after hearing Suzimo's words. After all, the 10 forbidden grounds were well known in the Yuanyang continent. Even a 3-year-old child could recite them backwards. Senior brother, there are a lot of Duobao's items here, including some Emperor True treasures. Xiaogizi was tempted. You're overthinking it. Suzimo shook his head. Emperor True treasures aren't that easy to get. Following Suzimo's words, a few streaks of light flew over from the distance. The powerful aura of the Saint Bloodline realm swept up a violent wind and exploded in the air. When these streaks of light arrived, they stopped in the vicinity of Nirvana Ridge. Xiaogizi finally saw that there were 5 of them. 2 of them were at the Emperor Bloodline realm while the other 3 were at the Saint Bloodline realm. They're so fast. Nirvana Ridge was spotted as soon as it appeared. Xiaogizi was surprised. Do you see that man in red robes? Suzimo smiled. He's the sect master of the Blood Underworld sect. Back when Emperor Sandao was fighting for the Heaven's Will, their saint child brought the Blood Underworld bell to Nirvana Ridge. After that, they never left. Naturally, their sect's great Emperor True treasure was lost here. Upon arriving at the core of the Eastern continent, one had to mention the 6 most powerful imperial lineage. Let's not talk about the God Emperor's Gate of God that was hidden in the old land. In the core region of the Eastern continent, there were 6 known imperial lineage. One of them was the Bailey clan where Emperor Chongkong was from. In the Qi family where the Ice Emperor was from. In the Mo clan where the Daorai Great Emperor resided. The Dan clan where the Dan Emperor resided. The Blood Abyss Holy Sect founded by the Blood Abyss Emperor and the Extreme Yuan Heaven Sect, the strongest sect in the Eastern continent with 2 emperors. At this moment, the other 2 Emperor Vane Realm cultivators among the 5 from Silence Ridge could be ignored. These 3 Saint Bloodline experts came from 3 different imperial lineage. Other than the sect master of the Blood Hades Holy Sect, the other 2 were from the Dan family and the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect. Senior brother, are we going in? Xiaogizi looked at the sky and asked. Now is not the time. Let's hurry to the core region of the Eastern continent. Suzimo shook his head. In the sky above Silence Ridge, the black mist turned into ferocious faces that rolled around. Waves of Nirvana Chi permeated the surroundings. These Nirvana Chi were mixed with dark gray fog, engulfing the surrounding space. Because the surroundings were pitch black, it was hard to see the situation inside Silence Ridge. The 3 Saint Bloodline experts were still watching while the other 2 Emperor Vane Realm cultivators looked at each other. The true fate appeared above his head and turned into a peerless saber. The saber slashed out a natural chasm and rushed towards Silence Ridge with a sharp aura. The moment the saber energy touched the black mist around Silence Ridge, the black mist seemed to have gone crazy and surrounded the 2 of them. The black mist rolled and surged violently. Roars came from within as endless saber energy spread out from the black mist. After a long time, 2 figures flew out of the black mist in a sorry state. They were the 2 Emperor Vane Realm cultivators from before. The 2 Emperor Vane Realm martial artists had deep fear in their eyes when they saw the black fog still rolling around Silence Ridge. The other 3 Saint Bloodline experts also frowned. Wearing a blood-red robe, the current sect master of Blood Underworld sect said, "Everyone, the Silence Ridge is too thick. I'm afraid we won't be able to break through. Let's wait for some time until the aura of Nirvana dissipates before entering." The Dan family elder nodded and sighed. It's not easy to see Silence Ridge. If we wait a while, we'll attract the attention of other sections. Also, Silence Ridge's whereabouts are strange. No one knows how long it'll stay here. No choice. Let's wait, the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect elder said. Suzimo and Xiaogizi didn't stop at Silence Ridge. The 2 headed east and walked for about 4 days. The continuous mountain range of the 100,000 Great Mountains finally disappeared and was replaced by an endless plain in front of him. Not far from the plain, the vague outline of a city appeared in front of them. The two of them sized up their surroundings, and then they headed straight for the city. Tianyang City. Xiaogizi looked at the three words above the city gate and softly said. The two walked into the city and asked around. They knew where this place was. This was the border between the Taiyuan Heaven sect and the Qi family. North was the Qi family's territory. South was the Taiyuan Heaven sect. The two found an inn to eat and rest for the night before going to the Qi family tomorrow. The inn's business was very good. Su Zimo was used to sitting by the window. As the two of them were eating, they saw a black-clothed youth walk out of the inn. The young man's eyes were deep as he looked around. Then, he quietly sat down at the table next to him. Looking at the youth, Su Zimo was startled. He felt the hell-suppressing godly physique in his body. It was like meeting someone of the same kind. The black-clothed youth seemed to have sensed something as well. He turned his head and looked at Su Zimo solemnly. The crimson flame imperial physique in his body was trembling. It was a kind of submission, as if it was trembling in fear. The two looked at each other. After a long time, Su Zimo drank the wine in his cup and shook his head with a smile. He thought of a person. In his previous life, when he reached the Divine Pulse realm, there was a person who made a big fuss in the core area of the eastern continent. A youth attacked the Taiyuan Heaven sect, a sect with two emperors. In the end, the Taiyuan Heaven sect invited the generals of Emperor Hengyu, but they couldn't stop the youth. Instead, the young man had killed quite a few Saint bloodline elders before leaving safely. This youth was the owner of the third of the 100 great battle physiques, Jiang Macho. My friend, we seem to know each other. Su Zimo finished the wine in his cup in one gulp, then stood up and walked towards Jiang Macho. Who are you? Jiang Macho asked cautiously. Do you want revenge? Su Zimo asked with interest. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Jiang Macho's expression changed slightly, but he still said calmly, I don't know you. It doesn't matter if you know me or not, but we can make a deal, Su Zimo said. I don't have anything to trade with you, Jiang Macho replied indifferently. No, you do. Su Zimo bent down slightly and said in a low voice, the third physique, the Crimson Flame Imperial physique. As soon as Su Zimo finished speaking, Jiang Macho's aura instantly exploded. He stared at Su Zimo. The Crimson Flame Imperial physique was something he had painstakingly gathered for 3 years. How could the person in front of him know about it? Don't be so nervous. I don't have any ill intentions. Help me do something, Su Zimo said. I'll give you a chance to become a powerhouse. You should understand that although you have the Crimson Flame Imperial physique now, you don't have the support of a major force. On the path of martial arts, cultivation, wealth, companions, techniques, and location are indispensable. If you don't have my help, who knows how long it will take you to take revenge. Why should I believe you? Jiang Macho looked at Su Zimo warily. Because I'm the holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong, Su Zimo said indifferently. I have the support of a behemoth with 4 emperors. I can provide you with cultivation resources and many other things. What do you want me to do for you? Jiang Macho asked doubtfully. Su Zimo bent down slightly and whispered a few words in Jiang Macho's ear. Jiang Macho was startled. You want me to be bait? I have to make one thing clear. I can't guarantee your safety, Su Zimo nodded and replied. Jiang Macho was silent for a while before saying, let me think about it. Once you've made up your mind, you can come find me at the Qi residence. Su Zimo nodded and returned to his seat. Jiang Macho sat at the table in a daze. He took a few bites and left. Senior brother, do you know that person? Xiaogizi asked curiously. A very useful chess piece, Su Zimo said with a smile. Looking at Jiang Macho's back as he left, Su Zimo whispered to Xiaogizi, follow him. Don't let him find out. I understand. Xiaogizi was startled and quickly nodded. I gave him a week's time. If he doesn't come to the Qi residence to find me in a week's time, you can directly capture him and bring him here, Su Zimo said indifferently. Senior brother, why don't you directly capture him and bring him here? Xiaogizi asked curiously. I'm just putting on a show. If he's willing to cooperate, that's for the best. Otherwise, I'll have to put in more effort. Su Zimo smiled and replied inexplicably. Xiao Gizi nodded and quietly followed him. Looking at the two disappearing figures, Su Zimo ate the food on the table. Actually, at his level, he could go a long time without eating. He only had the occasional cravings for food. Originally, he wasn't in a hurry and wanted to delay some matters. However, since he coincidentally met Jiang Macho, he could solve them while he was at it. After all, that item was quite important to him. After eating, Su Zimo returned to the inn to rest for the night. The next morning, he rode the dark heavenly tiger and rushed north. As the imperial lineage of the eastern continent, half of the northern part of Tianyang City was actually under the Qi family's rule. When the Ice Emperor inherited the Mandate of Heaven, the entire northern part was actually the Qi family's territory. However, with the emergence of a new Ice Emperor, the Qi family gradually declined. Now, they could only defend half of their territory. The Qi family was essentially a family clan. They were still somewhat different from those sections. The Qi family was located in the center of the northern part of a city called Tianyang City. Everyone in this city was actually a disciple of the Qi family, from the direct descendants to the collateral descendants. The Qi family could be said to be like a big tree. It bloomed and fell, then took root everywhere. Su Zimo rode the dark heavenly tiger for another 7 days and finally arrived at Tianyang City. Tianyang City was like the Qi family's headquarters. Unless one was a disciple of the family, no one else was allowed to enter. The entire city was like a giant standing between heaven and earth. It didn't have any fancy decorations. From afar, it gave people the feeling that it was especially majestic and majestic. Su Zimo rode the dark heavenly tiger to the city gate. Before he could enter, he was stopped by 2 disciples guarding the gate. "Why have you come to Tianyang City?" The disciple in white asked calmly. "I'm looking for your Qi family's holy lady, Xianxia," Su Zimo replied. The disciple was stunned. Xianxia had just been conferred the title of Holy Lady. It was said that she had done something very important for the family. Furthermore, the news of her being conferred the title of Holy Lady hadn't spread yet. He frowned slightly, looked at Su Zimo, and asked, "Who are you?" "This has nothing to do with you," Su Zimo said calmly. "Go and report to your holy lady. She will know." Hearing Su Zimo's words, the disciple snorted and said, "Not everyone can meet our holy lady. If you can't clearly state your identity, I won't help you report. Do you know that the grass on the grave of the last person who provoked me is already 2 meters tall?" Su Zimo said calmly. "I will only give you one chance. If you refuse to report, I will turn around and leave. Your Qi family will bear all the consequences." "Who are you trying to scare? Look carefully. This is Tianyang City, the imperial lineage." The disciple looked at Su Zimo and said disdainfully. "That's enough, Qi Lei. This is our duty." As the disciple finished speaking, the other disciple frowned slightly and looked at Su Zimo. "Wait here. I will go and report to our holy lady. As for whether she will see you or not, I can't do anything about it." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. As the other disciple left, the disciple called Qi Lei snorted coldly at Su Zimo and said, "Brat, if our holy lady doesn't want to see you, what will you do?" Su Zimo shook his head helplessly and said, "Sometimes I am too lazy to kill people, but some flies are really noisy." Following Su Zimo's words, dominating Shadow's unrivaled blade's light hung upside down in the air. The disciple's eyes focused. He didn't even have time to react before he fell into the blood amber. "Actually, I originally wanted to act cool and slap your face. When Xianxia comes, I will let her kill you." Su Zimo looked at Qi Lei's corpse and shook his head. "Sorry, but I couldn't resist." As Qi Lei was killed, the situation quickly attracted the attention of the other people in the city. Just as a large group of people rushed to the city gate, Xianxia stepped on the air and arrived. Her aura of the peak of the Void Pulse realm was majestic. She frowned slightly and looked at everything in front of the city gate. When Xianxia stepped on the air and arrived, the disciples below all saw her. "Okay, I'll take care of this. You can all disperse," Xianxia said loudly. The disciples below hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they dispersed. However, many of their gazes were still on Xianxia. Xianxia was dressed in a white robe. She stepped on the air from afar and slowly landed in front of Xianxia. She frowned as she looked at Qilei's corpse. Then, she turned to Xianxia and said, "You dare to be so impudent in Heavenly Lake City? I wanted to wait for you to take care of it, but I couldn't resist," Xianxia said with a smile. "You are the first person to kill a member of the Qi clan in Heavenly Lake City." Xianxia looked up and down at Xianxia. Her eyes seemed to be full of spirit. She slowly said, "I don't know if you have the confidence to do so, or if you are just daring." Xianxia smiled and replied without answering the question, "You found the spring of life, right? The clan has already contacted the Ice Snow Mountain Range. If there are no accidents, it will be confirmed in a few days," Xianxia replied. "Then what about the thing you promised me?" Xianxia asked. "Although I have confirmed the position of the Holy Maiden, I have not received the inheritance of the ancestor. After a few days, when the matter of the spring of life is settled, I will give you the thing," Xianxia replied. "That's good. I will stay in your Qi clan for a few days." Xianxia smiled and said, "No matter what, I saved your life and told you about the spring of life." Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia rolled her eyes. What did he mean by saved her life? He was the one who held her hostage. "Are you not afraid that I will tell others about Elder Shui Luo's death?" Xianxia asked curiously. "If I was afraid, I wouldn't have come to Heavenly Lake City. I wouldn't have let you go back then," Xianxia said with a smile. "Then come with me," Xianxia said as she walked into the city. "I have to remind you, when you go to our Qi clan, you have to restrain yourself. If you offend some people, even I can't protect you." Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia chuckled. He pinched Xianxia's chin and said indifferently, "Little girl, remember, I don't need anyone to protect me. Even if your Qi clan mobilizes the strength of your entire clan, I can still give it a try by myself." With her chin pinched, Xianxia's expression was somewhat unnatural. She hurriedly took 2 steps back. Her face was a little red. She had never been so close to a man of her age. Although he was not flustered, there was still a faint sense of strangeness in his heart. Who doesn't know how to boast? Xianxia lightly snorted and said indifferently, "I'm not bragging. I'm just stating a point of view." Xianxia shook his head. "The reason why you think I'm bragging is because we have different perspectives. Would an elephant care about the feelings of an ant? In your eyes, the imperial lineage seems to be very impressive. However, in my eyes, the imperial lineage is just an ordinary obstacle on my martial path. Since you're so powerful, why don't you tell me about your background?" Xianxia asked. "You shouldn't be from the core area of the eastern continent, right?" Previously, when she met Xianxia, it was in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. "Knowing so much won't do you any good," Xianxia said. "Oh right, you've seen the person beside me before. He's called Xiaogizi. He'll probably come to find me in the next few days. Help me keep an eye on him." "You really treat this as your own home," Xianxia muttered. "If this is my home, you should be the ones who should be happy," Xianxia replied. The two of them walked into Heavenly Pool City. Although Heavenly Pool City was just a city, its surface area could not be seen at a glance. It was extremely vast. The Qi clan was located in the center of Heavenly Pool City. The entire clan occupied 2/3 of Heavenly Pool City's surface area. Most of the people who lived in the clan were direct descendants. As for the other courtyards around the Qi clan, those who lived there were collateral family members. Heavenly Pool City was exceptionally lively. Not to mention the dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street, just the small stalls on both sides of the street had everything that one could wish for. Most of the people who set up these stalls were collateral family members of the Qi clan. Along the way, all the family members who saw Xianxia would greet her. After all, as the Qi clan's holy maiden, her status was noble and could never be compared to these collateral family members. "I don't seem to know your name yet?" Xianxia looked at Xianxia and asked. "My name is just a code. It's not important. Anyway, people will only remember my handsome face." Xianxia shook his head and replied. "Shameless," Xianxia muttered in a low voice. The Qi clan's residence looked extremely grand and imposing. After walking through the vermilion door, the courtyard's area could not be seen. Red walls and green tiles. Ivy grew from one side of the wall. Sunlight shone on the green plants. In the center of the courtyard was an especially large lotus pond. The lotus flowers inside had a divine aura. Red and green carps would occasionally jump out of the lotus pond's water surface, creating ripples and splashes. Around the lotus pond was a thin layer of white fog. Just as Suzimo and Xianxia walked into the Qi clan, two young men walked towards them. These two young men looked somewhat similar. They both wore blue robes and had swords hanging from their waists. There was a heroic spirit between their brows. "Oh, isn't this our newly promoted holy maiden?" The young man on the left saw Xianxia and immediately mocked her. "What, you just became the holy maiden and you can't wait to bring a man into the clan?" Xianxia frowned slightly and ignored the mockery of the young man on the left. She looked at the young man on the right and said lightly, "Qi Yang, control your brother. Otherwise, next time I will directly kill him." Hearing Xianxia's words, the young man on the left's face changed slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "Xianxia, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the holy maiden. If you dare to kill people of the same clan, even the clan leader can't protect you." "That's enough." Qixing, the young man on the left, had just finished speaking when he saw the young man called Qi Yang shake his head. He said to Xianxia, "He is still young and his thoughts are too childish. I apologize on his behalf." "Brother, what's wrong?" Hearing Qi Yang's apology, Qixing turned his head in confusion and hurriedly asked. Qi Yang turned his head and glared at Qixing. Qixing was so scared that he quickly shrank his neck. "Seeing that we are of the same clan, I hope there won't be a next time." Xianxia snorted coldly and left with Suzimo. After the two of them walked far away, Suzimo smiled and asked, "Looks like your holy maiden isn't living well in the Qi clan. Where there are people, there will be fighting." Xianxia said, "Those two guys are called Qi Yang and Qixing. Qi Yang was originally the strongest competitor for the position of the Holy Sun. If I didn't bring back the news of the Spring of Life, I might not have been able to beat him." "Oh, so he hates you?" Suzimo shook his head and laughed. "It's a bit troublesome. There's no point in giving in too much. Killing him once and for all is the best solution." Hearing Suzimo's words, Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, "We're all from the same clan. Unless it's absolutely necessary, there's no need to fight to the death." Looking at Xianxia's disappearing figure, Qixing looked at Qi Yang in confusion and said, "Brother, why did you speak up for her just now? Why don't you understand?" Qi Yang looked at Qixing helplessly and said, "She's different from before. She's now the holy daughter of the Qi clan. In terms of status, we're all lower than her. So what? Does she really dare to kill me?" Qixing asked curiously. "Brother, don't you hate her?" "No hate? I want her to die now." Qi Yang said, "But there are some things that you can do behind your back or think about in your heart. But don't say it out loud. You've been with me for so long. Why are you still so childish?" Hearing Qi Yang's words, Qixing was silent for a while and then said, "I'm just angry. She's now the holy daughter. This is our last chance. If she accepts the inheritance of the ancestors, then she'll be unshakable. Of course I know. Without absolute confidence, I won't make a move." Qi Yang smiled and said, "But isn't the chance here now? You're talking about the man beside her?" Qixing quickly reacted. His eyes lit up as he asked. "Yes, think about it. If the holy daughter of the Qi clan had an affair with an unknown man, how would the clan deal with it?" Qi Yang smiled and said, "The power of rumors is the most terrifying. Once this news spreads throughout Heavenly Lake City, the clan won't sit by and do nothing." "Then I'll go spread the news privately," Qixing said quickly. Qi Yang nodded and replied, "In addition, you can tell the news to those people in the clan. They are also eyeing the position of Holy Sun covetously and will absolutely not let go of this opportunity. Also, bring this news to Qi Yu." "Qi Yu." Hearing this name, Qixing shouted loudly and said, "That's right, how could I forget about this martial maniac? He is Xianxia's absolute supporter. If he knew that Xianxia had an affair with someone else, he would tear that man into pieces." Seeing Qi Xing happily spreading the news, Qi Yang laughed lightly and muttered to himself, "Little brother, I'll have to trouble you." Xianxia brought Su Zimo to a remote courtyard. She said faintly, "You can live here from now on." Su Zimo walked into the courtyard. There were 3 rooms inside. There was a purple barley tree beside the courtyard. Its withered leaves had piled up on the ground. Stepping on the withered leaves, it made a series of cautious sounds. Opening the door, it looked very clean inside. Although no one had lived here for a long time, it was obvious that people often came here to clean. After watching Xianxia leave, Su Zimo also returned to his room. At this time, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Venerable Pulse realm. The next step was to gather the Xianhuang Qi and complete the world in his body. Then, his true fate would appear and he would advance to the Emperor Pulse realm. A long time ago, Su Zimo cultivated the only self-freedom technique from his previous life. This technique mainly cultivated the past and the future. However, when the Chaos Bead brought Su Zimo through the river of time and condensed the true fate world in his body, Su Zimo realized that the path he walked before was only the tip of the iceberg in the river of fate. Later, when he used the World Bead and Chaos Bead to condense the true fate world, Su Zimo finally completely abandoned his previous cultivation technique. At this time, he could be considered to have walked on a different path. Creation of the world. It was a path that no one had ever walked before. It was a path that even the great emperors could not touch. He didn't have much experience, nor did he have any predecessors to refer to. Su Zimo didn't know what the future held. He was like a pioneer walking on a path that others didn't even dare to think about. The true fate world in his body revolved as usual. The Chaos Bead was the foundation of this world. The river of fate imprinted all things within it. However, his current true fate world was especially quiet. There was almost no life in it. Su Zimo also knew that the current world wasn't perfect. It was impossible for life to exist. In a small, remote courtyard of the Qi clan, a rumbling sound could be heard from the courtyard. Qi Xing walked into the courtyard and saw a shirtless youth with a huge rock on his back. He was training in the courtyard. The most terrifying thing wasn't the rock on the youth's back, but the iron rings on his hands and feet. These iron rings were gravity rings. There was a gravity array carved inside. When the array was activated, the gravity could be applied to the entire body. At this moment, the youth had 4 gravity arrays activated. He also had a huge rock on his back, but he still didn't feel tired. Instead, he was training like a tiger. "Brother Qiyu, you're training?" Qi Xing walked in and asked with a smile. "If you have something to say, say it. Don't waste time." The youth looked up and said lightly, "It's nothing. I just heard some rumors about Xianxia in the clan. I wanted to tell you." Qi Xing replied with a smile. "What happened to Xianxia?" The youth frowned and put down the rock on his back. Only a boom sound was heard, and a shallow pit was smashed on the ground. Dust and dirt flew everywhere. "I heard that Xianxia brought a man home. The 2 of them went to her room and didn't come out for a long time." Qi Xing said with a smile. "I heard that when the man came out, his clothes were disheveled. TSK, the world degenerates day by day. You guys don't like Xianxia's saintess position and want to pull her down." The youth looked at Qi Xing and snorted. "It was your brother who told you to come." No, I'm just angry and wanted to talk to you," Qi Xing quickly said. "You love Xianxia so much and treat her so well." In the end, Qiyu chuckled and grabbed Qi Xing's neck. His spirit energy surged and he said lightly, "I'll go see that man. But don't treat me like an idiot. You want me to be your knife? You're not qualified." With his neck pinched, Qi Xing felt suffocated. He struggled with all his might. However, Qiyu was much stronger than him. The aura of the Void Pulse realm surged. The brown spirit energy in the hands that were pinching his neck was as hard as steel. Seeing that Qi Xing was about to be out of breath, Qi Lei released his hand. Qi Xing took a few deep breaths and coughed a few times. He looked at Qiyu and said, "Don't you dare." Qiyu chuckled. His fist was filled with brown spirit energy. He punched Qi Xing's abdomen heavily. Qi Xing screamed. His body flew out and crashed into the wall of the courtyard. He looked at Qiyu in horror. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Qiyu walked up, raised his head slightly, and said indifferently, "This is a lesson. If there is a next time, this punch will be aimed at your head." Qi Xing's expression turned serious. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly left the courtyard. The sun set and rose. Day after day. A new day had arrived. Su Zimo pushed open the door and looked at the courtyard full of fallen leaves. He frowned slightly. He saw a tall figure walk in from the courtyard. The young man stepped on the withered leaves. His aura was like a rainbow as he walked over step by step. "What's the matter?" Su Zimo frowned and asked. "What's your relationship with Xianxia?" Qiyu asked indifferently. He raised his head. His gaze was sharp and deep. He had short hair and bulging muscles. He looked very capable and neat. "What does it have to do with you?" Su Zimo said indifferently. "If you don't say it, I will beat you until you say it." Qiyu raised his head slightly and replied coldly, "Only a truly outstanding person is worthy of Xianxia. I will always stay by her side and not let her be deceived by some rascals." Another infatuated person. Su Zimo shook his head and said, "If you like her, go chase her. Why are you acting like a guardian? You are so low." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Qiyu narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Let's fight. If you lose, you will leave Xianxia." Meaningless jealousy. Xianxia is not an object. She does not belong to whoever wins, Su Zimo said calmly. And most importantly, you are not qualified to be my opponent. Who are you looking down on? Qiyu roared. The spirit energy in his body surged, and a reddish-brown spirit energy surrounded him. He took half a step back with his left foot and threw a punch at Su Zimo. The fist wind was sharp, and a series of sonic booms resounded in the air. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he watched the fist approach his face. His long hair was blown back by the wind generated by the fist. He chuckled and slowly stretched out his right palm, blocking Qiyu's unstoppable fist with his palm. His fist fiercely collided with Su Zimo's right palm, and a reddish-brown spirit qi pervaded the surroundings. Su Zimo's expression was calm, and he stood in the same spot without moving an inch. Qiyu's expression changed slightly. He roared, and the reddish-brown spirit qi on his body surged even more violently. The wind generated by his fist also became sharper. A meaningless fight. Su Zimo shook his head and said indifferently, "No matter if you have ill intentions or not, you have to pay a price for offending me." Su Zimo said as he grabbed Qiyu's right fist. He took a step forward, and the muscles on his arm bulged slightly. Su Zimo grabbed Qiyu's wrist and threw him to the ground. Qiyu's body landed heavily on the ground. With a loud boom, a cloud of dust rose into the air. Su Zimo did not plan to stop. As his arm swung back and forth, Qiyu's body also followed his movements, and he heavily hit the ground on both sides. Su Zimo continued to throw like this for a long time, and it seemed that he was not satisfied. He slowly walked to the purple barley tree at the side of the courtyard and dragged Qiyu's mangled body towards the tree again. "Stop." At this moment, a soft voice sounded. Xianxia hurriedly walked over from the entrance of the courtyard. Su Zimo laughed softly. Looking at the mangled Qiyu, he said in a low voice, "You got lucky." "What are you doing?" Xianxia looked at Qiyu's current state and frowned slightly as she asked Su Zimo. "Someone challenged me, so I naturally accepted the challenge." Su Zimo laughed softly. Xianxia frowned slightly. She looked at Qiyu. She knew Qiyu's personality, and this matter was probably caused by Qiyu. Xianxia sighed and took out a pill from her storage ring. Then, she squatted down and put it into Qiyu's mouth. Su Zimo looked at all of this and calmly returned to his room. After the pill entered his mouth, Qiyu's consciousness became clearer. "Are you okay?" Xianxia looked at Qiyu's current state and asked in a strange tone. Qiyu smiled and shook his head. He just looked at Xianxia quietly. "Let me take you back to your room," Xianxia said. "No need, I can do it myself." Qiyu's face was a little red as he hurriedly shook his head. This man who was obsessed with martial arts would only show his youthfulness in front of Xianxia at this moment. Qiyu said as he stood up to leave. However, his injuries were indeed quite serious. Even though it was just some superficial wounds, he had just stood up when he instantly sat down because of the pain all over his body. Okay, don't force yourself. Xianxia pulled Qiyu's shoulder and led him step by step out of Suzimo's courtyard. The purple barley tree still stood alone in the courtyard. Suddenly, the sound of feet stepping on dry leaves sounded. Suzimo looked at the door and saw Xiaogizi hurriedly walk in. Why are you back so soon? Suzimo asked in confusion. He knew that it was Xianxia who had brought Xiaogizi here. However, he had given Xiaogizi a week's time. Senior apprentice brother, I almost couldn't make it back, Xiaogizi replied in a hurried tone. What happened? Suzimo frowned slightly. He knew that although Jiang Macho had obtained the third body, his own cultivation was only at the meridian condensing stage. It was impossible for him to display the true strength of the body. Xiaogizi was at the peak of the true meridian stage and was about to enter the void meridian stage. It shouldn't be difficult to catch Jiang Macho. Senior apprentice brother, I was following him well, but I was discovered by an old man halfway, Xiaogizi explained. Old man? Do you know him? Suzimo asked with a frown. I don't know him. He took Jiang Macho away and caught me, Xiaogizi replied. That old man was very powerful. I had almost no chance of resisting. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to kill me, I probably wouldn't have been able to make it back. Also, he asked me to pass you a message. What message? Suzimo asked. Fate cannot be changed. Some things are predestined and will come one day, Xiaogizi said. These were his original words. Interesting. Suzimo smiled with interest. He looked forward as the morning sun shone through the window. The shadow of the window was reflected on the ground. Dust lay lazily in the cracks of the window. Fate cannot be changed. It will eventually come. But I, Suzimo, do not believe in fate. Every step I take now is to change my own fate. Just you wait. One day, this world will also crawl under my feet. The great emperors are nothing more than piles of white bones on the path I've walked. If Suzimo walked the same path as he did in his previous life, he would not dare to be so confident. But now, he only needed to gather the chi of heaven and earth to form his own true fate world. Creation. This was Suzimo's confidence. When the day came when he truly succeeded, even great emperors would be nothing but ants. He would no longer fear anyone. Senior, should we let the sect investigate this matter? Xiaogizi asked. No need. One day, we will meet again. Suzimo shook his head and said, you can stay in the room next to mine for now. Xiaogizi nodded. After Xianxia sent Qiyu back to his room, she came to Suzimo's room not long after. Her complexion was not good. Her eyes also looked very haggard. The family has completed the transaction with the icy snow mountain range and obtained the spring of life. Xianxia said, if there are no accidents, I will be able to receive the inheritance of the ancestor tomorrow. Then congratulations. Suzimo said. But something unexpected happened, Xianxia replied. What accidents? Suzimo frowned slightly and asked. Someone is spreading news about us in Heaven Lake City. Xianxia was silent for a while and said. About us? Suzimo was startled. Then, he thought about what happened with Qiyu today and instantly guessed. It seems that someone wants to take this opportunity to deprive you of your position as the Holy Maiden and drag me down with them. That's great, Suzimo said with a smile. This lousy family of yours is full of schemes and trifles. When you get there, don't talk too much. Just listen to me, Xianxia said. What do you mean? Suzimo asked. Our Qi clan's patriarch and elder wants to see you. In the central hall of the Qi clan, the atmosphere was rather solemn. The man sitting at the head of the table was the current head of the Qi family, Qi Yuanbin. He was dressed in a green robe and had a very dignified aura. The aura of a superior was very powerful. His gaze was deep, and his right hand slowly and rhythmically tapped the armrest of the chair next to him. On either side of him, the elders of the clan were arranged according to their status. These people were all saint and emperor bloodline experts. Although they did not purposely release their presence, the presence that they unintentionally released was enough to make the atmosphere in the hall extremely heavy and oppressive. Su Zimo followed Xianxia into the hall. Xianxia bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Patriarch, I brought him here." Yuanbin nodded slightly and did not say anything. The great elder at the side shouted softly. He looked at Su Zimo and said, "How dare you come to our Qi clan's meeting hall? Kneel down and greet our patriarch." When he said this, his aura faintly pressed down on Su Zimo. Su Zimo turned his head and laughed softly. He said calmly, "Kneel down and greet? Old man, do you want to die? How dare you?" The great elder roared angrily. The saint bloodline aura on his body surged like a dragon, and countless spiritual energy gathered around him. "That's enough." Yuanbin waved his hand. The spiritual energy dragon on the great elder's body dissipated instantly. The great elder's expression changed slightly, but he still snorted and stared at Su Zimo without saying a word. "Tell me about your relationship with Xianxia," Yuanbin said calmly. "There's nothing to say. The innocent knows the truth," Su Zimo replied calmly. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xianxia hurriedly rolled her eyes at him. Looking at Yuanbin, she explained, "Patriarch, the relationship between me and him is just a simple friendship. There is no such thing as that." "I'm talking nonsense. I saw him run out of your room with his clothes disheveled with my own eyes," Qixing quickly shouted. Xianxia frowned slightly. There was some anger between her brows. She said calmly, "Do you have any evidence? Just based on your one-sided story? Do you know the consequences of framing the saint?" "I don't have any evidence, but I saw it with my own eyes," Qixing replied stubbornly. Now that things had come to this, he could not be guilty. He had to bite the bullet. He looked at Qi Yang and saw that his brother had no intention of speaking up for him. "Patriarch, if we rely on one person's one-sided story, isn't it too childish?" Just as the atmosphere was heavy, an old woman stood out and slowly said. This old woman was on Xianxia's side. She had supporters and power in the family. "Rumors stop with the wise," an elder on the side said. Yuanbin looked at Qixing and an endless amount of pressure fell on Qixing. Qixing wiped the sweat off his forehead. He felt his mouth go dry and didn't dare to look at anyone. Yuanbin was silent for a long time before saying, "Qixing will be exempted from 3 years of cultivation resources. This matter ends here." "Patriarch," Qixing asked guiltily, "why?" Yuanbin glanced at him and then looked at everyone present. He said in a serious tone, "I can understand that there is competition within the family. There is no harm in normal competition. Instead, it will give each other pressure and help improve. But I don't want to see vicious competition anymore. Next time, I won't let it go so easily." Following Yuanbin's words, the people below all quickly agreed. "Your Qi family's internal affairs have been settled. Now, shouldn't you settle my matter?" Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Su Zimo standing out with a chuckle. "Kid, this is not the place for you to be impudent," the big elder on the side shouted. At this moment, even Yuanbin frowned slightly and looked at Su Zimo indifferently. "I am a very fair person." Su Zimo smiled and said, "If there is a grudge, there is a grudge. If there is a grudge, there is a grudge." He pulled out his long blade and the blade energy flew out. He pointed the blade at Qixing and smiled. "You dragged me into this. It is not too much for me to kill you, right? Impudent, this is our Qi family. It is not your turn to judge." The big elder on the side snorted. He gathered spirit energy in his hand and grabbed at Su Zimo. This time, Yuanbin, who was sitting at the top, didn't stop him. Su Zimo snorted coldly, and countless streams of spirit Qi surged on his body. A beast roar came from the endless space. This beast's roar seemed to have passed through endless space, bringing with it the power to destroy the world. A black whirlpool appeared in the middle of the sky, spinning in a counterclockwise direction. This whirlpool was pitch black and boundless, and it seemed to contain a lot of terror. At this moment, this terrifying creature only revealed a trace of its aura, but it made everyone in the main hall feel their hair stand on end. The great elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his entire body froze on the spot. He felt like he was being targeted by something, and even the blood in his body froze. Han Dun's huge body appeared from the whirlpool. At this moment, only his head was revealed, but that hideous head brought with it a thick stench that filled the main hall. As Han Dun's huge body appeared from the whirlpool, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. 1, 2, 3, 8. Someone counted the meridians on Han Dun's body. His eyes were wide open, and he said in horror, 8 meridians. It has 8 meridians. It's a divine pulse realm beast. The moment Han Dun's 8 meridians appeared at the same time, the entire main hall fell silent. Sunlight shone in from the door, and the surroundings were silent. Only the powerful aura on its body turned into a majestic hurricane that surged in the surroundings. Xianxia, quickly persuade your friend. We don't mean any harm. Qi Yuanbin, who was sitting on the seat of honor, had countless divine beasts galloping in his heart at this moment. A divine pulse realm beast, and judging from its aura, it was probably at the peak of the divine pulse realm. He did not expect that a divine pulse realm beast like this was extremely rare. Not to mention a divine pulse realm beast at the peak of the divine pulse realm. What was even more ridiculous was that such a divine beast was actually willing to be a divine pulse realm beast for a much weaker human. Although they were of the imperial lineage, they did not want to get into such big trouble. The entire Qi family's highest combat strength was him, and he was only at the peak of the Saint Pulse realm. If this divine pulse realm beast really wanted to destroy the Qi family, there was probably no other way except to ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion. Moreover, Qi Yuanben himself was not clear about the strength of his ancestor. In fact, there were also differences in strength in the imperial lineage. Every generation of great emperor's followers and generals also had differences in strength. Just like Shenwu Xingzong's Fei Hong Laozu, she was one of Empress Hong Tian's generals back then. She was only at the peak of the divine vein realm and had to be sealed in the mortal blood coffin to maintain her lifespan. As for great Emperor Zhenwu's general, Sengoku, he'd long broken through the shackles of the divine vein realm and reached the entering immortal realm. He didn't need to stay in the dust blood coffin any longer, because his martial path had not ended yet. He could still go further, and even have a longer lifespan. At this moment, Qi Yuanben was thinking about this matter. If the Icy Snow Great Emperor's general had not broken through to the divine vein realm back then, the Icy Snow Great Emperor would not have been able to break through. At this moment, even if they were to invite him out, they would not be able to subdue primal chaos and would have to expend a huge amount of their lifespan. When Han Dun's huge body came out of the hall, he roared at the sky as if he was demonstrating his power. Then, she turned around and obediently stood beside Su Zimo. Who's against me killing him? Who agrees? Su Zimo looked around and said calmly. I agree, the great elder, who was about to attack Su Zimo, said instantly. He slowly stood out and looked at Qi Xing as he said righteously, our Qi family has always been open and aboveboard, and the Qi family's disciples are also open and aboveboard. Now that a scum like you has appeared, I'm ashamed to be associated with you. After the great elder finished speaking, he looked at Qi Yuanben with a serious tone and said loudly, Family head, I feel that we can't tolerate this kind of thing. We have to settle it once and for all. Killing him directly can also serve as a warning to the other disciples. Okay, Qi Yuanben, who was sitting at the head of the table, glanced at Su Zimo and nodded. Su Zimo chuckled and said to the great elder, I remember that you wanted to attack me just now. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the great elder laughed dryly and quickly replied, How could that be? I actually wanted to capture Qi Xing just now. You're a guest of our Qi family. It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar, isn't it? Su Zimo smiled and replied, Since the person Qi Xing offended was me, I should be the one to do it. Of course, the great elder quickly replied. Seeing Su Zimo walk towards him with the tyrannical shadow, Qi Xing panicked and quickly took a few steps back. He looked at the indifferent faces of everyone in the hall, then looked at Qi Yang and shouted in panic, Brother, you have to save me. I'm doing this for you. What nonsense are you talking about? Qi Yang snorted and replied, Although I yearn for the position of the son of saint, I've always competed openly. Even if you are my younger brother, I will not tolerate such a despicable person who plays tricks in the dark like you. You've really disappointed me. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Qi Xing's face turned pale. At that moment, he felt as if he didn't recognize his brother anymore. He also didn't recognize the people in his family. People have to grow up, Suzimo said calmly. I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Please give me another chance, Qixing begged. In your next life, you must be a good person like me. Suzimo smiled. Pooh. The sound of the scimitar entering the body could be heard. Qixing stared blankly at Suzimo, then turned to look at the people in the hall. As the scimitar churned inside his body, blood flowed out from the corner of Qixing's mouth. His entire body was dyed red with blood. He fell to the ground and twitched uncontrollably. Suzimo didn't kill him with one strike. Qixing fell to the ground and struggled for a long time before finally dying in pain. Then, he turned around and walked in front of Xianxia with a smile. He touched her pale face and smiled, Idiot, I killed all the people who slandered you. Are you happy? Xianxia stared blankly at Suzimo, then nodded blankly. Suzimo smiled and turned to look at Qiyuanbin. He said calmly, In the future, if there's nothing, try not to find me. Qiyuanbin was silent for a while, then nodded. Seeing Suzimo step on Qixing's body and leave, the hall was silent. Xianxia, where did this person come from? Qiyuanbin asked. Actually, I don't know either. He was the one who told me the location of the Spring of Life, Xianxia hurriedly replied. Qiyuanbin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then, he looked at everyone present and said, Today, our Qi family has lost face. I hope that after you leave this hall today, you will forget everything that has happened. After all, we are all members of the Qi family. We are bound together for good or ill. Everyone present hurriedly agreed. Qiyuanbin waved his hand and said indifferently, All right, the 3 elders can stay. Everyone else can disperse. Seeing that everyone in the hall had dispersed, Qiyuanbin had a lingering worry between his brows. He sighed and said, Our Qi clan has been troubled during this period of time. If it wasn't for the problem with the old territory's sealing formation that restrained most of the clan's combat power, why would we compromise with a brat? The first elder coldly snorted. First elder, the person who was the fastest to back down was you, the second elder said with a smile. The first elder coldly snorted and said, I was thinking for the clan. I abandoned my personal honor and wanted to settle this matter as soon as possible. If a divine Vein Realm beast were to go berserk, who would be able to stop it? Alright, I didn't ask you to stay to quarrel. Qiyuanbin said indifferently, Let's discuss how to deal with this matter. What else can we do? That brat can't stay in our Qi clan forever. The first elder said indifferently, It's better to send this plague away quickly. I feel that this is an opportunity for our Qi clan, third elder, who had been silent at the side, said. Qiyuanbin turned his head and asked, What do you mean? Since that brat has a divine Vein Realm beast, why can't we rope him into our clan? The third elder said with a smile, Moreover, it's just a small misunderstanding between us. There isn't much hatred. How can we rope him in? What can we give him? The first elder asked. Xianxia, the third elder said word by word, Young people can't throw away their beauty and fame. Whatever he wants, as long as it's not too much, we'll give it to him. Hearing the third elder's words, Qiyuanbin frowned and began to ponder. Clan head, think about it. With a divine Vein Realm beast, our Qi clan's strength will increase tremendously. The third elder continued, This is the core region of the eastern continent's 6 imperial lineage. Putting aside the Taiyuan heavenly sect that has 2 emperors, as long as we can obtain that divine Vein Realm beast, we can suppress the other 4 imperial lineage. Qiyuanbin took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision. He turned to the third elder and said, Then I'll leave this matter to you. Tell Xianxia that as long as she can take down that young man, we will agree to any conditions. Don't worry, Patriarch. I will convince Xianxia, third elder replied confidently. The family has raised her for so many years. It's time for her to repay us. Moreover, she is this generation's saintess and is about to receive the inheritance of our ancestors. Qiyuanbin nodded as he gazed deeply into the distance. Boss, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Hundan looked at Suzimo ingratiatingly and smiled. The way I appeared was domineering enough, right? SOSO, Suzimo replied. Then, boss, how's your promise to revitalize our demon race coming along? Han Dan probed. What's the hurry? This isn't something that can be done in a short period of time, Suzimo said. I'm just giving you a chance. It's up to you whether you can do it or not. Luck and strength are both indispensable. I understand. Han Dan hurriedly nodded and said, I just can't wait to try being a hero. Suzimo chuckled. Spiritual energy surged in his hands and the huge vortex appeared in midair once again. Han Dan looked at Suzimo pitifully and said, Boss, it wasn't easy for me to come out. Just let me stay outside for a while. I've always been curious about one thing, Suzimo said. Are you male or female? Boss, do you like male or female? Han Dan asked shyly. Do you want to die? Suzimo narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm male, a real man, Chaos replied quickly. He was serious and his expression did not change. That's it then. Boys have to protect themselves outside. It's safer for you to return to your alternate space quickly, Suzimo said. After putting Han Dan into the alternate space, Suzimo returned to his room. Not long after, Xianxia came to Suzimo's room with a purple box. Suzimo recognized the purple box at a glance. It was the relic of the Ice Emperor's inheritance that he wanted previously. Didn't you say that geniuses accept the inheritance? Suzimo asked curiously. My family allowed me to take it out in advance, Xianxia said slowly after a moment of silence. Suzimo took the purple box and looked at Xianxia's curious gaze. He smiled and kept the box in his storage ring. He had no intention of opening it. Is there anything else? Suzimo asked curiously when he saw that Xianxia was still standing there. Xianxia was silent for a moment. Finally, she gathered her courage and said hesitantly, What do you think of me? Hearing Xianxia's words, Suzimo was stunned. Then, he laughed and said with interest, Some people in your family asked you to come, right? Yes, I have my own thoughts. Xianxia looked into Suzimo's eyes and said seriously, I think you're very special. Suzimo slowly stood up and looked at Xianxia. Finally, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, Are you willing to be my wife? Xianxia was stunned. At that moment, she only felt her whole body tense up. Her heart seemed to be beating twice as fast. She forced herself to stop this inexplicable emotion. It was as if Suzimo's words had an inexplicable magic that made her unable to stop herself. She looked at Suzimo and said softly, I don't know. But if you're willing, we can slowly get along. Sure. Suzimo smiled. His gaze was sinister as he said in a particularly aggressive manner, My favorite thing is to kill my wife to prove my Tao. As Suzimo's voice fell, at that moment, Xianxia felt as if she had fallen into a cold cave of ice and snow. Her emotions changed from the initial excitement to fear. Her originally tense body couldn't help but tremble. Idiot, I'm just joking. Suzimo smiled and said, So now, are you still willing to be my wife? Xianxia felt as if something was stuck in her throat. She couldn't speak for a long time. She looked at Suzimo's smiling face. For some reason, the fear in her heart became heavier and heavier. Go out, don't disturb my rest. Suzimo waved his hand and sat down on a chair. At that moment, Xianxia instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly nodded and walked out of the room. After Xianxia left, Suzimo took out the purple box from his storage ring. There was some dust on the box. As the purple box was slowly opened, a kacha sound was heard. It was as if an ancient item had seen the light of day again. The moment the box was opened, a purple light flew out from inside and merged into Suzimo's head. This purple light was a memory left behind by the Ice Emperor. It was a memory related to the origin and use of the item in the box. Suzimo knew about this in his previous life, so naturally, he wasn't very curious about this memory. As the box was completely opened, a purple petal could be seen lying quietly in the box. Suzimo slowly picked up the petal. The color of the petal was as red as blood, but it was filled with a gray gas. After confirming that the petal was correct, Suzimo put it into his storage ring. The light of the sky came as expected, and so did the darkness. The Qi clan was especially lively at night because tomorrow was the day Xianxia would receive the inheritance of the ancestors and officially become the saintess. At this time, the entire Qi clan was preparing. Regardless of whether it was the clan members in Heavenly Pool City or outside, they all had to come back to participate in the conferring ceremony. Suzimo looked at the dark night sky. He rode the dark heavenly tiger and left the Qi clan in the middle of the night with Xiaogizi. The two of them didn't say anything before they left, and the disciples guarding the city didn't dare to stop them. "Senior, why didn't we wait until after Xianxia's conferring ceremony tomorrow?" Xiaogizi asked curiously. "In the end, we're just passers-by," Suzimo shook his head and replied. "Then where are we going now?" Xiaogizi asked curiously. "To kill," Suzimo replied indifferently. As the dark heavenly tiger's roar sounded in the distance, the two of them quickly disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, in the direction of the Qi clan, Xianxia was standing on the tower of Heavenly Pool City. Dressed in a green robe, her hair was messed up by the breeze. She looked at the backs of the two people as they left. For some reason, she felt less nervous and more disappointed. "You're not to blame for what happened this time." Third elder stepped out from the darkness and calmly said, "Some people are just like natural-born kings. They're not destined to be tied down by love." "But why do I feel like he's more like a demon?" Xianxia muttered to herself. The third elder sighed and said, "Don't think too much. Prepare well and accept the ancestors' inheritance tomorrow." Primordial Ancient City was located to the west of the Qi clan. This ancient city could be considered one of the largest cities in the eastern continent. It was rumored that during the Desolate Era, a great terror descended, and a world-shaking battle took place in Primordial Ancient City. That battle almost destroyed the entire ancient city. After the start of the Age of Emperors, time and memories bid farewell to the Dark Era, and a new light shrouded the world once again. The people decided to rebuild the ancient city and restore its former glory. After a large-scale reconstruction, Primordial Ancient City had become the representative city of the core region of the eastern continent. Although this place had been refurbished, the ruins of the previous era could still be seen in these new buildings. Suzimo and Xiaogizi arrived at Primordial Ancient City. This city was like a huge wild beast standing proudly between heaven and earth. The ancient aura that had been sleeping for millions of years seemed to have awakened once again. "Senior brother, will this method of yours really work?" Xiaogizi asked curiously. "Whether it works or not, we should at least try," Suzimo replied. "I originally planned to use Jiang Macho as bait, but unfortunately, it failed. Now, I can only rely on you." The two walked into the city, which seemed to be particularly lively. Humans were not the only ones living in Primordial Ancient City. The Ox Demon clan, the Li clan, and the Undead clan all existed to a greater or lesser extent. In fact, the Yuanyang continent was divided into 5 continents. Excluding the central continent, which was the core region, the eastern continent should be the continent with the largest human population. The number of foreign races on the other 3 continents could rival the number of humans. In fact, the number of humans in the western continent was even smaller than the foreign races. The burly and dark-skinned ox demons were born with 2 curved horns on their heads. 2 puffs of white smoke would come out of their noses every time they breathed. Xiaogizi was surprised. For him, who had never left the land of the far west, the outside world was full of surprises. "Let's go and take a look. There's a newcomer who has already won 100 rounds in the arena. He's ready to challenge the unbroken sword." Someone on the street quickly ran to the east, shouting as he ran. "No way, it's been so many years. Finally, someone is challenging the unbroken sword. Haha, I remember that the last time the unbroken sword became famous was when he defeated the holy son of the Mo clan." When the tourists who were shopping on the street and some hawkers who had set up stalls heard this, they quickly put down what they were doing, cleaned up their stalls, and ran to the east. Xiaogizi stopped a hawker who was running to the east and asked curiously, "Can I ask who this unbroken sword is?" "Let go of me, or there won't be a good spot if we're late." The man shook off Xiaogizi's arm and replied impatiently. The long staff whizzed through the air, carrying an endless momentum as it tore through the storm above his head and stopped above the man's head. Looking at Xiaogizi holding the iron staff and looking upright, the man quickly smiled apologetically and explained, "The unbroken sword is the #1 genius of our primordial ancient city." He set up an arena in the city's arena and announced that if someone can win 100 rounds in a row, they'll get the chance to challenge him. If that person can defeat him, they'll get the inheritance of the eternal sword god that he obtained when he was young. Interesting. Xiaogizi smiled and turned to look at Suzimo, waiting for Suzimo's reply. "Then let's go and take a look." Suzimo nodded. He didn't have any impression of the unbroken sword in his previous life. He should be a genius who fell halfway. In the center of primordial ancient city, there was a huge and shocking arena. The two sides of the arena were surrounded by bull horns that were hundreds of meters tall. The curved tips of the horns were suffused with a black brilliance. The ground of the arena was made of ink-colored mysterious crystal. This kind of mysterious crystal had completely disappeared with the end of the Desolation era. A disciple of the Ox Demon clan stood in front of the arena and proudly explained to the people of the other clans, "Did you see that? Legend has it that when the Great Terror came, the ancestor of our Ox Demon clan guarded this place alone. Even though we were outnumbered, our ancestor didn't retreat half a step. Even at the last moment, our ancestor would rather use his life to seal this place than run away. This is the style of our Ox Demon clan." By the time Suzimo arrived at the arena, there was already a dense crowd gathered there. In the center of the arena, two young men stood with swords in their hands. The young man on the left wore a green robe. His eyes were indifferent, but there was endless sword intent shooting out from them. His entire body was enveloped by this sword intent. The sword intent was tough and eternal, giving people a feeling that it was indestructible. The young man on the right wore a white robe. He didn't have a powerful aura, and there wasn't a sharp sword light around him. He looked more like an ordinary person. His robe was white as snow, and there was a 3-foot sword hanging from his waist. Suzimo looked at the white-robed young man in surprise. "Isn't that Yan Buhui?" Xiaogizi was taken aback as he asked in astonishment. Previously, Yan Buhui said goodbye to Suzimo, saying that he was going to the mortal world to comprehend his own sword Dao. At that time, Suzimo thought that he would train in the far west. He didn't expect that he would come directly to the East continent. After not seeing him for a long time, Yan Buhui's aura seemed to have returned to its original state. He wasn't like before, always showing off his sharpest sword light. Seeing the confrontation between the two in the arena, the crowd below began to discuss noisily. "That white-robed young man doesn't look like much. He lost to Qin Feiming in terms of aura. Do you think anyone can compare to Qin Feiming? A few years ago, the Mo clan saint came to challenge him, but he also left with his tail between his legs." "Which Mo clan?" someone asked in confusion. "How many Mo clans can there be in the core area of the East continent?" "Of course, it's the Mo clan where the Dao Formation Great Emperor is from." Hearing that person's explanation, someone next to him asked curiously, "Their saint was defeated. Would the Mo clan just sit back and watch?" "Then do you know where Qin Feiming came from?" someone said with a smile. "He's from the Tianya Pavilion." Just the 3 simple words World's Edge Pavilion were enough to silence the entire place. 1 sect, 3 emperors. This inheritance was like a sharp knife hanging over everyone's head. Back then, the Tianya Great Emperor had inherited the mandate of heaven and established the Tianya Pavilion. Later, it was strengthened by the Near-Hand Great Emperor and the Lai Emperor. This huge organization was neither a sect nor a family. Instead, it existed like an intelligence organization. They collected information about all the extraordinary people and extraordinary items in the world, and then sold the information to those who needed it. Even the world's extraordinary items ranking and the world's Fengyun ranking were arranged by them. The World's Edge Pavilion's headquarters was in the central continent, but they also had branches in the other 4 continents. In the center of the arena, Qin Feiming's eyes were like torches. He looked at Yan Buhui calmly and said, "Defeat me and you will receive the inheritance of the eternal sword deity." "I don't care about the sword god's inheritance." Yan Buhui smiled and slowly replied, "I only enjoy the process of fighting against sword cultivators." Hearing Yan Buhui's words, Qin Feiming's eyes narrowed. His green robe fluttered as he slashed out with his sword. A sudden sword ray fell from the sky, and the world seemed to be cut in half. Yan Buhui raised his head slightly. At this moment, his entire being was like an unsheathed sharp sword. Using his hand as a sword, his right hand slowly slashed out in the air. The sword ray that fell from the sky instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. I came into contact with the way of the sword at the age of 3. Yan Buhui's eyes narrowed as he looked at Qin Feiming and said calmly, "When I was 7, a very important person in my life left me." A gentle breeze blew from the heavens and earth, messing up Yan Buhui's hair. He looked down at the sword in his hand and muttered to himself, "Since then, only this sword has accompanied me in my life." The moment the clanging sound rang out, the sword lights that filled the sky danced in the air in a disorderly manner. "When I was 16, I entered the sage sect and received the inheritance of my ancestor." He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Qin Feiming. He said calmly, "Since then, I have stepped into the Jianghu and honed my way of the sword in the mortal world. I came all the way from the far west to the ancient Hunyuan city. I saw the bandits of the Mohan Empire pillaging villages. I drew my sword because that was justice. I saw the mercenary hall's rogue cultivators fight to the death for a secret manual. I understood that behind the laughable humility, weakness is the original sin. I also saw the sect's disciples deceive each other. I saw innocent passers-by die, and a father shielded his child behind him. A long time ago, I told myself that I wanted to walk the way of the heartless sword. But along the way, I realized that humans are not plants. I can't escape from my 7 emotions and 6 desires." Yan Buhui slowly waved the sword in his hand. The sky was filled with sword shadows that roared and tore apart the heavens. They swept through half of the heavens and earth with an irresistible aura. The sword rays slashed down in the air. Qin Feiming's eyes were solemn as he raised the sword in his hand. With a soft roar, an unprecedentedly bright sword ray burst forth from the sword. This sword ray was surrounded by wisps of gray gas. It gave people the feeling that it was inextinguishable, tough and tenacious. Qin Feiming's inextinguishable sword intent, someone below muttered. It said that he comprehended it from the eternal sword god's eternal sword intent. When the gray sword intent soared into the sky, the 2 dazzling sword rays collided at the same time. The wind and clouds surged in the sky. The sharp sword intent created endless waves in the sky. A mushroom cloud slowly bloomed in the sky. It was as if the void was shaking. Layers of ripples trembled in the void. Everyone heard a rumbling explosion. After the collision, the light in their ears gradually subsided from its initial brilliance. The people below the stage watched the changes in the arena. Despite the fierce battle, the arena with 2 bull horns had not changed in the slightest. It carried the weight of 2 eras. It had also experienced the unprecedented disaster of the Desolation era. It was still here today. The 2 of them stood facing each other in the field. The endless wind and waves stirred up by the sword light blew their clothes and long hair until they were fluttering. "You're not bad," Qin Feiming said slowly after a moment of silence. As his words fell, there was a crack sound. The sword in his hand broke in half. The sword broke, someone below the stage muttered in disbelief. "The sword also has emotions," Yan Buhui replied calmly. At this moment, all 4 meridians in his body had been opened. The aura of the empty meridian realm enveloped the surroundings. His gaze was like a sword, and so was his body. "You won," Qin Feiming said with some difficulty. His words were a little melancholy, but also a little relieved. "No, change to another sword." "We'll fight again," Yan Buhui said, shaking his head. "I was still 1 step behind." Qin Feiming shook his head and said, "Even if we fought 10,000 times, the result would still be the same. The inextinguishable sword intent." I was too rigid about the superficial meaning of these 2 words. "You won, and you are qualified to receive the true inheritance of Master." Hearing Qin Feiming's words, even if it was the inheritance of the sword god, Yan Buhui's expression remained calm. He turned his head and swept his gaze across everyone present indifferently. Out of the corner of his eye, Yan Buhui inadvertently saw Su Zimo standing below and was instantly stunned. "If there's nothing else, you can come with me," Qin Feiming said calmly. "Where are we going?" Yan Buhui asked. "To see Master." "I won't go back on my word," Qin Feiming replied. "Let's talk about it later." Yan Buhui shook his head and slowly walked down the arena towards Su Zimo. "Long time no see." He stared at Su Zimo. He still remembered Yan Nanfeng's saber strike back then. At that time, he had received the inheritance of the divine sword and thought he was extraordinary. However, Yan Nanfeng had only used one attack. He still could not forget Su Zimo's contemptuous words. Work hard. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to chase after my back. Want a drink? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Yan Buhui nodded. Watching them leave, Qin Feiming hurriedly chased after them. Where are you going? I'll go to the inheritance of the divine sword when I have the chance. Yan Buhui shook his head and replied. That won't do, Qin Feiming replied. I've waited here for 5 years. It wasn't easy to find a suitable successor. You have to come with me. Why don't you accept the inheritance yourself? Xiao Gizi asked curiously. I'm not qualified, Qin Feiming said after a moment of silence. Go and take a look. Su Zimo smiled and said to Yan Buhui, after you accept the inheritance, you can choose to train yourself. You can also come to the Bailey clan to find me. Yan Buhui nodded and asked doubtfully, how do you know that I'm suitable for the inheritance of the eternal sword god? Your heart of the sword. You know your own path of the sword, Qin Feiming replied concisely. Seeing Yan Buhui and Qin Feiming leave, Su Zimo turned and smiled at Xiao Gizi. The show is about to start. Don't be too nervous. Xiao Gizi nodded and replied, Senior brother, are they really the great terrors from a long time ago? Before the Desolation era, yes. However, after the Age of Emperors, they gradually declined. I don't know how much courage they have left. Su Zimo smiled. Blue Sky Alley. This was probably the most well-preserved ancient building in the entire primordial city. Back then, the Great Terror had almost destroyed the entire primordial ancient city, and in this shattered city, the Blue Sky Alley had luckily survived. Even when people rebuilt the ancient city, not a single brick or tile was touched. The bottomless alley was quiet and peaceful. Compared to the bustling streets of the ancient city, this place seemed to be in an independent space. It was a world where space and time were separated. Su Zimo slowly closed his eyes and stood at the entrance of the clear sky alley. A quiet breeze blew in his face. Previously, when the chaos bead had brought him into the river of time, he had seen all the major events that had happened since the establishment of this epoch. This included the great battle in the primordial ancient city. He stood at the entrance of the alley and felt this building that was tens of millions of years old. It was as if the sigh of ancient memories was pressing down on him until he almost couldn't breathe. Su Zimo felt as if he had returned to that shocking battle. He slowly walked into the alley with Xiao Gizi. The moment they entered the alley, Xiao Gizi took out a folding fan from somewhere. He wore a purple robe and held a blue and white folding fan. His long hair fluttered behind his back and was tied up in a bun. No matter who saw him, they would praise him from the bottom of their hearts. What an elegant young man. The two of them walked 500 meters into the alley and a tavern appeared next to them. The words Desolation Tavern came into view. The tavern's door was made of ambergris wood, which was only found in areas where the dragon race lived. Since the Age of Emperors, Sengoku had slaughtered the entire dragon race in the hidden dragon stream, and this wood had disappeared along with it. The ancient signboard seemed to have experienced the ravages of countless years, and a few large words were engraved on the decaying wooden signboard. Su Zimo and Xiao Gizi walked into the tavern. The decorations inside were somewhat ancient. The tavern was not large and only had 6 tables. An old man was sitting at the front desk, and he was sleeping soundly on the table. It was particularly peaceful inside, and there was a faint fragrance of wine in the air. Brother Su, I didn't expect that we would meet again in this ancient city after parting that day. Xiao Gizi looked at Su Zimo and said with a smile. Brother Zhang is too polite. Su Zimo shook his head and replied, when we met in the 100,000 mountains that day, I admired Brother Zhang's elegant demeanor. Brother Su, don't be modest. Today, the two of us will find a quiet tavern and drink until we are drunk. Xiao Gizi laughed. Then, Xiao Gizi came to the front desk and knocked on the front desk. The old man who was still sleeping on the table slowly raised his head. His murky eyes glanced at Xiao Gizi, and then he went back to sleep. Hey, there are guests in the tavern. Don't you know how to entertain them? Xiao Gizi asked with a frown. the old man raised his head. At that moment, his gaze seemed to pass through the endless void and landed on Xiaogizi. Xiaogizi instantly felt the pressure increase. It was as if he was being targeted by some terrifying existence. The wine is on the cabinet at the side. Take whatever you want to drink. Don't disturb my sleep, the old man said calmly. Xiaogizi turned around and saw a black wooden cabinet against the wall of the tavern. The wooden cabinet was filled with wine jars. Each wine jar was marked with a red sticker, and the origin and name of the wine were written on it. Xiaogizi walked to the wine cabinet and looked at it with interest. 1,000-year Xiao red wine, brewed from the spring of life, made from the Emperor Vein Realm demonic beast, the ancient netherworld snake. The wine is slightly bitter, but it has an unimaginable effect on healing human injuries. As long as there is still a breath left, it can revive the dead and regrow bones. Price, 1 ancient demonic beast cub. Spring clear water wine, made from the most essential part of the 10,000-year-old snow lotus root of the heavenly mountain, plus 7 kinds of the most precious drafts. The wine is sweet, refreshing and calming. It has a great effect on breaking through the Emperor Vein Realm and attacking the 6th meridian. Price, 1 universe rank elixir. Xiaogizi looked at the introduction of these famous wines in the wine cabinet. He was dumbstruck. Any random jar of wine here would cause a huge uproar outside. But now, so many world-shocking wines were so brazenly placed in the wine cabinet. He stabilized his mood, cleared his throat, and said calmly, "Shopkeeper, I don't think the wines in your wine cabinet are that good. If it's not sweet, then it's bitter. There's nothing a bit spicy. Bring out the best wine in your tavern for me." Hearing Xiaogizi's words, the old man raised his head, his eyelids drooping, and said faintly, "I'm afraid you can't afford the most expensive wine." "Old man, don't look down on me. Do you know where I came from?" Xiaogizi snorted and asked arrogantly. "I don't know, and I don't need to know," the old man said calmly. Then, he waved his hands in the air, and endless spirit energy surged around him. Ripples appeared in the space in front of him, and a small space door opened. The old man reached in and took out a pitch-black jar of wine. Then, the space door closed, and everything returned to normal. Raging flame wine, the old man placed the wine on the table and said calmly, "The strong wine brewed by the Lai Emperor himself. It's spicy and unbearable for ordinary people. Just 1 sip can burn a martial artist below the Emperor Vein Realm. This wine has no other use, but it contains the Lai Emperor's understanding and comprehension of the realm of Tao. Price, any battle physique jewel of the 100 great physiques." Hearing the old man's words, Xiaogizi was silent for a while, then laughed dryly, "Since Emperor Vein Realm martial artists can't enjoy it, I won't buy it." After Xiaogizi finished speaking, he went to the wine cabinet and took out the cheapest jar of wine. One had to know that the wine here was exchanged with wine. Even the cheapest jar of wine was the only one that could be bought with spirit crystals. It cost tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Ordinary people couldn't afford such a small jar of wine. Seeing Xiaogizi sit on the table with the wine, the old man didn't say anything. He took back the wine and continued to sleep on the table. "Come, Brother Su, let's get drunk today." Xiaogizi held 2 wine bowls and laughed. The two of them sat opposite each other. As the wine entered their throats, they felt a burning sensation in their chests. Their meridians, tendons, and bones were warm and comfortable. "This wine is not bad," Su Zimo said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, half a bottle of wine went down their stomachs. Their faces were slightly red, and they seemed to be in a good mood. Su Zimo pointed outside the window and said loudly, "In the past, Great Emperor Zhenwu created the era of emperors, and Empress Han Tian suppressed it for several eras. Someone stood at the top of the vault of heaven and shouted, 'The mandate of heaven is mine alone.' Someone had created a bottomless abyss with a single slash of his sword. When he turned around and looked back, he saw that the heavens and the earth had shattered inch by inch. There were also some who overlooked the world by themselves and could destroy an entire race by themselves. Since ancient times, so many heroes, so many heroic deeds and legends, but in the end, they were all destroyed in history. However, the river of life flowed endlessly, and the flames of life were passed down from generation to generation. The old era was destined to leave with the passage of time. Countless geniuses competed against each other, and it was also destined that someone would open up a new era of glory. It has been over 1,000 years since the mortal emperor ascended. Brother Zhang, who do you think can be called a hero in this era, who was qualified to shoulder the mandate of heaven, who can lead the new era? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xiaogizi smiled, downing the strong wine in his bowl in one gulp before saying, in the far west's Divine Sun clan, there is a youth called Xianyuan Shantian. Ever since he was born, the Xianyuan physique, one of the 100 great battle physiques, was automatically born. He also has the support of the imperial lineage behind him. Can he be a hero? Just someone who lost to me in the previous grand competition. It's not worth mentioning, Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. I heard that in the core region of the eastern continent, the Dan family where the Pill Emperor was from back then, there was a youth who obtained the Heavenly Star 100 pill physique from the Pill Emperor, refining pills like frying beans. Can he be a hero? Su Zimo shook his head once more, replying, it's hard to live up to his great reputation. There was a youth called Xianxia. With a brush, he painted all things under the heavens. With a lifetime of splashing ink, he asked the hearts of the people. Can he be a hero? Can be a genius, but is still far from being a hero, Su Zimo shook his head once more. I have also never been to that distant central continent. It's just that in this eastern continent, I really don't know who can be a hero, Xiaogizi shook his head and replied. Heroes have lofty ambitions, containing the secrets of the universe and the will to devour the heavens and the earth, Su Zimo said with a smile. If that's the case, who can be a hero? Xiaogizi asked doubtfully. Su Zimo pointed at himself, then pointed at Xiaogizi, and said loudly, today, only Brother Zhang and I can be heroes. What do you mean? Xiaogizi was startled and asked curiously. Although I was born mediocre, I have never been willing to bow down to others. I rose from a small village, and my current achievements were all achieved by my own hands. Su Zimo said loudly, as for you, Brother Zhang, you have obtained the Clear Sky Battle Physique, which is ranked 72nd among the top 100 battle physiques. Your future is limitless. Brother Zhang will definitely have a place in this world's destiny. Well said, Xiaogizi slammed the table and drank a few more bowls of strong liquor. His head was a little dizzy, and he said loudly, a real man is born in troubled times, and should hold a 3-foot sword to achieve great merits. Today, I have not achieved my ambition, so how can I boost others' prestige? As soon as Xiaogizi finished speaking, he took out a round bead from his pocket. This round bead was green in color, and it seemed to contain an extremely strong energy. The green round bead floated in midair, and layers of ripples appeared in the space. As if sensing the existence of the round bead, the old man lying on the front desk instantly woke up and stared coldly at the green round bead. Brother Su, I won't hide it from you. Xiaogizi shook his slightly drunk head and said stutteringly, this is the Clear Sky Battle Physique bead. When I advance to the Venerable Pulse realm, I will fuse with this battle bead. Not only will I have the top 100 battle physiques, but I will also be able to use the power of the battle bead to break through to the Venerable Pulse realm. Brother Zhang, you should quickly put it away, lest the walls have ears, Su Zimo quickly said. It's okay, no one usually comes to this small tavern. Xiaogizi burped and said drunkenly, let me tell you, not only do I have the Clear Sky Battle Physique, I even know where the Crimson Flame Imperial Physique, which is ranked 3rd among the 100 great battle physiques. As Xiaogizi spoke, he put away the Clear Sky Battle Physique. The two of them were about to drink again, but they realized that the wine jar was already empty when they poured the liquor. Disappointing, Xiaogizi shook his head and said, everything is good in this place, but the liquor is too expensive. Brother Su, let's find a new place and get drunk. Okay, Su Zimo nodded and watched as Xiaogizi paid for the liquor. Then, the two of them supported each other and left the tavern. The old man looked at the backs of the two of them as they left. His eyes were deep in thought, and no one knew what he was thinking. After the two of them walked out of the tavern, Xiaogizi heaved a deep sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Senior brother, this old man is definitely not simple, Xiaogizi said. Just now, when he looked at me, the blood in my body seemed to have frozen. The bait has been set for the news of the Clear Sky Battle Physique, including the 3rd battle physique. It's just a matter of whether the fish will take the bait or not. Su Zimo smiled and said, he's naturally not ordinary. Even after experiencing an unbearable failure in the past, they still have strength that is not inferior to any imperial lineage. After the two walked out of Qingtian Alley, Xiaogizi asked, "Senior brother, what should we do now?" "Let's find an inn and get drunk," Su Zimo said with a smile. The Yuanyang continent was divided into 5 continents, but these 5 continents were not connected. Each continent was separated by the endless sky sea. Some people said that 70% of the Yuanyang continent was occupied by the sea, while the land only occupied the remaining 30%. In this endless sky sea, in addition to the 5 vast continents, there were also countless floating islands. A vast expanse of white fog covered a space above the endless sky sea. To the martial artists who frequently traveled between the eastern and central continents, this fog was a forbidden area. As soon as they entered the fog, their 6 senses would be blocked. Warriors who entered the fog would lose their sense of direction. Some lucky ones could escape by accident. Some unlucky ones would be completely lost in the white fog and be trapped to death. Even Saint bloodline warriors were no exception. Looking through the white fog, a vast immortal mountain stood between heaven and earth. This immortal mountain was not only shrouded in white fog, but also surrounded by a transparent barrier. The immortal mountain towered into the clouds, and one could not see the end of it. There were murmurs of the great path, and cranes spreading their wings and flying into the sky. The immortal mountain was majestic and mysterious. It stood between heaven and earth. With just a glance, the outline of the immortal mountain seemed to be engraved in the hearts of all living beings who had seen it. Unfortunately, under the cover of the white fog, it was difficult for people to see even a corner of the immortal mountain. It was so quiet in the world that it seemed to be connected with heaven and earth. Jiang Macho woke up from his coma. He looked at his surroundings in confusion. It was a simple hut. Sunlight shone in through the window, and there was a strong herbal smell in the air. Jiang Macho tried hard to think, but he could not remember anything. He only remembered that he had fainted for no reason. He got off the bed. His body did not feel uncomfortable at all. He slowly opened the wooden door of the hut. The dazzling sunlight shone on his body. Jiang Macho looked at the scene in front of him and was dumbfounded. He froze on the spot. Elks with rainbow-colored antlers were running on the grassland, and colorful birds were circling in the sky above their heads. Right in front of his line of sight, all kinds of flowers and trees were in full bloom, and the whole world seemed to be dyed in a variety of colors. An old man in a green robe was walking among the flowers and plants. He held a watering can in his hand and unhurriedly watered the flowers and plants around him. "Awake? Did you sleep well?" The old man suddenly turned his head and asked with a kind smile. "Where is this?" Jiang Macho asked cautiously. "This place doesn't have a name. Some call it Immortal Mountain while others call it a forbidden ground." The old man smiled. "If you want to know the exact location, I can only tell you that this is a nameless island in the endless heavenly sea between the eastern path and the central continent." "Who are you? Why am I here?" Jiang Macho continued to ask. "My name was too long ago and I have forgotten it myself. Anyway, everything in this world is going to return to nothingness. You can call me Old Man Nothingness." The old man smiled and explained, "I saved your life before, so I brought you here." "Saved my life?" Jiang Macho asked doubtfully, "Who wants to kill me?" "We'll talk about that later." The old man smiled and said, "You don't have to worry too much. I have no ill intentions towards you. Before I tell you some things, I have to ask you something seriously." "Go ahead." Jiang Macho nodded and replied. "If this world were to be destroyed one day, would you be willing to be the savior?" The old man stared at Jiang Macho and asked seriously. "World destroyed? Savior?" Jiang Macho asked doubtfully, "What are you talking about?" "You just have to answer my question. Are you willing or not?" Old Man Nothingness asked. "Not interested. Even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. What does it have to do with a weakling like me?" Jiang Macho shook his head and replied. "You don't want to be a hero? A savior?" Old Man Nothingness continued to ask. "No." Jiang Macho shook his head. "Think about it. If you become the savior of the world, you will receive the respect of countless people. Your name and story will become a legend that will last forever, Old Man Nothingness said. What are you trying to say? Jiang Macho frowned slightly and asked. If you become the savior, the people around you and your parents will be proud of you. Before the old man could finish speaking, Jiang Macho interrupted him. I'll say it again. I don't want to be some savior. I don't have parents now. All I want to do is to destroy the Taiyuan heavenly sect one day. I want to punish those who should have paid the price. Hearing Jiang Macho's words, Old Man Nothingness was silent for a long time before he spoke. His voice was slightly hoarse as he said, perhaps I can help you. Jiang Macho turned his head slightly and looked at the old man in confusion. If you become my disciple, I will pass on everything I have learned in my life to you, Old Man Nothingness said calmly. I only have one condition. Once you have taken your revenge. If one day this world is in danger of being destroyed, you must stand up and stop it without hesitation. As long as I can get my revenge, I can promise you anything, Jiang Macho hurriedly nodded and replied. No, you don't understand. Old Man Nothingness shook his head and replied, this is a kind of mission. You must be truly willing to take on this mission. You must not be forced to accept this mission for the sake of revenge. Perhaps you don't understand it now, but when that day really comes, you will understand. Hearing Old Man Nothingness's words, Jiang Macho was a little confused. He felt that he did not understand what the old man was saying. Let me show you, Old Man Nothingness sighed and said. Then, all the spirit chi in his body surged. With a raise of his hand, a boundless vortex appeared in front of him. He led Jiang Macho into the vortex. The sky was blood-red and countless cracks appeared on the ground. There was no sun in the sky and darkness enveloped the entire firmament. The creatures below, be it humans or monsters, were like ants in a cage. Their lives were insignificant and lowly. Torrents were surging and volcanoes were erupting. The thunder and lightning in the sky intertwined with the aura of destruction, plunging the entire world into doomsday. A figure stood quietly in the sky. His gaze was indifferent as he looked down at this shattered world. He was high above, looking down on all living things. Boundless demonic aura rose around him. In the space where he was, all space and time shattered and came to a standstill. Boom 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 boom. Explosions rang out all over the world, and the creatures below fled like headless ants. The man looked down at all life with a mocking smile on his face. He raised his hand and thousands of demonic aura wrapped around his body. An incomparably huge continent instantly sank to the bottom of the sea. Everything in this world seemed to be just a toy in the man's hands. In his eyes, the creatures in this world were just ants not worth mentioning. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The creatures were in a terrible situation. Everything wailed and trembled under the man's might. Someone ran past Jiang Macho. Jiang Macho tried to stop that person, but found that his hand passed through the person's body. The two of them weren't in the same space at all. This is just a recorded image. Old Man Nothingness sighed. To be precise, this scene happened a long, long time ago. Upon hearing Old Man Nothingness's words, Jiang Macho fell silent. He turned his head and looked at the world. The land was devastated. Blood flowed like rivers. That man treated the entire world as a game to play. He controlled the life and death of all life. Everything changed according to his mood. Bastard. Someone crawled out of a pool of blood and roared at the sky in pain. Men, women, the elderly, and children had all become piles of bones under the man's feet. Life was like grass. This situation lasted for a long time. In the end, on the brink of life and death, all the remaining creatures on the entire continent gathered together and formed the Anti-Demon King Alliance. This alliance's battle lasted for nearly 10,000 years. After countless narrow escapes, the creatures finally sealed the Demon King. However, after the Demon King was sealed, the remaining people of the alliance who claimed to have saved the world broke out in internal conflicts. People were dissatisfied with their contributions, territories, and the distribution of power. In the end, the alliance was destroyed. A new round of war broke out between these heroes who had sealed the Demon King. In the war against the Demon King, this world was shattered and on the verge of destruction. Now, new smoke filled the air. The world couldn't take the blow anymore, and was destroyed. heaven and earth began to reshuffle. The old era was destroyed, and a new era was brewing. When all the karma had evolved in the mirror image, Xianxia's mind returned to reality. "Why are you showing me these?" Xianxia asked curiously, "Isn't it already over?" "No, the Demon King is not dead. The calamity of the past will descend once more," Old Man Nothingness said. "You want me to eliminate the Demon King?" Xianxia asked. "You're not alone. You're just a part of it," Old Man Nothingness said. "Why me?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and asked. "I'm only sensing the existence of the third body. As long as I can obtain the third body, I'll be qualified," Old Man Nothingness said calmly. After a moment of silence, Xianxia asked, "Where is the Demon King now?" "The Demon King hasn't been born yet," Old Man Nothingness said. "I'm only preparing for a rainy day. When that day really comes, I'll have to rely on you. Why don't you find the Demon King now and destroy him before he grows up?" Xianxia asked doubtfully. "In fact, I already know who the Demon King is, but I can't do anything, nor can I tell you this information." Old Man Nothingness sighed and said, "This is the rule. I can't break it. You'll understand later." Hearing Old Man Nothingness's words, Xianxia was silent for a long time. "I know this is a big matter for you. You can take your time to think about it," Old Man Nothingness said with a smile. Xianxia nodded silently, turned around, and walked into the hut. Old Man Nothingness looked at Xianxia's back as he left, then looked up at the blue sky and muttered to himself. "The Demon King descends, the blood of the heavens descends. How can the heavens care about my heart?" Old Man Nothingness turned around and walked down the celestial mountain. With a step, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and his figure disappeared into the white fog. At the bottom of the celestial mountain, the mountain was steep and the landslide was very straight. Other than the endless sea, there was only this vast celestial mountain in front of him. Although the celestial mountain was majestic and imposing, after looking at it for a long time, it was inevitable that it would become boring. In front of a huge rock at the foot of the mountain, a man sat cross-legged. The hair on his head was already snow-white. The man's gaze was deep and boundless as he sat cross-legged in meditation. The space in front of him suddenly rippled. Old Man Nothingness stepped into the air and appeared in front of the man. The man frowned slightly, glanced at Old Man Nothingness, then continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed. "I know you have resentment in your heart," Old Man Nothingness smiled and said. "If you want to leave here, now is your chance." The man raised his head slightly, his eyes bursting with endless spear intent. He stared at Old Man Nothingness and remained silent for a long time. "I'll let you leave the endless celestial mountain on the condition that you go outside and help me find someone," Old Man Nothingness smiled. "Who?" the man asked softly. "It's about the successor of the second body," Old Man Nothingness said. "The second body?" The man was slightly shocked, then asked, "Where do I find it?" "I don't know either, but you have 100 years. If you can't find it after 100 years, you will be imprisoned in the endless celestial mountain forever." As Old Man Nothingness's words fell, his figure had already disappeared. The man looked at the deep void and seemed to have thought of something. His expression was somewhat conflicted. He had been imprisoned in the endless celestial mountain for 100 years. He still remembered that he had been high-spirited back then. Although he was a rogue cultivator, he was a late bloomer and had made a name for himself in the central mainland. Later on, he heard that there was an endless celestial mountain in the endless celestial sea. It was one of the 10 great forbidden grounds. It was said that although it was extremely dangerous, there were immortals living there. If he could gain the recognition of an immortal, his future would naturally be immeasurable. He knew how difficult it was to be a rogue cultivator. For that glimmer of hope on his path, he was willing to enter the endless celestial mountain. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. He saw the celestial mountain and also saw an immortal. However, he did not gain the recognition of an immortal. No matter how much he begged, it was useless. As an outsider who trespassed on the celestial mountain, he had been imprisoned at the foot of the mountain for 100 years in the blink of an eye. The man was silent for a long time. The white fog in front of him had automatically parted to form a path. He walked on air, his Emperor Meridian Realm aura surging as he slowly left the endless celestial mountain. Within primordial ancient city, Suzimo and Xiaogizi found an inn and sat down at the familiar window seat. The two ordered some food and wine and began to eat. "Senior brother, when are we leaving the ancient city?" Xiaogizi asked curiously. "In 2 days. Otherwise, it will seem too deliberate." Suzimo said, "You can play around in the city for the next 2 days." Xiaogizi nodded and replied, "Then where are we going?" "The Bailey clan." Suzimo calmly replied, "They still owe me a chance to enter the Heaven Origin small world." "Isn't it a bit risky for us to go to the Bailey clan?" Xiaogizi asked worriedly, "After all, Bailey Xiao hates you to the bone." "Don't worry, they don't have the guts." Suzimo shook his head. After the two finished eating, they booked 2 rooms in the inn. Suzimo returned to his room while Xiaogizi went out to stroll around primordial ancient city. In the room, Suzimo sat cross-legged. The peak venerable vein aura around him had reached a critical point. The spirit energy in his body was roaring like a dragon. It was extremely strong and vast. His true fate world was currently at night. The river of fate hung upside down in the depths of the void while the primal chaos bead suppressed the center of this world. Around the primal chaos bead, the monster called Extreme Nether Glow that Suzimo saw in the depths of the Nether Dragon stream was also floating around. On the other side of the true fate world, the clear moon divine altar's child altar imprinted in the true fate world had also become several times larger. It was constantly purifying the turbid energy in the true fate world, causing the entire world to look even purer and brighter. The power of the true fate world was slowly nourishing Suzimo's body. This power was stronger than all the other powers that Suzimo had encountered before. Once the Shanhuang Qi fused and the true fate world was completed, this energy could evolve into Genesis Force. For the whole day, Suzimo stayed in his room and guided the energy to temper his muscles, bones, and skin. For some reason, Suzimo could clearly feel the urge to summon him growing stronger and stronger. Sometimes, when he closed his eyes, intermittent images would appear in his mind. Dusk had arrived and the sky was about to darken, but Xiaogizi still hadn't returned. Suzimo frowned slightly. He instinctively felt that something had happened. But logically speaking, that kind of existence wouldn't dare to make a move in the ancient city. After all, the calamity they brought about back then was resisted by all the races. Just as Suzimo was thinking, the door to the room was kicked open. A servant in a green robe walked in. "What's the matter?" Suzimo asked with a frown. "You're Suzimo?" The servant asked calmly. Seeing Suzimo nod, he said arrogantly, "My young master said that if you want to save your companion, go to Miyu Pavilion to look for him." After the servant finished speaking, he prepared to leave but was stopped by Suzimo. "What?" the servant asked curiously. "It's nothing, I just wanted to teach you. Next time, remember to knock before you enter." Suzimo smiled and grabbed the manservant's neck. No matter how much the manservant struggled, he threw him out of the window. "Miyu Pavilion," Suzimo muttered to himself and then walked out of the inn. When he asked around on the streets, he found out that this Miyu Pavilion was actually a brothel. Thinking of Xiaogizi, Suzimo shook his head. "I didn't expect that a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes like you would also go to that kind of place." At this time in Miyu Pavilion, Xiaogizi was tied to a pillar in the hall with 2 big men watching over him. The guests coming and going into Miyu Pavilion could all see Xiaogizi's sorry state. Someone asked the person beside him in a low voice, "What's wrong with this person?" What else could it be? He offended young Master Yi. The person beside him who knew the situation laughed and said, "This should be a foreigner who doesn't know the situation in our Hunyuan ancient city and actually snatched a woman from young Master Yi. He's simply courting death." Hearing that person's words, the person beside him looked at Xiaogizi with pity, then shook his head and left. Different from the atmosphere of those brothels, this Miyu Pavilion appeared to be exceptionally quiet. Everyone in Hunyuan ancient city knew that the ladies of Miyu Pavilion were proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. To come here to find a lady, not only did one need to have enough spirit crystals, one must also be able to catch the eye of the ladies of Miyu Pavilion. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how many spirit crystals you had. Humans were creatures who resigned themselves to adversity. The more they couldn't get something, the more they desired it. Therefore, Miyu Pavilion's business had always been as busy as a marketplace with an endless stream of customers. Su Zimo walked into the hall and saw Xiaogizi, who was tied to a pillar at first glance. What's going on? Su Zimo walked forward and asked in amusement. Xiaogizi's face was red with anger. He said unconvinced, a piece of trash relying on numbers. What's so great about that? Just as Xiaogizi's voice fell, a round of applause sounded from the side. Su Zimo turned his head and saw a group of people walking out from the private room at the side. The leader of this group of people was a young man. He was like the moon surrounded by stars with a beautiful dancer on each side. The young man was wearing a short white robe. His face was a little pale and his steps were light. You're his master? The young man looked at Su Zimo and smiled. What's the matter? Su Zimo asked. Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that if you want to save him, then take out something that satisfies me. Otherwise, you'll be staying here with him today, the young man replied with a smile. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his back. He could see that the strongest person in this group was only at the Void Pulse realm. A powerful aura emanated from his body and the meridians on his body opened up one by one. Brother, please wait a moment. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside Miyu Pavilion. A young man wearing a purple robe with a dignified appearance walked in. Su Zimo turned his head and frowned at the young man. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yifei Ling. The young man smiled and pointed at the young man wearing a short robe. He said to Su Zimo, this is your younger brother, Yiling Tian. Seeing Su Zimo's puzzled expression, Yifei Ling slashed down with his sword and cut the rope that bound Xiaogizi. Your younger brother is still young and doesn't know much, Yifei Ling cupped his fists and said to Su Zimo, if I've offended you in any way just now, I apologize to both of you. I don't need you to care about my matters. Yiling Tian's expression changed slightly and he snorted coldly at Yifei Ling Tian, you've disappointed father. Father asked me to bring you back to the mansion, Yifei Ling sighed. Why should I go back? Since all of you look down on me, I might as well go out and indulge in debauchery until I die. Yiling Tian snorted coldly and shouted to everyone in the main hall, today, I'll be booking this entire Miyu Pavilion. Call all the ladies over. Second brother, you. Hearing Yiling Tian's words, Yifei Ling wanted to say something, but eventually shook his head helplessly. When the people in the hall heard Yiling Tian's words, they dared not say anything. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. If this guy wasn't the second young master of the Yi family, he would have been killed hundreds of times. Speaking of the Yi family, it was probably a particularly famous family in primordial ancient city. Although there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the ancient city, no one knew where the true experts were. Perhaps a street vendor was an expert who was tired of fighting and wanted to live in seclusion. But at least on the surface, the Yi family was definitely an overlord in primordial ancient city. They were the first batch of people to rebuild the ancient city. At that time, the ancestors of the Yi family participated in this plan. After the ancient city was rebuilt, the Yi family was also the first batch of people to live here. As time passed, 10,000 years had passed. The people who rebuilt the ancient city were either old or dead. In the end, they all disappeared in the long river of history. Only the Yi family walked all the way through the thorns of time. Although they were not of the imperial lineage, their forces were much stronger than ordinary first-rate sections. Yifei Ling turned to Su Zimo and said, Brother, I'm very sorry about today's matter. If you have any requests, feel free to say it. I will try my best to satisfy you. No need. Su Zimo shook his head. At this moment, when the people in the hall saw this scene, they also whispered to each other. This Yi family head is considered an overlord in primordial ancient city. Why did the personalities of his two sons change so much? Isn't that so? The eldest young master has a humble personality and is very decent in dealing with people. In the future, he will definitely lead the Yi family to glory. As for the second young master, not only is his cultivation crippled, but he also bullies men and women all day long and loiters in the willows. He is completely a hedonistic son. Hearing the discussions around him, the corner of Yifei Ling's mouth curled into a smile. He watched as Yiling Tian carried a bunch of beautiful women into the room. His gaze was deep, and he snorted softly. My good brother, keep it up. Don't let me down. When I inherit the position of family head in the future, I will make sure you have nothing to worry about. At that moment, Yi Lingtian was sitting at the table in the room, surrounded by a group of brothel girls. Alright, all of you can leave now. As soon as the door was closed, a cold voice came from the corner. A woman wearing a blue dress and light makeup slowly walked out from the corner of the room. Yuner. Seeing the woman in the blue dress, Yi Lingtian's playboy expression instantly turned serious. There was not only one main door in the room, but there was also a secret door hidden in the corner. At that moment, all the women in the room walked out of the secret door, leaving only the woman in the blue dress and Yi Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, are you alright? Guyan asked worriedly. What can happen to me? Yi Lingtian smiled and shook his head. He looked out the door and said with a smile, that good brother of mine really thought that I had given up on myself. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't have survived until now. Speaking of this, Yi Lingtian let out a long sigh and continued, we have the same father but different mothers. His mother is from a big clan in Mabe, and my mother is just an ordinary woman. His mother helped him bribe most of the elders in the clan. If I pose a threat to him inheriting the position of family head, he will definitely not let me go. Otherwise, why would I be so depraved all the time? Hearing Yi Lingtian's words, Guyan quickly replied, Brother Lingtian, then let's not fight for the position of family head. Why don't we just find a secluded mountain and live together for the rest of our lives? Yi Lingtian turned his head slightly and looked at Guyan sternly. He said, don't say this again in the future. Yuner, you know my ambition. A man's ambition is to travel far and wide. He should wield a 3-foot sword and cut off all the injustices in the world. How can I live an ordinary life? I know. Guyan quickly nodded and said worriedly, I'm just afraid that something will happen to you. Yi Failing is like a fish in water in the clan. How can we fight against him? I have my ways. Yi Lingtian's gaze was deep as he replied calmly. At this moment, in the Yi residence, Yi Failing stood in the courtyard. The aura on his body was imposing. He had reached the peak of the void pulse stage and was about to break through to the venerable pulse stage. After he finished a set of pulse techniques, he let out a long sigh. At this moment, a black shadow appeared beside him. Master, what are your orders? The black shadow asked in a hoarse voice. Help me kill 2 people. They had a conflict with my second brother at the Miyu Pavilion today. Yi Failing looked into the distance and smiled faintly. After killing them, spread rumors in the city. Say that my second brother had a conflict with these 2 people and sent people to kill them. Yes. The black shadow nodded and gradually disappeared into thin air. Frozen November. The temperature outside was getting colder and colder. Waves of cold air whistled past. People had already put on thick cotton-padded clothes. In the inn, Xiaogizi was still unconvinced. He said, she's the woman I've taken a liking to. What right does he have to interfere? Because his fist is bigger. Su Zimo smiled and said, the water in this Hunyuan ancient city is very deep. Senior brother, what do you mean? Xiaogizi asked curiously. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Su Zimo smiled and replied. Does Yi Lingtian want to kill us? Xiaogizi was shocked and asked. Do you know that there's a creature called the Smiling Tiger? Su Zimo replied. The moon was like a disc. The winter night was a little dry and cold. Probably because the cold air was too cold, the sky was not completely dark yet and there were not many people on the streets. 5 masked men in black appeared in a hidden alley at the corner of the street. End this quickly. Don't leave anyone alive. The hoarse voice said calmly. The other men in black nodded at the same time. Then, their figures seemed to merge into space and they all disappeared. Su Zimo sat diagonally by the window with a pot of sake in his hand. He looked at the bright moon in the dark sky calmly. After a long time, he slowly turned his head and said softly, since you're here, come out. Why do you have to hide? Layers of fluctuations appeared in the space, as if a small stone was thrown into the calm water. 3 black shadows appeared in Su Zimo's room at the same time. flying illusory air steps of the Xiang family in Mabe. Su Zimo looked at the sudden appearance of these people and said with interest. This pulse step technique was the inherited pulse technique of the Xiang family. As long as one cultivated to the nirvana realm, one could hide in the void and not be discovered by ordinary people. Hearing that Su Zimo had seen through their background, the three of them frowned and charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo chuckled. Looking at the three people approaching him, the aura of the venerable pulse realm emanated from his body. The tyrannical shadow flashed with a ray of lightning from its scabbard, and the unrivaled blade aura broke through the layers of the void. Feeling the aura from Su Zimo's body, the faces of the three people opposite him changed drastically. The three of them were void pulse realm experts. They never expected that Su Zimo would be at the peak of the venerable pulse realm at such a young age. The 5 meridians in his body opened at the same time, and a powerful spirit aura surged in the air. The tyrannical shadow descended from the sky with boundless lightning, directly splitting one of them in half. Not good. The other two looked panicked. They did not dare to fight and instantly fled in 2 directions. The two used the flying illusory cloud steps to hide in the void, and their figures gradually disappeared. Want to run? Su Zimo chuckled. Boundless blade aura permeated the space around him. Dao querying 8th move, deep blue world. The light blue spirit aura confined the entire space. In this small space, even the slightest fluctuation could not escape Su Zimo's perception. He slowly raised the tyrannical shadow. The blood-red spirit aura roared, leaving a blood-red mark in the void. The world seemed to be drawn into a line. Dao querying 6th move, blade of slaughter. The violent blade aura stirred in the void, and rumbling explosions sounded one after another. When the tyrannical shadow's blade aura fell in the void, 2 different screams were heard. A bloody mist drifted in the air, and the smell of blood filled the room. Su Zimo kicked open the door and went to Xiaogizi's room. At this time, Xiaogizi was covered in wounds from the pincer attack of the other 2 men in black. After all, he was only at the peak of the true pulse realm. It was rare for him to be able to last so long under the attacks of 2 void pulse realm martial artists. Seeing Su Zimo walk in, the 2 men in black were stunned. Boundless saber chi streaked across the void. One of the black-clothed men had just reacted, and before he could dodge, he was torn into pieces by the saber chi. Tell me, who ordered you to come here? Su Zimo walked step by step towards the last remaining man in black. The tyrannical shadow's blade aura filled the entire room. The black-clothed man was surrounded by the blade aura. If he made the slightest move, he would be completely cut up by the blade aura. I won't betray the second young master. Don't ask, the black-clothed man coldly snorted and said indifferently. It really is that guy. He had a conflict with us during the day and sent people to silence us at night, Xiaogizi snorted coldly and said angrily. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. He looked at the man in black and said, You still don't want to tell the truth before you die? Believe it or not, the black-clothed man said indifferently, I'm going to die anyway. There's no reason to lie to you. It's just that the second young master had a conflict with you today and felt humiliated, so he sent us to take revenge. As the black-clothed man finished speaking, boundless saber chi slashed through the void. With a scream, the black-clothed man was instantly cut in half from the middle. It's meaningless, Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Senior brother, what should we do now? Xiaogizi asked. Do you really believe what he said? Su Zimo asked. I'm not sure, but from the looks of it, only Yiling Tian has a conflict with us, Xiaogizi replied. If it's not him, who else would have a motive? Don't look at things so superficially, Su Zimo shook his head and said, Go out tomorrow morning and ask around. Who in the Yi family is related to the Xiang family of Mabe? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xiaogizi nodded. The first wisp of winter wind blew down from the horizon. The trees shivered in the cold current. The sky had just turned bright, and everything was still silent. The first snowflake drifted down leisurely from the horizon. As the first snowflake played the long song of winter, snowflakes fell one after another. The world was shrouded in white. Everything was silent, and the outside world was a vast expanse of whiteness. Early in the morning, a carriage left the city gate of primordial ancient city. Although the snow did not fall for long, there was still a thin layer of snow on the ground. The carriage disappeared into the distant horizon. The white snow was still falling silently, and the obvious hoof prints along the way were covered by the snow. After the carriage left for a long time, Yi Lingtian walked down from the carriage. He looked at Gu Yun and said, "Yuner, go to Valley City next door for a stroll. I'll come find you when I go back. Brother Lingtian, be careful." Gu Yun hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said worriedly, "Don't worry." Yi Lingtian smiled and gently stroked Gu Yun's right cheek with his right hand. He said affectionately, "Yuner, you've been helping me all these years. I didn't expect to get anything in return. It's been hard on you. I will remember all your good deeds in my heart. Don't worry, when this competition is over, when I officially become the next patriarch of the Yi clan, I will openly marry you." Hearing Yi Lingtian's words, Gu Yun's nose was a little sour. She nodded heavily. She had accompanied him silently for so many years just to wait for Yi Lingtian to say that he would marry her. Watching Yi Lingtian's figure gradually disappear into the vast expanse of white snow, Gu Yun clenched her fists slightly and muttered to herself softly, "Brother Lingtian, I'll wait for you." The wind and snow seemed to be getting heavier, and the outside world was completely shrouded in a vast expanse of whiteness. A thick layer of snow had accumulated on Yi Lingtian's body. His eyebrows and hair were also covered in white snow. He raised his head slightly, identified the direction, and continued to walk forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, Yi Lingtian's body was still stiff from the cold even though he had a true meridian cultivation base. Finally, he arrived in front of a small mountain range outside the primordial ancient city. There was a valley in the middle of the mountain range. What was strange was that although it was snowing heavily outside, it was like spring in the valley all year round. What was even stranger was that the plants and animals in the valley seemed to have been contaminated by something. They were all dark black. Yi Lingtian walked to the entrance of the valley and was blocked by a layer of transparent membrane. He stood in front of the membrane for a long time in silence. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind. He took out a black token from his spatial ring. The token was seething with demonic qi as if it had condensed all the evil in the world. Yi Lingtian placed the token on the membrane. The demonic qi on the black token instantly rose and directly corroded a large hole in the membrane. Yi Lingtian walked in through the large hole, and the membrane behind him was restored to its original state. "You came in the end." An extremely oppressive and majestic voice suddenly sounded. The voice came from an unknown direction and reverberated in the empty valley. It was very shocking. "Please give me power. I'm willing to give up everything." Yi Lingtian was silent for a while before finally kneeling down. "Open your mind and plant my demonic mark on your Taoist heart. You can become the devil's son and obtain my power," the voice said indifferently. "I'm willing." Yi Lingtian nodded quickly. Wisps of demonic aura fell from the sky and wrapped around Yi Lingtian's body. His face was ferocious as he screamed in pain. "Don't have any thoughts of resistance. Follow my demonic will. It will be the guiding light of your life." The voice sounded from the sky as if it had a soothing effect. Yi Lingtian's body rolled on the ground. His entire body seemed to be corroded by the demonic aura. The demonic aura did not only corrode his body but also his soul. After an unknown period of time, Yi Lingtian finally calmed down. His skin gradually turned pitch black, and a faint demonic aura rose from his opened eyes. His entire temperament seemed to have changed. There was no emotion in his eyes. Especially the aura around him. 5 meridians were opened at the same time. He had advanced to the venerable pulse realm. Yi Lingtian clenched his fists. He could feel the power flowing through his body. "Family competition, my good brother. I'm waiting to give you a surprise," Yi Lingtian said with a ferocious smile. "Go. When you become the head of the Yi family one day and can truly control this family, I'll give you a new reward," the voice said indifferently. "Although you're now in the venerable pulse realm, your body's potential has been used up. You can't advance through pure cultivation. Now, you can only rely on me to help you." "I know, sir." Yi Lingtian nodded quickly. Looking at Yi Lingtian's back view, a strange laughter sounded in the quiet valley. "Just wait. When darkness shrouds us again, it'll be the time for us to see the light of day again." This time, all resistance will be futile. Everything will be destroyed by our rules. The snow did not stop the Yi family's enthusiasm that day. The competition for the younger generation of the family would be held today. Early in the morning, all the younger generation of the Yi family gathered in the family residence. One had to know that the grand competition this time was extraordinary. The patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Shilong, had announced a long time ago that the disciple who won first place in the competition would become the next patriarch of the Yi family. Inside the Yi clan, there was a practice field that was specially used for competitions. All the disciples had already gathered there. And now, everyone in the entire primordial ancient city could come here to watch the grand competition. At the same time, the Yi family also invited many famous people and families in the city. In the inn, Xiaogizi shook off the snow on his body and returned to his room. "Have you found out?" Su Zimo asked. "Yes, the second wife of the head of the Yi family, Yi Shilong, is the daughter of the current head of the Xiang family in Mabe. She and Yi Shilong have a son, the young man called Yi Feiling whom we met yesterday," Xiaogizi replied. "Does this really have nothing to do with Yi Lingtian?" Su Zimo smiled and looked at the snow outside the window, deep in thought. "By the way, senior brother," Xiaogizi hurriedly said, "today, there's a competition for the next patriarch of the Yi family. Should we go and take a look?" "Sure." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The two of them bought an oil paper umbrella and walked towards the Yi family while facing the falling snow. The pure white sky looked exceptionally pure, and the falling snow seemed to have slowed down. The Yi family's competition was dispensable to Su Zimo and Yi Feiling. The two of them had breakfast on the way. By the time they arrived at the Yi family, the competition was already coming to an end. On the practice field, Yi Feiling was dressed in a white robe and stood with a sword in his hand. Sword chi surrounded his body. Opposite him, Yi Lingtian was dressed in an ordinary green robe, and his aura was very calm. "Lingtian, I'm really proud of you." Yi Feiling smiled and said, "Seeing that you haven't fallen, as expected of a disciple of the Yi family." "How long are you going to be a hypocrite?" Yi Lingtian said calmly. "What do you mean?" Yi Feiling was slightly stunned. "Let's talk with our strength. If I defeat you, I can become the next patriarch of the Yi family," Yi Lingtian said calmly. "My good brother, if it were anything else, I would give it to you." Yi Feiling shook his head and replied, "But this is about the patriarch of the Yi family. This concerns the future of our entire family. Forgive me, I can't hold back." "Do I need you to give it to me?" Yi Lingtian smiled contemptuously. At that moment, the aura of the venerable meridian realm was emitted from his body. Traces of demonic chi rose into the air as he looked at Yi Feiling emotionlessly. Yi Feiling felt as if his heart was being squeezed. 5 meridians. How is this possible? He looked at Yi Lingtian in shock and said in disbelief. Light snow fell on Yi Lingtian's body, but it was evaporated by the demonic chi around him. Su Zimo looked at Yi Lingtian and frowned slightly. He felt that the demonic chi was very familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen it before. At that moment, not only Yi Lingtian, but everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless. No one could understand how the good-for-nothing second young master in their memories had reached the venerable meridian realm at such a young age. This was something that many saints of the imperial lineage could not compare to. Yi Shilong, the patriarch of the Yi family, stood up from his seat and frowned slightly at the changes in the field. Demonic chi surrounded Yi Lingtian's body. He slowly raised his fists and with just one punch, Yi Feiling was sent flying. Spiritual chi surged around Yi Lingtian's body as he laughed heartily. After so many years of enduring humiliation, he was finally released today. Seeing that Yi Feiling had fallen to the side and did not stand up for a long time, Yi Lingtian turned to look at the seat of honor and said loudly, "Father, elders, is there a conclusion to this grand competition?" Hearing Yi Lingtian's words, the scene was very quiet. Yi Shilong was silent for a while, then smiled and said, "Tian, the position of patriarch is very important. It can't be decided so casually. You have never managed the family's affairs since you were young. As the patriarch, not only must you be powerful, but you must also be resourceful and have good management skills. Are you going back on your words?" Yi Lingtian frowned and asked disdainfully. "That's not the case. The first elder stood up and shook his head. In our Yi family, if the family members disagree with the patriarch's decision, the first elder said, there is a rule in our Yi family. If there is an objection to the patriarch's decision, as long as the 6 elders reject it at the same time, the patriarch's order can be cancelled. What do you mean? Yi Lingtian suddenly had a bad feeling. Now, the 6 of us elders have unanimously rejected the order issued by the patriarch. The order for the winner of the competition to become the successor of the family is cancelled, the great elder said calmly. I second that. Me too. The other 5 elders behind him nodded. Yi Lingtian's expression was ugly as he stared at the upper echelons of the family. He chuckled and said calmly, is this the taste of power? The upper echelons use power and rules to play others in the palm of their hands. Since the successor of the patriarch has already been decided, why do you have to hold this competition? Failing is more suitable than you to inherit the position of patriarch. The great elder snorted and said, if you don't believe me, you can ask everyone here what kind of image you have in their hearts. Yi Shilong sighed and said, Tian, when your brother becomes the patriarch in the future, you can be an elder to assist him. Together, the 2 of you can lead the Yi family to a more glorious future. Hearing everyone's words, Yi Lingtian laughed sarcastically. He had endured humiliation for so many years just to wait for an opportunity. But now, it seemed that all his efforts had become a joke in vain. I'm not convinced. Yi Lingtian raised his head slightly and roared unwillingly. He knew that this was his only chance. If he did not get anything this time, it would be difficult for him to make a comeback in the future. So what if you're not convinced? The great elder snorted and said, I don't believe it. You've fallen for so many years. How can you suddenly advance to the venerable pulse realm? Look at your current state. I suspect that you might have colluded with some evil forces. Waves of demonic aura rolled around Yi Lingtian's body. He smiled contemptuously and said, why? Are you going to convict me now? The family will investigate this matter. You'd better stay, the great elder said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of the Saint Pulse realm emanated from his body and suppressed Yi Lingtian. Although he had just entered the Saint Vein realm, he was not someone a venerable Vein realm martial artist like Yi Lingtian could contend with. A vast aura enveloped Yi Lingtian, and he felt his body sink. It was as if his entire body had been imprisoned, and he could not move at all. How could I lose? How could I lose to a piece of trash? At that moment, Yi Feiling, who had been knocked to the ground by Yi Lingtian, stood up from the ground with disheveled hair. He looked at Yi Lingtian beside him. His mind was in a mess. The sense of superiority he had grown up with made him unable to accept this failure. His eyes were filled with madness. Go to hell, trash, he roared and raised his sword to attack Yi Lingtian. With a ferocious look on his face, he had no intention of holding back at all. Just as the long sword was about to pierce Yi Lingtian's abdomen, a blue figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd and stood in front of Yi Lingtian. Pooh! The long sword entered his body, and the sharp edge of the sword brought with it endless sword chi. Guyan looked down at the long sword that had pierced her body. She turned to Yi Lingtian and said with a smile, Brother Lingtian, this is all I can do. Endless demonic chi roared around Yi Lingtian. The demonic chi was filled with a crazy evil nature. As the devil chi roared, the suppression of the great elder's Saint Pulse realm aura was temporarily broken. Yi Lingtian hugged the girl in his arms, who was already stained with blood. His eyes were red. He wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be stuck. He could not say a word for a long time. His expression was pained. He kept shaking his head and whimpering, don't leave. Brother Lingtian, do you know? I really want to spend the rest of my life with you. Even if it's a little plain and hard, it's okay. I really want to. Guyan reached out her hands and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Yi Lingtian's eyes. Blood flowed out of the wound on her chest. Guyan's face was getting paler and paler. Even her eyes were losing their light. Don't worry. When you're better, I'll take you away from here. We'll go to a place where no one can find us. No one can disturb us, Yi Lingtian said hurriedly. His hands trembled as he took out a large number of pills from his spatial ring and fed them all to Guyan. Unfortunately, when the long sword had pierced her, the sword qi had completely destroyed Gu Yun's internal organs. Unless there was some kind of heaven-defying pill, it would not help at all. Brother Ling Tian, promise me that you'll be well. As the last trace of a smile was fixed on Gu Yun's face, her hand slowly slid down from Yi Ling Tian's face. Her eyes also gradually closed. Yi Ling Tian roared at the sky in despair. He called the girl's name over and over again, but there was no response. A long time ago, he had thought that his dream was to become an emperor and achieve great things in a grand way. However, it was not until the moment the girl died in his arms that he suddenly realized that the girl in his arms was actually his everything. The so-called emperor's dream was actually just bullshit. You deserve to die. Yi Ling Tian raised his head and glared at Yi Feiling with murderous hatred. Yi Feiling took a few steps back and swallowed hard. Alright, this matter ends here. Do you want others to laugh at our Yi family? Grand Elder frowned and said. Yi Ling Tian did not pay any attention to Grand Elder's words. Demonic qi surged all over his body as he charged toward Yi Feiling. I said stop here. Didn't you hear me? A large palm condensed from spirit qi fell from the sky and slapped Yi Ling Tian to the ground. Yi Ling Tian stood up with much difficulty. He laughed bitterly and once again charged towards Yi Feiling without a care. Yi Feiling did not dare to fight. He could only keep running backward. Yi Ling Tian, are you trying to kill your own family? Grand Elder snorted coldly. The aura of the saint bloodline condensed all over his body, completely confining Yi Ling Tian to the spot. No matter how hard Yi Ling Tian struggled, he could not break free from this majestic aura. Master, elders, I suspect that his consciousness has been controlled by an evil spirit. We should kill him on the spot, Yi Feiling took the opportunity to say. Hearing Yi Feiling's words, Yi Shilong frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, put him in confinement first. Yi Ling Tian was confined and could not move. He could only watch as two Yi family disciples took him away. Yi Ling Tian's face was expressionless. His eyes were like a pool of stagnant water as he stared calmly at Gu Yun's corpse. After Yi Ling Tian was taken away, Yi Shilong also went up to apologize to everyone who was watching the grand competition. As the grand competition ended, many people present understood that this matter would definitely cause a stir in Hunyuan ancient city. It would become a topic of discussion before and after tea. After Su Zimo and Xiao Gizi returned to the inn, they planned to leave primordial ancient city as well. Senior brother, are we just going to let the assassination go? Xiao Gizi asked in confusion. No one can run away. It's just inconvenient for the time being to avoid alerting the enemy. Su Zimo shook his head with a smile. Senior brother, do you already know who the murderer is? Xiao Gizi asked. Don't you already have an answer in your heart? Su Zimo said with a smile. In the afternoon, the two of them left primordial ancient city on the dark sky tiger and the green dragon horse. Dusk and sunset intertwined on the horizon. The world seemed to have become brighter after a snowfall. It looked brand new as if it had been cleaned. On a remote street in primordial ancient city, a small tea stall was located there. Perhaps it was because the place was too remote, the tea stall did not have much business. An old man was sitting in front of the tea stall. He was holding a tea scripture in his hand and reading it with relish. Grandpa, that little brother called Yi Ling Tian is so pitiful. A little girl with a ponytail and a chubby face said indignantly, the Yi family is a big family in our primordial ancient city. They don't have any principles at all. Pitiful? Hearing the little girl's words, the old man shook his head with a smile. He put down the teacup and said, Xiaoqi, you have to understand. Everyone in this world doesn't have it easy. Everyone is working hard to live. It doesn't matter if they're pitiful or not. You choose your own path. No matter what the outcome is, you have to face and accept it calmly. At this point, the old man seemed to have thought of something. He sighed emotionally and looked at the sky with a deep gaze. Old man, you make a pot of sunset glow. A voice interrupted the old man's thoughts. All right. The old man quickly smiled and began to get busy. Su Zimo and Xiao Gizi walked out of primordial ancient city. After identifying the direction, they headed toward the 100 Lane clan. The snow had stopped falling. The hazy mountain range in the distance was shrouded in white fog. In this silent winter, there were basically no pedestrians around primordial ancient city. The surroundings seemed very bleak. Not long after Suzimo and Xiaogizi walked, they saw a black dot appear on the distant horizon. The black dot moved faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared not far away from Suzimo. It was a figure. To be precise, it was an old man. The old man was dressed in a black robe. His stooped figure stood between heaven and earth. Although he did not have a powerful aura, he gave off an oppressive feeling. Hand over the clear sky battle physique jewel and the information about the third physique, the old man said calmly. I can let you die a quick death. I thought Guming was already scared out of his wits, Suzimo replied with a smile. This old man was the shopkeeper of the Manghuang Tavern. It seems that you deliberately lured me here. The old man frowned slightly. He spread out his spirit and did not sense any other auras around him. As a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint bloodline, he was confident in his own strength. You Guming are really bold. You were the ones who caused the disaster in primordial ancient city back then, and now you dare to appear in the ancient city openly, Suzimo said. So what? The old man shook his head slightly and replied, it was such a good opportunity back then. If it weren't for some idiots in the clan who messed things up, we might have been the ones who started this new era now. Hearing the old man's words, Suzimo fell silent for a while. Although he did not live through Guming's era, he had experienced the horror of that disaster in the long river of fate. That was the era of the Manghuang Tavern monsters. At that time, the human race did not have any status. The monsters dominated everything. People often said that there were 3,000 races in the world. However, the number of races in the world could not be summed up with just 3,000. Perhaps at that time, no one really knew about the Guming race. It was not until they secretly nurtured their strength and finally saw the light of day. When they invaded the entire Yuanyang continent, people really saw the horror of this race. Even the powerful demon race had to avoid them at that time. However, in the tens of thousands of years of war against Guming, there was one race that made outstanding contributions. That was the giant race. They used to be the second largest race after the demon race in the Manghuang Tavern. Unfortunately, in the battle against Guming, they did not exhaust their strength. In the end, although they won a Pyrrhic victory, they were almost exterminated. The giant race's strength was reduced to less than 1/10 of its original strength. It was also to recognize their contributions to the entire continent. All the forces on the continent reached a consensus that no one was allowed to kill any member of the giant race at will. This rule had been in use until now. Even after the great Emperor Zhenwu started the Age of Emperors, he did not overturn it. However, as time passed, people gradually forgot the glory of the giant race. Many people even secretly began to kill members of the giant race. For example, when Suzimo was in the 100,000 mountains, Xianxia was prepared to kill that giant for the sake of the treasure with the life attribute. I really want to know what kind of backup plan you have prepared. The old man exuded the aura of the peak of the Saint bloodline realm. He smiled faintly and said, why did you lure me here? You'll know soon. Suzimo smiled. Next to him, a huge vortex appeared, and an ancient beast roar shook the world. Hundan's huge body slowly crawled out of the vortex. An ancient beast. The old man stared at Hundan and said in disbelief, it's really hard to imagine that an ancient beast can survive and willingly become your bloodline beast. Old man, the aura on your body is really annoying, Hundan replied indifferently. For the beasts that had experienced Guming's era, it was not just the human race that they hated the most. Guming's race was also the race that they hated the most. When Hundan raised his left claw and slapped the old man with an endless hurricane, the old man's expression changed drastically. Only then did the old man's complexion greatly change. The dark gray spirit chi on his body surged, condensing into a dark gray mist. When Hundan's right claw hit the fog, there was a scream. The fog instantly dispersed, and a 10-meter wide moat was formed on the ground. The old man's figure had already appeared in midair. His true fate appeared above his head. It was also a gray fog, but there was a red light flickering in the fog. It was like a sea of blood from hell. Countless ferocious monsters were roaring in it. Ear-piercing and sharp cries could be heard. The sky seemed to be reflected in this terrifying gray fog. When one looked up, the originally clear and bright world could not be seen clearly. Only the gray fog enveloped the surroundings. Divine Pulse Realm Beast. The old man looked solemn. He looked deeply at Hun Dun and said word by word. The power of Hun Dun's attack just now was definitely not something an ordinary Saint Pulse Realm Beast could possess. Old man, unless the 10 kings of hell from Guming descend today, your 13 sages are really not enough. Hun Dun laughed contemptuously. It opened its mouth wide and sucked in the gray fog that surrounded the old man's head, which looked like a sea of blood from hell. Hun Dun burped and raised his right claw again. Boundless spiritual energy surged in the sky and a huge claw condensed, grabbing at the old man. At this moment, the old man did not dare to fight. He hurriedly escaped into the void and tried to escape. Boundless beast power was emitted from Hun Dun. When the spiritual energy around him surged, it froze the space within a few miles. The old man's figure was also forcefully expelled from the void. Although he was a Saint Pulse Realm expert, he could not tear the space in front of him under the seal of Hun Dun's Divine Pulse Realm. The boundless claw fell from the sky and a rumbling sound reverberated in the air. The claw condensed from spiritual energy grabbed the old man. No matter how the old man resisted, it was futile. Ant like a flea. Hun Dun snorted and slapped down with his right claw. There was an explosion. Although the old man had tried his best to defend, he was still seriously injured by Hun Dun's claw. He was on the verge of death. However, the injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the power of the Saint Pulse Realm. As long as one's soul was not destroyed, it was only a matter of time before he recovered from his injuries. Boss, he has no combat power for the time being, Hun Dun said as if he was asking for credit. Su Zimo smiled and walked to the old man. He said, "Shouldn't we talk now?" The old man was silent for a while and said, "I'm also very curious. You spent so much effort to lure me here. What are you trying to do? Let's go somewhere else. This place is too close to Hunyuan Ancient City." The commotion just now might have attracted some people's attention. Su Zimo smiled. Then, Hun Dun carried the old man and everyone left together. Not far from their line of sight, they stopped in front of a snow-covered mountain range. "Actually, I don't have much hatred for your Guming tribe." Su Zimo smiled and said, "As long as you tell me something, I can let you go." "What do you want to know?" the old man asked in a hoarse voice. "It's a secret technique that your Guming clan has been researching for tens of thousands of years," Su Zimo replied. "You want to know the secret technique of the fusion of battle constitutions?" The old man was startled. He quickly shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you." "Alright, stop acting." Su Zimo chuckled. "I know better than any of you what the 100 great battle physiques are. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but if you want to fuse with the 100 battle body, just your Guming clan is not qualified." Hearing Su Zimo's words, the old man's expression changed slightly, but he recovered in an instant. He said calmly, "I don't understand what you're talking about." "It's okay, I'll tell you a story and you'll understand." Su Zimo smiled and said, "Once upon a time, there was an era called the Desolate Era. The demon race, giant race, and undying race divided the world into 3 and ruled that era. Among them, the demon race was the strongest, followed by the giant race, and the undying race followed closely behind. In that era, other than these 3 races, the other races were as lowly as ants in the dust. They were killed wantonly and even used as food for the demon race. In a remote corner of the Desolate Era, there was a race called Guming. The leader of this race was a Chinibu and hot-blooded person who loved to fight for the injustice of the world. You're the Chinibu. That's our lofty dream." The old man rudely interrupted Su Zimo's words and shouted excitedly, "That kind of ambition, how can you idiots understand?" As the old man spoke, his voice became softer and softer. He blankly squatted where he was, suddenly remembering something and began to cry. It was hard to imagine that a Saint bloodline expert who had experienced countless hardships would cry so easily. The leader believed that everything in the world was equal, that no one should be born high and mighty. The old man sobbed and began to tell the story of his race. "We have inadvertently obtained something that can help us obtain great power. After tens of thousands of years of hiding, the strength of our race finally reached an unprecedented peak. At that time, in the desolate era, there were already more than 10,000 races. No one knew of a race called Guming, and no one knew what we would bring. That day, it was raining outside, and the rain was very heavy. The leader told us that he didn't know what this would bring to the entire race, but he never regretted it. As the old man spoke, his expression became emotional again. Why should the people of the three races be born high and mighty, incomparably noble, and the other races can only live lowly lives? We started a war, but our goal was only to defeat the three races and build a fairer and more just world. We called on all races except the three races, wanting to unite and overthrow their rule. We could have built a prosperous era and walked towards a new era. Even though we knew that there was no real fairness in this world, we could have done our best to balance it. But it was because of fools like you that you didn't dare to rebel against the rule of the three races. The old man was silent for a long time at this point, and finally shook his head in amusement. The power of the three races was too deeply rooted in people's hearts, and those races didn't dare to unite with us to resist. Instead, they turned around and helped the three races against us. That war lasted for tens of thousands of years, and in the end, we were almost exterminated. We lost. But the world will never know the truth. We are the ones who should be remembered by the era. Unfortunately, under the propaganda of the three races, we became the devils who wanted to destroy the world. We became the rats that everyone wanted to beat up. We could only live in the dark sewers. With our own ambitions and ideals, we died without any illness and lived lowly. Hearing the old man's words, Su Zimo turned to look at Hun Dun. Hun Dun hurriedly explained, back then, that war was commanded by the ancestors of the upper realm, and we were just following orders. Besides, how did you, a warrior of the Saint Meridian realm, survive from the desolate era until now? Why should we believe what you say? It doesn't matter, someone had to stand up, didn't they? The old man smiled and shook his head, saying, even without Gu Ming, wasn't it a man called Shenwu who stood up and ended everything? Upon hearing the old man's words, Su Zimo smiled and said, what I'm more interested in now is how a saint bloodline realm cultivator like you managed to survive from the desolation era until now. Give up, I won't tell you anything, the old man said indifferently. At this moment, the leaf that Su Zimo had obtained in the secret realm suddenly emitted a green light in his storage ring. He has consumed the leaf of life before, the consciousness in the leaf said. Su Zimo nodded and said, okay, let's get back to the topic. Give me that secret technique and I'll let you go. I don't know what secret technique you're talking about, the old man replied indifferently. If it's a secret technique for the fusion of battle constitutions, then don't even think about it. You still don't want to admit it? Su Zimo smiled and said, in fact, you know in your hearts that the secret technique for the fusion of battle constitutions is just a cover. In fact, you've been secretly researching a secret technique for the twin battle constitutions. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, the old man's expression changed drastically. He stared at Su Zimo. The secret technique for the twin battle constitutions was a secret of their clan. Apart from the 10 kings of hell, the 9 spirits god, and the 13 sages, no one else knew about it. Even the internal members of the Guming clan did not know about the secret technique. The old man felt a chill run down his spine. He did not know how Su Zimo knew about it. Could it be that someone in the upper echelons of the clan had betrayed them? But after thinking about it carefully, it should be impossible. Everyone had survived from the desolation era until now. They had the same ambitions and dreams, so they would never betray them for anything. How did you know? The old man asked indifferently. At this point, he also knew that there was no point in hiding it. That's not important. Su Zimo shook his head and replied, we're not enemies. Maybe we can try to cooperate. Su Zimo was determined to obtain the secret technique for the twin battle constitutions. This secret technique allowed one to possess 2 battle constitutions at the same time. More importantly, the 2 constitutions weren't completely melded with his body. For someone like Su Zimo who had already fused the first constitution, it wouldn't be very useful even if he fused other constitutions. The twin battle bodies were related to the mysteries of the Saint bloodline realm. Once a martial artist advanced to the Saint vein realm, they would be able to possess a complete divine soul. As long as the divine soul was not destroyed, no matter how serious the injury was, it could be healed. The secret technique of the twin battle bodies was actually related to the divine soul. For ordinary people, the fusion of battle constitutions would only affect the physical body. However, the twin battle constitutions would not only allow the original physical body to fuse with the battle body, but it could also help the divine soul to fuse with the 100 battle constitutions. Since the day of the 100 battle constitutions, nobody had ever heard of anyone who could combine their soul and body into 2 battle constitutions at the same time. With the support of the battle constitution, the warrior's divine soul would be greatly enhanced in both defense and attack. It was no exaggeration to say that this secret method would become the mainstream cultivation system of the entire Yuanyang continent. Martial artists in the Saint bloodline realm would have a completely different level of combat prowess if their divine souls had not fused with their battle constitutions. This is a secret method that my clan spent millions of years and paid a great price to develop, the old man said indifferently. If I give it to you, I will be a traitor to my entire clan. I can't let everything go to waste even if I die. Don't be so sure. Let me tell you another story. Su Zimo smiled and said, after the Guming clan was defeated, they went into hiding all over the Yuanyang continent. Their headquarters was set up in the Cloud City, and at the same time, they also set up branches in the main cities of various continents. These include the Manghuan Tavern in the Primordial Ancient City, the Sky Star Restaurant in the Sky Ray Ancient City, the Yellow Sand Tea House in the Desert North. As Su Zimo listed the names of the branches one by one, the old man's expression became more and more panicked. What do you think will happen to the Guming clan if I spread this news? Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, the old man gnashed his teeth and glared at Su Zimo. He said fiercely, "You deserve to die." "I'm really sad to hear you say that," Su Zimo smiled and replied, "I didn't kill anyone from the Guming clan. I just spread some news." Oh, by the way, the Guming clan has been conserving their strength for millions of years since their defeat in the Great War of the prehistoric era. If the location of your headquarters, the Cloud City, is exposed, don't you think all your hard work over the past million years will go down the drain? I can give you the secret method. The old man fell silent for a while. He stared at Su Zimo and said, "But why should I believe you? What if you continue to threaten me or spread the news after you get the secret method? I won't be able to stop you. You don't have a choice. If I wanted to spread the news, I would have done so long ago. You're not the only one among the 13 sages. I can also look for other Guming clans," Su Zimo replied calmly. "Give me the secret method and I'll let you go. Also, I want to meet your 10 great kings of hell. Ask him to come and talk to me." The old man fell silent for a long time. In the end, he nodded and replied, "I'll only say the secret method once. Remember it well." "I don't believe you. After all, you can't be careless when it comes to the spirit." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "Then what do you want?" The old man frowned slightly. "Open up your mind." "I want to check your memories," Su Zimo replied. "That's impossible." The old man's expression changed drastically. He immediately refused. If Su Zimo peeped at his memories, then all his secrets in his life would be presented to Su Zimo without reservation. "Don't worry, the memories I want to see are only the ones related to the study of the twin bodies. I'm not interested in your other memories," Su Zimo said with a smile. The old man pondered for a long time. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. In fact, at their level, there weren't many things that could threaten them. Even death wouldn't be of any help. However, Su Zimo happened to use the race they cared about the most. This might be their biggest weakness. As the old man opened up his mind, his spirit also cut off the memories related to the twin bodies and began to share them with Su Zimo. This memory was very long. It started from when Guming first began to study the twin bodies. He had experienced countless failures and millions of years of waste and setbacks. Su Zimo could have a more intuitive impression of this secret method. It was as if he had personally participated in the research. By the time this memory ended, almost 7 days had passed. Su Zimo let out a long breath. He smiled and said, "I have to say, in terms of innovation and wisdom, your Guming is really admirable. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise now?" The old man's expression was not very good. After all, No one would feel good if their memories were checked and their entire race's efforts over millions of years ended up benefiting someone else. You can leave now. Su Zimo nodded and let Hundan release the suppression on the old man. I hope we'll meet again, Su Zimo said with a smile. It's best if we don't meet again, the old man replied indifferently. The aura of the holy bloodline realm surged on his body. In the blink of an eye, his figure had disappeared into the endless void. Senior brother, do you think Gu Ming will take revenge on us? Xiaogizi asked worriedly. Who knows? Su Zimo smiled. He sat cross-legged and began to organize the mysteries of the twin battle bodies. This secret method could only be used after he advanced to the holy bloodline realm and condensed the complete body of his divine soul. However, he could now prepare for the fusion of the 100 battle bodies first. Although he already had the Qingyun battle body, to be honest, Su Zimo really didn't care about this battle body. Because the second battle body had to be fused with the divine soul, he naturally had to choose the battle body that was most compatible with the divine soul among the 100 battle bodies. The sky was slightly bright, and the sun slowly rose from the east. The snow-covered world began to melt under the cover of the rising sun. The airflow in the air seemed to become colder. Su Zimo and Xiaogizi were about to leave the mountain range and go to the location of the Bailey clan. The two of them had just taken 2 steps when they felt the earth begin to shake. A black demonic aura slowly rose from the middle of the mountain range, like a black mushroom cloud exploding, covering the entire sky. Senior brother, this is? Xiaogizi said in horror. Let's go and take a look. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. He could feel a sense of urgency in his heart, and even his heart was beating much faster. Senior brother, why don't we go? There must be some great danger, Xiaogizi replied. Go to Primordial Ancient City and wait for me, Su Zimo said indifferently as he stared at the black fog. Senior brother, I, Xiaogizi, am not the kind of person who is afraid of death. I will go with you, Xiaogizi quickly said. That's not what I meant. I feel like something is calling me. You should leave first. Su Zimo shook his head and said, I'll look for you when the time comes. Xiaogizi hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Senior brother, I'll wait for you for 3 days. If you don't come out in 3 days, I'll immediately return to the sage sect to call for reinforcements. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Looking at Xiaogizi's departing figure, Su Zimo turned his head. After a moment of silence, he finally walked towards the center of the mountain range. Boundless devil chi churned and roared. Within this devil chi, ferocious and despairing faces appeared. The entire sky was dyed black. This power was very pure and didn't contain any attributes. The devil chi transformed into all things and churned in the surroundings. Under this power, it was as if everything in the world had submitted to it. The deeper Su Zimo went, the stronger the familiar feeling in his body became. The devil chi's momentum became stronger and stronger. Finally, he arrived in front of a valley. Welcome to my realm of despair. I am the devil of despair, by Mont. A sinister and terrifying face condensed from black fog appeared in midair. The devil chi on the face became even stronger and the space around him was eroded into a pitch-black color. Ant, submit to me. I will engrave my devil seal on your true fate and you will become a devil son. Then, you will be able to obtain my supreme power. The moment this devil appeared, Su Zimo felt that some kind of suppression in his body seemed to have reached an extreme. He roared towards the sky. The devil chi in his body churned and the hell-suppressing godly physique in his body automatically activated. The devil chi that covered the sky was torn apart in an instant. Streaks of lightning danced in the sky like dragons. A purer and more powerful devil chi rose from Su Zimo's body. His hair turned fiery red in an instant. Streaks of purplish-black lines appeared on his face. Endless devil chi was emitted from his demonic eyes, and all the muscles in his body seemed to have tensed up. The tens of thousands of devil chi in the sky all submitted to Su Zimo and coiled around his body. At this moment, he was like the master of everything in the world, the eternal king. This is. The demonic shadow looked at the scene in front of him and murmured in disbelief. Su Zimo felt like his head was about to explode. A strange and intermittent memory fragments and images appeared in his mind. Remember my name. I am Baimont, the person in charge of the southeast region of the demon-slaying legion. You little demons will be eradicated one day. Your demon lord's head will also be taken by me, warrior Paimon. I lost. Why didn't you kill me? Don't think that I will submit to you just because you let me go. I won't. We are mortal enemies. Mortal enemies. We will fight to the death. What kind of path do you want to take? Is this your ambition? Demon Master, can I join you? I swear in the name of Baimont, the warrior. I am willing to become a demon of despair. I will follow your footsteps for the rest of my life. Even if I have to fight against the whole world, I will not hesitate. I will follow you until the end of the world. Everything will be destroyed. Thousands of devil chi welcomed the man in the sky. It was as if everything in the world could only look up to him. You are back. Baimont looked at Suzimo in shock. He said excitedly, I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong. This aura, this bloodline. Even if you haven't fully grown, I can still vaguely see you walking to the end of the world with a lance in your hand. Resurrected. Our ancient demon race can finally see the light of day again. Paimon said excitedly while facing the sky and laughing heartily. The devil chi around him shook the endless space and roared. His laughter was full of evil and wanton carefreeness. Demon Master, welcome back. Suzimo sorted out the unfamiliar fragments that suddenly appeared in his memory. However, he felt that these memories were too fragmented. He had no clue at all. There were many things that didn't match up with each other. The devil chi in front of him condensed together. It was like dark clouds in a rainstorm. It was gloomy and dark, giving people a sense of oppression. A roar came from the demonic chi. Then, a burly man jumped out of the demonic chi. With just a light leap, he heard a boom. The earth was filled with dust, and a bottomless crack appeared. The crack extended all the way to the horizon, and the bottom couldn't be seen. One of the 18 demon gods, Baimont, the devil of despair, greets my lord. This man was tall and sturdy, at least 3 meters tall. His skin was pitch black and gave off a thick demonic aura. His eyes were scarlet, bloody, and demonic, and he had a pair of tough bull horns on top of his head. Every time he breathed, his breath was pitch black. As he slowly knelt down, the space around him began to vibrate. His every movement seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Demon Master, are you talking about me? Suzimo muttered. Master, you haven't been to the ancient devil's cave yet, right? Baimont respectfully asked. What is that place? Suzimo frowned. He tried to remember, but he felt that this name was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where it came from. That's right, when you receive your inheritance and pick up the soaring sky spear, you'll understand everything, Baimont explained. You know me very well? Suzimo frowned and asked. Master, I was once your demon general, Baimont hurriedly replied. I've been sleeping here for 1,000,000 years, waiting for your return. How can you be sure that I'm the one you've been waiting for? Suzimo doubtfully asked. Your aura, bloodline, and demon body can't be wrong, Baimont respectfully replied. Demon body? Isn't that a divine body? Suzimo was startled and asked. Master, this body was originally yours, but after your defeat, it was forcefully split apart by the heavens to refine it. If a destined person obtains it, it will naturally become a divine body. But if it returns to its original owner, it will become your demon body. Hearing Baimont's explanation, Suzimo finally understood. No wonder after activating the devil body of suppressing hell, the state of the devil body of suppressing hell was different from Chu Yang's previous life. Demon Master, Suzimo muttered, then asked again, how much do you know about my past? No one knows of your excellency's origins, although as demon generals, we don't know much. Besides, we don't need to know that, Baimont shook his head and said with a fanatical expression, I only know that we can only follow your footsteps and carry on your ideals. You are like the sun in the void. Like a lighthouse on the other side of the turbulent sea. You will guide us and lead us to seek the true meaning of life and explore the door to the new world. To build an eternal kingdom. And you will be the eternal devil master. Suzimo was reminded of some fanatical believers when he saw the man's expression. What's your cultivation? Suzimo asked. This subordinate has already opened 9 meridians, and is currently at the peak of the Profound Way realm, Beaumont hurriedly replied. In fact, with my strength, I have already opened 10 meridians. However, there was a restriction in this world, and no one was allowed to surpass the Great Emperor realm. Therefore, I can only maintain the strength of the Profound Tao realm. Su Zimo nodded. Once a cultivator reached the Divine Vein realm, they could be considered to have opened 8 meridians. At this time, whether it was entering the Tao or the Immortal Path, they had to open their 9th meridian and ascend to the higher realms. Where is the primordial devil cave you spoke of? Su Zimo asked. It is in the higher realms, but there is a demon gate in the central continent that can be connected to the primordial devil cave, Beaumont replied. Master, if you go to the central continent, you can also take a look at the demon gate. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He felt his mind was in a mess. He didn't know what it meant to be a devil master, or what his relationship with a devil master was. He could only wait until he arrived at the primordial devil cave to ask for the answers. Master, please allow me to follow you from now on, Beaumont hurriedly said. I have waited for 10,000 years, and my only wish is to be able to follow behind you like I did in the past. Very well, but from now on, without my orders, you are not allowed to interfere with anything, Su Zimo casually said. He dispelled the demon body of purgatory state and descended from the sky, causing the demon chi in the air to slowly dissipate. This subordinate does not dare, Beaumont hurriedly nodded. The demon chi in the sky began to gather and condense into a mass of black demonic clouds. Beaumont's burly body slowly disappeared into the demonic clouds, and the demonic clouds also disappeared into the void of space. Su Zimo knew that the demonic clouds had always been by his side, but normal people couldn't sense them. He turned his gaze towards the direction of Primordial City. The gigantic city was still standing tall and straight on the horizon. It seems it's time to settle some debts. Primordial City, Age of Emperors, Year 10372. The gentle sunlight shone down on the ground, bringing the first hint of warmth to the winter after a heavy snowfall. On this day, the people of Primordial City went about their daily lives as usual. The steamed bun shop at the corner of the street was giving off an enticing fragrance. The old man at the tea stall was as usual, reading the Tea Sutra in his hand with great interest. Yi Failing was patrolling the clan, and all the children he saw greeted him flatteringly. This was a day where snow had just started to fall, and a warm wind swept across the land. Boom! 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 The sound of the earth shaking could be heard from underground. At first, the shaking wasn't too big, and many people didn't even notice it. But as the shaking became more and more intense, a dilapidated building in the city collapsed. It was only then that everyone realized what was going on. The earth was shaking, and everyone looked towards the east in fear. There, the shadow of a gigantic beast appeared on the horizon, as if it was propping up the sky, carrying the sky with its shoulders as it walked towards them step by step. What is that? Some people looked at this scene in fear, feeling their scalp tingling. Even though it was still a bit far away, the shock brought about by its gigantic body was enough to shock everyone. This scene caught the attention of almost everyone in the city. Su Zimo stood on top of chaos, and the cold wind blew his long hair into a mess. He wore a black robe and carried the tyrannical shadow on his back, looking in the direction of Primordial City with a deep gaze. Even if there are millions of people, I will still press on. Everyone in the city stopped what they were doing and rushed to the city gate. The crowded streets were now filled with people. In Primordial City, the major families led by the Yi family had also rushed to the front of the city. Everyone looked at the approaching shadow of the beast with solemn eyes. It was a gigantic beast that was hundreds of meters tall, with 2 pairs of blood-red wings on its back that blotted out the sky, as if blocking the only remaining sunlight. The shadow of the beast shrouded the entire Primordial City, and its massive beast aura swept across half of the world, as if even the sky was trembling. Everyone looked up at the shadow of the beast, and at that moment, everyone was shocked to discover that a black-robed young man was standing on top of the beast's head. A violent wind blew silently from the horizon. An indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears. I'm here to kill someone. May I know who you're looking for? Yi Shilong stood at the front. The aura of a peak saint bloodline was majestic. He stepped on the air and looked at Su Zimo solemnly. Behind him, the patriarchs of several large families in the primordial ancient city followed closely behind. I'm looking for someone from your Yi family, Su Zimo said indifferently. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, Yi Shilong's expression changed drastically. He fell silent for a while and finally asked tentatively, "May I know who in the family offended you?" "A few days ago, I was staying in an inn in the ancient city when I was suddenly attacked by the Xiang family from Mabe," Su Zimo replied. "The mastermind should be your son, Yi Failing. How are you so sure that it's someone from Mabe's Xiang family and not someone impersonating him or using him to frame my son?" Yi Shilong asked. "I think you haven't figured out the situation yet," Su Zimo chuckled and said, "I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just informing you that I'm going to kill your son. That's all. This matter won't involve anyone else. Of course, if anyone tries to stop me, I don't mind slaughtering this city." Yi Shilong fell silent for a while again and finally said, "Can you give me some time to understand the situation? If it's really him, I'll definitely kidnap him and bring him to you without any hesitation." 1 hour. Su Zimo closed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, "If I don't see him in 1 hour, I'll destroy your entire Yi family." As everyone from the Yi family hurried back, Chaos' huge figure stood in front of the city and did not attack again. It was much taller than the 100-meter-tall city wall. When Chaos looked down at the entire ancient city, the people who came to watch the show fled in fright. The shopkeeper selling steamed buns in the north of the city took out the steamed buns that had just come out of the steamer. The tempting fragrance wafted in the surrounding streets for dozens of meters. Thereafter, the shopkeeper looked at the towering figure of Han Dun and sighed. He muttered to himself softly, "There truly isn't a single pure land in this world." In front of a tea stall in a remote alley, the old man casually glanced in the direction of Chaos, then lowered his head and flipped through the tea scripture in his hand as if nothing had happened. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he would not change his expression, as if everything in the world was not as important as the tea sutra in his hands. In the Yi family's main hall, everyone was as anxious as ants in a hot pot. "Ling tell me the truth. Did you do this?" Yi Shilong asked with a frown. "Father, I don't know anything," Yi Failing quickly shook his head and replied. "You're still quibbling." Yi Shilong says indifferently, "Don't think that I don't know that your mother once arranged several killers secretly trained by the Xiang clan to protect you. Now tell me, where are the assassins protecting you?" Hearing Yi Shilong's words, Yi Failing quickly knelt down and said in a panic, "Father, I didn't think of this before. A few days ago, that person had a conflict with second brother in the Miyu pavilion. I really couldn't stand it, so I sent people to kill him to avenge second brother." Hearing Yi Failing's words, Yi Shilong's expression became slightly better. "Master, the most important thing now is how to deal with that person," the great elder says. "How do we deal with him?" Yi Shilong frowns. He also felt troubled. "I can't see through that person's realm, so it's fine. The key is that the vain beast under him is definitely in the divine vein realm. Who in our Yi family can stop him? Even if we invite our ancestor, it won't help." The Yi family's ancestor was naturally among the first batch of people to build the ancient city, but he was only in the divine vein realm. As everyone knew, at the same realm, demonic beasts would absolutely crush humans. It was just that their cultivation speed was much slower than humans. "Do we really have to tie Failing up and bring him to that person?" the great elder says indifferently. "Father, I don't want to die yet. Please save me." Yi Failing kneels on the ground and quickly begs. Yi Shilong's face is filled with struggle. On one side is an almost invincible enemy, and on the other side is his own son, whom he has high hopes for. He closes his eyes slightly. In fact, he knows it himself. Their Yi family has no choice. He can only tie up his son and bring him to that person. Otherwise, the entire Yi family will be destroyed. His lips move slightly. Just as he is about to helplessly announce his decision, he sees a servant running in. "Master, there are 5 people outside who say they want to see you." Hearing the servant's words, Yi Shilong frowns slightly. Before he can say anything, a burst of hearty laughter comes from outside. "Master Yi, how have you been?" Everyone in the hall looked outside and saw 5 people walking in through the door. 3 men and 2 women. The 5 of them are wearing the same style of beast robes, but the colors are different. Black, white, yellow, blue, green. These 5 people all have a very strong beast aura, giving people the feeling that they are human-shaped beasts. 5 ancestors of the stone tablet, what are you doing here? Yi Shilong frowns and asks. The 5 ancestors of the stone tablet are all existences at the peak of the Saint Vain realm. It is said that they have once obtained the inheritance of an ancient great demon. With a human body, they have cultivated the demon race's cultivation method. The most terrifying thing is that the demon race's cultivation method is of the same origin. The 5 of them can even contend against a divine Vain realm expert for a period of time. However, these 5 people have done many evil things outside. It is said that they offended a large force, so they hid in the primordial ancient city to take refuge. The whereabouts of the 5 people are strange. Other than the higher-ups, many people don't even know that the 5 ancestors of the stone tablet are in the primordial ancient city. I think Master Yi should have encountered some problems. Among the 5 ancestors of the stone tablet, one of the men in a white robe who looks like a scholar said with a smile. Not many people know the names of the 5 ancestors of the stone tablet. They are also called by the color of each other's beast robes. These 5 people are He Ji Laozu, Bai Ji Laozu, Huang Ji Laozu, Lan Ji Laozu, and Qing Ji Laozu. What? Bai Ji Laozu wants to help? Yi Shilong snorted coldly and asked with a displeased expression towards the actions of the few people who trespassed into the Yi residence. That's what I have in mind. Bai Ji Laozu smiled and replied. Alright, Yi Shilong said disdainfully, I admit that the 5 of you are existences at the peak of the Saint Vain realm, and your strength is indeed not to be underestimated. But the vain beast outside is at the divine Vain realm. What do you have to contend with it? 5 Saint Vain realm experts won't do, but what if there are 5 divine Vain realm experts? He Ji Laozu said calmly. Hearing He Ji Laozu's words, Yi Shilong frowned slightly. He carefully sensed and didn't find anything different from the 5 people. What do you mean? Yi Shilong asked doubtfully. Patriarchy, you don't have to doubt it, Laozu said with a smile, the 5 of us have obtained a set of formations before. As long as we are in the formation, our strength at the peak of the Saint Vain realm can be temporarily raised to the divine Vain realm for an hour. After years of hard work by the 5 of us, the core materials for this formation have been gathered. What do I need to pay? Yi Shilong narrowed his eyes and asked faintly. He naturally didn't believe that these 5 people would help him for no reason. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch. After subduing that vain beast, it must belong to us, Laozu said. No problem, Yi Shilong nodded. Also, we may need your Yi family's Laozu to come out. 6 divine Vain realm experts will have a higher chance of success, Laozu continued. After all, we can only be regarded as a pseudo-divine Vain. That's impossible, Yi Shilong refused without thinking when he heard Laozu's words. Yi family's Laozu was currently sealed by the dust blood stone. Every time he came out, he would consume a lot of his lifespan. To be precise, Laozu was the foundation of the Yi family. If they had to pay such a big price just to protect Yi failing. Even if Yi Shilong agreed alone, the elders of the family would not be willing. Let your Laozu come out. After subduing that vain beast, we can give it to your Yi family, the 5 ancestors discussed for a while. Finally, Bai Ji Laozu said slowly, but we have a condition. Hearing Bai Ji Laozu's words, everyone in the Yi family's main hall was excited. With an extra divine Vain realm vain beast, the strength of their Yi family would increase by leaps and bounds. What condition? Yi Shilong suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked with a flat face. We want half of that vain beast's blood essence, Bai Ji replied, but don't worry, without the blood essence, the vain beast will be weak for a long time. But as long as there are enough drafts, it will definitely recover in time. Yi Shilong narrowed his eyes and pondered. He looked at the 5 ancestors. He already had an answer in his heart. It seemed like the reason why they were willing to help this time was because they had their eyes on the vain beast's blood essence. Or it could be said that they were cultivating the cultivation techniques of the demon race. Perhaps the blood essence of this vain beast was related to whether they could advance to the divine Vain realm. Both sides had obtained their gains. They had protected Yi failing and obtained a divine Vain realm beast. And the other party would also obtain the essence blood they wanted. Alright. Yi Shilong slammed the table. His Saint Vain aura burst forth as he looked out of the city. Our Yi family is not that easy to bully. It's almost time. Su Zimo looked in the direction of the ancient city's Yi family. He slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Hun Dun roared and slammed his huge claws onto the city wall. Boundless spirit chi reverberated in the air. With a loud boom, the vast city walls of the ancient city shook slightly, and countless bricks and stones fell from above. Don't be anxious, Yi Shilong said with a faint smile as he stepped on the air. Boundless spirit chi surged around him. It seems like you want to go back on your word, Su Zimo said with a smile. Don't you think you're too overbearing? Yi Shilong said indifferently, you want to convict my son without any evidence. What do you think of our Yi family? Forgive me for not agreeing. If you leave now, I can treat it as if nothing happened. Su Zimo chuckled, shook his head slightly, and said, I hope you don't regret it. At this moment, all 5 meridians in his body were opened. At the same time, all 8 meridians in Hun Dun's body were opened. The resonance of the meridians was produced between the two. Boundless spirit chi surged in the void, and Su Zimo's figure gradually disappeared into the void. At this moment, Hun Dun's huge body leaped up and directly jumped into the primordial ancient city. He waved his sharp claws and tore through layers of space. With endless sharpness, he attacked Yi Shilong. Yi Shilong's expression changed slightly, and he shouted to the surroundings, Are you guys done? Almost. In the 4 directions of the primordial ancient city, 4 of the 5 ancestors of the stone tablet were standing at the eye of the formation. Bai Ji and Laozu were at the center of the primordial ancient city. 5 different beams of light soared into the sky from the void, dyeing the entire sky in various colors. Yi Shilong quickly retreated. He did not let anyone from the Yi family participate in this battle. It was because both sides' battle prowess was too high. No matter how many others there were, they were just cannon fodder. Hun Dun snorted coldly and watched as Yi Shilong continued to escape from the void. He released endless beast might around him, suppressing the entire space. He waved his big claws and charged towards Yi Shilong with unparalleled power. At this moment, the 5 beams of light in the sky were getting stronger and stronger. Endless pressure descended from the sky. The figures of the 5 ancestors of the stone tablet were enveloped in the light. Just as Hun Dun's sharp claws were about to hit Yi Shilong, an aurora flew over from afar and directly hit the sharp claws. It was this aurora that made Hun Dun's attack pause for a moment, allowing Yi Shilong to escape with his heart palpitating. Hun Dun turned his head slightly and saw an old man walking over from the distant horizon. The 8 meridian gates in his body opened at the same time, and his true fate appeared above his head. His green robe swayed with endless wind and waves. The true fate was a leaf. The leaf was dark purple in color, and there were countless patterns engraved on it. When the leaf pressed down from the void, endless purple light appeared within it. At the same time, when the 5 beams of light around the primordial ancient city reached a limit, the wind and clouds in the sky stirred up the boundless sky. 5 equally vast auras were emitted from the 5 ancestors of the stone tablet. When the people who were hiding in the ancient city saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. 6 divine Vein Realm experts and a divine Vein Realm Meridian beast, someone muttered to himself, are they trying to poke a hole in the sky? When did our primordial ancient city have such combat power? Why haven't I heard of it before? Do you see that old man? That's Laozu of the Yi family, One Leaf Ancient God. One Leaf Ancient God, could he be the first batch of natives who rebuilt the primordial ancient city? Someone said in shock. How lively. Su Zimo looked at the scene in front of him and laughed softly, then let's fight to our heart's content. The 2 pairs of blood-red wings behind Hun Dun spread out and covered the sky. He roared at the sky and directly charged toward the old man. The blood-red wings streaked across the silent space and ruthlessly slapped the old man's true fate purple leaf with a claw. With a boom, the air dispersed like a mushroom cloud. Ancient God One Leaf's body was directly sent flying. As he flew through the air, Ancient God One Leaf's body came to a stop. The purple leaf wrapped around his head brought him to a stop. Peak of the Divine Pulse Realm, One Leaf said solemnly. He instantly felt troubled. If his opponent had only just entered the Divine Pulse Realm, he would have had a high chance of winning. He was already at the peak of the Divine Pulse Realm and had 5 pseudo-Divine Pulse Realm experts. But now, he felt like he was riding a tiger and had no way to back down. The purple leaf above his head transformed into a boundless purple light. Within this gorgeous purple light, a large tree began to grow. The purple tree grew taller and taller, and the light on the tree became more and more intense. Explosions rang out all around, and a small area of space was completely shattered. When the purple tree grew to a certain height, it transformed into countless branches that shot toward Hun Dun. The ancient great void tree. Su Zimo chuckled and said, "You're lucky to have taken a leaf of the ancient great void tree as your true fate." Hun Dun looked at the tens of thousands of branches shooting toward him. These branches were both real and illusory. Some were hidden in the void, while others were solidified together. They carried with them an endless amount of energy that caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Hun Dun roared and swung his claws, annihilating all the branches. "If you fused with the ancient great void tree, you could still fight me," Hun Dun said loudly. "But you're not qualified for a leaf." Then, Hun Dun stood up, and the two pairs of wings behind him gradually closed. A whirlpool appeared on his round and slightly plump stomach. This vortex was suffused with a reddish-purple light, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if doomsday had arrived. This was Hun Dun's innate divine ability, return to origin. Everything returned to its origin. This divine ability could not only devour everything, but it could also trace back to the origin of everything. A reddish-purple light burst out from this vortex, and boundless spirit chi condensed within it. This light shone on the ancient great void tree like a hot knife through butter. The ancient great void tree trembled, and with a crackling sound, it turned back into a purple leaf. But now, the purple leaf was no longer as dazzling, and there were signs of it withering. Ancient God One Leaf could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. At the same time, the attacks of the 5 ancestors also landed on Hun Dun. 5 rays of extreme light enveloped the 5 of them. When the 5 of them struck Hun Dun with boundless might, Hun Dun let out a groan. "A bunch of ants." It roared at the sky and slammed its claws down from the sky. Layers of space were imprisoned, and boundless spiritual energy surged. The 5 ancestors of the stone tablet did not even have time to react before they were sent flying by the 2 claws. "Be careful, it's at the peak of the divine vein stage," ancient God One Leaf warned. Vein beasts were stronger than humans in the first place. In addition, Hun Dun had already reached the pinnacle of the divine vein realm. He was only a step away from stepping onto the path of immortality. Naturally, they would find it difficult to resist him. In the battle just now, almost half of Primordial Ancient City was enveloped. Countless buildings collapsed as people fled like headless ants. Countless cracks appeared on the ground as screams and cries of pain rose and fell one after another. At the bun stall at the corner of the street, the middle-aged man looked at the scene in the city and shook his head as he muttered to himself, "I really feel sorry for you. You won't be able to eat my buns anymore." As the middle-aged man spoke, he tidied up his stall and slowly pushed the cart out of Primordial Ancient City. The buildings on both sides of the street collapsed as if they were deliberately avoiding him, all falling around him. As the middle-aged man's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, the entire street was filled with the tempting fragrance of buns. Ancient God One Leaf looked at Hun Dun solemnly. The aura of the peak of the divine vein realm was as vast as the sea as he lowered his head and pondered. He had just injured his true fate purple leaf and needed to nurture it for a long time. Now, he did not dare to use the power of his true fate lightly. "What do we do now?" Yi Shilong asked anxiously as he watched Hun Dun's massive body walk step by step toward the Yi family. The battle just now had been too intense, so he did not dare to participate. He could only watch from afar. "Think of a way to delay him for a while. The 5 of us still have an ultimate move. If it doesn't work, we'll all run for our lives," Bai Ji Laozu said. "What do you mean?" Yi Shilong's expression changed slightly. "Back then, you were the ones who advised me to join the battle. Now, you want to run and let our Yi family bear everything alone? Patriarchy, don't be agitated," Bai Ji Laozu hurriedly said. "Back then, we did not expect it to be at the peak of the divine vein realm. We also thought it was just an ordinary divine vein realm. I advise you to stay and discuss countermeasures," Ancient God One Leaf said indifferently. "The formation you set up can only be effective in Primordial Ancient City. Once you leave the city, without the support of the formation, you will fall back to the Saint Vain realm. With me here, do you think you can leave? At that time, if our Yi family cannot be protected, we will all be buried together. Upon hearing ancient God One Leaf's words, everyone paled. The 5 ancestors' expressions turned ugly, but they finally compromised. Then let's try together. At this time, primordial ancient city had already fallen into chaos. Many people had fled the city, and corpses were strewn all over the streets. Yi Shilong stood in the air, and his voice contained spirit energy that spread throughout the city. He said loudly, "Everyone, now our primordial ancient city has reached a point of life and death. Hiding is useless. Everyone must unite and kill this demon beast. Only then can our ancient city restore peace. This demon beast was attracted by your Yi family. Why should we be implicated?" someone shouted from below. "There's no point in dwelling on this now," Yi Shilong said loudly. "I promise everyone that as long as we eliminate this demonic beast, the demonic beast will be destroyed. As long as this demon beast is eliminated, our Yi family is willing to give everyone who joins the battle 1,000 spirit crystals and a star rank meridian technique. Furthermore, we will open our small secret realm for 3 days, allowing all martial artists to enter." Hearing Yi Shilong's words, the people below were boiling with excitement, especially some of the loose cultivators. "Looks like the Yi family is going to bleed a lot this time." Some other families secretly discussed in low voices. "Are we going to join the battle? Spirit crystals and meridian techniques don't matter, but I have been coveting their small secret realm for a long time. Send some elders." At this moment, not only the loose cultivators, but also many people from other families gathered in Yi Shilong's location. Su Zimo stood in the air and looked at this scene. He smiled and said, "They want to drag the entire ancient city down with them." Hun Dun's enormous body took a step forward, and boundless spirit energy surged. At this moment, he had already arrived at the Yi family's location. It lowered its head and looked down at this clan. In its eyes, the humans below were like ants. Ancient God One Leaf stepped in front of Primal Chaos and gravely said, "Sir, can we have a chat?" Primal Chaos roared. Ignoring One Leaf, it swung its claws at the Yi clan's courtyard. With a boom, half of the estate was reduced to rubble. "Where is Yi failing?" Primal Chaos' deep voice echoed through the air, causing space to hum. Seeing that no one was answering, Primal Chaos once more raised its claws. "Your Excellency, please wait." At this moment, the Yi clan's Grand Elder led a group of people to escort Yi failing out. In front of the rubble, the Grand Elder and all the other members of the Yi clan prostrated and respectfully said, "Your Excellency, I have already brought out this unfilial son. Please let our Yi clan go." At this moment, Yi failing was suppressed and couldn't even speak. His face was panicked, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked up at Primal Chaos. Ancient God One Leaf softly sighed at this sight, but he did nothing to stop it. In truth, he also wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. He looked into the distance and saw that more and more martial artists were gathering around Yi Shilong. But One Leaf didn't hold out much hope. They weren't even on the same level. These people would probably never understand just what kind of existence the Divine Vein Realm was. Primal Chaos slowly extended its right claw, and as if it were catching an ant, it gently grabbed Yi failing and lifted him up. It didn't dare to use too much strength, afraid that it would crush him into a pulp. Ripples appeared in the air, and Su Zimo's figure appeared. Was it fun? He looked at Yi failing and smiled. At this moment, Yi failing's face was filled with panic. He kept shaking his head, wanting to beg for mercy, but he didn't know what to say. Su Zimo chuckled and looked into the distance. He saw Yi Shilong leading a large group of martial artists in this direction. Their momentum was boundless, like an army of 10,000 galloping horses, enveloping the entire world in a somber aura. It seems that a slaughter is unavoidable today. Su Zimo condensed his spirit energy and once more disappeared into the void. Hun Dun imprisoned Yi failing and threw him aside. Then, he turned around and looked at the martial artists. It let out a furious roar, and its voice shook the heavens, completely covering the sounds of these people fighting. Its 100-meter-tall body moved slowly, and with a light stomp of its feet, the ground began to shake. The giant foot seemed to cover the sky as it descended, and dozens of martial artists were trampled to death just like that. It threw out a punch, and endless waves of air reverberated in the air. Another dozen or so martial artists were blown up alive. When these people's attacks landed on Hun Dun's body, it was like scratching an itch. It did not hurt at all. How are we supposed to fight this? Looking at Hun Dun going on a killing spree in all directions, everyone looked at the scene in horror. They could not help but feel fearful in their hearts. Why don't we just run? Although the rewards are generous, we need to be alive to take them, the crowd began to discuss. You guys hold him back for now. When I'm ready, you guys can withdraw. At that time, my words still count, Yishirlong stood at the back and shouted loudly. At the back of the team, the 5 stone tablet ancestors sat cross-legged in midair. Each of them emitted a strong beast aura. Endless spiritual energy condensed around them, and a shadow condensed from spiritual energy seemed to be brewing. Meanwhile, Yishirlong was guarding them at the side. Hearing Yishirlong's words, everyone could only brace themselves and charge forward again. Master, I feel a familiar aura in there, Hun Dun said softly as he looked at the shadow condensed by the 5 stone tablet ancestors. In Lin Huang's previous life, the 5 stone tablet ancestors were quite famous. Of course, other than the fact that the 5 of them were at the peak of the sage bloodline realm, more importantly, they were famous because of an incident. Because of that incident, the 5 of them offended an imperial lineage and had been hunted down since then. However, they did not expect that the 5 of them would hide in primordial ancient city. A familiar aura. Let's go and take a look, Suzimo replied calmly. Hun Dun's massive body walked over step by step. With just a slap, these people were no match for him at all. He stared at the shadow and heard a deafening roar from the shadow. A supreme beast aura spread between heaven and earth as if some ancient divine beast was awakening. Rumor has it that the 5 stone tablet ancestors cultivate your demon race's cultivation method, Suzimo said. Who knows, they might even know you. The fog gradually dissipated, and the appearance of the shadow became clearer. It was a huge flying bird. Its entire body was greenish-gray, and it had dark red wings on its back. Its head was similar to an elk's, and there was an especially sharp horn on top of its head. Endless spiritual energy surged on the horn, and the muscles at the tail of its 2 legs bulged high. When it screamed, endless beast aura spread between heaven and earth, and gray spiritual energy surrounded the surroundings. This is the great ancient demon's inheritance that we obtained back then, Laozu said confidently. Even during the Desolation era, it was an incredible great demon. Looking at the appearance of the strange bird, Hun Dun shook his head and chuckled. So it's this little fella. You know it? Suzimo asked curiously. Miaming bird, one of the subraces that I used to rule, Hun Dun replied. Looking at the appearance of the miaming bird, Hun Dun roared toward the sky. The pair of blood-red wings on its back spread open, and its massive body soared in the air. An even more vast and powerful beast aura spread from Hun Dun. As this beast aura spread, all the demonic beasts within a radius of hundreds of miles prostrated on the ground and shivered. Even the miaming bird trembled slightly, not daring to attack Hun Dun. Although it did not have consciousness, it was the suppression of the demonic beast bloodline. It was the most primitive aura of its kind, and there was no way it could resist. The miaming bird's fear was instantly sensed by the 5 ancestors. They looked at Hun Dun in horror. Back when the 5 of them obtained the miaming bird's inheritance, in order to cultivate the cultivation techniques of the demon race, they even changed the bloodline in their bodies to that left behind by the miaming bird. How did this happen? Laozu said in disbelief. Junior, do you know who reigned supreme among the demon race in the Desolation era? Hun Dun sneered. The 10 divine beasts ruled the entire demon race, and I was one of them. Not to mention this dead miaming bird's remnant soul, even if it was still alive, it would only be one of my generals. As soon as Hun Dun finished his sentence, he slapped down his massive claws. The miaming bird did not dare to resist at all, and it turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, the 5 stone tablet ancestors' expressions changed drastically. Only then did they realize that they had encountered the Laozu sect of the demon race. The 5 of them did not dare to stay any longer. They split up and left in 5 different directions. Chaos had suppressed this world. It was already very difficult for these cultivators to break through space. Under the suppression of chaos, everyone's speed became very slow. The entire primordial ancient city was in a mess. The people who originally wanted to crusade against chaos were like ants on a hot pan. They began to flee in all directions. Many people were even trampled to death in the crowded crowd. Chaos did not intend to hold back. It was still chasing after these fleeing cultivators. Its huge body carried an unparalleled power and destroyed everything. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. There were no corpses left. The majestic beast's aura completely swept through this world. The battle was carried out one by one. In front of a tea stall on a remote street, the old man was still quietly reading the tea scripture in his hand. The teacup in front of him was steaming hot. The refreshing tea fragrance wafted in the surroundings. Even if countless people died tragically around him, the rain of blood fell from the sky, and wails sounded one after another, he did not frown at all. The little girl beside him was pale. She said nervously, "Grandpa, let's go quickly." "It's okay, Xianxia." The old man smiled and said, "Are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid." The little girl quickly shook her head. Her chubby face was filled with nervousness. She threw herself into the old man's arms and suddenly cried, "I'm just afraid that Grandpa will be killed by that big monster. I don't want to lose Grandpa." The old man patted the little girl's back and smiled kindly. "Don't be afraid. When you wake up from your sleep, everything will be over." Seeing that the little girl in his arms had fallen into a deep sleep, the old man carefully placed her on the chair. Then, he slowly stood up. The white hair at his temples swayed gently with the breeze. He looked indifferently at the doomsday-like scene in the ancient city. A cultivator had just fallen from the sky and smashed a small cart beside the old man's tea stall into pieces. The cultivator fell in front of the old man. His blood stained the ground and flowed down as if he did not care about his life. Save me," he pleaded weakly. The old man glanced at the warrior indifferently. Then, with a calm expression, he stepped over the warrior's body and slowly walked towards the chaos. A cold wind blew in the sky, and the cold wind of winter whistled past. Light snowflakes fell from the sky. Under the influence of the cold current in the air, the snowflakes spun and danced. The snowflakes became heavier and heavier, and the sky was covered with snowflakes. "Enough." A soft sigh rang out within primordial ancient city. This voice was very soft, as if a person was whispering. However, the strange thing was that such a soft voice rang through the hearts of everyone in primordial ancient city. Even Suzimo was no exception. Hun Dun stopped and looked around with a frown. An old man stepped into the air and slowly walked over from the horizon. The old man was wearing an ordinary green robe made of coarse cloth. He was already past his prime, and there were countless wrinkles and gullies on his face. Every ravine seemed to tell the story of his life. "Who are you?" Hun Dun asked with a frown. He could not see through the old man's realm. The old man gave him the feeling of an ordinary old man, but for some reason, there seemed to be a huge sense of oppression lingering in his heart. "That's not important." The old man said indifferently, "You guys have been fooling around for so long. Leave and let this place be peaceful." At that moment, layers of ripples appeared in the void, and Suzimo's figure gradually appeared. "It's time for this farce to end," the old man said indifferently. Suzimo narrowed his eyes and said, "What has it got to do with you?" "If you guys don't leave, then stay here," the old man said calmly. "You?" Hun Dun snorted and grabbed at the old man with his huge claws. The old man shook his head slightly. A light blue light condensed in his right hand. He extended his right hand and flicked it gently. The light blue light instantly burst forth. Endless spiritual energy condensed in the air. With a loud explosion, Hun Dun's huge body was directly overturned. When the fleeing crowd saw this scene, they instantly stopped. Which almighty is this?" Someone was dumbfounded and muttered to himself. Ancient God One Leaf saw this scene and thoughtfully looked at the old man. No one knew what he was thinking about. Hun Dun crawled up from the ground and furiously glared at the old man before roaring at the sky. However, he did not rashly attack. The attack just now had already made him realize that this old man was not simple. "I'm just a failure," the old man said indifferently. the survival of this city has nothing to do with me. But right now, I just want to live a peaceful life. As the old man's voice fell, a vast and boundless aura emanated from his body. The old man's expression was calm. Space was torn apart by this aura, and cracks appeared in space. His green robe suddenly flapped in the fierce wind. The white snow drifted around him, intertwining with Wu Gong's aura. A long river of blood, like the Milky Way, came down from the horizon. This was his true fate. The world began to collapse under the pressure of this river of blood. The world seemed to be unable to endure this power, and it continued to shatter and regenerate. A vast amount of immortal chi surrounded him. At this moment, when the old man opened his eyes, he was shocked. It was like he was the center of this world. When he opened his eyes, it was day, and when he closed his eyes, it was night. Hun Dun looked at this scene and said in shock, "Mysterious immortal realm. He's already opened his 9th meridian and stepped onto the path of immortality." "Who are you?" Su Zimo frowned and asked. "A name is just a code name," the old man indifferently replied. His voice echoed in the heavens. The river of blood in the sky surged as if it contained all the sins of the world. "Perhaps the world prefers to call me blood-crazed." Hearing the old man's words, ancient god One Leaf looked at the river of blood in the sky and his expression changed. He shouted, "You're blood-crazed, the old demon who massacred thousands of cities." Corpses littered the land and blood flowed like rivers. "So there are still people who remember me," the old man chuckled, then shook his head and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm just a tea seller right now." When the surrounding people heard this name, some of them paled in fright and their bodies began to tremble. Someone curiously asked, "Who is blood-crazed?" "You don't even know this?" the person next to him replied in surprise, "A demon who kills without batting an eye." It had been a long time since the era of emperors. After the great emperor Zhenwu created this era, he left behind all kinds of legends and ascended to the upper realm. The last great emperor to ascend to the upper realm was the mortal great emperor. In the era when the mortal great emperor fought for the heaven's will, there were actually two people who were most likely to inherit the heaven's will. One of them was the mortal great emperor, and the other was the blood-crazed old demon. Speaking of the blood-crazed old demon, he left the impression that he was a paranoid madman. He did things without reason, and everything he did was based on his emotions. In order to cultivate his great blood demon technique, he wantonly slaughtered thousands of cities and millions of people. Even if he made more than 10,000 enemies, he didn't care at all. In the Yuanyang continent, when the name of the blood-crazed old demon was mentioned, even a 3-year-old child would cry in fear. It is said that after the blood-crazed old demon lost to the mortal great emperor, he disappeared. Someone muttered to himself, "I didn't expect him to be hiding in the primordial ancient city. He has been here since the day the ancient city was rebuilt." Someone said in horror, "Oh my God, I used to drink the tea he made for me. I used to dislike his tea." Someone was so anxious that he was about to cry. The blood-crazed old demon. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes, recalling the life story of the blood-crazed old demon. "What? The demon who once killed without batting an eyelid wants to be a hero now?" Su Zimo said with a smile. "I said, the survival of this city has nothing to do with me." The old man said indifferently, "It's just that you guys are disturbing me. I just want to live a quiet life now. If you think it's noisy, you can leave and find another place." Su Zimo chuckled, "I haven't killed enough yet." "Young man, don't be ungrateful. Know when to stop." Old demon Quang Shui looked at Su Zimo, his aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas came crashing down. He calmly said, "I once swore that I would not kill anyone unless I had no other choice. A divine vein realm demonic beast isn't enough for you to be so impudent. I heard a joke before." Su Zimo smiled and said, "A devil who killed millions of people said he wanted to be a good person. In the past, I was too young and walked down an extreme path." The old man was silent for a while before faintly saying, "I have no objection to you killing the people in this city who want to kill you. But what about the ordinary people in the city? They are innocent and shouldn't be implicated. I'm wondering if you've been living a comfortable life for too long that your brain has rotted." Su Zimo smiled and replied, "There's no such thing as innocence in this world. There were only the strong and the weak. Back then, Emperor Dong Huang and the Thousand Steel Sect Master fought for the Ninth Constitution for years across the 5 continents. More than 10 million people were killed in the process. In the end, Dong Huang killed the Thousand Steel's headmaster. When the world mentioned Dong Huang's name again, when people mentioned him again, they only praised his stunning battle and bragged about his unprecedented talent and the glory of being the owner of the Ninth Constitution. Who still remembers the tens of millions of innocent people who died in that battle? Hearing Su Zimo's words, old demon Wildblood was silent for a long time. Finally, he raised his head and said with a sonorous voice, "I don't care what others do. But in this primordial ancient city, the rules are set by me." After old demon Wildblood finished speaking, his eyes were like torches as he took a deep breath. A long, long time ago, he was a devil who killed without batting an eyelid. He didn't care much about the righteousness of the secular world. In order to cultivate his cultivation method, he could kill millions of people with a clear conscience. But he wasn't as cold-blooded as the rumors said. He had his own parents, a wife, and children. He paid a great price to prolong his parents' lives and left his best things to his wife and children. He thought that as long as he lived well, it was fine. The life and death of others had nothing to do with him. But it wasn't until the battle at the top of the sky that the man called Mortal cut him down from the sky. He watched as the man shouldered the mandate of heaven at the top of the sky. At that moment, he suddenly realized that all his efforts were in vain. He returned home at the end of the curtain, but what welcomed him was the corpses of his parents, wife, and children lying in blood. He had made too many enemies. Those people couldn't do anything to him, so they used his family to take the blame. Later, he slaughtered those enemies. He stood in the pile of corpses. At that moment, he wasn't happy. He suddenly felt tired. His heart was tired. Life seemed to be a circle. After killing and killing, he seemed to have returned to the beginning. He killed someone else's family, and someone else took revenge on his family. The heavenly Tao would eventually come to an end. Who would the heavens spare? In the end, he put down the knife and buried it with his family. He turned around. At that moment, old demon Wildblood no longer existed in the world. There was only an old man selling tea in his twilight years. When the ancient city was rebuilt, he pushed his tea stall here. It had been nearly 1,000 years. He chose a remote street. No one paid attention to him, and no one would think too much about it. There was a tea stall on the corner of the street. The old man had lived here for 1,000 years. He put down the killing intent in his heart. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. After 1,000 years, he had long regarded this place as his home. "It's home," Wildblood Demon said with a faint smile. "Perhaps. But this is your home. What does it have to do with me?" Su Zimo said indifferently. "What does it have to do with me slaughtering the city? Young people are too arrogant." Old demon Wildblood shook his head. "Today, I will let you understand that there is always someone better than you." "Who do you think you are talking to?" Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. Boundless demonic energy rose from the sky. In the sky above primordial ancient city, an extremely violent demonic energy filled the entire sky. Countless ferocious faces appeared on the surface of the demonic energy. Baymont's figure appeared in the air. As soon as he appeared, half of the world around him shattered. The thick demonic energy covered everything like a dark cloud. The falling snow seemed to have stopped. "Taste my despair." A strange voice echoed throughout primordial ancient city. A barrier instantly enveloped the entire city. More and more demonic energy gathered in the sky, occasionally rising and roaring. At this moment, the sky ceiling domain seemed to be restricted. Other than old demon Wildblood who could still step on air, everyone else was forcefully suppressed. Baymont's burly figure appeared from the horizon. He slightly knelt down and respectfully said, "Master, the demon general of despair, Baymont, awaits your orders." This is. Wildblood looked at Baymont's tall and sturdy body. Boundless demonic chi suppressed his aura. "There's actually such pure demonic chi in this world," he said in shock. "I'll give you a chance now," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Use your true fate to swear to forget everything you saw today. You can leave this place. Otherwise, you'll be buried with the people of this city." We've both opened the ninth meridian. It's not certain who's stronger. Wild Blood coldly snorted. He also had his own pride. In this life, other than losing to that mortal guy, I've never been afraid of anyone. In our era, great emperors are nothing more than ants. Beaumont shook his head slightly and waved his right hand. Boundless demonic chi condensed into a ferocious face and attacked Wild Blood. Wild Blood's expression was solemn. The bloody river in the sky turned violently and the dark red light around his body shone brightly. In the flowing river of blood, there was a mighty blood-red light flowing. The ferocious face crashed into the long river of blood. With a boom, the entire space collapsed from the impact. It was just a casual strike, yet it was already so powerful. This caused the spectators to tremble with fear. Just now, many people were preparing to escape. Unfortunately, Wild Blood's appearance gave them some hope. At this moment, with Beaumont's appearance, the boundary of despair enveloped the entire primordial ancient city. These people no longer had a chance to escape. As the entire space collapsed, Wild Blood's body directly flew out. Blood surged around his body and his figure rose into the sky again. He looked at Beaumont solemnly. Wild Blood could clearly feel that. The other party was already at the peak of the ninth meridian, and he was only at the initial stage. Anyone who dares to disobey the orders of the Lord should die. Beaumont coldly snorted. The demonic chi on his body rose again. At this moment, he was bathed in the supreme demonic chi. The sound of the great Tao resounded around his body and a Tao rhythm spread out. This Tao rhythm seemed to have passed through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was brewed from the most primitive demonic chi. The boundless sky churned with demonic chi. Seeing this scene, Wild Blood said in surprise, entering the path of Tao, how is this possible? One had to know that in every era, apart from great emperors who could enter the path of Tao, others could only enter the path of immortality. The person in front of him was clearly not a great emperor. How could he enter the path of Tao? What's so surprising? Beaumont said flatly. The so-called entering path of Tao and immortality is just the rules of your era. The rules. We don't belong to the same epoch, so we're naturally different. Following Beaumont's words, the barrier around the entire city began to ripple. Around the boundary, supreme Taoist rhymes were being emitted. Rumbling sounds came from the sky, and the demonic chi in the sky churned non-stop. As the demonic chi became more and more vast, countless malevolent faces condensed in the middle of the demonic chi. Tens of thousands of ferocious faces flew down from the sky with a majestic aura. What's that? Someone looked at the incoming malevolent faces in panic. As a malevolent face entered the body of a martial artist, that martial artist fell on the ground. His body was surrounded by pitch-black demonic chi. That martial artist fell on the ground and screamed in pain. Not long after, he suddenly stood up and stabbed his right hand into his chest. Blood flowed out of his chest as if it was his life. Then, he took out his heart. As his heart was dug out, the life aura of that martial artist gradually dissipated. All of a sudden, a ball of demonic fire appeared in his eyes. That martial artist was like a puppet, standing motionless in his original spot. As more and more martial artists were eroded by the malevolent faces, with the existence of this barrier, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They could only passively hide. Even if you scattered the malevolent faces, new ones would condense in the sky. It was as if there was an endless number of them. What is this? Wild Blood Old Demon asked in horror. A desperate situation can stimulate the most desperate moment in everyone's heart, Beaumont said indifferently. You must have your most desperate memories. Then, countless waves of demonic chi rushed towards Wild Blood Old Demon. Just an evil spirit, Wild Blood Old Demon coldly snorted. The blood-red river above his head surged again. Splash, splash, splash. The river water carried boundless might, scattering all the devil chi that was coming at them. It's useless. No one here can escape today, Beaumont said indifferently. He stretched out his right hand. Endless spiritual chi mixed with some Tao rhythm and hit Wild Blood Old Demon's abdomen. Violent Blood Old Demon's figure directly flew out, and as he flew out, he saw his tea stall from the corner of his eyes. The little girl woke up from her sleep. Her body was also filled with thick demonic chi. The little girl stretched out her right hand and dug towards her heart. "Xianxia, don't," Wild Blood Old Demon roared and hurriedly tried to stop her. However, as soon as he turned around, countless ferocious faces drilled into his head from behind. Old Demon Wild Blood felt as if something was smashing his head with a sledgehammer. His head felt like it was going to explode. The pain was unbearable. This pain didn't affect the surface of his head. Instead, it attacked his soul. One must know how powerful his soul was at the mysterious immortal realm. But at this moment, he couldn't bear it. He hurriedly mobilized the power of his true fate to suppress the demonic chi in his mind. But at this time, he couldn't stop it. He watched as the little girl dug out her heart with her bloody hands. "No," Wild Blood Old Demon roared, his eyes filled with despair. The wind of March blew a bloody mist into the sky. That day, he buried his blade with his family. He pushed his stall to primordial ancient city. He wanted to live a peaceful life like this. More than 10 years ago, when he went out to pick tea, he accidentally passed by a small village. Bandits massacred the village. That day, the smell of blood was very strong. He found a hidden baby in a porcelain pot that held water. He had killed his whole life. That was the first time he saved someone. He didn't know why, but his heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction. He took the little girl away and named her Xianxia. Wild Blood Old Demon slowly turned his head and roared with a ferocious expression, "You all deserve to die." "People don't die when they deserve to die," Suzimo said indifferently, "they die when they deserve to die." "There were many who wanted to kill us in the past," Paimon calmly replied. "The Lord had once fought against an entire world by himself. Everyone deserved to die, and everyone was a bloody executioner. Even if we want to die, it's not up to you." Frenzy Blood's expression was ferocious, and the blood river above his head became even more demonic. As the blood-red river surged, boundless spiritual energy condensed around him. The river and spirit energy gathered together, stirring up the surrounding wind and clouds, causing the space to completely collapse. Frenzy Blood roared and directly attacked Beaumont. A meaningless struggle. Devil energy condensed around Paimon's fist and he punched out, tearing through the sky. His fist was like a river that could split the sun and send wild blood crashing into the ground. As more and more ferocious faces rushed out, primordial ancient city had already turned into a bloody purgatory. Ordinary warriors couldn't hold on at all. Those who were still alive were at the level of ancient god Wen Yi and 5 ancestors' stone tablet. The smell of blood permeated the entire city. The arena in the center of the city was still quietly standing. Frenzy Blood flew out from the ground. His face was pale, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His body was faintly surrounded by demonic energy. As his true fate was injured, the demonic energy in his mind could no longer be suppressed. Old Devil Xianxia roared in rage. At this moment, his vision turned pitch black as boundless devil chi enveloped him, bringing him back to the most despairing memory of his life. The mortal had shouldered the mandate of heaven. Old Demon Wild Blood swore that he would remember that sword strike for the rest of his life. He shattered all his pride and completely fell from the clouds. He looked at that man who shocked the ages and carried the mandate of heaven. At that moment, he was in despair. His memories changed. He returned home. His family's corpses were lying in a pool of blood. At that time, he was also in despair. Since living is so tiring, why not try? Death is the best relief. A voice in his heart kept bewitching him. Frenzy Blood slowly raised his right hand and dug towards his chest where his heart was. Demonic energy gathered around him. At the same time, the blood river above his head flickered. The blood light and demonic energy intertwined. Frenzy Blood's expression was uncertain. He roared and the demonic energy on his body was instantly dispersed. At this moment, although his hair was disheveled, his eyes were much clearer. "If it weren't for this world suppressing my cultivation, how could you have broken free from my state of despair?" Beaumont said indifferently when he saw this scene. Just as Old Demon Wild Blood was about to speak, he felt a slight pain coming from behind him. He frowned and turned his head, only to see several people stabbing their weapons into his back. These people were the ones who had been corroded by the devil chi and had their hearts dug out. At this moment, they were like puppets, attacking Wild Blood Old Devil without any consciousness. No matter what, Old Devil Xianxia was still a profound immortal expert. The attacks of these people were completely useless against him. With a wave of his hand, endless spiritual qi gathered and destroyed these people in his hands, turning them into ashes. Seeing that more and more people were coming at him, old demon Wild Blood could not bear it any longer. The blood-colored river above his head surged. The sea of blood roared and killed all of these people in the sea of blood. Pooh! Another blade stabbed into his body. Turning his head, old demon Wild Blood saw the little girl standing in front of him. Xianxia, he called out with a trembling voice. However, at this moment, the little girl did not have any consciousness. She just picked up the blade in her hand and kept stabbing the old man. It's all Grandpa's fault. I didn't protect you well. Old demon Wild Blood's body trembled slightly, and the corners of his eyes were moist. As the blood-colored river in his hand surged, the little girl in front of him gradually disappeared in the long river. He raised his head and looked at Beaumont calmly. Anyone could feel the madness in that calmness. You must be in pain, Beaumont said flatly. From the beginning to the end, he was still serious. Let me end your pain. As Beaumont's words fell, the devil chi in the sky surged again. However, at this moment, old demon Wild Blood did not choose to face it head-on. Instead, the blood-colored river roared and attacked the barrier. With a boom, a deafening sound resounded through the world. Layers of fluctuations appeared on the barrier. A light blue light flickered, but it was still intact. Old demon Wild Blood's complexion changed slightly. He hit the barrier again, but there was still no change. It's useless, don't waste your strength. Beaumont shook his head slightly, and the devil chi in his hand rolled directly towards the old man. If you want to die, let's die together, old demon Wild Blood roared. This time, the blood-colored river above his head surged and rushed towards Suzimo. Seeing this situation, Beaumont coldly snorted and raised his other hand slightly. Two streams of devil chi with different trajectories attacked old demon Wild Blood. With a boom, endless waves of chi exploded in midair. As if a mushroom cloud rose in midair, the surrounding space was completely shattered. As the dust settled, old demon Wild Blood lay on the ground, on the verge of death. The blood-colored river above his head had already shattered into countless fragments. There was no intact place on his whole body. The most important thing was that in his body, there were cracks on his soul. Light footsteps sounded in his ears. Suzimo slowly walked in front of the dying old demon Wild Blood. You will suffer retribution, the old man said weakly. Life is like a book full of ups and downs. Until the last moment, you will never know what the result will be, Suzimo lightly replied. As his voice fell, the boundless devil chi instantly drowned old demon Wild Blood. In the devil chi, there were countless ferocious faces roaring. As the devil chi dissipated, old demon Wild Blood slowly stood up from the ground like a puppet. Master, I have engraved a devil seal on his true life, Beaumont respectfully said, now he is no different from a puppet. It's just that his soul and true life are too damaged. His strength can only be maintained at the Saint Vain stage. Suzimo nodded, then looked around and saw that the entire city was shrouded in devil chi at this moment. The demonic fog covered everything and engulfed the entire city. All these people were engraved with a devil seal and turned into puppets. Followed by Beaumont, he walked all the way through the ruins and came in front of the 5 stone tablet ancestors. At this moment, the 5 of them were also standing in place with empty eyes. Suzimo opened the 5 people's storage rings and searched them. He frowned slightly. There was nothing he wanted inside. It seems that these 5 people are afraid of the imperial lineage's revenge and don't dare to bring things with them, Suzimo muttered to himself. How are the people of the Yi family? They are trapped in the mansion. I didn't touch them, Beaumont quickly replied. Let's go take a look, Suzimo replied with a nod. The group went to the Yi family. Aside from ancient god Wan Yi and Yi Shilong, who were infected by the demon Qi, the others were unharmed. This was also Beaumont's intention. When Suzimo arrived at the Yi family, everyone in the family knelt down and begged for mercy. Master, how do you want to deal with this? Beaumont asked respectfully. Killing them like this would be too boring. I prepared a big gift for them, Suzimo said with a chuckle. Xiao then brought out Yiling Tian, who had been locked up. At this moment, Yiling Tian was surrounded by demon qi, and demon fire flickered in his eyes. He was like a corpse without a soul, empty and silent. He's completely possessed, Baimont whispered when he saw this scene. Su Zimo walked in front of Yiling Tian and said calmly, "Go take your revenge and release the demon in your heart." Yiling Tian raised his head slightly, and for the first time, his empty and emotionless eyes showed a flicker of emotion. He stared at Su Zimo for a long time. His lips parted slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. He slowly walked toward the Yi family, picking up the broken sword on the ground. His gaze was indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead person. "Yiling Tian, you dare touch us?" an elder next to him angrily rebuked. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the jagged blade of the broken sword stabbed into his abdomen. The blade stirred violently in his body, and blood flowed out together with the minced flesh. "You still can't see the situation clearly," Yiling Tian muttered as he threw the elder's corpse to the side. "Ling Tian, we're from the same family. The people here are all your relatives," the great elder hurriedly said. Yiling Tian smiled contemptuously and slowly waved the broken sword in his hand. The sword rose and fell. A grand killing feast was underway here. Blood splattered everywhere, and wails rose and fell. "Yiling Tian, you actually slaughtered your own family. You will suffer retribution. Yiling Tian, even if we die and become malicious spirits, we won't let you go." As the massacre continued in the Yi clan, the blood on the ground of the thousands of people in the Yi clan was about to form a river. The smell of blood filled the air. The first elder looked at Su Zimo with disheveled hair and begged desperately, "Sir, if you want to kill us, just kill us. But the children are innocent. I also hope that you can let the children of our Yi family go. This matter has nothing to do with them. If you don't remove the roots when cutting the weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows." Su Zimo smiled and said calmly, "I know that the children are innocent. But I'm sorry, I'm a bad person." After saying that, Su Zimo turned around and left. Following the great elder's angry roar, his figure gradually disappeared around the corner of the street. Blood splattered in the air as the massacre continued. "Do you think there will be a day when we do too many bad things and suffer the wrath of the heavens?" Su Zimo looked at Baimont and asked with a smile. "There have been so many great emperors since ancient times. The path of every powerhouse is accompanied by blood and fire," Baimont replied respectfully. "The only difference is that some people kill openly. Some people raise the butcher's knife of justice to kill. Some people kill under the guise of righteousness. A general builds his success on the bones of thousands. What people value is never the process, but the result." Hearing Baimont's words, Su Zimo smiled. He looked at the entire primordial ancient city. Smoke filled the air, and corpses piled up like mountains. "Master, how should we deal with these people?" Baimont asked. At this moment, everyone in the entire primordial ancient city had been corroded by the demonic aura and turned into demonic puppets. "Leave the blood-crazed demon by my side," Su Zimo said. "As for the others, stay in the ancient city for the time being. Seal the ancient city and don't allow anyone to enter or leave." Baimont quickly nodded. Although these demonic puppets did not have independent consciousness, they still obeyed his orders. "Also, get all the demonic puppets to search the entire city and find a box with a pentagram engraved on it," Su Zimo said, "or anything related to the pentagram, bring it to me." As the demonic aura filled the sky, all the demonic puppets in the entire city began to move. Yi Feiling died in a very tragic manner. He was tortured by Yiling Tian for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, his corpse was hung in front of the Yi family's gate. Su Zimo looked at the large pile of items in front of him. These items were all found in the past 3 days. Unfortunately, he still did not find what he wanted. Could it be that that item would eventually disappear from the world with the death of the 5 stone tablet ancestors? Baimont stood at the side and asked, "Master, how do you plan to deal with Yiling Tian?" "Let him be." Su Zimo smiled and said, "He's different from the other demonic puppets. Who knows, he might be useful one day." Baimont nodded and said, "No matter what, my demonic seal has been planted in his true fate. He won't be able to get rid of it for the rest of his life. It's time for us to leave this place." Su Zimo stood on top of the city wall and looked at the distant skyline. That was the direction of the 100 Lane clan. Demonic aura rolled in the sky. As dawn broke the next day, the sun slowly rose from the east. Su Zimo and Xiaogizi also left the primordial ancient city. This ancient city with a history of millions of years was still standing quietly between heaven and earth. Just like a lonely traveler, he was silently narrating his life. The demonic aura dissipated and the sky returned to its usual calmness. Even with the presence of the sun, this winter morning still made people feel cold. At this moment, in the distant central mainland, in a boundless, vast and majestic sect, the quaint main hall was bathed in holy light. In front of the main hall, a crystal-clear ice jade floated in mid-air. The ice jade was pure white and holy. It looked transparent on the inside and exuded an immortal aura on the outside. The disciple guarding the ice jade sat cross-legged in the main hall as usual, meditating and cultivating. At this moment, the immortal aura on the ice jade suddenly turned into demonic aura. The originally holy surface of the ice jade was also slowly eroded by darkness. The meditating disciple immediately noticed this abnormality. His expression changed drastically and he muttered softly, "The demon general has been born." Then, he condensed spiritual energy in his hands and directly retrieved the ice jade. Then, he left the main hall in a panic. The old man wore a light blue robe and slowly took the ice jade from the disciple's hand. The white hair at his temples danced in the breeze. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He was unfathomable. The spiritual energy around him was turbulent. His eyes looked straight ahead as if he could see through layers of space. It's hard to escape in this life. Master, what should we do? A disciple asked worriedly. What will come will come. Isn't this the purpose of our existence? The old man shook his head and smiled. Su Zimo and Xiaogizi rode on the dark heaven tiger and the green dragon horse for a long time. The road in front of them was blocked by a rapid river. The river was vast and boundless. They couldn't see the end. On the sparkling river, there were countless boats and boats drifting on the sparkling river. The green dragon horse was only an ordinary true meridian realm beast and couldn't fly. The dark heaven tiger had grown to the void meridian realm under Su Zimo's intermittent feeding. Senior brother, why don't you go first? I'll go find a boat, Xiaogizi said. It's fine. Let's take the boat together. Su Zimo shook his head and replied, we've been traveling for a few days, so we can take a break. Xiaogizi nodded. Because they had to carry the dark heaven tiger and the green dragon horse, a normal boat couldn't carry them. The two of them searched for a long time, but they couldn't find a suitable boat sail. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound came from afar. Monstrous waves rolled on the surface of the river. Around the huge wave, many small ships hurriedly avoided it to avoid being overturned. Soon after, the waves dispersed and a huge boat quickly came from afar. It's the Yuan family sail again. It's always so loud. It's as if they're afraid that people don't know. Yeah, this Yuan family is too overbearing. Isn't it just because they're related to the Bailey family? Someone said unhappily. The person next to him quickly persuaded, be quiet. The Bailey family is an imperial lineage. It's not something we can talk about. Hearing the discussion, Su Zimo looked at the boatman and asked, Boatman, does this Yuan family's boat carry passengers? Young man, you're quite lucky. The boatman smiled and said, this Yuan family's boat will go to the Bailey family every month. They will carry some guests on the way. It's just that the cost is relatively high, and most people can't afford it. Su Zimo smiled and led Xiaogizi towards the ship. At this moment, the ship had also stopped by the shore. Someone's voice was filled with spirit chi, and it shook the area within a radius of a few kilometers. Everyone here could hear it. Ripples appeared on the surface of the river. This person's general meaning was that the ship would stop at the shore for more than 10 minutes. Those who wanted to go to the other side of the river should board the ship as soon as possible. This river was called the Huanhe. It was said that a long time ago, it was just a small river. After a flood, the river submerged an area with a radius of dozens of miles, gradually forming the current scale. Su Zimo and Xiaogizi boarded the ship. At this time, there were not many people boarding the ship. There were only 4 groups of people in 10 minutes. As the ship's roar reverberated in the air, the endless waves surged and rolled. Everyone sailed towards the 100 Lane clan. Su Zimo looked at the horizon that stretched as far as the eye could see. He chuckled and muttered to himself, "By Li Xiao, long time no see." In the endless celestial mountain, Jiang Macho had been here for some time. He was very familiar with the surroundings of the celestial mountain. After that day, he had become Old Man Nothing's disciple. Today was also the day that Old Man Nothing's real disciple taught him. The two of them came to an open space in front of the house. Old Man Nothing smiled and said, "Open your red flame imperial body and attack me with your strongest power." Jiang Macho nodded. He knew that the old man was unfathomable, so he did not intend to hold back. Endless flames spread around him. The color of the flames was reddish-purple. They were hot and scorching. The space around him was completely burned. Jiang Macho's fiery red eyes were determined. He directly punched out. It was as if a sea of fire swept across the sky. With endless sparks, it hit Old Man Nothing's abdomen. There was a boom and sparks flew everywhere. A barrier of ice and snow rose in front of Old Man Nothing, blocking Jiang Macho's attack. No matter how Jiang Macho attacked, it was useless. There was not even a crack on the ice and snow barrier. "I didn't use my realm to suppress you," Old Man Nothing said with a faint smile. "I used the same power as you on this ice and snow barrier, but you didn't break it. Do you know why?" "You're more proficient in using your power than I am," Jiang Macho replied. "No, it's just that you haven't understood the true meaning of your power," Old Man Nothing said with a smile. "The red flame imperial body that you've fused with is the most powerful flame constitution in the world. Then can you tell me what the true meaning of fire is?" "Destruction, heat, explosion," Jiang Macho said several answers in a row. Old Man Nothing smiled and shook his head. "It's burning. In the most ancient era of mythology, fire first appeared in this world. It brought warmth and cooked food to people. Later on, the world's spiritual energy awakened and people embarked on the ancient path of cultivation. Only then did fire begin to appear in more forms. However, his core has always been burning." As Old Man Nothing spoke, he waved his hand, and snow began to fall on the endless immortal mountain. The snowflakes condensed and roared in the air like a long dragon. In the blink of an eye, a vast snow mountain had formed in front of Jiang Macho. This snow mountain towered into the clouds, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. It was very majestic. "Master, this is?" Jiang Macho asked curiously. "Control the flame like mine," Old Man Nothing said as a flame appeared in his right hand. This flame was very small, as if a gentle breath could extinguish it. Jiang Macho hurriedly did as he was told. Then, he looked at Old Man Nothing in confusion, waiting for him to continue. "Use this flame to melt this snow mountain," Old Man Nothing said with a smile. "And during this time, the flame can't be extinguished, or you'll have to start again." "How is that possible?" Hearing Old Man Nothing's words, Jiang Macho reflexively denied. "The truth is always in the hands of a few people. Things that ordinary people think are impossible are mostly done by others," Old Man Nothing said. "When you melt this snow mountain, come and find me." Looking at Old Man Nothing's back as he left, Jiang Macho looked at the flame in his hand thoughtfully. He slowly raised his right hand. As soon as the flame touched the snow mountain, it was extinguished. Jiang Macho frowned slightly as he recalled what Old Man Nothing had said. He felt that the answer must be in it. As he controlled the flame, he began his first attempt of thousands of failures. Beiyuan City in the central mainland was a very special place. Rumor had it that a long, long time ago, there were 3 ferocious beasts that harmed the human world. The residents of the city were raised by the beasts as food. At the city gate of Beiyuan City, there were 3 statues placed here. The 3 statues were 3 ferocious beasts. They were the Hunyuan leopard, the 4-eyed bird, and the flood dragon tortoise. What made the residents of Beiyuan City feel strange was that the 3 statues had been here for a long time. Their history was very long ago. They probably existed even before Beiyuan City was built. Moreover, the 3 statues could not be moved or destroyed. There was once a saint bloodline expert who wanted to move the statues by force, but he suffered a backlash and left with serious injuries. The legend of the three ferocious beasts had always been circulating in Baiyuan City. No one knew who spread the legend, and no one knew what the three statues meant. The Tan clan was a famous clan in Baiyuan City. Their ancestors once had an amazing ancestor. His name was Ancient God Zhuai. Ancient God Zhuai came to Baiyuan City alone and built the current Tan clan. He brought it to glory. After a few generations of accumulation, the Tan clan had become a colossus. However, the most talked about people in Baiyuan City were the three daughters of the Tan clan's patriarch, Tan Yongling. The Tan clan's direct descendants were not prosperous. Tan Yongling had always wanted a son to carry on the family line. Unfortunately, he gave birth to two daughters in a row. His concubine was pregnant for 10 months. Just when he had high hopes for his third child that was about to be born, the third child was still a girl, which was quite dramatic. Moreover, the third girl was born with a congenital defect. She was mute and had a very eye-catching birthmark on her face. Originally, with the Tan clan's strength, it was not difficult to cure the girl's birthmark and mute. However, Tan Yongling was angry that he could not have a son. He thought that it was a curse from the heavens. And all the spearheads were pointed at this extremely disliked third daughter. He ordered that no one was allowed to cure his third daughter's congenital birthmark and mute. As the three daughters grew up, the three young ladies of the Tan clan became famous in Baiyuan City. They were different from the other two sisters because they grew up in a pampered environment. Their reputation in Baiyuan City was that they were rude and unreasonable. On the other hand, Tan Jiolin, the third miss of the Tan family, had been kind-hearted since she was a child. Although her status in the Tan family was not high and she was ostracized by many people, Tan Jiolin had always been kind-hearted. However, she often lent a helping hand to the residents of Baiyuan City without asking for anything in return, so she was very famous in the city. The residents of Baiyuan City liked to call her Fairy Lin. Although she had a very hideous birthmark on her face, she looked very scary. However, the reason why people gave her this title was to praise her inner beauty, which was as beautiful as a fairy. Tan Jiolin walked out of the mansion. Recalling the ugly faces of her family members, she helplessly shook her head and smiled. She was born indifferent and did not like to fight with others. However, being born in such a large family, she knew that it was inevitable that there would be some infighting. "Hello, Fairy Lin. Fairy Lin, have you eaten? Do you want to try my buns? They're fresh out of the steamer." Hearing the friendly greetings from the people on the street, Tan Jiolin smiled and responded to them one by one. However, she was mute, so she could only reply with sign language. She wore a light green dress with her long hair tied up behind her back. Her lovely big eyes were full of spirit. Her slender waist was tied by a green ribbon. If one looked at her from the left, they would definitely be shocked by her beauty. Unfortunately, the scar on the right side of her face was really difficult to remove. Anyone who saw it would feel that it was a pity. Tan Jiolin didn't feel inferior about her birthmark. She exposed her birthmark generously. She slightly lifted the edge of her dress and walked out of Baiyuan City as if she was a dancing fairy. By the Willow River, a young man in a brocade robe was holding a folding fan. He stood by the river and looked at the scenery. The young girl slightly walked up from behind and hugged the young man directly. The young man turned around and looked at the young girl with a smile. He said excitedly, "Lin, you're finally here." The young girl also smiled. Her face was filled with happiness. "Did you bring the thing I asked you to bring?" The young man hurriedly replied. The young girl nodded and took out a book from her chest. The cover of the book was dark yellow. The words "Sun Chasing Divine Technique" were written on it. "I stole this technique from my sister. It's our family's inheritance technique. You can learn it yourself. Don't pass it on to others," Tan Jiolin explained with sign language. "Don't worry, Lin, I won't." The young man hugged Tan Jiolin and said affectionately, "You've done so much for me. I really don't know how to thank you." Tan Jiolin smiled and shook her head slightly. "Pooh." The sound of a long sword piercing into a body was heard. Tan Jiolin's smile suddenly froze. She slowly let go of the young man and turned to look at her back. A long sword had pierced into her body. "Why?" She looked at the young man in front of her with a puzzled expression. I really don't know how to thank you, so I can only send you to your death. The young man suddenly laughed sinisterly. He picked up the short sword and stabbed the young girl more than a dozen times. Finally, he kicked the young girl down the picturesque river. He watched the young girl's body sink to the bottom of the river and float away with the river. The young man opened the book in his hand. There was still a faint scent of the young girl's body on it. If it weren't for this technique, how could I be so nice to an ugly monster like you? Darkness, ice cold, despair, Tangiolene only felt that her consciousness was very heavy. In a daze, she felt like she was in a dream. She couldn't remember anything in her mind. Her body was slowly floating with a push. After an unknown amount of time, she felt her consciousness become clearer and blurrier. She really wanted to sleep. But she was afraid that if she fell asleep, she would never wake up again. The blood on her body was still flowing. This line of blood floated in the depths of the river, attracting countless creatures to fight for it. She didn't know how long she floated. She only heard a deafening roar. Then, the world around her became silent. The giant beast buried deep in the sea was chained up by chains. The giant beast's life had come to an end. Let's wait a few more 100 years. If I still can't wait a few more 100 years. The giant beast closed its eyes and thought of this. It couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the thick smell of blood entered its senses. It raised its head and saw a corpse floating in the distance. Behind it were countless creatures fighting for food. But these creatures seemed to be afraid of something. They wanted to devour the corpse but didn't dare to go forward. They could only circle behind it. Seeing this scene, the deep sea beast's pupils shrank, and it roared towards the sky. The sound waves shook the waves on the bottom of the sea, and a silent tsunami roared in the sky. Seeing this scene, those creatures quickly retreated, not daring to take another step forward. This beast's appearance was very strange. Its head was similar to that of a dragon's, and it was mighty. But its body was very similar to a turtle, with a golden turtle shell on its back. Looking at the corpse floating towards it, the giant beast murmured softly, "Is everything in this world really predestined?" When the corpse came to the beast's side, the beast looked down at the little girl. The spirit energy on its body surged, and little waves rose from all around, rolling up endless roaring tsunamis. The golden turtle shell on the beast's back flickered, and finally a box slowly rose from the turtle shell. This box was pentagonal, and it was covered with a faint black light. The beast held the box in its hand, and with a gotcha sound, as if through time and space, an ancient existence was opened. Dust rose into the sky, and there were only two things in this box. A round bead, and a pure black list made of unknown material. The moment the box was opened, endless killing intent could be seen on the black list. The dark light rose into the sky, and the mighty power flattened the entire bottom of the sea. "Little turtle, why did you wake me up?" A particularly magnetic male voice came from the blacklist. "Sir," the beast hurriedly knelt down, and respectfully said, "The person you are waiting for, she is here." Hearing the giant beast's words, the black chi on the blacklist began to swirl, and the thick black chi enveloped Tangiolene's corpse. "It seems that in this life, the Demon King has finally appeared." A sigh came from the blacklist. "Sir, I have kept the agreement from back then, can I be free?" the beast asked tentatively. "When she wakes up, you can tell her, I have no right to make the decision." As the blacklist's voice fell, it turned into a stream of light and rushed into Tangiolene's body. The black mist shrouded Tangiolene, and on the surface of her body, endless black mist rolled. Black fog enveloped her and eventually formed a large black cocoon. Something seemed to be brewing inside the cocoon, and a very clear heartbeat could be heard from it. During this period, every day, endless spiritual energy would gather at the bottom of the sea and pour into the black cocoon. This went on for a whole month, until one morning in December. Snow began to fall from the sky, and cold currents froze the vast sea surface. At the bottom of the sea, earth-shattering changes were taking place. Cracks appeared on the surface of the black cocoon. The giant beast stared at the large cocoon in front of it with its huge eyes. With a boom sound, the large cocoon completely shattered, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Inside the cocoon, the pitch-black light completely dissipated. Tangiolene slowly opened her eyes, and all the strange phenomena in the world dissipated. She looked at the giant beast in front of her, and her expression changed in an instant. She was so scared that she started to tremble. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you," the giant beast quickly made a face that it thought was very cute, and said as if it was trying to please her. "Where is this?" Tangioline took a few steps back, looked around cautiously, and asked with sign language. "You have a mute disease?" After the giant beast saw this situation, a golden light rose from its hand and merged into Tangioline's body. Then, the birthmark on Tangioline's face disappeared completely. She opened her mouth slightly and coughed a few times. I can talk, Tangioline said excitedly. "This is nothing, you will understand after reading this." The black list that was filled with black fog appeared in front of Tangioline, and an aurora merged into her body from it. At the beginning of the era, the mythological era had just entered the enlightenment stage of cultivation. 3 ferocious beasts were awakened from the world. They were cruel and bloodthirsty, and they slaughtered all living things everywhere. The common people's cultivation time was too short, and it was difficult to stop them. Until one day, a shepherd boy came from a corner of the world. He was riding a green bull, and he pointed to the sky. A golden light that filled the sky shot up, and suppressed the 3 ferocious beasts. After the golden light suppressed the 3 ferocious beasts, it split their souls and merged them into the golden light. Over tens of thousands of years, the golden light carried the corrosion of the 3 ferocious beasts' resentment, and it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, and finally turned into a list. It was named the Evil God List. Before the Black List was formed, it merged the souls of the 3 ferocious beasts. Therefore, after the Evil God List appeared, it not only had its own consciousness, but also controlled the fate of the 3 ferocious beasts. As long as the Evil God List erased the souls of the 3 ferocious beasts, the 3 ferocious beasts in the real world would also die. The 3 ferocious beasts were the primordial chaos leopard, the 4-eyed bird, and the flood dragon turtle. Back then, the shepherd boy left an order for the flood dragon turtle to guard the bottom of the sea, and wait for the fated person to come. Before the shepherd boy left, he left behind the Evil God List and a bead. As a reward, after the fated person came, the flood dragon turtle's soul that was sealed in the Evil God List would be released, and it would regain its freedom. And this bead was one of the 3 beads of the broken ex-emperor physique. Seeing this dust-covered memory, Tangioline was stunned on the spot for a long time, not knowing what to do. Finally, she recovered. "You are the flood dragon turtle?" She looked at the huge beast in front of her and asked curiously. "Yes, according to the decree left behind by the saint, as long as I wait for your arrival, I can regain my freedom," the flood dragon turtle hurriedly replied. "But what should I do?" Tangioline asked curiously. "I have already merged with you," the voice in the Evil God List replied. "I have also passed on my inheritance to you. Recall it carefully, and you will understand." Tangioline hurriedly nodded. She closed her eyes slightly and tried hard to recall. She felt that there was a new memory in her mind. And this memory taught her how to use the Evil God List, as well as the use of the Evil God List. After a long time, the spirit energy in her body exploded, and the spirit energy in the world condensed. Of course, this was all given to her by the Evil God List. She was only in the meridian condensation realm. When the black spirit energy wrapped around her body, she soared into the sky. Huge waves swept up around her, and the entire sea roared. This scene frightened many creatures at the bottom of the sea so much that they lay on the ground, motionless and trembling. Then, Tangioline held the Evil God List in her hand, and her hand spread out endless spirit energy. The figure of a beast appeared on the surface of the Evil God List. This beast figure was the turtle. It stood between heaven and earth with its head held high, and huge waves swept up behind it. The black spirit energy in Tangioline's right hand spun, and layers of ripples appeared on the surface of the Evil God List. A small space door was opened. Then, a stream of light flew out from the space door, and entered the turtle's body. When the stream of light entered the turtle's body, it roared into the sky, and the chains that bound it gave off a burst of fire. Bang! Countless chains were all broken, and an enormous beast aura swept through the entire deep sea as if it was going to destroy the world. The turtle raised its head slightly, and its huge body bowed twice to Tangioline. Then, the spirit energy around it surged, and its figure quickly disappeared into the bottom of the sea. At the same time, at the city gate of Baiyuan City, one of the three statues that were even older than Baiyuan City had actually shattered. In the central continent, there was a dense and endless mountain range. In the pitch-black cave, there was a dormant volcano lying dormant. In the magma inside the volcano, the blazing flames melted the entire space, and an endless space storm raged here. The storm swept up waves of magma, and then splashed on the hot rocks. At the bottom of the lava, a gloomy eye slowly opened. At this moment, the endless magma roared, and a rumbling sound was heard everywhere. The dormant volcano seemed to be about to erupt. Thousands of miles high in the sky, an island was floating in mid-air, and there was an endless amount of immortal energy spreading around. White fog shrouded the entire island, and the island was fixed by chains. In the deepest part of the fog, an eye also slowly opened. The turtle seal is broken. It seems that the person in the sage's prophecy has appeared. On the calm sea, the falling snow froze everything. In this silent surroundings, a series of bang 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 sounds were particularly ear-piercing. This sound lasted for a long time and finally, with a boom, the frozen sea instantly shattered. A figure climbed up from the bottom of the sea. Tangeline sneezed, looked at her wet clothes, and hugged each other. It's so cold. She looked around. She realized that she was by the sea. She knew this sea. It was called the Overturning Cloud Sea. It was the largest sea near Baiyuan City. Previously, she had been pushed into the river. That river was one of the tributaries of the Sea of Clouds. Presumably, she had followed the direction of the river and entered the Sea of Clouds. However, the Sea of Clouds was so vast that she didn't know how vast it was. She couldn't determine where she was. Tangeline raised her head slightly and looked around. She didn't know what her family was like after she disappeared for a month. Maybe those people won't care at all. Tangeline shook her head and smiled bitterly. Then, she thought of that man. Her expression was uncertain, as if she was struggling with something. I'll bring you out to train, the voice from the evil god list said calmly. Your current state of mind is not enough to become an expert, and you don't have the ability to fight against anything. Tangeline was silent for a while and finally nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a sudden gust of wind and clouds in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles, and boundless spiritual energy reverberated in the surroundings along with the hurricane. The snow above her also stopped. Tangeline raised her head slightly and saw a huge bird descend from the sky and stop in the air above her. This bird's entire body was dark blue, and each feather was covered with barbs. Its cry was very loud and clear. The most peculiar thing was that this bird had 2 eyeballs in each eye. The four-eyed bird. Tangeline cried out in shock. I think you know where I came from. The four-eyed bird said calmly. You also want to obtain freedom from the evil god list? Tangeline asked curiously. That's right. The four-eyed bird lowered his head slightly and then descended from the sky. His enormous body stopped in front of Tangeline. His arrogant head also lowered slightly and a round pearl was spat out from his mouth. In these thousands of years, I flew through countless mountains and forests. After countless hardships, I finally found the second battle pearl of the broken axe-emperor physique. The four-eyed bird said softly. Now, I'll use it to exchange for my freedom. How about it? Hearing the four-eyed bird's words, Tangeline was silent for a while. She lowered her head and pondered. Other than this battle pearl, I can also give you 3 feathers. As if afraid that Tangeline would not agree, the four-eyed bird hurriedly said. As long as you burn one of the feathers, I will unconditionally help you once. These 3 feathers can be exchanged for 3 chances to help you. Following the four-eyed bird's words, a loud laugh came from afar. Old fart, in order to obtain your freedom, you really put in a lot of effort. Tangeline turned her head and saw that in the distant horizon, endless flames accompanied an enormous body slowly walked over. The flames illuminated the heavens, burning the clouds in the sky as if they were refined by fire. When the enormous body came closer, Tangeline saw that it was a leopard. This leopard had 3 heads, and each head had a different color. Black, white, red. The leopard's body was also covered in these 3 colored spots. Its body was very mighty and even from far away, one could still feel the sharpness of its fangs. A thick smell of blood was emitted from its body. Hunyuan leopard, Tan Jiolin muttered softly. Old bald donkey, who are you talking about? Hearing the Hunyuan leopard's mockery, the four-eyed bird retorted. Old fart, I'm talking about you, old fart, old fart. When the Hunyuan leopard opened its mouth, its three heads shouted at the same time. At this moment, the four-eyed bird found it difficult to fight against four palms. The spirit energy in his body surged as he coldly snorted and said, I won't lower myself to your level. Old fart, I've never lost to anyone in an argument, the black head of the Hunyuan leopard's three heads said. That's right, old fart, after so many years, your temper still hasn't changed, the white head said arrogantly. The red head laughed and shouted, Hunyuan leopard, you're awesome. Don't just talk about me, I'd like to see what you've prepared, the four-eyed bird snorted and said. The Hunyuan leopard laughed and spat out a round pearl from its mouth. It said calmly to Tan Jiolin, the broken axe emperor physique's third battle physique jewel. As long as you gather this jewel, you'll have the second battle physique. Think about it, how powerful are the battle physiques? It can change anyone's fate, especially the second-ranked battle physique. I'll use this bead to gain my freedom. How about that? Hunyuan leopard said. As the black head said that, the red head next to him said, of course, since the old fart gave you 3 life-saving feathers, we can't be stingy. As long as you're willing, I can use my purple star flame to refine your body. Think about it. With our help, you can instantly become a monster above all the other prodigies. Should I agree? Tan Jiolin was silent for a while, then asked the evil god list in her body. From my point of view, you should agree. The voice in the evil god list said, but I'm only assisting you. Every decision you make should be made by yourself. Don't be hesitant about other people's opinions. You have to try to be independent, try to truly experience this sick world, and finally grow up. Tan Jiolin took a deep breath, then looked at the Hunyuan leopard and the four-eyed bird. She finally nodded and replied, I agree. On the boundless river, the huge hull of the ship was like a sharp arrow that had left the bowstring, moving quickly on the river. There were no clouds in the sky. The blue sky looked like it was specially painted by someone. It looked very clear. When the ship reached the middle of the river, it slowed down. Su Zimo stood in the cabin of the boat, his gaze deep as he sized up the boundless river. Where are you from? An old man next to him smiled and asked, We're both from Mount Wuhua. Apart from the Yuan clan's people, there were only 4 groups of people on the ship. Su Zimo and Xiao Gizi were part of the first group. The old couple next to him were part of the second group. Another group was a young lady. The last group was a group of black-clothed people with black helmets. Up until this point, other than Su Zimo and the old couple, the woman and the group of black-clothed men had not come out of the cabin. Mount Wuhua, that's a good place. Su Zimo smiled and said, I'm from Hunyuan Ancient City. I'm Wu Qianjun. May I know your name? The old man smiled and asked. Mount Wuhua Sect Master? Su Zimo was stunned. Then, he replied with interest, I'm Su Zimo. Mount Wuhua was a famous mountain in the core area of the eastern continent. There was a Wuhua temple on the mountain and it was very famous in the eastern continent. There was no Buddha statue in the temple. Instead, they worshipped a hideous and ugly devil. There were 36 blessed heavenly caves on Mount Wuhua. Each blessed heavenly cave had its own legend. Every year at the beginning of spring, the mountain gate would be opened, and all the tourists could go up the mountain to visit. Furthermore, the way Mount Wuhua accepts disciples is also very strange. We will let all the disciples draw a picture of the demon statue that they worship. Then, they would decide if they want to accept a disciple or not. This method was completely irregular, and the world did not know what basis they had for accepting disciples. Child Su, are you also going to participate in the Saintess ceremony of the Bailey clan? The old man asked with a smile. No, I'm just going there to play. Su Zimo smiled and asked curiously, who is the Saintess of the Bailey clan? When he mentioned the Saintess, the first person that came to Su Zimo's mind was naturally Bailey Xiao. I heard that she's the daughter of the Bailey clan's master, Bailey Qingfeng, who was recently found. Her name seems to be Bailey Xiao. Wu Qianjun smiled and said, the competition for the position of the Saintess of the Bailey clan has always been cruel. But surprisingly, not long after Bailey Xiao returned, she received the support of most of the elders in the clan and became the saintess. There seems to be something wrong with the script. Su Zimo chuckled. With Bailey Xiao's ability, Su Zimo didn't think that she could make a name for herself in the imperial lineage of the Bailey clan in such a short period of time. It seems that there's only one explanation. He looked at the calm surface of the river and whispered, someone's remnant soul has awakened in advance. In his previous life, Chu Yang killed Zhenwu Xingzong alone. He dared to challenge the imperial lineage of 4 emperors. Other than Sengoku being restrained by the resurrected old man of Samsara, the main reason was that the generals of Empress Hong Tian's faction were all on Chu Yang's side. The result of that battle was naturally that the clan master of Zhenwu Xingzong came to the rescue. Su Qingshan's hair turned white overnight and he eventually retired into the mountains. At that time, Su Zimo didn't understand. He went into hiding only to seek revenge. He also inquired about Chu Yang and Bailey Xiao. Later on, he understood that Bailey Xiao was able to obtain the inheritance of Empress Hong Tian. Everything had been arranged long ago. Lin Yuqing, Empress Hong Tian's #1 general, one of the 4 remaining Laozus in Zhenwu Xingzong. She was Laozu's senior sister back then. Thinking of this, Su Zimo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Bailey Xiao, don't die like this. We haven't settled our accounts yet. Just as Su Zimo and Wu Qianjun were chatting in full swing, the door of the cabin next to them opened and a woman in armor walked out. This armor was very soft. In fact, it was very similar to armor in shape. It felt no different from ordinary clothes. The armor tightly wrapped around her body, revealing her curvaceous figure. The woman had short hair that reached her ears, an oval face, and a murderous look in her eyes. She gave people the impression that she was a very capable and neat type. The moment this woman appeared, Xiao Gizi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at her intently. What? Are you interested? Su Zimo asked with a smile. She's my type, Xiao Gizi quickly nodded and replied. If you like her, then go after her. If you don't, then force yourself on her. I support you, Su Zimo patted Xiao Gizi's shoulder and said with a smile. Xiao Gizi was encouraged. He tidied up his clothes and slowly walked towards the woman. The breeze blew the hair on both sides of the girl's face. She looked indifferently into the distance. I'm Zhang Gilin. How should I address you, miss? Xiao Gizi smiled and asked. Yao Xingnan, the woman turned to look at Su Zimo and said indifferently. Women are not inferior to men. Who said that women are inferior to men? Good name, Xiao Gizi praised. Then, the woman nodded slightly and stopped talking. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. Where are you going, miss? Xiao Gizi paused for a few minutes and asked again. This time, the woman didn't answer. She was silent for a long time before she turned her head and said, I have an enemy from the imperial lineage. If you are willing to avenge me, I can promise you anything. Hearing Yao Xingnan's words, Xiao Gizi was taken aback. So direct? If you can't do it, then don't bother me, Yao Xingnan replied indifferently before turning her head to continue gazing at the river. Seeing Xiao Gizi's awkward scene, Su Zimo chuckled and walked over. It's not impossible to destroy an imperial lineage, but you're not worthy of this condition. Yao Xingnan instantly turned her head and stared at Su Zimo for a long time before replying, who doesn't know how to boast? It doesn't matter if it's boastful or not. The difference in vision and level will only make you feel that the imperial lineage is unreachable. Su Zimo shook his head with a smile. How can you prove that you have the ability? Yao Xingnan stared at Su Zimo and asked. I don't need to, nor do I need to, Su Zimo shook his head and replied. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Yao Xingnan was silent for a long time before slowly saying, as long as you help me destroy the imperial lineage, I can tell you information about the Tree of Life. After Yao Xingnan finished speaking, she hurriedly said, perhaps you don't know what the Tree of Life is. I can give you a simple explanation. No need. Su Zimo shook his head and replied, I know a little. At this moment, in Su Zimo's storage ring, the Leaf of Life said excitedly, that's impossible. The Tree of Life's existence has already surpassed fate. Even in the long river of fate, there are no records of it. At this point, the leaf of life hesitated for a moment before finally saying, unless she's a member of the divine race. Let me think about it, Su Zimo said to Yao Xingnan. Yao Xingnan was silent for a moment before finally nodding and returning to the cabin. There were 3,000 races in the world, and Su Zimo had some understanding of the divine race. Of course, this so-called understanding was only limited to some records, and there wasn't too much detailed information. It was said that the divine race was the favored child of the heavenly Tao. From the moment they were born, a leaf of life would descend. Every member of the divine race had a leaf of life that belonged to them. After taking the leaf of life, their lifespan would naturally be much longer than other races. Unfortunately, this race was very mysterious. They had never come out, and no one knew where the divine race lived. Thus, there were very few records about the divine race. Thinking of this, Su Zimo zestes, and tell me everything you know about this race. I'll tell you everything's bye-bye, I'll tell you everything I'll tell you, the leaf s's, s by chance s by's, I'm by chance, by's sas, by essence bye-bye. By it, you by teat. Ts, s, est ss's ss2. I to. I to. To be, to you to. To. You don't have a choice. The heaven race is a very strange race. There is a teleportation gate in their race that can directly go to the other space where the tree of life is. The consciousness in the leaf of life slowly said, a long time ago, before I left the tree of life, I had seen people from the heaven race. They might be the only ones in this world who could contact the tree of life. Logically speaking, with the help of the leaf of life, this race had a very long lifespan. They could completely replace the human race as the number one race. However, the reproduction of their race was the cruelest thing in the world. It was said that when a man of the Tian clan mated with a woman, the woman would suck all of the man's essence energy until the man died. Then, the woman became pregnant. After the woman gave birth to the child, all the essence, energy, and spirit in her body would be absorbed by the child. Then, she would die. Every time the people of the Tian clan give birth, they will definitely give birth to 2 children, 1 male and 1 female. This is the unchanging rule of their clan. I understand. Su Zimo nodded and said, every time a male and female child is born, their parents will give up their lives. The birth of 2 lives is accompanied by the death of 2 lives. This is the reason why the Tian clan will never be able to grow. The darkness of the night shrouded the sky. The long river in the evening looked like a completely different world. A few sparse stars hung in the sky. There was no moon in the sky tonight. The guards of the Yuan clan were patrolling the ship as usual. A cool night breeze blew by. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded. This explosion almost woke up everyone on the ship. Monstrous waves swept up in all directions. The ship on the lake slowly came to a stop. What's going on? The person in charge of the Yuan clan quickly ran out of the cabin. His voice filled with spirit energy echoed throughout the ship. Commander Yuan, it seems like the ship's control room has been attacked. As soon as this voice sounded, there was a series of screams and then silence. Originally, there was a transparent barrier on the surface of the ship. This was to prevent people from attacking the ship. But now, this barrier was slowly disappearing. A group of people wearing black clothes walked out of the control room. These people were the 4th batch of passengers on the ship today. What do you want to do? Commander Yuan's spirit energy surged as he asked in a stern voice. As soon as he finished speaking, 100 figures suddenly descended from the sky. These figures were all covered in black robes. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Their auras were faintly connected together, shocking everyone on the ship. Who are you people? Commander Yuan swallowed his saliva and asked loudly. Gu Ming. A calm voice exploded in the air. Then, a destructive attack followed. Among these 100 figures, dozens of them landed on the ship. Like wolves in a flock of sheep, they began to kill without restraint. The other dozens of figures stood in the air to prevent anyone from escaping. Screams rang out one after another. Not long after, most of the Yuan family members on the ship were killed. Seeing this scene, Xiao Gizi hurriedly asked, Senior brother, did Gu Ming's people come to take revenge? Su Zimo smiled. Beside him, Wildblood's figure appeared. He was like a loyal guard, silently protecting Su Zimo. During this time, whenever a black-clothed man tried to kill Su Zimo, he would be smashed into pieces by Wildblood's fist. At this moment, nearly 100 figures surrounded Su Zimo, automatically opening a path in front of him. I heard you were looking for me, so I'm here. A black figure walked out from the darkness. The moment he appeared, the space around him was unable to withstand the power of his body, and it completely shattered. He was like a king from the shadows, and his footsteps echoed in everyone's hearts. The black figure walked over step by step. As the figure approached step by step, an endless amount of immortal energy reverberated around him. Space shattered, and cracks appeared on the deck of the ship beneath his feet. The black figure looked at Su Zimo and said indifferently, "You're one of the few people who dares to openly provoke our Gu Ming. I'm more curious. Which of the 10 kings of hell are you?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "King of Qinyu," the black figure replied in a low voice. He slowly raised his head. His face was too pale and covered with purple stripes, which seemed to be some kind of ancient seal. "Let the others leave. We'll talk alone," Su Zimo said calmly. The king of Qinyu chuckled and replied, "I don't understand where you get your confidence from. Let your divine vein realm demonic beast come out. If this is your trump card, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me." Su Zimo chuckled. The demonic energy that filled the sky condensed in the air. At this moment, the king of Qinyu felt as if he was being watched by some kind of ancient existence. He could feel great terror from the demonic energy. The spiritual energy around the king of Qinyu surged. He coldly snorted as he looked at the demonic energy, not saying a word. "I think you're mistaken," Su Zimo said with a smile. "I'm negotiating with you because I think highly of you. If it weren't for your Gu Ming's strength, you wouldn't be qualified to negotiate with me alone." Hearing Su Zimo's words, the king of Qinyu didn't refute him this time. He could feel the terror of the demonic energy. He gently waved his hands. The 100 figures around him also retreated and disappeared into the darkness. The evening wind blew from the river. The ship, which had stopped, started to move again. "What do you want to talk about?" the king of Qinyu asked indifferently as he stood on the deck. "Have you heard of the Buddhist burial temple?" Su Zimo asked. The king of Qinyu narrowed his eyes and replied indifferently, "It's one of the 10 great forbidden lands. It's well known." "I need something inside," Su Zimo said. "What does this have to do with us? Don't you guys need something from there as well?" Su Zimo turned around and looked at King of Qinyu. Earlier, the Chaos Pearl had brought him into the River of Destiny, and he'd personally witnessed the evolution of numerous things. One of them was about Gu Ming's past. "How did you know?" The King of Qinyu's expression changed slightly as he asked. "That's not important." Su Zimo shook his head and said, "How about it? Let's cooperate." "No need. Our Gu Ming will get what he wants," the King of Qinyu snorted coldly. "If it were the Gu Ming from before the Age of Desolation, I'd believe that you would have the ability to do so," Su Zimo replied. "But what about now? How many of the so-called 10 Yama kings are left? How much combat power do you guys have left?" Hearing Su Zimo's words, the King of Qinyu fell silent for a while. Then, he replied calmly, "This is not something you should be concerned about. We don't need allies, just like when we fought against the 3 major races alone during the Age of Desolation. I'm just giving you a suggestion. You can consider it when you go back." Su Zimo smiled faintly and said, "Until I find a new ally, my suggestion will remain valid. If you're looking for me just for this matter, I don't think there's anything else to talk about between us." The King of Qinyu turned around and replied calmly. "You know how important that thing is to you guys." Su Zimo smiled and said, "Besides, there's no enmity between us." "Why not? It's a win-win situation. You've snatched the results of our Gu Ming's million-year research," the King of Qinyu said calmly. "It can't be considered snatching. We're just sharing." Su Zimo smiled and turned around to walk into the cabin. "Go back and think about it." Seeing Su Zimo's back as he left, the King of Qinyu fell into deep thought for a while. Then, his figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. It was a silent night. When the warm sunlight shone on the ship, the remaining people on the ship all walked out in a dignified manner. Apart from Su Zimo and Xiaogizi, there was only the couple from Mount Wuhua and Yao Xingnan left. Everyone from the Yuan family had been slaughtered. The corpses in the cabin were clearly visible. Their blood had already congealed and emitted a rotten smell. "Thank you for saving our lives, little brother." The sect master of Mount Wuhua, Wu Qianjun, hurriedly bowed and thanked Su Zimo. If it weren't for Su Zimo's protection last night, they would have been like the Yuan family members and become cold corpses lying on the ground. "Even without me, they wouldn't have killed you," Su Zimo smiled and replied. "You're related to Gu Ming?" Yao Xingnan asked calmly. "I don't need to explain to you whether or not we're related," Su Zimo replied. "Gu Ming is the enemy of all races." "You should know that," Yao Xingnan said. "Never believe what you see with your eyes. They can be deceiving." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "Your so-called truth is only the history written by the Ying family. As for the accuracy of the real history, it has been buried in the dust of time. I believe what you said before." Yao Xingnan was silent for a moment before speaking. "What did I say?" Su Zimo asked. "That you have the power to destroy an imperial lineage." Yao Xingnan replied word by word. "How about it? Let's work together. You help me destroy the imperial lineage, and I'll give you the exact location of the world tree. Now, it's your turn to present evidence that convinces me." Su Zimo smiled. "I am a member of the Tian clan, you should have already guessed it." Yao Xingnan stared at the surface of the river and said indifferently, "There is a mother leaf of the tree of life in our clan. As long as you take this mother leaf and set up our Tian clan's unique teleportation formation, you can go to the tree of life." "That's not very convincing." Su Zimo shook his head. "When I left the race, I took the mother leaf with me and hid it in a secret place." Yao Xingnan calmly replied, "I can give you the mother leaf first." "You're not afraid that I won't keep my promise?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "I'm afraid. That's why I'm only giving you the mother leaf," Yao Xingnan replied. "After you destroy the imperial lineage, I'll teach you the unique teleportation formation. Otherwise, this mother leaf will just be a useless leaf in your hands. Also, don't think about asking other heaven race people about the teleportation formation." Yao Xingnan was silent for a long time. In the end, she replied with a hoarse voice, "Because I'm the only one left in the entire heaven race." "So you're saying that the imperial lineage destroyed your race, so you want to take revenge on them?" Su Zimo smiled. "Just tell me if you'll help or not." Yao Xingnan stared at Su Zimo and asked calmly. Su Zimo could see some desire in those calm eyes that were trying hard to restrain themselves. "Let's talk after you bring the leaf of life to me," Su Zimo said. "Where can I find you?" Yao Xingnan asked. "Let Xiaogizi accompany you. When the time comes, you can come to the 100 Lane clan together," Su Zimo smiled. After 5 days of drifting, the ship finally docked at the shore. During this time, the direction of the ship was controlled by the couple from Mount Wuhua. "Child Su, I can't thank you enough. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me at Wuhua Temple," Wu Qianjun said to Su Zimo before leaving. "I will. I think we'll meet again soon," Su Zimo nodded with a smile. After the couple from Mount Wuhua left, Xiaogizi also left with Yao Xingnan. They were going to retrieve the mother leaf of the leaf of life. The huge ship docked at the shore. This was a large ferry port. The ferry port was very busy with people coming and going. Almost all of the ships were docked here. When the ship slowly came to a stop, the people from the Yuan clan immediately boarded the ship. "Commander Yuan, did you bring the item? This is a gift to congratulate the 100 Lane clan for conferring the Saintus. We can't let anything happen to it," a loud voice sounded from below the ship. A young man in a white robe walked up with a middle-aged man. Behind him were a few dozen servants from the Yuan clan. When the young man walked onto the ship, he saw that the large cabin was very quiet. Apart from the corpses of the Yuan clan, there was no one else. "What's going on?" The young man's expression changed greatly as he stared at the corpses on the ship. The middle-aged man next to him also frowned. He walked up to the dead Commander Yuan and opened his storage ring. He took out a light blue box and opened it. When he saw that the plain jade was still there, he let out a sigh of relief. If it's not for wealth, then what is it? The 100 Lane clan had existed for tens of thousands of years since the era of emperors began. Back then, a man named Bailey Chongkong appeared out of nowhere, wielding the World Destroyer bow and the 1,000 Calamity arrow. When he was fighting for the heaven's will, he once shot 18 arrows in a row, suppressing the entire sky. No one could get close to him. In the end, he settled the world with a single arrow, bearing the will of the heavens. And the 100 Lane clan of that era also rapidly grew under his protection. Su Zimo walked north along the coastline. The endless river separated half of the core area of the eastern continent. This was the dividing line between the Qi clan and the Bailey clan. When the sky fell, he arrived in front of a city. Black Unicorn City. The light of the setting sun shone down from the back of the city, enveloping the entire ancient city. The birds in the sky intertwined with the sunset glow above their heads. Under the reflection of the dusk, the white clouds turned into fiery red clouds. The Black-Horned Dragon City's name originated from a demonic beast. It was rumored that the Xianxia beast was abandoned on the shore of the endless river when it was young. Later, it was picked up and raised by a couple in the city. A few eras ago, the Bailey clan and the Qi clan had a great battle. When the Qi clan's elders brought people to slaughter the city, they were obstructed by the Xianxia beast and were delayed. Later, the Bailey clan's people arrived and saved the city, but the Xianxia beast also paid the price with its life. Right above the city, there was a statue of a creature that looked like a dragon, but wasn't one. It was made in memory of the Xianxia beast. Walking into the city, one would find that it was actually just a small city. The city wasn't bustling, and there were only a few people. Bare trees were planted on both sides of the city. Coupled with the city's current scene, it looked extremely bleak. Su Zimo found an inn in the city and prepared to stay for the night before heading to the 100 Lane clan tomorrow. In this vast land, the Bailey clan was located in the southeast direction of the territory. They lived in the 100 Lane city, but it was different from the Qi clan's city. Only the Qi clan's direct descendants and branch families lived in this city. Outsiders were not allowed to live there. However, in the 100 Lane city, anyone could live there. It was said that a long time ago, only the Qi clan's people lived in the 100 Lane city. Later, some people began to live around the city. In addition, the 100 Lane clan did not object, so more and more people came to live here. In the end, the 100 Lane city's area continued to expand, and it became a large city comparable to primordial ancient city. Su Zimo chose a familiar seat by the window. At this moment, there were also some people sitting in 2s and 3s in the inn. However, the most discussed topic was the 100 Lane clan's Saintess coronation ceremony. "Big brother, do you want to buy flowers?" At this time, a weak voice sounded from the side. Su Zimo turned his head and saw a little girl holding a basket of flowers standing in front of him in fear. Although the little girl's clothes were tattered, they were very clean. Su Zimo looked at the little girl's face and felt that it was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Big brother, do you want to buy flowers?" The little girl pursed her lips and continued to ask. "Yes," Su Zimo smiled and replied. "Then what kind of flowers do you want? What kind of flowers do you think is suitable for a dead person?" Su Zimo asked. The little girl was stunned, then she giggled. "So Big Brother hasn't forgotten about me." 10-Mile Town, Huingying, Nightmare Beast. Su Zimo smiled and said a few words. He had almost forgotten about that matter. In the past, in order to cultivate a branch of the Tao of Destiny, he obtained the Nightmare Beast in advance and had a confrontation with the people of the God's Gate. However, later on, with the awakening of the Chaos Bead, Su Zimo had stepped on the heavenly path of the creation realm. Now, the Nightmare Beast was tasteless, but it was a pity to abandon it. "Big brother, do you want to talk to me here, or do you want to change places with me?" Huingying smiled and said, "Big brother, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We just want to make a deal with you. Little sister, lead the way." Su Zimo smiled and stood up. The two of them walked on the empty street. As dusk fell, there were fewer and fewer people on the street. The two of them entered a secluded residence in Xianpin City. In the courtyard of this residence, an old man with a white beard was sitting under a poplar tree in the courtyard. There was a tea table under the tree, and there was a pot of tea that had just been boiled on it. Seeing Su Zimo arrive, the white-bearded old man smiled and said, "Zhenwu Xingzong, I've heard a lot about you." Su Zimo calmly sat in front of the tea table and asked with a smile, "You flatter me. What business do you have with me, divine lord? You know me?" The old man was stunned. After a moment of surprise, he smiled and said, "Interesting, interesting." Su Zimo smiled and poured himself a cup of tea. The master of the divine gate, Yin Wuhan, is famous throughout the eastern continent. Who doesn't know of you? The younger generation these days is really amazing. The old man waved his hand and Hu Yingying slowly retreated. Sect Master Yin, are you looking for me for something? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Something good. Tell me about it. Yin Wuhan smiled and said, I want to borrow your sect's heavenly devourer blade. Don't worry, it will definitely be returned to its owner. Hearing Yin Wuhan's words, Su Zimo smiled and turned the teacup in his hand in silence. The heavenly devourer blade was a great emperor true treasure left behind by great emperor Sandao. With his current position as the Holy Sun, it was not impossible for him to borrow it from the sect. I heard that little friend needs nightmare beasts? Yin Wuhan smiled and said, as long as you can lend me the heavenly devourer blade, I can give you as many nightmare beasts as you want. Little friend should also understand that nightmare beasts are strange creatures that are difficult to find outside of our old territory. What do you want the heavenly devourer blade for? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Forgive me for keeping this a secret. It's just a transaction. Yin Wuhan smiled and said, your sect won't lose anything, and little friend will also gain great benefits from it. I'm sorry, but I don't need nightmare beasts now. Su Zimo shook his head and replied. Then, little friend, if you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Yin Wuhan's eyes narrowed slightly before he smiled. Me? Su Zimo also smiled and said, I want to see God Emperor. Hearing Su Zimo's words, a divine aura spread out from Yin Wuhan's body and half of the world collapsed. A rumbling explosion sounded from the sky and boundless waves of energy spread out in the air. The tea table in front of him instantly shattered into powder and scattered in the air. Little friend, you must be joking. Ancestor God Emperor has already ascended to the upper realm. If you want to see him, you can also bear the mandate of heaven and go find him yourself, Yin Wuhan said faintly. Oh, I might have made a mistake, Su Zimo said with a smile. What do you mean, little friend? Yin Wuhan asked in a stern tone. It's nothing. Since the deal isn't fair, I'll take my leave first if there's nothing else. Su Zimo smiled and sighed. It's just a pity about this good tea. Seeing that Su Zimo was about to leave, Yin Wuhan's aura became even more majestic. He narrowed his eyes and said, little friend, since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Don't we still have some debts to settle? You'd better settle the score with him. Su Zimo pointed to the side, only to see the space there fluctuating endlessly. Violent blood old demon walked out of it. His saint bloodline aura fluctuated around him, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. What is this thing? Is it a spirit or a puppet? Yin Wuhan frowned slightly, and a dark yellow light flashed on his fist as he directly punched out. With just one punch, endless waves of qi spread out in all directions, and the two of them each took a step back. Just now, Yin Wuhan was just testing the waters. He didn't expect the other party's strength to be stronger than he had imagined. Oh, by the way, Sect Master Yin. Su Zimo walked to the door, then suddenly turned his head and smiled. When I have time, I will go to the old territory to visit God Emperor. Looking at Su Zimo's back, Yin Wuhan's frown deepened. On the side, violent blood old demon also punched Hu Yingying, who was hiding, and turned her into ashes, and then disappeared into the space. At this moment, several figures appeared around Yin Wuhan out of thin air. Each of these figures was brimming with saint aura, full of power and power. Sect Master, that kid is strange. I will go stop that puppet. You capture him and slowly interrogate him, the old man next to him said. No need. He must have a stronger trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. It's not worth it. Yin Wuhan shook his head lightly. Are we just going to let him leave like this? Another old man next to him said unwillingly. That's not important anymore. What's important is that our plan may have been leaked, Yin Wuhan said in a heavy tone. Let's go back to the sect first. Everything will be decided by Laozu. Su Zimo returned to the inn. He leaned against the window and looked at the dark night. The story of God Emperor was familiar to the world. He tried to rule the entire Yuanyang continent and had destroyed several imperial lineage. But that day, 3 great emperors came to the lower realm at the same time. No one knew the result of the battle. But Su Zimo had seen the shocking battle in the evolution of the River of Fate. Under the attack of the 3 great emperors, God Emperor was almost killed. He had no choice but to self-destruct in order to survive. The 3 great emperors had paid a great price to come to the lower realm, and they couldn't stay for too long. In the end, God Emperor was lucky enough to escape. But at that time, the mandate of heaven he bore had disappeared. His divine fire was extinguished and his soul was shattered. Even if he survived, it would be difficult for him to reach the great emperor level. The evolution of the River of Fate stopped here. Su Zimo didn't know what happened to God Emperor. But he was sure of one thing. God Emperor was still alive. Perhaps he was the only great emperor left in this world. Although this great emperor had lost the support of the mandate of heaven, it was difficult for him to enter the Tao. In the morning of Xianxia city, the night had not completely faded. Su Zimo carried the tyrannical shadow on his back and rode the dark sky tiger out of the city gate. He was heading towards 100 Mile City. The morning light shone on the thick city walls. Dust lay lazily on the ground. The morning of 100 Mile City was especially lively and bustling. The huge city was filled with people. Sects from all over gathered here to celebrate the coronation of the Saintess of the 100 Miles clan. It wasn't just some ordinary sections. There were even a few from the imperial lineage. This included the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, the Blood Hades Holy sect, the Dan clan, and the Mo clan. 100 Miles City was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city was naturally inhabited by the disciples of the 100 Miles clan. At this moment, in the 100 Miles estate, Bai Li Xiao sat in front of a mirror in a very luxurious room. She looked at her meticulously dressed self with a disdainful smile. You promised me to kill Su Zimo. Otherwise, my remnant thoughts will haunt you for the rest of your life. Even if you bear the mandate of heaven, I won't be at ease. Lin Yuqing smiled and said, Don't worry. I will let you see him die in front of me. I have already settled the saintess position of the 100 Miles clan. As for Zhenwu Xingzong, I have also contacted people from Master's branch. Junior sister Fei Hong also promised me that as long as I return to Zhenwu Xingzong, I will be able to regain the soaring immortal physique. From today onwards, I will be called Bai Li Xiao. I will watch over you until the day Su Zimo dies. Only then will I completely disappear. The noon sun drifted between heaven and earth along with the cold wind of winter. Occasionally, a few solitary birds would fly across the sky. Su Zimo rode on the dark sky tiger on the main road. Along the way, he saw too many people. Some were riding on sacred warships, while others were riding on demonic beasts. Without exception, these people were all going to congratulate the Bailey clan. Master, do you know about the River of Fate? Baymont's voice came from the side. He could only hear the voice but not see the person. I've seen the evolution of the River of Fate with my own eyes. Su Zimo nodded and replied. All living beings can't escape the shackles of the River of Fate. Baimont slowly said, It's rumored that only by opening the 12 meridians can one transcend oneself and heaven and earth and truly escape the shackles of fate. What are you trying to say? Su Zimo asked. Baimont was silent for a moment before finally saying, Master's fate is actually also bound by the River of Fate. Su Zimo was stunned. He seemed to have forgotten something. He had seen the evolution of many fates in the River of Fate, but he had never seen anything related to himself. No one can predict their own fate. You can see the fates of others, but you can't see your own, Baimont replied. There are also some truly powerful beings who can go to the River of Fate. Hearing Baymont's words, Su Zimo was silent for a moment before finally saying, Doesn't that mean that there are no secrets in front of those truly powerful beings? They can casually check the fates of everyone. No, having the ability to go to the River of Fate and checking the fates of others are two different things. Baimont shook his head and said, Even if those powerful beings came to the River of Fate, they would have to pay a painful price if they wanted to check the fates of others. It's already so difficult to check the fates of just one living being, let alone the fates of all living beings. Only then did Suzimo understand that not everyone could have a treasure like the Chaos Bead that could casually see the evolution of the fates of all living beings in the River of Fate. Even if those legendary powerful beings really came to the River of Fate, they wouldn't be able to casually change the fates of every living being like him. Or perhaps, just changing the fate of a creature would require them to pay an unimaginable price. What do you want to say? Suzimo asked with a frown. Perhaps someone would be willing to pay a great price to enter the River of Fate to see the Lord's fate. Baimont slowly said, the Lord's resurrection is no longer a secret. Upon hearing Baimont's words, Suzimo's eyes narrowed as he recalled something. Previously, he had asked Xiaogizi to follow Jiang Macho. In the end, Jiang Macho was taken away by an old man. The old man even asked Xiaogizi to pass him a message. Fate cannot be changed. Some fates will come one day. Who would want to know my fate? Suzimo narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. Master's former enemy, Baimont hurriedly replied. Since they know about my resurrection, why haven't they come to kill me yet? Suzimo asked doubtfully. The rules of this world restrict everything. Before you obtain the Devil Lord's inheritance, they can't directly change or interfere with your fate. They can only change the fates of those around you and affect the trajectory of your fate, Baimont said. Just like those people waiting for you in the primordial devil's cave, they also know about your resurrection, but they can't directly interfere with your fate. Why can you come to my side directly? Suzimo asked. I'm different. Even if you don't resurrect in this life, I will still be born. This is my mission, Baimont said. This is a little troublesome. Suzimo frowned slightly. He didn't like the feeling of his fate being spied on. In the future, it would be a hindrance to many things. But fortunately, he had already thought of a solution. After 7 days of non-stop travel, Suzimo finally arrived at the outskirts of 100 Miles City in the evening. The coronation ceremony of the 100 Miles clan's Holy Maiden was set for tomorrow. This huge city stood between heaven and earth. Its magnificent aura was like a stormy sea, shocking the hearts of everyone who came here. Suzimo slowly walked into the city with the dark heaven tiger. At this time, the city could be said to be brightly lit and decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Although it was night time, the liveliness was even greater than during the day. The restaurants in the city were already full. Suzimo inquired about a few inns, but none of them had extra rooms. Actually, for someone of his level, he didn't need to sleep anymore. He found a 3-story loft that still had space. This loft was only for guests to eat, and the rooms were all full. Suzimo slowly walked up to the loft. The first and second floors were already full. Only the third floor had a few empty seats. He found an empty seat and casually sat down. He ordered some wine and dishes and listened to the discussions of the people around him. I heard that the Holy Maiden of the 100 Miles clan is called Bai Li Xiao. I wonder what she looks like. She used to lead a wandering life. She just returned to the clan not long ago and rarely goes out. It's normal that we haven't seen her before. Hearing this, someone sighed. I also hope that one day, my parents will tell me that I'm not their son. My biological father is a leader of the imperial lineage. Why can't such a good thing happen to me? Everyone move aside. My urine is yellow. I'll wake him up. A burst of laughter came from the surroundings. Someone continued, don't think that Bai Li Xiao is just a lucky person. She was able to gain a foothold in the imperial lineage in such a short time and become the Holy Maiden. She definitely has incomparable talent. I heard that Bai Li Xiao used to be a disciple of a big sect in the far west. A burly man dressed in black laughed. He drank a few cups of wine and said, let me tell you, I went to the far west some time ago. I know more than you. Brother Zhang, tell us, what happened? The people around him looked curiously at the burly man in black and hurriedly asked. It said that Bai Li Xiao offended a sect in the far west and was almost killed on the spot. It was the head of the 100 Miles clan, Bailey Qingfeng, who rushed over and paid a huge price to save her. Brother Zhang, you're not making this up, right? Someone laughed. There's someone in the eastern continent who dares to not give face to the 100 Miles clan and can make the head of the Qingfeng clan pay a huge price. Zhenwu Xingzong, the burly man said calmly. As soon as he said this, the smiles on the faces of the onlookers instantly froze. The existence of this sect with 4 emperors was indeed like a huge mountain, pressuring everyone to the point of suffocation. Although Zhenwu Xingzong's territory was only in the far west, his reputation shook the core of the eastern continent. Who's bad-mouthing my cousin Xiao behind her back? A voice came from the stairs of the 3rd floor. Then, a group of people walked up. The leader was a young man in a brocade robe. I can hear you from the 2nd floor. The young man in the brocade robe snorted and said calmly, who's bad-mouthing her just now? I don't know. The man in black quickly shook his head and said. Do you know the crime of slandering the saintess of the Bailey clan? The young man in the brocade robe said, if no one is willing to testify, all of you will follow me to the Bailey clan. Hearing this, the surrounding people all pointed their fingers at the black-robed man. The man in black's expression changed and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The young man in the brocade robe slowly pulled out his long sword and walked over step by step. The long sword had a sharp sword glow. He said calmly, do you believe that even if I kill you here, no one will say anything? This is the 100 Mile city. The man's body trembled slightly and he took 2 steps back. In the end, he mustered up his courage and said, what right do you have to kill me? Do you want to break the rules of the city? Because you slandered the saintess of the Bailey clan. The young man in the brocade robe replied calmly. I'm not slandering her, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go to the far west and ask around. The man in black quickly replied. At this moment, everyone on the 3rd floor was silent and didn't dare to speak loudly. Someone saw this and asked curiously, who's this young man? Why is he so confident that he dares to kill on behalf of the Bailey clan? Yuan Hongyu, the son of the current patriarch of the Yuan clan. The person next to him also replied in a low voice, his sister married Bailey Qingfeng's eldest son. It's considered a connection to the Bailey clan. Actually, the Yuan clan is only a second-rate force. The far west is too far, and I'm too lazy to go there. Yuan Hongyu said calmly, since you're not slandering her, who here dares to testify for you? If someone is willing to testify for you, I won't make it difficult for you. Hearing Yuan Hongyu's words, the scene became silent. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't even dare to look at him. I wonder if my words have any effect. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Su Zimo said with a faint smile as he sipped on his wine. Yuan Hongyu frowned and finally said, kid, it's best not to talk nonsense. Meddling in other people's business won't end well. I'm just stating facts. Su Zimo smiled and said, I saw with my own eyes that she fled from the far west like a stray dog. Brat, you asked for it. Hongyu narrowed his eyes at Su Zimo. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You should be glad that you're still alive, Yuan Hongyu said as he looked at the black-robed man beside him. Yes, yes, yes. The black-robed man hurriedly nodded. Brat, you deserve to die for slandering our holy maiden. Yuan Hongyu picked up his sword and walked towards Su Zimo. It doesn't matter if I'm slandering her. I saw it with my own eyes and participated in it, Su Zimo said with a faint smile. Alright, you can ask everyone here if they're willing to testify for you. If there's no one, you're just spouting nonsense and harboring ill intentions, Yuan Hongyu said calmly. Hearing Yuan Hongyu's words, everyone turned to look at the black-robed man. Just now, Su Zimo had testified for the black-robed man. At this moment, only the black-robed man could save Su Zimo. Facing everyone's gaze, the black-robed man's expression changed. After struggling for a long time, he finally sat down slowly and tilted his head to the side. He then picked up the wine jar in front of him and started drinking. Seeing this, everyone looked at Su Zimo with pity. You don't seem to be that lucky, Yuan Hongyu said with a cruel smile on his face. His subordinates also surrounded Su Zimo. Some people can't be offended. I don't even care about the Bailey clan, Su Zimo said as he ate the food in front of him. He only said one word, scram. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Yuan Hongyu was enraged. He said in a suppressed voice, beat him up until he's half dead and hang his corpse on the city gate. I want to behead him in public. As soon as Yuan Hongyu finished speaking, the surrounding people all charged towards Su Zimo. A thunderous boom rang in everyone's ears. All they saw was a bolt of lightning coming from the 9 heavens. The sound of tyrannical Shadow unsheathing his sword resounded in the air. When he landed, all the corpses on the ground had already collapsed. At this moment, Su Zimo was still eating quietly while the ground was filled with corpses. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. On the other hand, Yuan Hongyu's body trembled slightly as he watched his subordinates being killed in an instant. When he saw Su Zimo's faint smile, he froze on the spot. "Do you want to live?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. Yuan Hongyu quickly nodded. He knew that this was not the time to be stubborn. "Hey," Su Zimo pointed at the big man in a black shirt next to him and said with a smile, "Only one of you can live. Do as you see fit." When the big man in a black shirt heard Su Zimo's words, before he could react, Yuan Hongyu had already charged towards him with his sword. A gorgeous sword gleam spread out in all directions. A line of blood shot out from between the big man's eyebrows. Then, the big man's body was split into 2 and fell to the ground. "Sir, I failed to recognize you. Please spare my life," Yuan Hongyu quickly knelt down and begged. "Bring me to the Bailey clan," Su Zimo said calmly as he put down his chopsticks. Yuan Hongyu lifted his head slightly. His face was filled with astonishment. Compared to the liveliness of the inner and outer city, the Bailey clan was even livelier tonight. The entire clan was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was a celebration. For this crowning ceremony, the Bailey clan specially opened the secret realm left behind by the Chongkong Emperor. The secret realm was also a dimensional space. Its function was similar to Zhenwu Xingzong's heavenly domain. It was used to hold important events. At this moment, in a slightly remote courtyard in the Bailey clan, bang, bang, bang sounds could be heard one after another. Then, angry roars and the sound of things being smashed could be heard. "Trash, you're all trash." The door was suddenly pushed open, and Yuan Hongyu slowly walked in. In the room, a young man in a purple robe with a ferocious expression was smashing the items in the room. The floor was filled with debris. "What are you doing here?" The young man in the purple robe looked at Yuan Hongyu and asked with a frown. "Brother-in-law, someone wants to see you," Yuan Hongyu said fearfully. "No, I'm not in the mood," the young man in the purple robe said impatiently. "He said it's about the saint's position," Yuan Hongyu quickly said. Hearing Yuan Hongyu's words, the purple-robed young man who was about to smash something paused slightly. He looked out of the door with a deep gaze. In the Yuanyang mainland, no matter if it was the imperial lineage or other first-rate sects, they would nurture a successor in every generation. If the successor was a female, she would be called the saintess. If it was a male, he would naturally be the saint. "You're called Bailey Zhenyun?" Su Zimo looked at the young man in front of him and asked with a smile. "That's not important." The purple-robed young man said calmly, "I hope you're not playing with me. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Tell me, what good idea do you have?" "Using power to pressure others." Su Zimo lightly smiled and said, "No matter what, your 100 Lane clan is still an immortal emperor's lineage that controls the surrounding 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. You won't disregard your clan's face." As Su Zimo revealed the entire plan, Bailey Zhenyun's expression became very interesting. "Brother Su, will this work?" Bailey Zhenyun asked worriedly. "I'm just trying my best." Su Zimo smiled faintly. "After tomorrow, after the coronation ceremony, Bailey Zhao's position as the saintess will be stabilized. Do you still have a chance to choose?" "Okay, then I'll take a gamble." Bailey Zhenyun snorted coldly and said, "The position of the saint was originally mine. If it wasn't for her sudden appearance and interference, things wouldn't have turned out like this." Su Zimo smiled and said, "I've given you a chance. As for whether you can do it or not, it's up to you. Don't worry, she's definitely not my opponent." Bailey Zhenyun nodded and asked, "Why is Brother Su helping me?" "Because we have a common enemy." Su Zimo smiled and said, "The hatred between her and me is much greater than yours." The light of dawn shone under the clear sky. As the sun rose, the Bailey clan was already in a very prosperous state early in the morning. Bailey Chingfeng stood at the door. The mystic realm left behind by the Chongkong Great Emperor was opened. Everyone who was watching the crowning ceremony walked towards the secret territory. Those influential figures also exchanged greetings with Bailey Qingfeng. Elder Mo, it has been a long time since the two of us parted that day. Welcome, welcome. I'm busy with family matters. Brother Qingfeng, you have a good daughter. I've often heard about her beauty as a saintess. Did you see that? That's the great elder of the Mo clan. The surrounding crowd exclaimed. One had to know that such a big shot was something that they normally wouldn't be able to see. The people from the Dan clan are here too. The Blood Hades holy sect and the Taiyuan heavenly sect seem to have come together. My goodness, this 100 Lane clan is worthy of being an imperial lineage. Their reputation is so big. Almost all the imperial lineage and first-rate sects in the core area of our eastern continent have come. Why don't I see anyone from the Qi clan? The Qi clan and the Bailey clan are sworn enemies. Naturally, they won't come. This is all about giving face to each other. When these sects have grand ceremonies, the Bailey clan will also go and watch. As tens of thousands of people walked into the secret territory, it was already crowded and extremely noisy. Of course, those big shots also sat in the front row, while the others stood at the back. The huge conferring platform was surrounded by tens of thousands of people. First of all, I would like to thank everyone present for being able to watch our Bailey clan's conferring ceremony. Bailey Qingfeng stood on the conferring platform, wearing a green robe. His aura was imposing as he said loudly, "It has been tens of thousands of years since ancestor Chongkong led the Bailey clan to rise. In the ups and downs of time, the descendants were incompetent and couldn't inherit the glory of our ancestors. However, we are still working hard and are still willing to believe in the younger generation. One day, the mission of the clan and the glory of our ancestors will shine brightly in their hands. A new era has begun, and our Bailey clan also wants to be a part of this era. This is destined to be a great era where geniuses will emerge in large numbers. Today, according to the unanimous agreement of the Bailey clan, we have decided to choose our disciple, Bailey Xiao, as the saintess of this generation." Following Bailey Qingfeng's words, a boom was heard as an endless amount of spiritual qi surged in the air. It was as if a galaxy had appeared on the horizon. This galaxy hung upside down in the southeast, and a dazzling radiance flickered in the sky. A woman stepped through the air, step by step. Her entire body was rippling with endless immortal energy. It was as if an immortal voice came from the distant heavens and reverberated in everyone's ears. Bailey Xiao wore a light purple long dress, and several ribbons surrounded her body. At this moment, the winter wind had just started, and the ribbons were blown away by the cool breeze. The hair on her head was slightly tied up, and as she descended from the sky, the hair on her head was completely scattered. Her skin was whiter than snow, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Seeing her face, many people present secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How is this possible? How could she be at the Void Pulse realm? Below the platform, some of the Bailey clan's disciples were in disbelief. Bailey Qingfeng slowly took out the saintess's command tablet, and loudly said, "Shower, this saintess's command tablet is now given to you. It carries the hopes of our Bailey clan, and we also hope that you can leave behind your own legend in this era." Just as Bailey Qingfeng's voice fell, Bailey Xiao was just about to receive the command tablet when a loud shout suddenly came from the crowd. "Wait a moment, I oppose this matter." Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice with astonishment, only to see Bailey Jinyun walking over step by step. "Yuner, what are you doing?" Bailey Qingfeng slightly frowned and shouted. "Today, all of our eastern continent's reputable people are here. I also want to ask our clan head, as an ordinary disciple of the Bailey clan, in front of everyone in our Bailey clan, what is the evaluation of the clan's saintess and saintess?" Bailey Jinyun looked at Bailey Qingfeng and loudly said, "Before this, the clan saintess position has always been a competition between the younger generation of disciples. Why is it that after this Bailey Xiao came, without any reason, without any standard evaluation, the saintess position was given to her? I refuse to accept this." Seeing Bailey Qingfeng's unsightly expression, Bailey Jinyun's eyes swept across everyone below the stage, and he continued, "Today, our Bailey clan's younger generation is also here. I think it's time for everyone to stand up. Is this Bailey clan a clan of everyone, or is it just some people's words? I think the majority of you are also unconvinced in your hearts. Now, in front of so many people, we should also ask for an explanation. If you don't dare to stand up, and are willing to be a coward, then I have nothing to say. It can only mean that you are simply not worthy of the saintess position. Following Bailey Jinyun's words, a commotion immediately erupted below the stage. I refuse to accept this. Someone instantly stood up. I also refuse to accept this. That's right, on what basis can Bailey Xiao become the saintess? When more and more voices sounded below the stage, the world suddenly darkened, and a saintess's worship slowly stopped in the sky. Jinwu Xingzong congratulates the Bailey clan saintess conferring ceremony. When this voice exploded in the sky, the huge saint worship exploded with a rumbling sound. Several figures slowly descended from the sky. These figures all had imposing auras, and boundless power radiated from them. The leader of these figures was Jinwu Xingzong's great elder. The others behind him were all Emperor realm experts. Following the descent of several figures, the audience below the stage went into an uproar. Why did Jinwu Xingzong come to the Bailey clan? Someone asked in confusion. I heard that Bailey Xiao used to be Jinwu Xingzong's disciple. However, no matter how the people below the stage discussed, the great elder's gaze swept across the Bailey clan disciples who objected. He said calmly, "Don't you want to know why Bailey Xiao was chosen as the saint? Then I'll tell you. Bailey Xiao is not only a disciple of your Bailey clan, but also a disciple of our Jinwu Xingzong. As long as she can become the saint of the Bailey clan, our Jinwu Xingzong will also do our best to nurture her." Hearing this, many of the people present understood. Bailey Xiao was a button that connected two imperial lineage. If one person had the support of two imperial lineage behind her, how terrifying would that be? The others in the Bailey clan naturally could not compare to her. More importantly, Jinwu Xingzong was the #1 sect in the eastern continent. The Bailey clan more or less wanted to curry favor with them. The youths present fell silent. They had already lost to the other party in terms of innate conditions, not to mention that Bailey Xiao's aptitude was already extremely strong. The great elder's words don't seem to represent Jinwu Xingzong. A soft laugh came from the crowd. Su Zimo slowly walked up from below the stage. He was dressed in a white robe and had an imposing aura around him. He sized up Bailey Xiao with his deep eyes, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Who are you?" A few elders from the Bailey clan angrily rebuked. "I, Su Zimo, swear in the name of the current saint of Jinwu Xingzong." Su Zimo's gaze swept across everyone present and finally stopped on Bailey Xiao. He said calmly, "As long as Bailey Xiao dares to come to Jinwu Xingzong, I will use all my resources and connections to suppress her and make it difficult for her to move in the sect." Although his voice was calm, the strength in his tone made it impossible for anyone to doubt his authenticity. "Oh, that's right. Many of you might not know about this." Su Zimo smiled and continued, "Some time ago, if it wasn't for the Bailey family's timely arrival, I would have almost killed her. You managed to keep your life that time, but you won't have such a good chance next time." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Jinwu Xingzong's first elder frowned and said calmly, "Su Zimo, why are you here? Do I need to report to the first elder where I want to go?" Su Zimo chuckled. "This matter has nothing to do with you. You'd better not cause trouble," the first elder snorted and said. "I know." Su Zimo smiled and said, "I'm just telling these young disciples of the Bailey clan that Jinwu Xingzong's background can't give her anything with me around. She doesn't have the right to be the saint for no reason. Child Su, this is an internal matter of our Bailey clan. I hope you won't interfere." Bailey Qingfeng took a deep breath and said calmly. "I won't interfere. You guys continue." Su Zimo gave Bailey Jinyun a look before he left. Then, he chuckled and walked down. The people below the stage automatically made way for him. "So he's Su Zimo," Lin Yuqing said with a faint smile. "He's still as annoying as ever." Bailey Xiao was silent for a moment before she said calmly, "I'm already like this, but he still won't let it go." "That's good too. I won't have any burden after killing him." Lin Yuqing chuckled and didn't seem to care. "Patriarch, since the saint of Jinwu Xingzong has spoken, shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Bailey Jinyun said calmly. His heart was beating very fast, and his palms were sweaty. It was obvious that he was very nervous now. The people below also watched this scene with interest. After all, the onlookers would never mind making a big deal out of it. Before Bailey Qingfeng could speak, Bailey Xiao had already stood up. She said calmly, "What explanation do you want?" "A fair chance to compete for the position of the saint," Bailey Jinyun said calmly. "Okay, I'll give it to you." Bailey Xiao smiled, and the aura of the void pulse realm enveloped her. "I'm right here. Whoever is unconvinced can come up. Today, in front of everyone, if anyone can defeat me, I'll give up the position of saint." "Shower, you." Bailey Qingfeng was startled and hurriedly tried to persuade her. "You were forcefully deprived of your flying immortal physique before, and your body hasn't fully recovered yet. This battle is very unfavorable for you. Why should I care about a bunch of useless people?" Bailey Xiao replied calmly. "If I still have to think about the future when dealing with them, how can I bear the mandate of heaven? I'll compete with those true prodigies." Bailey Qingfeng's eyes lit up as he watched Bailey Xiao walk forward step by step. The ribbons around her fluttered in the wind, and the aura on her body grew stronger and stronger. A true powerhouse will always be powerful in his heart. "The forces behind him and others are just decorations," Bailey Xiao said calmly. "This position of the saint was originally mine. If it weren't for your sudden appearance and interference, this honor should also be mine now." Bailey Jinyun snorted lightly, and the spirit energy around him surged. At this moment, a light blue sword light flashed in the air. He held a long sword and directly attacked Bailey Xiao. The sword light flickered rapidly in the air, and it split into several parts in an instant. "How can you compete for the position of saint with this kind of strength?" Bailey Xiao shook her head slightly and took a step forward. Her slender jade-like hand seemed to pass through endless space and hit the weakest part of the sword light. With a bang, countless sword lights shattered. The jade-like hand did not lose its momentum and heavily slapped Bailey Jinyun's chest. With a boom, endless air waves exploded in the air. Bailey Jinyun's body directly flew out and heavily fell off the stage. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Bailey Jinyun was already on the verge of death. A bloody hole was blasted in his chest, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. He looked very miserable. "One move." Bailey Xiao glanced at those youths and said calmly, "If you weren't a disciple of the Bailey clan, that palm just now would have taken your life." The youths present all kept quiet out of fear and swallowed hard. One must know that Bailey Jinyun's strength was enough to rank in the top 5 among the younger generation of the clan. Although he was not the strongest, he was about the same as them. And it was this kind of strength that actually failed to take Bailey Xiao's palm. When they thought about their own strength, no one dared to go on stage. "What a piece of trash." Su Zimo, who was below the stage, chuckled. He could see that Bailey Xiao was not much stronger than Bailey Jinyun. Even if she was stronger, she would not have defeated him so easily. The most important thing was Bailey Xiao's combat experience and the use of spirit energy. She was able to find the weakness of Bailey Jinyun's move in an instant and gather all her strength. Bailey Jinyun did not have the ability to fight back. This not only preserved her strength, but also shocked these youths. "Bailey Xiao, how can you harm your fellow disciples like this? You don't deserve to be the saintess," a youth shouted. "That's right. This woman is violent." It was just an ordinary competition, and she did not show mercy to her fellow disciples. How can she be the saintess? More and more people seemed to have found the point of attack and protested together. "You don't have enough strength, so you make up for it with your mouth." "Enough." An angry roar almost covered everyone's noise. Bailey Qingfeng's aura was imposing. He looked at the younger generation of his family silently. "You all disappoint me. If you are not as skilled, why don't you work hard and catch up? Instead, you are jealous and slandering others. You only injured one disciple, and you are already ruthless. Do you know what a great emperor is? Without tens of thousands of lives on your hands, you don't deserve to be called a powerhouse. A general's success is built on tens of thousands of bones. A true powerhouse walks out of a sea of blood. Look at you all now, what do you look like?" Hearing Bailey Qingfeng's words, there was silence. Many youths lowered their heads. "Alright, I hope my words can make you all reflect." Bailey Qingfeng sighed, then said loudly, "I announce that Bailey Xiao is the saintess of the Bailey family." As Bailey Xiao slowly took the token that belonged to the Saintess, the family members below all shouted in unison, "Greetings, Saintess." Bailey Xiao walked to the edge of the conferring platform with a fierce gaze. She looked at Su Zimo calmly and said, "What else do you have to say? My words are still valid. As long as you dare to return to Zhenwu Xingzong, I will do my best to kill you." Su Zimo smiled faintly. "Why don't we make a bet?" "What are we betting?" Bailey Xiao asked. "Let's fight. If you win, I, Zhenwu Xingzong, will hand over my position as the Holy Son to you. This way, you can become the holy daughter of two imperial lineage," Su Zimo said with a smile. "If you lose, I don't want anything. I only have one request." Bailey Xiao pondered for a moment before finally asking, "What request?" "In a battle of life and death, unless one side dies, you can't withdraw or admit defeat," Su Zimo said with a smile. "I refuse." With that, Bailey Xiao turned around and left. Looking at the other party's departing figure, Su Zimo smiled and did not stop him. After all, this was the 100 Lane clan's territory, and there were so many people present. He didn't want to reveal too many trump cards. Of course, the most important thing was that just killing Bailey Xiao would be too boring. The most painful thing in life wasn't death. As the crowning ceremony slowly came to an end, the Bailey clan also prepared a banquet to entertain all the guests. The food at the banquet were all elixirs and the like, which were incomparably precious in the outside world. Furthermore, for the entire day, all the expenses in 100 Lane City were covered by the Bailey clan. You could spend your money anywhere in the city for free. When the banquet was about to end, Su Zimo went to find Bailey Qingfeng. Regarding the crowning ceremony, Bailey Qingfeng could roughly guess what had happened. Although the clan's disciples were dissatisfied behind his back, they didn't have the guts to embarrass him in front of such a big event. There must be someone backing him up. Therefore, his attitude towards Su Zimo was a lot colder. "You want to go to the Heaven Yuan small world?" Bailey Qingfeng asked indifferently. "Yes, I hope the Bailey clan can arrange it as soon as possible." Su Zimo nodded. 7 days later. Bailey Qingfeng replied indifferently. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "Why must you be so hostile towards Xiao Er? I've looked into your situation, and she didn't seem to have offended you." Su Zimo shook his head and said, "You don't have to try to plead for leniency. There are some things that I won't change once I've decided. Then you're on your own." Bailey Qingfeng snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. Not long after, Zhenwu Xingzong's first elder also found Su Zimo. "The grudge between you and Bailey Xiao ends here." The first elder said indifferently, "This is the vice sect leader's intention. Some things aren't as simple as you think. I don't need others to decide my matters." Su Zimo replied. "Without the sect, you're nothing." The first elder said, "The current Bailey Xiao is already different from before. The sect plans to train the two of you to fight for the mandate of heaven. There's only one great emperor. Let's kill each other in the end." Su Zimo smiled. "Why don't you understand? This way, the sect will have a higher chance of fighting for the mandate of heaven." The first elder explained, "If the two of you can really make it to the end, even if you lose to the other party, you can still spare the other party's life. It's not that I don't understand, it's that you don't understand at all." Su Zimo shook his head indifferently and replied, "I'll definitely carry the mandate of heaven. If I keep my tail between my legs, I'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, I'll only become a skeleton on my path." Arrogant and presumptuous. The first elder snorted coldly and said indifferently, "This is the sect's intention. It's not something you can reject with just one word." Looking at the first elder's departing figure, Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. The sect is nothing. Following the end of the crowning ceremony, although 100 Mile City was still bustling, it was still a little less lively than a few days ago. The story of Bailey Xiao defeating Bailey Jinyun with one palm on the crowning platform also spread throughout 100 Mile City. At this point, the name of the saintess of the Bailey clan had spread throughout the entire eastern mainland. Everyone paid close attention to every sect's saint and saintess, especially the imperial lineage's saintess. These were all popular candidates to carry the mandate of heaven every year. 7 days had passed. Su Zimo also arrived at the Bailey clan and prepared to enter the small Tianyuan world. Bailey Chingfeng was already waiting in the clan. He brought Su Zimo to the clan's forbidden area. You only have 7 days. After 7 days, you'll be forcefully expelled from the mystic realm, Bailey Chingfeng said. Su Zimo nodded. The item in the small Tianyuan world was extremely important to him. If he hadn't wasted some time in Hunyuan ancient city, he might have already obtained it. Passing through a dark corridor, the Four Seasons flower stretched out from the walls of the corridor. The morning sun was blocked by white clouds, and snow covered the entire world. There were naked disciples practicing swordsmanship in the snow, and there were also people running around the clan while carrying several boulders on their backs. Su Zimo followed behind Bailey Chingfeng, passing through several corridors. After passing through several formations, the two of them did not speak at all. Finally, they stopped in front of an especially simple and unadorned door. This door towered into the clouds, and there was no end in sight. It was surrounded by drifting white fog. It was as if this was an independent space. Su Zimo lowered his head. Unknowingly, the ground beneath his feet was also covered in white fog, as if he was walking in the air. Bailey Chingfeng took out a token and bowed respectfully. Ancestor, I'm bringing people into the Heaven Yuan small world. Soon after, the space in front of them distorted, and an old man walked out. The old man did not have a powerful aura around him, but the moment he appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be attracted to him, and all of it condensed towards him. The old man glanced at Su Zimo and said indifferently, an outsider? Yes. Bailey Chingfeng was silent for a moment, but finally nodded. You should know how important the Heaven Yuan small world is to the clan. The old man said calmly. I know. Bailey Chingfeng nodded. Seeing this scene, the old man did not stop them. Instead, he looked deeply at Su Zimo. At this moment, Su Zimo could feel boundless pressure coming from the old man's body. His expression was indifferent, and he raised his head to look at the old man. Faint golden spiritual energy condensed in the air, and the old man waved his hands several times. The originally closed door slowly opened with a heavy aura. 3 days. The old man said indifferently. After 3 days, you must leave the secret realm. Hearing the old man's words, Bailey Chingfeng looked at Su Zimo. After all, he had promised 7 days, but he did not dare to go against the old man's words. Okay. Su Zimo nodded. Bailey Chingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he had gone back on his word. Seeing Su Zimo walk through the door and the white fog engulfing his figure, the old man turned his head and asked, Who is it? The holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong, Bailey Chingfeng hurriedly replied. This is a trade. Go. In the future, try not to bring outsiders into the small world of Tianyuan as much as possible. The old man nodded and said, After all, this is one of the few things that senior uncle Chongkong left for the clan. After tens of thousands of years, too much had been erased. If the clan can't produce a new great emperor, it will only continue to decline. Bailey Chingfeng hurriedly nodded. The old man before him was Laozu, the strongest of the Bailey clan. He was already an immortal. He was also the general of the vast Sky Emperor. His seniority was so high that it was impossible to find him in the entire 100 Lane clan. If you have the chance, bring this generation's saintess to me. The old man was silent for a while, then said, There are 5 steps to becoming an immortal, and each step is a hurdle. The beginning of my immortal path is already my limit. This is the end of my life. If the clan can't produce a new great emperor, when I pass away one day, what will be left of the so-called imperial lineage? Don't be fooled by the number of imperial lineage in the Yuanyang continent. How many of them still retain their strength? There is no such thing as eternal invincibility in this world. The great emperor has to walk his own path. They have already done their best for their own clan. Perhaps it was because very few people came here, or perhaps it was because these tens of thousands of years of cultivation made the old man feel lonely. The old man spoke a lot. Bailey Chingfeng only remembered that the snow was very heavy that day. When he left, he was very anxious. Even he had been immersed in the glory of an emperor's lineage. They had never worried about anything. Even if the sky fell, Laozu would be there to hold it up. However, he forgot one thing. Laozu's life would come to an end one day. When all the glory was covered by the wind and sand, the so-called imperial lineage would have nothing left but the title. This made Bailey Chimphone, who had been the head of the clan for hundreds of years, feel a sense of crisis for the first time. Su Zimo slowly walked into the fog. The fog in front of him covered everything. He only felt his body become weightless. Then, the world spun, as if he had fallen into an endless whirlpool. This situation lasted for a long time. When his body returned to normal, Su Zimo found himself standing on a plain. The plain stretched as far as the eye could see. There was basically nothing in the surroundings except for some rising and falling mountains. The whole world seemed to be very dull. The only advantage was that the spiritual energy here was very thick. It was so thick that it was unbelievable. At this moment, with the arrival of Su Zimo, a stranger, the originally peaceful world suddenly changed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was surging. The initial state of spiritual energy was invisible and colorless. However, at this moment, there was some greenish-yellow gas mixed in with the spiritual energy. With the greenish-yellow gas as the core, with the help of countless spiritual energy, countless creatures condensed in this world in an instant. There were ancient trees reaching the sky, lions glaring at them, elks chasing them, and legendary ancient beasts roaring at the sky. The earth bore the weight of everything. When these creatures stood on the ground, it was as if they had come alive, running freely between the heavens and the earth. They ignored Su Zimo. Legend had it that in the 100 Lane clan's Heaven Origin world, there was a surge of Heaven Origin Chi. This Heaven Origin Chi had unimaginable benefits for foundation building, cultivation, breaking through bottlenecks, and tempering the body. It was said that after tempering the body with this Heaven Origin Chi, it would be much easier to open up the meridians in the body. There was only one Heaven Origin Chi in the Eastern continent. It was very rare and precious. Although this Heaven Origin world could produce Heaven Origin Chi, the speed was very slow. The supply could not meet the demand. Therefore, the 100 Lane clan would only open the Heaven Origin world once a year to let the talented clansmen in for cultivation. Once all the Heaven Origin Chi inside had been absorbed, he would wait for another year and allow it to produce new Heaven Origin Chi. Su Zimo's spiritual energy surged. When the Heaven Origin world opened in his body, waves of devouring power sucked in all the creatures around him. These creatures also had simple consciousness. When they encountered danger, they would scatter and run. It's not bad, but it's not what I'm looking for. Su Zimo felt for a while, then shook his head and walked into the Heaven Origin world. The space inside was not big, but it was not small either. Originally, Su Zimo was not in any danger outside, but as he walked in, the creatures around him began to attack him. At first, the beasts attacking Su Zimo in the outermost area were just ordinary beasts. But as he went deeper and deeper, Su Zimo could feel that these beasts were getting stronger and stronger, gradually evolving into demonic beasts. With old demon Xianxia leading the way, he didn't even need to make a move. After walking like this for more than 10 minutes, the surrounding demonic beasts blotted out the sky and covered the earth, and the originally empty space became dark. When old demon Xianxia cleared the surrounding demonic beasts, he heard several roars coming from all directions. Xianxia, Azure Dragon, Baifeng, Qilin, Qianyou, Baiyan. More and more of these mythological beasts, which only existed in legends, in the Desolate Era, and even in the Mythological Era, all came out. When the terrifying beast aura swept through the world, these mythological beasts roared, as if they wanted Su Zimo to retreat. Old demon Xianxia's body also surged with spirit chi, and a blood-red river hung upside down on the horizon. He was a puppet, and he didn't know fear at all, nor did he have any emotions. When Su Zimo continued to move forward, these mythological beasts all attacked. Dragon's sword and tigers roared, the beast aura was strong, the endless space shattered, and the surrounding small worlds also collapsed. Although these mythological beasts weren't real, they were all illusions of Heaven Origin Chi, but their strength was not bad, and old demon Xianxia couldn't do anything to them. Seeing old demon Xianxia holding back these mythological beasts and escorting them by his side, Su Zimo's speed also increased a lot. Finally, he came in front of a tall mountain. This mountain looked magnificent, it was shaped like a bow, the mountain was steep, and the top was oval. Seeing Su Zimo walk to the bottom of the mountain, these mythological beasts became even crazier. Su Zimo slowly stopped in his tracks, only to see that there was a thin layer of barrier surrounding the tall mountain. This barrier was transparent, and there was a golden light flowing on it. In this light, there was a very terrifying aura brewing. When the spirit chi around Su Zimo's body surged, his fist landed on the barrier. Layers of ripples appeared on the barrier, as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake. A vast emperor's aura soared into the sky, and endless spiritual chi gathered here, instantly shattering the boundless space. Within the golden light, countless words floated out. The transparent barrier started to vibrate, and even the ground started to shake. Rumbling sounds echoed in the small world. Upon seeing this scene, Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and softly muttered, "Emperor runes left behind by Emperor Chongkong." At the same time, the old man in the outside world opened his eyes instantly. An endless aura spread out from his body, and the terrifying power shook the entire space with a bang bang. The formation left behind by Martial Uncle Chongkong has been activated. As the Emperor runes soared into the sky, the originally calm barrier buzzed and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The barrier began to expand bit by bit. It was infinitely enlarged, and all the creatures in the surroundings began to be driven away. On this barrier, the words left behind by the Emperor runes flickered. Thunder crackled as a terrifying power pervaded the surface. It seemed that anything that came into contact with the barrier would be instantly devoured and annihilated. Upon seeing this scene, Baimont walked out of the void. Demonic chi shrouded the sky, and boundless power spread out from his body. The black mist condensed, and he punched the barrier heavily. With a boom, a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions, and cracks began to appear on the entire barrier. Interesting. Baimont snorted. The power around him gathered again, and he punched out a few more times. Bang 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 sounds exploded in midair. The boundless shockwaves were like mushroom clouds, condensing and dispersing, then condensing and dispersing again. Finally, a kacha-kacha sound rang in his ears. This powerful barrier could not withstand the attack and was completely shattered. At this moment, there was a furious roar. The space in front of them was torn apart, and the old man's figure appeared in midair. Seeing the scene in front of him, the old man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared, "What are you doing?" "Stop him," Su Zimo said indifferently. Then, he walked towards the mountain step by step. The old man wanted to stop him, but he was surrounded by black mist. Baimont's eyes were fixed on him. He punched out casually. With a bang, the old man's figure was directly sent flying, and a bottomless pit was formed in the ground. Boundless power spread out from the deep pit, and the ground quickly cracked. The old man flew out of the pit with a majestic aura. He walked in the air and looked at Baimont with a serious expression. "Mystic Immortal Realm?" he asked tentatively. Baimont chuckled and said indifferently, "I'd better capture you first and wait for the Lord's judgment." Around this mountain, the heavenly origin chi seemed to be thicker. It was as if this was the core of the heavenly origin chi of the entire small world. All the heavenly origin chi spread from here to the entire world. Looking at the mountain in front of him, Wild Blood Old Demon punched out, and a spacious path was formed at the bottom of the mountain. Countless rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain. Su Zimo walked at the back. With the Wild Blood Old Demon leading the way, every punch of his was able to blast out a path. This mountain was very grand. The two of them walked for a long time on the small path at the bottom of the mountain. The deeper they went, the purer and denser the heavenly origin chi became. Finally, when Wild Blood Old Demon completely broke through the bottom of the mountain, there was a vacuum area halfway up the mountain. This seemed to be an independent space, and there was a formation that isolated the surroundings. Dense heavenly origin chi was emitted from this formation. This seemed to be the core of the entire heaven origin small world. And within this formation, there was a peculiar flow of gas. This gas was pure yellow. It seemed to have an independent consciousness, and it kept colliding with the surrounding formation, but to no avail. This gas contained a dense amount of energy, and the surrounding heavenly origin chi was emitted from it. In other words, all the heavenly origin chi in this heaven origin small world was produced by this gas. Black and yellow chi, Su Zimo muttered softly as he looked at the yellow chi that was still struggling in the array. The last thing necessary to form a true fate world. Profound yellow chi was also called heaven earth chi. People often said that heaven earth profound yellow qi. In fact, this gas was the core of a world. With it, a world could be considered complete. After Wild Blood Old Devil punched several times in a row, he finally broke the array formation in front of him. The moment the array formation shattered, the Xianxia qi seemed to have been released. It charged out at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the true fate world appeared above Su Zimo's head. The space shattered, and the primal chaos bead rushed out. When the primal chaos bead appeared, a boundless aura spread out. A gray gas came out from the primal chaos bead and enveloped the profound yellow qi. Immediately after, the primal chaos bead dragged the profound yellow qi into the true fate world. No matter how hard the profound yellow qi struggled, it couldn't break through this gray mist. Profound yellow sky, this was the color of heaven and earth. The profound yellow qi was also the energy of the earth. In Su Zimo's true fate world, the entire world started to change. The wind blew and clouds rolled in the sky. Rumble. A rumbling sound echoed in the surroundings. The profound yellow qi and yin yang qi intertwined and fused into this world. The laws of this world were perfected. Everything began to evolve in an orderly manner. The sun and moon rotated at the same speed. Night and day came at the same time. The originally dead earth also gained power. The soil began to become fertile and suitable for planting and breeding. Yin and yang turned into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The heaven and earth also began to have various attributes. The 4 seasons also became distinct: the spring breeze, the scorching sun, the autumn rain, and the winter snow. After many changes, this world became a true world. The river of fate flowed in the void. At this moment, it truly began to operate. And in the deepest part of the void, there was a stretch of nothingness. At this moment, there was a shocking might in this void. Many changes were occurring within it, as if something was brewing inside. This was the heavenly Tao of this world preparing to come into being. The heavenly Tao's existence was to allow this world to function normally and peacefully. It would suppress any existence that was harmful to this world. This world wasn't very big. Because this world had just been born, it wasn't much bigger than the eastern continent. However, as this world grew and evolved, Su Zimo's strength slowly increased. The area of this world would also begin to expand. At the beginning of this world, most of it was still ocean. However, in these oceans, there were many continents. From the outside, Su Zimo's true fate world looked like an azure sphere. 70% of the sphere's surface was ocean while 30% was land. This world had just been created. There were no living creatures here. This is a new epoch. It has opened its first chapter. This world will be called the Divine Continent. Su Zimo stood in the sky and said in a majestic voice. Replies sounded in the empty sky. At this moment, the Divine Continent had time. The world began to move. This was its first day, first hour, first minute, and first second. From this moment on, the Divine Continent truly existed. This era will be called the end, Su Zimo said again. At this moment, he was like a god who had created the world. Boundless power spread out around him. In this place, everything was operating according to his will. The Divine Continent, the era of the end, and the end of the era. Everything in the world returned to nothingness. The world was truly established, the continent was named, and the era began. This was a moment that would be remembered. And at this moment, after the world was truly established, there was only one problem before Su Zimo. Was life. Creatures did not appear out of thin air, nor did they appear on their own after the world was created. There was a story about the origin of living creatures on the Yuanyang continent. The extreme yang illumination and the extreme yin nether glow. Legend had it that their fusion gave birth to monsters in the world. Later on, some of the monsters evolved into humans. Su Zimo was not sure if this was true, but he now had the extreme yin nether glow. He had obtained it in Jinwu Xingzong's hidden dragon stream. Now, he only needed to find the extreme yang illumination and fuse the two to verify his idea. Unfortunately, the extreme yin nether glow and the extreme yang illumination were not part of the evolution of the long river of fate. He was lucky to have obtained the extreme yin nether glow. As for the extreme yang illumination, he did not have the slightest clue. However, he would cross that bridge when he got there. He did not want to think too much about it now. In fact, the simplest way to deal with living creatures was to capture the living creatures on the Yuanyang continent and put them in his own divine continent. Unfortunately, the rules of the two epochs were different. Living creatures that did not belong to one epoch could not force themselves to live in another epoch. Even if Suzimo was the creator of this world and asked the heavenly axiom to open a back door, he could only put in a few dozen living creatures at most. However, the development of a world required more than tens of thousands of living creatures. This was the rejection of the world's rules. Even he, the creator, could not do anything about it. Moreover, the living creatures of each world were the foundation of that world. They were an indispensable part of it. Naturally, Suzimo could not let living creatures from other epochs become the foundation of his true fate world. Most importantly, the epoch of the Yuanyang continent had not been destroyed. The heavenly axiom still existed. Under normal circumstances, the old epoch was destroyed. Only then would a new epoch appear. If the heavenly axiom of the Yuanyang continent's epoch knew that there were other heavenly axioms in this world that could threaten its position, Suzimo felt that he would be hunted down by the entire world. Although he was not afraid of anything, he had to be ready first. Obviously, it was impossible in his current state. When the true fate world in his body finished evolving, Suzimo felt a powerful energy feeding back to him. This was the power of creation. It was different from any other power. Creation represented supremacy and dominated everything. This power circulated in Suzimo's body, improving Suzimo's body bit by bit. His original power was gradually replaced by the power of creation. Under the refinement of the power of creation, waves of Taoist rhymes fluctuated within his body, evolving into a great Tao physique. The great Tao physique was pure and clean. It was the most powerful physique in this world and the most suitable for cultivation. At this moment, Suzimo was bathed in holy light. In his body, the power of creation, the demon physique of purgatory, and the great Tao physique were in a very peaceful state. This state was very subtle. The three merged with each other and had their own characteristics. At this moment, Suzimo was in a state of being reborn. As the days passed, his entire temperament changed a lot, and he looked even more ethereal than before. Of course, under this power of creation, Suzimo did not forget to refine his weapon. The tyrannical shadow absorbed the power of creation bit by bit. Its body was also undergoing tremendous changes. This situation lasted for 7 days. Only then did Suzimo slowly open his eyes. At this moment, when he opened his eyes, he saw that the entire world had changed. Genesis energy was formless and colorless. When this energy spread out around Suzimo, it was as if everything in the world was trembling. As he activated the demon body of purgatory, his hair did not turn red like before. His hair was still black, and his skin was tanned. But for some reason, Suzimo gave off a very special feeling. This feeling was very pure. Whether it was his skin color, his eyes, his aura, his voice, or even his overall senses, they were all very pure. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be perfect. It was so pure and perfect that there was not a trace of abnormality. On the surface of his body, there were many veined patterns. These patterns were like blood vessels attached to his skin, and they were dark purple in color. When he did not activate his battle body, his Genesis energy was formless and colorless. But when he activated the demon body of purgatory, a man's shadow appeared behind him. At this moment, Suzimo felt that his mind was once again filled with scenes of the past. Demon Lord, surrender. We will condemn you on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Surrender is your only option if you don't want to die. Ha ha ha, you've been invincible your entire life, but you never thought you'd anger the heavenly Tao. Don't resist. You were born here, so you should die here. Your fate cannot escape the river of fate. You cannot escape the suppression of the heavenly Tao. As these intermittent scenes flashed through his mind, Suzimo slowly turned his head. I'll wait for you. The man's shadow behind him seemed to have spoken, but also seemed to have said nothing. The illusory figure gradually disappeared, and then the sky was filled with rolling demonic chi. Demonic chi enveloped the world, and the Genesis energy around Suzimo turned black. At this moment, the 6th meridian in his body, which belonged to the Emperor Meridian realm, was completely opened. With the remnants of his power and the impact of the 10 meridian fruit, this power was unimpeded, opening the 6th meridian in an instant. The 6th meridian was called Mu Huansong. Luan Quan, Bone Sage, Chowing Feng. Kuan Hai, Mirage Blood, Mu Huansong. Every 3 meridian was a major circulation. After the 6th meridian was opened, 2 major circulations were opened at the same time. It was like a flood breaking through a dam, and it was unstoppable. The spirit chi was like a surging river, surging and flowing within Su Zimo's body. At this moment, a boundless might radiated from Su Zimo's body. Behind him, his true fate world could be considered to have completely manifested. It was a blue planet. When his true fate appeared, the fog behind him dispersed, and within the fog, the planet slowly rotated. Every time it rotated, it seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Every movement seemed to have the unimaginable ability to change fate. The planet looked very beautiful. It was like a water droplet filled with water, incomparably pure. It was also like an amber that had been hidden for thousands of years and finally saw the light of day again, bright and flawless. At this moment, Su's Godz's was God. From the first level of the Emperor Vane realm. God's God, God's realm. He only stopped when he reached the peak of the God's realm. After everything was over, Su Zimo let out a deep breath. He could feel the earth-shattering changes in his body. He almost couldn't control the powerful energy in his body. Even with a raise of his hand, there was a power that could shatter the world. The Genesis power in his body was circulating, strengthening his body bit by bit. At this moment, Su Zimo was thinking about a problem. Why did people have to bear the mandate of heaven? It was because the mandate of heaven could allow cultivators to enter the Tao. The Tao realm could be said to be the most powerful system in this world. Only one great emperor could enter the Tao in each era. Therefore, great emperors were invincible. However, he didn't seem to need to think about this anymore. He had personally created an era. He, Su Zimo, was about to embark on an unprecedented path. He didn't need to think about entering the Tao or becoming an immortal. Because the mandate of heaven was already dispensable to him. He walked on the Tao of creation. Su Zimo looked around. The tall mountain that he was originally on had completely collapsed. Cracks also appeared on the ground around him. At this moment, he was in ruins. At this moment, Su Zimo's Genesis power burst out. He waved his hands, and the true destiny world in his body appeared. In the white fog, the chaos bead flew out. Su Zimo held the chaos bead in his hand. At this moment, his aura was majestic. He closed his eyes slightly. The chaos bead once again led him through the vast space and time, arriving at the place where the river of destiny was. This river of destiny was the river of destiny of the Yuanyang continent's era. It wasn't his divine continent. All living beings can't escape fate. Su Zimo chuckled. At this moment, he waved his hand, and waves of Genesis power filled the chaos bead. The chaos bead glowed with endless light. Space froze, and time stopped. At this moment, even the flow of the river of destiny stopped. The chaos bead passed through the boundless river. After an unknown period of time, it seemed like a moment, but it also seemed so far away that time had been forgotten. Layers of ripples suddenly appeared on the entire river of destiny. The chaos bead flew out of the river of destiny with a droplet of water. This droplet of water was very small, but it gave Su Zimo a very familiar feeling. Su Zimo couldn't see the changes in the droplet of water. No one could see their own fate. But he knew that this was his fate. This was his fate that was recorded in the river of destiny. How can my fate be decided by others? Su Zimo chuckled. He placed the droplet of water in his palm. Then, under the guidance of the chaos bead, he returned to his true destiny world, the divine continent. At this moment, Su Zimo looked into the depths of the endless void. He placed the droplet of water in his hand into the river of destiny in his true destiny world. This is my world. Destiny should be controlled by me. The moment the droplet of water disappeared, in a corner of the endless immortal mountain, Old Man Nothingness was shocked. He looked up at the sky, and his expression changed drastically. The Demon King's destiny has disappeared. At this moment, it wasn't just the endless immortal mountain. Several people looked up at the sky at the same time. Their auras were majestic, and their expressions were uncertain. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. After everything was settled, Suzimo also walked out of here. In the outside world, Laozu of the Bailey clan had long been suppressed by Baimont. Baimont was an existence who had stepped into the Tao. He had even crossed the peak of the fifth step. Ordinary people were naturally no match for him. When Suzimo arrived in front of the old man, he saw a sky full of demonic aura surrounding him. The demonic aura turned into chains and bound the old man in midair. No matter how the old man struggled, it was to no avail. Seeing Suzimo walk forward, the old man glared at him and said angrily, "What do you want? Do you want to start a war with my Bailey clan?" "So what if we do?" Suzimo replied. The old man was silent for a while. Finally, he asked calmly, "Is this your idea or sage sex? Use your brain and you'll understand." Suzimo shook his head and said, "If Shenwu Xingzong wanted to destroy you, why would he come to your coronation ceremony?" As soon as Suzimo finished speaking, an aurora suddenly shot down from the sky. Boundless airwaves surged in the sky, and the sound of sonic booms could be heard. Looking at the aurora, Baimont's hand surged with demonic aura as he punched out. With a boom, the demonic aura and aurora dispersed at the same time. Baimont's burly body actually took a step back. Interesting. He looked at the sky, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. At the highest point in the sky, a crack appeared in space and a young man stepped out. Boundless aura rose from the young man's body. He held a bow in his hand and carried a dozen arrows on his back. Both the bow and the arrow were filled with gray gas and emitted a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. When the young man shot out the arrow, half of the sky cracked. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed by the arrow. World Destroyer Bow, Thousand Calamity Arrow. Seeing the two items in the young man's hand, Suzimo said in surprise. One had to know that this bow and arrow was used by Emperor Chongkong in the past. Most importantly, the Emperor true weapons left behind by the imperial lineage were all specially made by the emperors when they inherited the mandate of heaven. Very few emperors would leave their real weapons behind. After all, their weapons were like partners. Having accompanied them through life and death, they had already developed feelings for each other. Both Shenwu Xingzong's divine martial sword and heavenly succubus saber were imitations of Emperor true treasures. However, Suzimo was certain that the bow in the youth's hands was a genuine great Emperor true treasure. 5 steps into immortality. Baimont narrowed his eyes and chuckled when he saw the young man. "Does the 100 Lane clan have such an existence?" Suzimo asked in astonishment. "Qinghe." The old man who was bound in midair hurriedly called out when he saw the young man. The young man frowned slightly and shot out another 2 arrows. The arrow pierced through the Uniged void and directly cut off the black fog chains in midair. "Laozu, are you all right?" Bailey Qinghe asked. "Don't worry, be careful of that big guy." The old man pointed at Baimont and reminded. Bailey Qinghe. Hearing this name, Suzimo pondered for a moment, then said, "I seem to know who you are." Shenwu Xingzong had existed for 70,000 years. Although it had the glory brought by 3 great emperors, it was inevitable that it would decline. At that time, a little girl suddenly rose up and led Shenwu Xingzong to glory. She was known as Hong Tian. During the era when Empress Hong Tian inherited the mandate of heaven, many geniuses rose up. At that time, Empress Hong Tian was only an unremarkable disciple of Shenwu Xingzong. No one knew of her talent, and not many people had heard of her name. During that era, a genius appeared in the core of the eastern continent. He went to the central continent alone and visited dozens of powerful imperial lineage. He challenged dozens of imperial lineage's holy sons and holy daughters one by one, and he did not lose a single one. In the end, he returned to the eastern continent and focused on cultivating, preparing to fight for the mandate of heaven. He was a popular candidate for the great emperor of that era. Whether it was his talent or temperament, he was superior. If that girl had not appeared, perhaps he would have become the great emperor of that era. Unfortunately, everything became a foil to that girl's ascension to the emperor's road. People witnessed the girl's rise with their own eyes. After that battle, Bailey Qinghe's name disappeared completely, and no one saw him again. He was not a great emperor, nor was he a general. He was just a holy son of the Bailey clan, a loser in the fight for the mandate of heaven. Fifth step into immortality. Looking at Bailey Xianxia's cultivation level, Su Zimo frowned slightly. He had never heard of this person in his previous life. Of course, even he was somewhat impressed. One failure did not mean anything. Although some people lost, they did not give up. To be able to reach the fifth step into immortality meant that this person was already at the peak of this world. One more step and he would be able to open the 10th meridian. Being able to reach such a level was not something that could be achieved with talent alone. The amount of effort behind it was absolutely moving. At this moment, Bailey Xianxia looked at Baimont solemnly. He could sense that this person was the same as him, at the peak of the 9th meridian. However, what surprised him was that this person did not seem to be an immortal, but a Taoist. One had to know that in an era, only great emperors could enter the Taoist. Could it be that this person had some secret technique that could allow him to enter the Taoist? Thinking of this made his hair stand on end. The old man and Bailey Xianxia looked at Baimont solemnly. Demonic chi surrounded Baimont, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire small heaven primordial world. We will meet again. Su Zimo looked at the two and said with a smile, also, if you're smart enough, it's best if you don't tell anyone about this. After Su Zimo finished speaking, Baimont waved his hands in the air, and a spatial door appeared. The two of them walked into the spatial door. Seeing the two of them leave, the old man and Bailey Xianxia looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. This small heaven primordial world is destroyed. The old man sighed helplessly. At this moment, the heavenly primordial chi in the small world had gradually faded. The core of this heavenly primordial chi was the Xianhuang chi. Only with the Xianhuang chi could so much heavenly primordial chi be continuously produced. Back then, Emperor Chongkong had even specially set up an emperor rune formation to prevent people from stealing the Xianhuang chi. Unfortunately, the family's treasured land was completely destroyed. Do we need to go to Zhenwu Xingzong for this matter? Bailey Xianxia asked. No matter what, he's still their holy son. The key is that Su Zimo's father is the current ruler of Zhenwu Xingzong. We can't do anything to him. The old man sighed and shook his head slightly. I'll go to Zhenwu Xingzong to take a look. No matter what, we have to give them an explanation. As Bailey Xianxia finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared in mid-air. The spatial door opened, and the two of them traveled through the endless space. There was nothing in front of Su Zimo's eyes, and he felt as if his body was in a vacuum. As an Emperor Vane Realm cultivator, he actually had the ability to tear through space. However, his ability could only bring him to move within a small area, and he couldn't travel long distances. Master, where are we going now? Baimont asked. Let's go to Maple Leaf City. Yao Xingnan and Xiao Gizi are there, Su Zimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a boom, and the space in front of them seemed to be about to explode. An extremely powerful force condensed in the void above their heads. Someone is interrupting our spatial teleportation, Baimont said with a frown. The other party is hiding in the void, and we can't find them for now. As this force grew stronger, the surrounding space was forcefully compressed, and countless spatial turbulence spread out in all directions. These spatial turbulence were like sharp blades, and the dense turbulence enveloped the entire void. Master, why don't we go out first? Baimont said. Seeing Su Zimo nod, he waved his hand, and a sky full of demonic aura danced in the air. These turbulence were all annihilated, and the space in front of the two of them was torn apart again. Then, they slowly walked out. Su Zimo frowned slightly as he looked around. The encirclement that he imagined did not happen, and the surroundings were very quiet. It's gone, Baimont replied. There were at least 5 Ascension Immortals attacking together just now. An ordinary imperial lineage definitely doesn't have such strength, Su Zimo frowned and thought. Among the factions that he came into contact with, there were only 2 that had conflicts with him and had such strength. Guming and Divine Gate. Guming naturally didn't need to be said. They were the overlords of the Desolation era. Although they had experienced a great change, they still had the necessary savings. As for Divine Gate, they were even more mysterious. They owned a forbidden land like the Old Territory, which was also a treasure land. After tens of thousands of years of development, very few people knew exactly how strong they were now. Suzimo looked around. This was a forest, and the dry trees stood bleakly on the ground. A cold wind blew. After a heavy snowfall, everything was white as far as the eye could see. At the end of their line of sight, a village with smoke rising from its chimneys appeared in front of them. Baimont hid in the void while Suzimo walked towards the village, wanting to find out where this place was. Hidden Village. Suzimo looked at the inscription on the black stone tablet at the entrance of the village with great interest. Once upon a time, I stepped on mountains and rivers in the snow. Life is just like a dream. Suzimo walked into the village. The village wasn't very big, but the scenery inside was an eye-opener for Suzimo. There were only a few dozen houses in the village, but above these houses, there was a long river hanging in mid-air. The river water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Whenever a villager wanted to use water, the river would automatically flow down, as if it had a consciousness. In front of every house in the village, there were all kinds of spiritual fruits and mysterious grasses. Among them, there was no lack of rare Chen-level and even star-level drafts. It must be known that in the outside world, these things were very precious. But now, they were everywhere, just like a rotten street. The falling snow of the outside world couldn't fall into the village. Here, it was like spring all year round, and all kinds of flowers and trees grew luxuriantly. At this moment, looking at Suzimo, an outsider, a big man with a hoe, who seemed to have just returned from the fields, came over. "Who are you?" the big man asked vigilantly. "I'm lost, I don't know where this place is," Suzimo replied with a smile. He could feel that this small village was extraordinary. It didn't seem like a place where mortals lived. "Lost?" The big man chuckled, his whole body's spiritual energy surged, and he directly hit Suzimo with his palm. The 7 meridians in his body were opened wide. This was actually a Saint Meridian realm expert. Suzimo slightly frowned, and also punched back. With a boom, the two of them retreated a few steps at the same time. "Emperor Meridian Realm?" The big man raised his head and asked with some surprise. It must be known that there was a big gap between the two of them, but now they were neck and neck. Suzimo coldly snorted, and a burst of Genesis force filled his body. He pulled out the tyrannical shadow, and only heard the roar of a shadow dragon along with the sound of the sword being pulled out. After being tempered by the Genesis force, the current tyrannical shadow could be said to have transformed again. The roar of the shadow dragon spread between heaven and earth along with the tyrannical shadow's unrivaled blade chi. This was also Suzimo's first real battle since he advanced to the Emperor Meridian realm. The surface of the big man's fist was covered with a layer of light green spiritual energy. As this spiritual energy transformed into a green snake shadow, faint cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The two of them collided, and at the same time, there was a boom, and boundless waves of air spread in all directions. "Is this all you've got?" Suzimo raised the tyrannical shadow high and used the 19th style of the Dao querying. The blade technique was strange and changeable, and it was very powerful. At this moment, it was actually suppressing the Saint Meridian realm expert. As the two of them fought for a while, the big man's hair was already disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. Many parts of his original robe had been torn. However, Suzimo also knew that although he had the upper hand, the other party did not suffer any substantial damage. "All right, I think we can talk," the big man said as he looked at Suzimo. "What's there to talk about?" Suzimo asked indifferently, and at the same time, his hands did not stop attacking. "Don't you just want to live in the hidden village?" the big man replied. "I think you've misunderstood. I'm really just lost." The shadow dragon's shadow appeared in the air, and boundless lightning and flames gradually rose in the sky. When this blade fell, the shadow dragon's originally closed eyes suddenly opened, and a vast dragon's might enveloped the surroundings. Following a dragon's roar, the shadow dragon mixed with boundless wind and lightning broke through layers of space, charging towards the big man. Seeing this power, a few figures suddenly appeared out of thin air not far from the two of them. There were a total of 4 of these figures, 1 tall, 1 short, 1 female, and 1 old man. "My goodness, the Snake King is being suppressed by an Emperor Meridian realm expert." "How embarrassing," the short one among them said gloatingly. "You'll be the same if you go up," the tall one beside him replied indifferently. This little brother looks really delicious. The woman beside him stuck out her tongue and licked her seductive red lips. She smiled charmingly and said, "Should we go and help?" "No need, the Snake King is not that weak." The last old man shook his head and watched the battle seriously. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Seeing the shadow dragon soar into the sky, the big man roared angrily, and boundless spirit chi spread out from his body. At this moment, a giant green snake appeared above his head. This was his true fate. The giant snake was 100 meters long, and the dark green scales on it glowed brightly. When the giant snake opened its bloody mouth, drops of green venom flowed out of its mouth. The giant snake stretched out its huge body, and it almost covered half of the village. A powerful beast aura spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, the short man beside him hurriedly reminded, "Snake King, be careful. Don't destroy the village." The big man turned his head slightly. At this moment, his eyes had turned into an inverted triangle, which was very strange. Looking at the shadow dragon that had already charged over, the giant snake let out a tearing sound, and its huge body directly wrapped around the shadow dragon. Then, it tightened its grip, and with a bang, everything turned into ashes. After destroying the shadow dragon, the giant snake turned its head and stared at Suzimo with its hazy eyes. Its huge body landed lightly, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. "Kid, you should pay for your offense," the big man said coldly. At this moment, his eyes gave off a very cold feeling, as if there was no trace of emotion in them. Looking at the huge snake body, Suzimo shook his head slightly. "It really is so green that it makes people panic." At this moment, the power of creation around him skyrocketed, and the space behind him also completely collapsed under a surge of power. The white fog began to disperse, and a blue planet appeared behind him. The moment this planet appeared, the sound of the great Tao rang out, and the rhythm of the great Tao filled this part of the world. It was as if this planet had evolved into all kinds of worlds, and all the nothingness and complexity were imprinted on it. The blue planet spun, and with an unparalleled power, it crashed toward the giant green snake. Before this blue planet landed, the giant snake already did not dare to resist, and it lay on the ground, trembling. The power of creation filled the sky, and the sound of the great Tao was like a pleasant poem, resounding in everyone's hearts. The planet had only fallen halfway, and this boundless power completely annihilated the giant snake. On the other hand, the burly man beside him was horrified. He only felt that his entire body was being confined, and this pressure was almost going to turn him into ashes. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the four people who were watching the show changed drastically. The old man took a step forward. His figure passed through layers of space and arrived beside the burly man. He wanted to take the burly man away. As soon as he appeared from the space, a boundless mighty force landed on his body. His entire body was suppressed, and he was unable to move at all. How could this be? The old man's face was pale as he stuttered. "Sir, please stay your hand. We mean no harm," the three people beside him quickly pleaded. Suzimo narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. The blue planet disappeared, and the vast power gradually dissipated. The man below heaved a sigh of relief. The sweat on his forehead looked as if he had just been drenched in a heavy rain. He sat down on the ground and gasped for breath. Ever since he had advanced to the Saint Bloodline realm, he hadn't felt this stifling sensation for many years. And now, just an Emperor Vane realm martial artist actually had such powerful strength. Then what is the true fate? He swallowed his saliva with trepidation. Seeing Suzimo walk forward, the old man and the burly man hurriedly stood up and said, "Thank you for showing mercy." "Where is this?" Suzimo narrowed his eyes and asked. "This is a small world in the endless void," the burly man quickly replied. "A small world?" Suzimo was a little surprised. Previously, when the spatial transportation was interrupted in the void turbulence, he thought that he would appear somewhere in the eastern continent. He didn't expect to appear in a small world hidden in space by chance. One had to know that those who could open up the void were at least immortals or Daos. After some understanding, Suzimo also learned about the 5 people. The burly man was called Snake King, the short one was called Dog King, the tall one was called Deer King, the woman was called Fox King, and the old man was called Tiger King. "What are the 5 of you doing here?" Suzimo asked. We were all itinerant cultivators in the central continent, but we were tired of the life of fighting. Later on, we accidentally found this small world and lived in seclusion here, Tiger King replied. Still not telling the truth? Suzimo smiled and grabbed the old man's neck. He said calmly, "Am I too kind?" Hearing Suzimo's words, the short dog king hurriedly smiled and said, "Don't be angry, sir. We had no choice. We didn't mean to lie to you." "What do you mean by no choice?" Suzimo asked with a frown. In the magnificent history of the Yuanyang continent, the great emperor was often the most glorious one. This title seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies. It carried the weight of all war and glory. However, there were no absolutes in the world. There would always be a group of people who didn't believe in fate. They also enjoyed fighting with the heavens. This was the story of the great emperor Qingtian. In the era when he carried the mandate of heaven, in the autumn when it rained heavily. When the great emperor Qingtian shouted at the top of the sky, "When I am invincible in this world," everything seemed to indicate the end of that era. Sword Immortal Jiang Yun was born at the end of that era. He had a pitiful fate. With his temperament and talent, he was the most suitable person to carry the mandate of heaven. Unfortunately, he was born too late. Before he was 50 years old, the mandate of heaven had already been formed. Fate didn't give him a chance to prepare. At that time, he was only in the Saint bloodline realm and wasn't qualified to fight for the mandate of heaven. The biggest winner of that era was naturally the great emperor Qingtian. Everyone felt sorry for him. Everyone thought that he would seal himself and prepare for the next era's mandate of heaven. Unfortunately, he exceeded everyone's expectations. He became an immortal. He gave up on the broad Tao path and chose to enter the immortal path. Must the immortal path be weaker than the Tao path? He held his sword and stepped into the heavens, wanting to answer the question in his heart. The great emperor Qingtian had carried the mandate of heaven for 700 years. He had finally reached the peak of the 5th step of the Tao realm. If he wanted to take another step forward and open the 10th meridian, he could only choose to go to the upper realm. On the day of his ascension, Jiang Yun held a sword and waited for him at the top of the sky. It was an unprecedented battle. In the history of the Yuanyang continent, it was the first time that someone had fought with the great emperor for 3 days and 3 nights without losing. That battle ended in a draw. Even the great emperor Qingtian sighed before he ascended. "Since there are sword immortals in this world, why did they give birth to me, the great emperor Qingtian?" For a time, the name of Sword Immortal spread throughout the Yuanyang continent and the 5 continents. After the battle with the great emperor Qingtian, the Sword Immortal followed him to the upper realm. His belief in martial arts was so strong. How could he be bound by the Yuanyang continent? However, before he left his inheritance in this small world, hoping that his descendants would come here one day. "This is the small world created by the Sword Immortal?" Suzimo asked. The 5 of them quickly nodded. "Then what are you doing here? Seeking the inheritance left behind by others? Who doesn't want the Sword Immortal's inheritance?" The short dog king sighed and said, "The 5 of us were originally reputable itinerant cultivators in the central continent." "Speak human language," Suzimo interrupted the other party and said indifferently. The dog king laughed dryly and continued, "The 5 of us were originally notorious itinerant cultivators. Later on, we accidentally found the entrance to this small world and went through a lot of trouble to get here. We thought that we could get a great opportunity, but we were tricked by the Sword Immortal." "What do you mean?" Suzimo asked with interest. "Although the Sword Immortal is no longer here, he left behind a soul clone in this small world. Its strength is equivalent to the peak of the Divine Pulse realm." The dog king sighed and said, "After we came in, we were beaten up by this soul clone. Then, he asked us to guard the entrance to the hidden village. Unless the Sword Immortal's family descendant comes, no one else can enter." "Interesting," Suzimo smiled and said softly. "Since you're here, you can stay in the hermit village. The more people there are, the livelier it will be," the Tiger King said with a smile. "This small world is controlled by the Sword Immortal's soul clone. Without his permission, no one can leave." "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Suzimo snorted and replied, "You want me to fight the Sword Immortal so that you can find a chance to leave." Hearing Suzimo's words, the 5 of them laughed dryly and said, "Why would we do that? However, if you're willing to take the lead, we'll definitely help you. That's right, the Snake King said hurriedly. I'm bored to death being trapped in this damn place. There's nothing here. It's unknown when that Sword Immortal successor will come. We can't just sit here and wait for death, right? That may be the case, but a Sword Immortal's soul avatar is ultimately different from other Divine Vein Realm cultivators. Deer King said calmly. That's a Sword Immortal. His actual combat strength is definitely higher than his realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight Emperor Heaven Pillar to a standstill even with entering immortality. Do you know the difference between an elephant and an ant? Suzimo asked. An elephant can kill an ant with one stomp, the Dwarf Dog King replied tentatively. That's right. Suzimo smiled and walked straight into the village. I can kill an elephant with one step, and you are ants. The willows were blowing in April. The further one went into the village, the more vegetation one would find, and the more luxuriant it became. When Suzimo reached the end of the village, he saw a valley in front of him. What entered his eyes was a sea of pink. Peach blossoms were blooming all over the mountains. It was a sea of red. It was like a paradise on earth. The pleasant sound of a stream could be heard. It was as if the morning glow had descended from the sky. Such a scene should only exist in the sky. And amidst the dancing petals, a man dressed in white with a sword in hand was sitting by the stream. He was washing his sword over and over again. How many years has it been? Another stranger has come. The man turned his head to look at Suzimo and said softly. Sword Immortal? Suzimo asked. It's just an empty title. The man shook his head and replied, I prefer others to call me Jiangyun. Are you here to obtain my inheritance as well? I was curious, so I came to take a look. Suzimo shook his head and replied. This small world is hidden deep in the endless void. I'm very curious how you found it. Jiangyun asked, puzzled. There are always some coincidences. Suzimo smiled and said. How about we make a deal? Jiangyun stood up and sheathed his sword. He walked towards Suzimo step by step. What kind of deal? Suzimo asked curiously. I'll let you leave this place. You bring my inheritance to my clansmen. Jiangyun replied. Since you want your clansmen to obtain the inheritance, why didn't you leave it in the clan back then? Instead, you placed it in this hidden small world. Suzimo asked, puzzled. The easier it is to obtain something, the less people will cherish it. Jiangyun shook his head slightly and said, I've already left a hint in the clan. It gave my clansmen a route to this small world. Although this route is dangerous, it's not fatal. If there's really a prodigy in the clan who overcomes all the dangers and comes here, it can also prove that he's qualified to obtain my inheritance. But you didn't expect that after so many years, no clansmen have come, Suzimo said with a smile. Jiangyun nodded, looked at Suzimo, and asked, what do you think? I can leave this place and don't need your help. So this deal is not valid. Suzimo shook his head slightly and replied. This small world is under my control. Without my permission, no one can leave, Jiangyun said indifferently. Then, he turned around and left. You can stay in the Hidden World Village for now. Come find me when you've thought it through. Peach blossoms danced in the air. A bestial roar broke the pleasant silence. Chaos' massive body descended from the void. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath its feet. The stream beside it flowed rapidly. The peach blossoms danced and spun even faster. Jiangyun turned around and stared at Chaos. The sword on his back seemed to be trembling and humming softly. I'd like to see if the Sword Immortal's name is true, Suzimo said with a smile. Not a bad vain beast. It was a long while before Jiangyun replied in an indifferent voice. Chaos roared and the spirit energy around him surged. He took half a step back with his left foot and his massive body dashed out. He smashed his fist down and a rumbling sound echoed in the air. The spirit energy in the air also condensed and produced countless layers of waves. This punch was extremely powerful and majestic. Jiangyun lifted his head slightly and held the scabbard in his hand. He didn't even draw his sword. He just casually drew a line in the air with the scabbard. A vast sword light instantly appeared in midair. This sword light was immeasurable. The sharp sword aura reverberated in the sky as if it was going to slash half of the sky. Endless cracks appeared in the space. The sword light descended and Chaos' massive body was sent flying. Boom! Dust filled the air as Hun Dun struggled to get up. At this moment, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and threw the long sword in his hand, together with its scabbard, into the sky. The scabbard glowed with endless sword light and exploded in the sky. The scabbard slowly descended from the sky, and the shadow of a longsword appeared behind it. This longsword covered the entire sky, and its hilt and head extended to the horizon. Its length seemed to be the limit of this world. The entire sky was filled with the longsword's sharp sword chi. The sword had not even been unsheathed, but it already had such a powerful aura. When Hun Dun tried to stand up, endless might and sword chi came from the longsword, suppressing Hun Dun. No matter how Hun Dun struggled, he could not escape. At this moment, Su Zimo and Xianxia stood facing each other in the valley. In the middle of the two of them, Hun Dun was roaring and struggling. Wind blew and clouds rolled in the sky, and endless spiritual energy condensed into clouds that fluctuated. A longsword floated in midair, suppressing Hun Dun. As expected of an existence that can go against a great emperor, Su Zimo murmured. Xianxia was just a clone, and at most, his cultivation was at the divine pulse realm. Under the premise that demonic beasts and humans were of the same realm, the demonic beasts would dominate the humans. However, at this moment, Xianxia did not even draw his sword and suppressed Hun Dun so easily. Do you still want to fight? Xianxia looked at Su Zimo and asked casually. If your real body was here, the outcome might be different, Su Zimo said with a smile. Unfortunately, a clone is far from enough. The demonic aura surged in midair, and a cloud of black fog condensed in the sky. With endless might, it went straight for the longsword floating in midair. With a boom, the sword chi and the devil chi dispersed in midair. The endless virtual swords began to break apart inch by inch. The power suppressing Hun Dun was suppressed, and Hun Dun broke free instantly, roaring furiously at Xianxia. Xianxia kept the longsword and carried the scabbard on his back again. He ignored Hun Dun and looked at the demonic aura in the sky with a serious expression. To think that there is such an existence in the lower realm before becoming a great emperor, Xianxia murmured softly. Do you still want to fight? I should be asking you that question, Su Zimo said. What is your relationship with the ancient era's devil cave? Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking. You know about the ancient era's devil cave? Su Zimo asked. I've only seen such pure demonic chi in the devil's den, Xianxia replied. Although he was now a clone, his original body had gone to the upper realm, and everything he saw and heard there could be transmitted to his clone. Furthermore, the memories of his avatar could also be transmitted to his main body. You're not simply splitting your soul, right? You're using your soul to condense an independent body of consciousness, Su Zimo said thoughtfully. I'm still far from being able to create an independent consciousness. I don't have the ability to create such a thing, Xianxia shook his head and asked, Are you from the ancient era's devil cave? It's not good for you to know too much, Su Zimo replied calmly. Even now, he still didn't know what kind of place the ancient era's devil cave was, so he didn't want to reveal too much to others. You should know that there's a space gate in the central continent that can connect to the ancient era's devil cave, Xianxia said. Apart from that, unless you ascend to the upper realm, you won't be able to see the ancient era's devil cave. What are you trying to say? Su Zimo asked. Baimont had told him about this matter before, so he naturally knew a bit more about it. That space gate has been sealed, Xianxia replied. Moreover, it has been passed down since the Age of Legends. Although I don't know who left behind this, at the very least, during the Age of Emperors, every great emperor would place a seal on the space gate before they ascended. From the true martial great emperor to the mortal great emperor, the Age of Emperors lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. During that time, there were many great emperors. Hearing Xianxia's words, Su Zimo's eyes narrowed. He discovered that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Although Baimont had told him some things, he didn't know much. He had only said that he would understand after he received the Demon Lord's inheritance. But now, Su Zimo discovered that the ancient era's devil cave had been targeted from the very beginning. Since the Age of Legends, he had thought that the Demon Lord only had a few enemies. But now, not to mention the past, even the great emperors of the Age of Emperors were hard to imagine. Why did they seal the space gate? Su Zimo asked with a frown. I also don't know. Perhaps you should ask the true martial great emperor, or perhaps go to the Desolate Era, or even the Age of Legends to give you an answer. Jiang Yin said with a smile. What are you trying to say? Su Zimo asked. How about we make a new deal? Jiang Yin said with a smile. There is a divine beast in this world called the Void Spirit Monkey. It can ignore all seals and freely travel through the void, Jiang Yin said. If you can obtain the Void Spirit Monkey, you can break the seal of the space gate and enter it. Hearing Jiang Yin's words, Su Zimo looked at Han Dun. He had never heard of such a creature before. It's a divine beast that only existed in the Age of Legends. It went extinct in the Desolate Era, Han Dun hurriedly replied. As an ancient divine beast, it knew much more about the devil race than others. No. To be more precise, it's only on the verge of extinction. There are still a few remaining, Jiang Yin said. My clone is indeed not your match, but even if you destroy my small world, you won't be able to obtain anything. Why don't we make a deal? It's a win-win situation for both of us. Why should I believe you? Su Zimo asked. My clansmen are still on this continent. If I deceive you, you can take revenge on my clansmen. The gains don't make up for the losses, Jiang Yin replied. Several eras have already passed. I don't know how my clansmen are doing now. I only hope that you can bring my inheritance back. If they encounter any trouble, I hope that you can help them to the best of your ability. I'm willing to tell you the location of the Void Spirit Monkey. If you want to know, I can also tell you about the Upper Realm. It's been so long. What if your clan has already been wiped out? Su Zimo asked with a smile. No, the trump card I left in my clan is still there. This means that my clan hasn't reached the end of the crisis yet, Jiang Yin shook his head and replied. Alright, I agree. Su Zimo nodded. He really wanted to know everything about the ancient devil's den, including his relationship with the devil master. This was probably the only thing that bothered him. Then, spirit energy surged around Jiang Yin's body. In the palm of his hand, a small sword spun. This small sword was transparent, and it seemed to contain a sword intent that could destroy the world. Even with just a glance, one could feel the sharpness of it. I hope you'll keep your promise. I've left a sliver of my consciousness inside. I'll tell you everything on the day you deliver the inheritance, Jiang Yin said. Sword chi surrounded his body as the small sword floated in the air and slowly arrived in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo received the small sword and put it into his storage ring. Then, he asked, how much do you know about the primordial devil's den? That's a forbidden area in the upper realm. You can't even talk about it in public, Jiang Yin said. I've only passed by the primordial devil's den once, so I know a bit about it. It's said that the strongest demons in the world live there. They have the power to destroy the world. What if I'm one of those demons? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Won't you see me as an enemy? To be honest, I don't have much of an opinion about demons, Jiang Yin shook his head and said. Just like how there are good and bad humans, there are also good and bad demons. You can't always judge an entire race. You're an interesting person, Su Zimo smiled. This Yuanyang continent is still too small, Jiang Yin looked at Su Zimo and said seriously. Come to the upper realm as soon as possible. It's a vast world. That's the true home of the strong. How are you going to deal with them? Su Zimo looked at the 5 people from the hidden world village behind him and asked. It's up to you. Kill them if you want to, release them if you want to, Jiang Yin replied. While the two of them were chatting, a series of explosions suddenly came from the sky. Following the explosions, the entire small world began to shake. Su Zimo looked up into the sky, only to see countless densely packed little red dots suddenly appear in the sky. As these red dots grew larger and larger, Su Zimo discovered that each red dot represented a person. However, these people had red skin, and their eyes were completely black. There was no white in their eyes at all. As for everything else, they were no different from ordinary humans. Su Zimo had seen some things in the River of Fate before, so he could recognize these creatures at a glance. The undead race, he said in surprise. They were one of the overlords of the Desolate Era. Together with the monster race and the giant race, they were known as the three great races. These three races defeated the Guming and almost ruled the entire Desolation Era. The giant tribe suffered a great loss in the battle with Guming and eventually retired. The demon race had been overthrown by Great Emperor Shenwu. As for the undead race, it was as if they had suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving no news behind. You know quite a lot, Xianxia said with a smile. What are the undead doing here? Su Zimo asked curiously. At this time, the sky was almost completely occupied by the undead clan. In the most central position, there was a cylinder that looked like a launcher. Although there were many undeads, their realms were not high. However, the undead seemed to have a special method. Everyone could gather their power together and then transfer it to the cylinder in the center. How terrifying would it be when the power of so many people was gathered together? Every time the cylinder in the center fired an attack, the small world that Su Zimo was in would tremble. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. If this went on, it would be destroyed sooner or later. Can your small world hold on? Su Zimo asked. They won't destroy this small world. Xianxia shook his head and replied, this is already the third time they've come. I don't know how long I can hold on. That's why you're in a hurry to give away your inheritance. Su Zimo asked. Originally, if you didn't appear, I could only give the inheritance to those 5 people and let them take it out. Xianxia nodded and said, but I still don't trust them. We've only known each other for a short time. You trust me? Su Zimo asked, amused. It's my personal feeling. Xianxia replied, and I can see that my inheritance is not that attractive to you. But it's different for them. Su Zimo smiled and asked, what are the undead doing here? Invading small worlds as their base. Xianxia replied, some people have reached a consensus that the undead can't appear on the Yuanyang continent. So they can only look for small worlds in the void. Seeing Su Zimo's puzzled expression, Xianxia smiled and said, you'll understand when you go to the upper realm. The undead in the Yuanyang continent can't do anything. As the two of them talked, cracks began to appear in the sky of the small world. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. You should go. Xianxia looked at Su Zimo and said. Aren't you leaving? Su Zimo asked. Where can I go in my small world? Xianxia smiled and stared at the sky. He said calmly, these ants. They can only see that my clone is not strong enough. If my real body was here, they wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Su Zimo nodded. He stepped into the air and arrived in front of the 5 people from the hidden village. Sir, how is it? The 5 of them quickly asked when they saw Su Zimo. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. There are 2 paths in front of you now. Choose. Su Zimo smiled and said, you can either live and die with this small world. Or I'll let you out. Help me do something. The 5 of them looked at each other and nodded. They replied, please tell us. As the sky above completely shattered, the densely packed undead army descended from the sky. They occupied the entire small world in an instant. In the valley filled with the fragrance of peach blossoms, Xianxia stood at the peak of the valley. He looked calmly at the army of tens of thousands. Sir Sword Celestial, you're still as elegant as ever. A loud laugh sounded. The dense crowd dispersed and a man in a blood-black robe slowly walked out. 5 steps into immortality. Xianxia's gaze was deep. He said calmly, you guys really think highly of me. You once fought against a great emperor and said, the way of the sword in the world is just SOSO. How would we dare to underestimate you? The blood-red robed man replied with a smile. The battle with Qing Tian was just an ordinary spar. The later generations have bragged too much. Xianxia shook his head and said calmly, occupying my small world. Aren't you guys afraid of my revenge? The higher-ups will deal with the matters of the upper realm. We just need to do our own thing, the man replied confidently. Xianxia's gaze was sharp. He lowered his head slightly and slowly pulled out the sword in his hand. The moment the sword was unsheathed, thousands of sword auras reverberated in the void. Boundless sword chi reverberated in the air as the sword was slowly pulled out of the scabbard. Clang! At this moment, the sky was filled with sword shadows that cut down half of the sky. The surrounding space couldn't withstand the power and let out cracking sounds. The sword in Xianxia's hand wasn't too long. It was about 2 feet long and the entire blade was light blue. The sword hilt was ink black and looked very exquisite. When he slowly waved the long sword in his hand, the boundless sword chi was like a huge wave that came crashing down unstoppably. Boom! The 100 or so undead clan members were all annihilated by the sword chi. The sky was still filled with sword chi dancing in the air and enveloped the entire world. When the surrounding people saw this power, they all took a few steps back and looked at the figure in the sky in shock. Xianxia walked in the air. At this moment, his white robe fluttered and the sword chi around him was imposing. Among the undead clan members, there were people who were carrying swords. Their long swords also started to tremble. It was as if all the swords were resonating and wanted to bury the entire world in a sea of swords. Countless long swords rose into the air at the same time. Clang! The sound of swords being unsheathed was intertwined with the sword cry. The sword chi and the long swords fused together to form a peerless giant sword. At this moment, Xianxia was like a celestial among swords. It was as if all the swords in the world were listening to his orders. When he slashed down again, another few hundred undead clan members were killed. The cracks in the ground became bigger and bigger and a natural chasm appeared on the ground. When the leading blood-robed man saw this scene, he frowned slightly. The blood chi in his body roared and he also walked in the air to kill Xianxia. Behind him, a skull shadow slowly appeared. This skull was his true fate. At this moment, 2 balls of dark green ghost fire flashed in the skull's eyes. Blood chi permeated the surroundings of the skull. When the blood-robed man punched out, the skull shadow behind him did the same. Boom! The sword chi that filled the sky shattered in midair. Xianxia's figure also retreated a few steps. After all, he was only at the pinnacle of the divine vein realm, while the other party was already at the 5th step of entering immortality. The gap between them was already very difficult to close with other things. Give up this small world and I will let your clone leave. The blood-robed man looked at Xianxia and calmly said. You're scared. Xianxia raised his head slightly and smiled. The crimson-robed man was silent for a moment before he finally said, Do you think you can fight against our entire tribe by yourself? He wasn't afraid, but he really didn't want to become enemies with Xianxia. The name of the sword deity was extraordinary. Just a clone already had such strength. It was hard to imagine how strong the real body in the upper realm was now. Then I might have to disappoint you. Xianxia chuckled. At this moment, he stood up and slowly closed his eyes. Boundless spiritual energy condensed around him. On the surface of his skin, the blood vessels looked as if they were about to burst. It was very obvious. Streaks of blood appeared on his body, and his eyes turned blood red. His aura instantly increased by almost 100 times. At this moment, the spiritual energy around him actually began to burn. The originally colorless sword energy also turned scarlet. The shattered sword intent was condensing, and a ferocious sword hum resounded through the entire world. At this moment, the entire sky was dyed blood red by the sword chi that filled the sky. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the aura around him was also getting stronger. Secret technique, blood prison burning the heavens. He was like a lone boat floating in the boundless ocean, surrounded by roaring tsunamis and endless tornadoes. It was as if he would be annihilated by this aura at any time. Looks like you don't plan to keep this clone. The blood-robed man frowned and said, Burn all the blood essence in your body and instantly increase your strength by dozens of times. No matter what the outcome is, this clone of yours is considered to be crippled. Hearing the blood-robed man's words, Xianxia sneered and slowly raised the long sword in his hand. At this moment, a blood-red aurora soared into the sky, illuminating half of the sky. On this long sword, there was an increasingly powerful aura condensing. The surrounding space had long been torn apart. Right now, it could be considered to have completely collapsed. There seemed to be a vast sound of the great Tao ringing out in midair. The shadow of a huge sword slowly condensed behind Xianxia. With each and every move this huge sword made, it was as if the entire small world was shaking. Sword God descends, Xianxia mumbled softly. He held the long sword with both hands and raised it high above his head. The shadow of the huge sword behind him also trembled, and blood-red sword energy reverberated in the sky. The sword hum in the distant sky is ringing out. What a beautiful battle song. Xianxia chuckled. With a furious bellow, the long sword in his hand, together with the huge sword on his body, plunged down. At the moment when the long sword plunged down, all of his essence, energy, and spirit were instantly sucked dry, and his clone turned into ashes. However, the might of the longsword's plunge was already very hard to stop. Looking at this situation, the blood-robed man's countenance turned grim. He did not expect that the situation, which was originally in the bag, would turn out to be so tricky. To think that a mere clone could cause him so much trouble. He soared into the sky, and blood-red spirit energy surged around him. The shadow of the skull roared, and its white bones were stern. Streams of blood-red airwaves wrapped around the huge sword, and it directly punched out. The airwaves that filled the sky flooded the entire space. When the huge waves dispersed, many people's figures were directly blown away. A small mushroom cloud spread out in the sky. When the dust settled, everyone looked up again. They saw that the huge sword that blotted out the sky had disappeared. Other than some marks left behind by the sword energy, it was very quiet in the world. The blood-robed man stood in midair, and his robe was torn into several pieces. After a long silence, the eyes of the shadow of the skull, which had been extinguished, lit up with two balls of ghost fire again. The blood-robed man let out a long sigh. If it wasn't for the characteristics of the undead clan, we might have really died in your hands this time. The blood-robed man descended from the sky and looked at the devastated land. At this moment, the valley had been razed to the ground. He frowned and asked, "What happened to this small world?" "It seems that a few people left just now," the person beside him hurriedly reported. "It's not a problem. Occupy it first and send a message to the clan," the blood-robed man replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks suddenly appeared on the ground under his feet, and then the whole world shook. Even the sky exploded at this moment. "Commander, this world seems to be destroyed," the person beside him said in a panic. An explosion could be heard in the void, and half of the void collapsed. Rumbling sounds reverberated in all directions. Everyone from the undead clan was standing in the sky. This miniature world had been reduced to rubble. As it collapsed, everything turned to dust in the void of space. Everyone witnessed the destruction of a miniature world with their own eyes and sighed. They didn't gain anything from this trip and instead suffered heavy losses. "Commander, what do we do now?" someone next to him asked. The blood-robed man coldly scoffed, "Report the situation to the clan, then investigate the new miniature world." Suzimo passed through layers of space and finally appeared in the outside world. Baymont's figure didn't appear, instead hiding in the void of space. Suzimo looked around at the empty space and smiled, "Since you're all here, why hide?" As soon as he said that, the space around him fluctuated as 6 figures appeared in the air at the same time. Boundless heavenly light radiated from the 5 of them as their auras faintly gathered and pressed down on Suzimo. "Sect Master Yin, long time no see." Suzimo looked at one of the old men and smiled. This old man was the previous sect master of the Divine Gate, Yin Wuhan. "Child Su, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Yin Wuhan smiled and replied. "What business does Sect Master Yin have with me?" Suzimo narrowed his eyes and asked. He looked at the 5 old men around him and found that they were all Ascension Realm cultivators. Furthermore, when he and Baimont were in the void of space, it was most likely these people who attacked him and forcefully cut off the space transmission. "Someone wants to see you." Yin Wuhan smiled and replied. "To have Sect Master Yin bring 5 Ascension Realm cultivators to find me, this must be the strongest force your Divine Gate has sent out." Suzimo smiled and said, "This person's identity must be extraordinary. Do you want me to guess?" "There's no need to guess. Child Su will know when he gets there," Yin Wuhan replied, shaking his head slightly. "Alright then, I'd like to see who it is." Suzimo nodded and replied. The old land originated from the mythological era. Of course, this so-called origin was actually obtained from some incomplete records and rumors. Legend has it that the creatures of the mythological era were still very weak. The era had just begun, and they had not been cultivating for long. It was impossible for the common people to protect themselves. At that time, there were many natural-born monsters in the world. These monsters were extremely strong and powerful. It was very difficult for ordinary creatures to fight against them. In order to avoid being hunted down by the monsters, the creatures lived together and set up more and more traps and formations around their homes. Later on, as the creatures grew stronger, the way they set up formations and traps also became more varied. In the end, the place where they lived had become a dangerous place. After a few more eras of evolution, some dangerous lands had already been destroyed, disappearing from the records along with history. But only the old territory, after drifting with the waves for several eras, still existed in this world. And with the evolution of time, it had become one of the top 10 forbidden lands of the Yuanyang continent. Su Zimo followed Yin Wuhan and the others and set off towards the east. Among them, except for Su Zimo who was at the Emperor Meridian Realm and Yin Wuhan who was at the Saint Meridian Realm, the other 5 were all existences who had entered the Immortal Realm. Therefore, they did not stop along the way. After 10 days, they finally arrived at the old territory at the fastest speed. During this period, the 5 old men who had entered the Immortal Realm surrounded Su Zimo as they hurried along, preventing him from escaping. Looking at the ancient land in front of them that had floated and sunk through the ages, how many people had been born and how many had been buried here, the continuous mountain range blocked the end of their line of sight. There was not a single plant in the surroundings, and it looked bleak and barren. Flocks of crows flew across the sky, and these crows were carrying rotting corpses in their beaks. Noisy voices reverberated in this empty space. "Child Su, please," Yin Wuhan said with a smile. As Yin Wuhan led the way in front, Su Zimo was sandwiched in the middle and followed closely behind. After passing through the continuous mountain range, this place was already deserted. The entrance to the old territory was blocked by fog, and there was a barrier blocking it. As Yin Wuhan waved his right hand, the barrier instantly melted into an area the size of a door. Then, the few of them followed closely behind. The biggest difference between the old territory and the outside world was that it was always night here. It was difficult for light to shine in here. Except for the light brought by the flames, all sunlight would be instantly swallowed when it came in contact with this place. The sky was pitch black, and it was pure darkness. There were no stars or moon. "Child Su, have you been to the old territory before?" Yin Wuhan asked with a smile. As the few of them walked into the old territory, the 5 old men who had entered the Immortal Realm behind them also disappeared. "You can say that I have, and you can say that I haven't," Su Zimo replied with a faint smile. He had indeed not been to the old territory in this life, but in his previous life, after the secret of the old territory was exposed, he had joined the army of warriors to make up the numbers, hoping to pick up some scraps. Moreover, in the evolution of the long river of fate, he had seen the formation of the old territory and the cruelty of the mythological era. "Child Su, follow me closely to avoid any danger," Yin Wuhan said. "The old territory is vast and boundless, and there are many places that our divine gate has not explored clearly." Su Zimo nodded. Then, a monster ran wildly from afar and stopped beside Su Zimo. The monster was tall and sturdy, with 2 red horns on its head. Its eyes were as big as half an ordinary person's fist. Other than its sparse hair, the rest of its body looked very vigorous. Su Zimo took a closer look and found that it was a Yiksha. The Yiksha was dragging a carriage behind it. "Child Su, you must be tired from the journey. You should rest in the carriage," Yin Wuhan said with a smile. Su Zimo nodded and slowly walked into the carriage. He knew that the sky above the old territory was forbidden to fly. There was a mysterious force controlling everything. Even the people of the Divine Gate did not have the ability to fly here. More importantly, there was a path in the old territory that the disciples of the Divine Gate had used their lives to explore. This path was absolutely safe. Yin Wuhan did this to prevent Su Zimo from knowing about it. After Su Zimo got into the carriage, the whole carriage slowly moved. The Yiksha was very strong and walked as if it was flying. The interior of the carriage was also very stable. "My lord, what are you going to do?" Baymont's voice sounded. "Let's go see the God Emperor," Su Zimo said with a smile. "No matter what, they have paid such a big price. 5 immortals, they really think highly of me." "How does Lord know that it must be the God Emperor?" Baymont asked curiously. In fact, he didn't think much of the great emperors of this world. After all, his true strength was only that of someone who had opened 10 meridians. It was just that the rules of the Yuanyang continent limited him. I can't think of a second person in this divine gate who can command 5 immortals, Su Zimo said with a smile. It's just that I don't understand why this god emperor would go through so much trouble to find me. It's not worth it if it's just for the heavenly devouring blade. Su Zimo pondered. After the 3 great emperors killed the god emperor had been hiding, wanting to bear the mandate of heaven again. His whereabouts had always been very secretive. Even after more than half of the divine gate was captured by the army of martial artists in the future, he still didn't show up. The carriage had been moving for a long time. The carriage's surroundings were also sealed, so it was impossible to see the scenery outside. However, Beaumont had memorized this road. Finally, after a long time, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open. In front of them was an extremely bright palace. Pearls, agates, gems, and all kinds of precious objects were inlaid around the palace. Furthermore, the entire palace was made of the rare crimson gold crystal. On both sides of the road leading to the palace, there were all kinds of precious drafts and spiritual plants. It's really like the god emperor's style, Su Zimo smiled. Child Su, I won't follow you in. You can just go straight ahead, Yin Wuhan said with a smile. Su Zimo stared at the palace and walked in step by step. Passing through a shady path densely covered with spirit trees and drafts, Su Zimo walked into the palace. In front of him was a bottomless corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were many paintings engraved on the walls. Su Zimo glanced at them. These paintings depicted the life story of the god emperor. From his struggle all the way to bearing the mandate of heaven. After passing through the long corridor, Su Zimo stepped into the hall. There was an emperor's throne in front of the hall. This emperor's throne was made from the even rarer pure gold divine crystal. However, at this moment, what attracted everyone's attention was not the emperor's throne, but the man sitting on it. The man's back was originally facing the door, but when Su Zimo walked in, the emperor's throne slowly turned, and the man also turned around. At this moment, no matter how resplendent the palace was or how precious the materials used to build it were, they were not as attractive as the man on the emperor's throne. It was as if he was the core of the entire world just by sitting there. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at the man on the throne. He wore a purple robe, and his hair was slightly long, tied up in a bun on top of his head. The aura around him was majestic, different from those experts who deliberately emitted their auras. This seemed to be the innate aura of some experts. Only those who had truly seen the pinnacle of power would have this kind of aura. There seemed to be countless worlds in his eyes, and countless Zhou Tian stars flowing in them. When he sat there, it was a very natural movement, but it made people feel like they were looking up at a tall mountain. Shoulder to shoulder, foot to foot, truly unshakable. The two of them looked at each other for a long time, and finally, the man said, "Your performance surprised me." God Emperor? Su Zimo asked. Didn't you already guess? The man smiled and said. Why are you looking for me? Su Zimo asked indifferently. Before we talk, shouldn't you let the person hiding in the dark come out? God Emperor said with a smile. As his voice fell, Beaumont's huge body walked out from the space. He looked at God Emperor with disdain in his eyes. The pinnacle of the world. God Emperor looked at Beaumont for a long time, then shook his head and said, even a normal great emperor might not be your opponent. So what if I'm a peak great emperor? Beaumont replied indifferently, the existence of 9 meridians is nothing. Beaumont had his own pride. He was an existence who had entered the Tao, no different from a great emperor who carried the mandate of heaven. Moreover, his true strength was already at the level of someone who had opened 10 meridians. Perhaps the great emperors who grew up in the upper realm could fight against him at his peak. These great emperors who had yet to ascend could only be considered kings in the lower realms. No wonder you're confident enough to come to my divine gate like this. The divine emperor smiled, not minding it at all. He said, an existence like you, instead of going to the upper realm, would actually help others. Truly unimaginable. I'm a sky demon. Beaumont replied indifferently. The divine emperor was taken aback. He stared at Beaumont for a while and then said with a smile, interesting, really interesting. For a person like me who was abandoned by the heavens to be able to meet a sky demon, it can be considered fate. What sky demon? Su Zimo frowned and looked at Beaumont and asked. He had talked about Baymont's identity before, and Baymont also said that his existence was different from others. Whether it was the demon lord's enemies or the demon generals in the ancient devil cave, before the demon lord received the inheritance, they couldn't arbitrarily change the demon lord's fate. But Baymont could directly appear in front of Suzumo and help him. At that time, Baymont also said that he was different from other demon generals. Even if the demon lord didn't revive, he would still appear in this life and have his own mission. What is your mission? Suzumo frowned and asked. Don't ask him, he can't tell you. God Emperor smiled and said, other than the great emperors of each era, the demon slayers, and the sky demons themselves, before the conditions are ripe, no one will know. Why? Suzumo asked. The rules of the heavens. Baymont hurriedly replied. Just like my existence? Suzumo frowned and asked, is the heavens playing with us? No, the heavens has no consciousness, it's like an emotionless machine, it has nothing to do with good or evil, it only upholds its own rules. Baymont shook his head and said, when the time is right, you will naturally understand. Suzumo's eyes narrowed and coldly snorted in his heart, I don't care what rules it is. In this life, I jumped out of the river of fate and created a new era, everything will follow my rules. Looks like the demon slayers of this era are going to be busy. God Emperor chuckled. Why did you call me here? Suzumo asked indifferently. I originally wanted to negotiate with you. God Emperor said, but now that I see the existence of the sky demons, I think we can talk on equal terms. You don't seem to be qualified to talk to me on equal terms. Suzumo said indifferently, do you still think you are the great emperor of the past? Then I'll take a loss. God Emperor smiled and replied indifferently, as long as you can help me, I can agree to any of your requests. No, Suzumo replied calmly. God Emperor paused for a moment, then asked, aren't you going to ask what it is? Other than the mandate of heaven, what else would make you reveal yourself to the world? Suzumo asked. You even know about this. The Divine Emperor narrowed his eyes and sized up Suzumo. Looks like you're even more remarkable than I had imagined. There is something I want to ask you, Suzumo said. Go ahead, God Emperor nodded. Why does every emperor seal the space gate to the primordial devil's den? Are you very concerned about the demon race? God Emperor frowned, then said, a group of bloodthirsty, cruel, and inhumane demons live there. If the space gate is broken, those demons will descend upon the Yuanyang continent, and blood will flow like rivers. How do you know? That the demons there are inhumane? Have you seen them with your own eyes? Baymont said with displeasure. This is a decree left behind by the sage. The space gate has been sealed since the age of emperors, and even since the age of legends, there have been powerful beings who have added seals to it, God Emperor replied. Regardless of whether or not these demons are truly cruel, it is better to be prepared. After all, if it is true, who will bear the consequences? Who is the sage? Suzumo asked with a frown. Legend has it that in the Age of Legends, the common people were just beginning to learn about cultivation. They were still weak, and were often treated as food by natural monsters. Later, a Taoist child appeared, riding a green ox. He traveled the Yuanyang continent and specialized in killing those monsters. He brought a ray of hope to the weak people of that time, God Emperor said. Later, as the common people grew stronger, the Taoist child disappeared. In order to commemorate him, the people called him the sage. After God Emperor finished his explanation, he said, isn't it time to talk about me? I am determined to obtain the mandate of heaven in this world, and I know that you are determined to obtain it as well. Therefore, from a certain perspective, we should be considered enemies, Suzumo calmly replied. No, I'm not interested in the current era's mandate of heaven. God Emperor quickly shook his head and replied, we can be partners. After hearing God Emperor's words, Suzumo was surprised and asked, didn't your heavens will self-destruct in that battle? You said it yourself. It shattered and didn't disappear, the Divine Emperor replied. Things that have shattered can still be reformed. What do you want me to help you with? Suzumo asked. I've researched many sacred texts and secrets since ancient times, and I know that there's an item that can reform my mandate of heaven. However, in the past few hundred years, I've secretly traversed the entire Yuanyang continent, but there's been no news of it, God Emperor said helplessly. what is it? Su Zimo asked in confusion. Rumor has it that there's a mysterious item in this world called the Myriad Tao Lotus, God Emperor said word by word. Su Zimo was surprised. He was very familiar with the Myriad Tao Lotus. There were a total of 8 lotuses growing on the Myriad Tao Lotus, and its history was so long that it was difficult to trace back. The 8 lotuses were of different colors: white, black, red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and gray. Every single one of these lotuses had an extraordinary effect. Rumor has it that Empress Hong Tian was the only person to have collected all of the Myriad Tao Lotus. After she ascended, she placed the green lotus in Jinwu Xingzong's sword cleansing pool, which could help martial artists comprehend the spirituality of weapons. The white lotus was left in by Li Xia's inheritance. As for the other lotuses, there was no trace of them. The Myriad Tao Lotus can help you reform your mandate of heaven? Su Zimo asked curiously. To be precise, it's the red lotus. It has the effect of condensing Tao, God Emperor quickly said. As long as I have the red lotus as the core, I have a way to reform my mandate of heaven. Then I'm sorry, Jinwu Xingzong doesn't have the red lotus. Su Zimo shook his head and replied. No, you can go back and look through the secrets left behind by your sect's ancestors. There are many things recorded there, and there must be information about the Myriad Tao Lotus, God Emperor said. Su Zimo sized up God Emperor and smiled. Since you want to know about the red lotus so much, why don't you go to my sect instead? Why don't you go to Jinwu Xingzong to find my father instead of asking me for help? That's not the same. If you help me, then I owe you a favor. If I go directly to Jinwu Xingzong, then it won't have much to do with you. God Emperor smiled and said, you should understand. I understand, Su Zimo replied. I think you don't dare to go to Jinwu Xingzong. Hearing Su Zimo's words, God Emperor was silent for a while before finally saying, the 3 emperors who attacked me back then was the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress was the Laozu of the Qi family. She was also the one who brought the Qi family to the glory of the imperial lineage. Su Zimo slightly nodded. If it was the Ice Empress, then it was very easy to understand. There was a story between the Ice Empress and Jinwu Xingzong. Of course, this was limited to her and had nothing to do with the Qi family. If God Emperor condensed the mandate of heaven again, he would definitely seek revenge on those people after going to the upper realm. Logically speaking, the true martial sacred sect was on the Frost Monarch's side. Tell me a reason why you want me to help you, Su Zimo said with a smile. God Emperor hurriedly replied, I can be your guardian when you inherit the mandate of heaven. There's no need. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. God Emperor looked at Baimont and said, he can't be your guardian. He has his own mission. As the holy son of Jinwu Xingzong, do you think I lack a guardian? Su Zimo said with a smile. God Emperor was stunned. He did not consider that Su Zimo had the imperial lineage behind him. You can take whatever you want in the old territory. God Emperor said, maybe you can state your conditions and we can talk about it. You can't give me what I need. Su Zimo shook his head and said, but I'm not unreasonable. If you're willing to be my subordinate, I can help you find information about the Omni Red Lotus. Do you think it's possible for a great emperor to be your subordinate? God Emperor was not angry. Instead, he asked. Some people are used to standing on the altar. When you pull them down, you'll realize that they're no different from ordinary people. Su Zimo replied, the great emperor is not invincible. Why is it impossible? Just like you, you've already been pulled down from the altar. What's there to be proud of? Su Zimo stared at God Emperor. What he wanted to do was to shatter all of his pride and self-esteem. He wanted to peel open the bloody reality in front of him. God Emperor was silent for a moment before he shook his head and said, change your conditions. This is my only request. Su Zimo shook his head and said, why don't we set a time limit? After I inherit the mandate of heaven and ascend to the upper realm, I'll let you go and give you freedom. Then, you can choose your own path. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, God Emperor fell silent again. You can think about it. This is a fair trade. You'll only be under my command for a few hundred years in the Yuanyang continent. After I ascend, you'll be free. If you're unwilling, the chances of you finding the Red Lotus are less than 1 in 10. Condensing the mandate of heaven is even further away. I can fight for the mandate of heaven. God Emperor suddenly raised his head and stared deeply at Suzimo. Then there's nothing more to say. Let's meet at the top of the sky dome. Suzimo smiled and walked out of the hall. Halfway through, he suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Oh right, I forgot to remind you of something. Do you want to kill me to silence me? Otherwise, when I leave the old territory, the news of God Emperor's resurrection will spread throughout the Yuanyang continent. When that happens, the imperial lineage established by the 3 great emperors who besieged you will not let you go. After all, you're no longer the great emperor of the past." Upon hearing Suzimo's words, God Emperor snorted and replied, "A bunch of useless people. If they dare to come to the old territory, I'll kill them. I can take revenge for what happened back then and bury them here together." As one of the 10 great forbidden lands, the old territory was naturally very dangerous. God Emperor was confident that if the imperial lineage dared to come to the old territory, they would be destroyed here before they could find the gate of heaven. You may not be afraid of the imperial lineage, but what if the gate of heaven becomes the public enemy of the entire continent? Suzimo asked with a smile. What do you mean? God Emperor frowned slightly. Dao Vein Crystal Mine, Suzimo said word by word. When Suzimo finished speaking, God Emperor's entire aura changed. Majestic Emperor's pressure enveloped the entire palace, and waves of divine power surged around him. Beside him, Paimon snorted coldly. The demonic aura around him also enveloped the entire hall as he stared at the God Emperor. I've really underestimated you. The God Emperor's expression was dark and uncertain as he looked at Suzimo in disbelief. The old territory is one of the 10 great forbidden lands. Back then, you unexpectedly built the gate of God here, Suzimo said calmly. Wasn't it all for the Dao Vein crystal mine below? The Dao Vein crystal was a very special kind of crystal. It contained the power of Dao rhythm. Although this power could not directly enhance a human's cultivation, it could help a martial artist open up the meridians in their body. As everyone knew, there were 12 meridians in the human body. It could be said that the meridians were the foundation of human cultivation. And these 12 meridians, the later the stage, the more difficult it would be to open them. Especially for Saint Vein Realm and even Divine Vein Realm martial artists, if they wanted to open their meridians, not only would they have to rely on their own strength, but they would also have to consume an unimaginable amount of resources. This was also the reason why it was difficult for rogue cultivators to cultivate. Suzimo had taken a kind of 10-vein fruit before, and this Dao Vein crystal had a similar effect as the 10-vein fruit. However, the 10-vein fruit was a universal-grade profound medicine. It would only bloom and bear fruit once every 3,000 to 4,000 years, so it was very rare. As for how many Dao Vein crystal mines were buried deep under the old territory, it was still unknown. Without these Dao Vein crystal mines, the Gate of God would just be an ordinary imperial lineage. In their history, there was only one great emperor, God Emperor, so how could they now have 5 immortal realm masters? It could be said that once the news of the Dao Vein crystal mines was exposed, it would set off a storm in the entire continent. In his previous life, the Dao Vein crystal mines of the old territory were exposed several hundred years later. At that time, led by countless imperial lineage, almost all of the rogue cultivators in the continent gathered together. It could be said that they paid a great price and turned the entire old territory upside down. This so-called forbidden area was finally destroyed. Of course, the reason why people dared to attack the old territory in his previous life was because there was a very dangerous thing in the old territory that was gone. You have me pinched to death, God Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, even if I don't come to you, you will come to me. Consider my conditions. In fact, it is beneficial to both of us, Suzimo said. If we have to go to that point, it will be of no benefit to me. But for your Gate of God, it will be a devastating blow. God Emperor pondered, then glanced at Baimont next to him. In fact, his inner thoughts were to directly kill Suzimo, but with Baimont next to him, he knew that he couldn't do it. Even if he called all 5 of the Gate of God's gate over, they might not be a match for Baimont. This was the difference between entering the Dao and entering the immortal realm. The great emperor was invincible. This was already a difference between quality and quantity. Unless a few more people like Sword Immortals appeared in this world. After pondering for a long time, God Emperor finally shook his head and chuckled. His smile was mixed with some bitterness and helplessness. Okay, I agree. He turned his head slightly and stared deeply into the distance. He was once high-spirited and stood in the sky to receive the worship of countless people. He did not lack the courage to start all over again. But if the gate of God was destroyed and he became a rogue cultivator, he would have to compete with the prodigies of the world again. To be honest, he was not confident. The road to becoming a great emperor was filled with too many difficulties and dangers. It was because he had experienced it that he knew how difficult it was. This road was filled with too many uncertainties. In the past, he had no choice but to walk this road to the end. But now, there was clearly a better choice. As long as he worked as someone else's subordinate for a few hundred years, he would be able to recondense the mandate of heaven and become a great emperor. This sounded like a much better deal. But God Emperor knew that at this moment, he wasn't only compromising for a trade, but also for his own pride and self-esteem. If you've thought it through, let Beaumont plant a demon seal in your true fate, Suzimo said. On the day we go to the higher realm, I will remove the demon seal for you. Come. The God Emperor smiled in a carefree and helpless manner. As Paimon planted the demonic imprint on the divine emperor, Hundun, who was in the void, asked Suzimo doubtfully, Master, did you also dupe me like this previously? How can it be called a trick when both parties are willing? Suzimo asked in return. Furthermore, with your intelligence, how could you be so easily fooled? That's true. Hundun nodded in agreement. After the demonic seal was planted, Paimon said, do your best to serve the Lord. Only I can remove this demon seal, unless your cultivation surpasses mine. There is no other way. The divine emperor nodded slightly and said, right now, we're considered to be standing on a united front. I hope you can tell me the news about Red Lotus as soon as possible. When I return to the sect, I will help you take a look. Suzimo said, also, call me Lord from now on. God Emperor nodded slightly. They walked out of the palace, which was located at the core of the Gate of God. Suzimo gazed at the sect that was filled with too many mysteries. When he came here in his previous life, the Gate of God had already been destroyed by the martial artist army. This place was already in ruins. There were many buildings around, but the Gate of God was not built on the ground. Instead, it was hidden in an abyss in the old territory. Because the old territory was always at night, when the buildings were built, they used a lot of glowing emptiness stones. In this land shrouded in darkness, whether it was the palace, the thousand-prison tower, or even the island floating in the air, all the buildings were shining brightly. In the darkness, they were especially eye-catching. Like a waterfall, like the stars, like the Milky Way hanging upside down in the sky. There was no sunlight inside, and the plants here were all dark type. Ghost tree, nether grass, blood chelan flower. Lord, are you leaving? God Emperor asked. Not yet. Suzimo smiled and said, besides, you want me to leave empty-handed, don't you feel embarrassed if you don't prepare some Dao vein crystals for me? Hearing Suzimo's words, God Emperor muttered in his heart, even I am your subordinate, and you don't have the final say in this sect. Who is the embarrassed one? Of course, God Emperor could only mutter these words in his heart for a while. On the surface, he still smiled and said, Lord, you don't know. It is very difficult to mine these Dao vein crystals. Excluding the cultivation of some people in the sect, there is not much left. I understand. Suzimo nodded and said, we are all on the same side, there is no need to be so polite. Just give me a few 100,000. God Emperor glanced at Suzimo and suddenly realized that this person was really shameless. Master, in fact, each person can't use too much of this Dao vein crystal. The body would develop a resistance, and a person could only absorb about 1,000 yuan at most. No matter how much you absorb, it's useless. I know. If I can't use them all up, I can trade them with others. Don't be too stingy. Those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. Suzimo patted the God Emperor on the shoulder, shook his head and sighed. Young man, your path is narrow. Master, what do you mean? It's fine. Take me to the place where Dao vein crystals are mined, Suzimo said. The few of them passed through layers of space. There were several protective arrays around the crystal mine. Furthermore, there were many disciples patrolling the area. It could be said that even if they had wings, they would not be able to escape. The defense was extremely tight. the divine emperor did not reveal his identity. After all, his existence was only known to a few people in power within the sect. Others were not aware of it. The few of them found an elder to lead the way, and they arrived here unimpeded. The first thing they saw was that this secret place was brightly lit, and there was a very special kind of light hanging all around. The light was lit with special rosin, and it lasted for a long time. The entire ground was filled with holes and holes. At this moment, many disciples were standing in the holes with dirty clothes, and the sound of mining could be heard from below. Someone pushed a cart of Dao vein crystals out of the hole. Su Zimo looked at it. This kind of Dao vein crystal was very ordinary, and it did not seem to be as eye-catching as ordinary crystals. Its light was restrained, and its surface was plain. Each Dao vein crystal was the size of a fist. Su Zimo picked one up and put it in his hand, absorbing it bit by bit. Then, he felt a very weak force enter his body, rushing straight to the position of the 7th meridian. Although this force was very weak, it was better to accumulate many little drops into an ocean. This is one of our mines. The elder who led the way introduced, there are dozens of mines like this in the sect. Generally, the disciples who come here to mine are not qualified. Every time they finish mining, they can get some Dao vein crystals to open their meridian. There are pros and cons. Su Zimo nodded slightly. At this moment, there was a burst of exclamations not far away. There was a huge change in the spirit energy between heaven and earth, and it all condensed in front of them. Spirit energy storms swept over from all directions. It seems that someone is about to break through. Su Zimo saw this scene and said with a smile, "Let's go and take a look." When the few of them arrived, they saw that the place was already surrounded by disciples who were mining. People were discussing softly. The Holy Sun has broken through again. I'm afraid he's now a venerable meridian powerhouse. Of course, the Holy Sun's qualifications are not something we can compare to. Maybe the destiny of this world belongs to the Holy Sun. But I heard that the Holy Sun used to be a miner like us. As the surrounding people discussed, Su Zimo looked at the center of the field. It was a young man in a black robe who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. The surrounding spirit energy was roaring, and his black hair was fluttering in the spirit energy storm. There was a black light flickering on his body. This situation lasted for a long time. There was a bang as if something had been opened. The 5th meridian on his back, which belonged to the illusory blood, had been completely opened. A boundless aura formed around him, especially the black light on his body, which was getting brighter and brighter. Feeling the power in it, Su Zimo looked curiously at the elder beside him and asked, "He also has a combat constitution?" "This is the current holy son of our divine sect. His name is Xianxia." The elder smiled and said, "He used to be like the disciples here. He was sent to mine because of his poor qualifications. However, no one expected him to obtain the black rock crystal, which is ranked 22nd among the 100 great combat constitutions. Later on, he focused on cultivation and defeated the others in one fell swoop in the sect competition. He was selected as the current Holy Sun. Because the black rock crystal allows him to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort in this crystal mine, he often comes here to cultivate." "Interesting," Su Zimo said with a smile. At this moment, the young man in the black robe in the field had completed his breakthrough. He slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He exhaled a long breath of candlelight. "Tianbai, come here," the elder next to him called out to the young man in the black robe. This elder was considered highly respected in the divine sect. His status was equivalent to the 7 great elders of Zhenwu Xingzong. "Greetings, Elder Pang." The young man in the black robe hurriedly walked over and greeted him respectfully. "You have to be relaxed when cultivating and strike a balance between work and rest. I have seen your efforts. If you have time, go out more and train your state of mind." "I understand," Jiang Tianbai hurriedly replied. His tone was solemn and filled with confidence. "Don't worry, Elder Pang. I will definitely bear the destiny of this generation. All the obstacles and thorns in front of me will eventually be reduced to dung under my feet." "Dung?" Su Zimo chuckled. He waved his right hand, and the surrounding spirit energy surged. Layers of space shattered, and his index finger pressed forward with a boundless air wave. When the index finger pressed down on him with endless power, Jiang Tianbai instantly reacted. Not to be outdone, he threw a punch. A spirit energy storm exploded in the surroundings. With a boom, Jiang Tianbai's figure was sent flying. He crashed heavily into a huge rock. "Can you repeat what you said earlier?" Su Zimo said with a smile. Jiang Tianbai stood up from the ground and snorted, "You launched a sneak attack when I was unprepared. That's an unfair advantage." "Alright, I'll let you attack first this time," Su Zimo said. Jiang Tianbai glanced at Su Zimo solemnly. Su Zimo looked about the same age as him. His fist was trembling slightly. Although his counterattack was hasty, he had used most of his strength. However, he was unable to contend with his opponent at all. "Why? Are you afraid?" Su Zimo said with a smile. "What a joke." Jiang Tianbai snorted. At this moment, a faint black light flickered around him, and endless spirit energy condensed around him. This faint black light became more and more intense, and finally, it became pitch black. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of very pure black crystals. The 5 meridian gates behind him opened, and the aura unique to the venerable meridian realm reverberated in the surroundings. Purple crystal explosion. Jiang Tianbai roared, and a purple light appeared on the crystal on his right fist. This purple light became more and more dazzling, illuminating half of the dark sky. With the addition of the power of the black crystal, half of the space began to shatter. "You're still far from it." Su Zimo clenched his right fist tightly. Waves of Genesis force filled it, and finally, he threw a punch. With a crack, the Genesis force collided with the purple light. Under Jiang Tianbai's incredulous gaze, the layer of black crystal on the surface of his body shattered bit by bit. Then, an extremely powerful force surged into his body, and he was sent flying again. Seeing this scene, the surrounding disciples who were mining and watching the show were also dumbfounded. Their saint seems to have been beaten up. Just now, Su Zimo's attack was not heavy, and he had no intention of seriously injuring the other party. At that moment, Jiang Tianbai got up from the ground and looked at his hands in a daze. From his arm down, the black rock crystals all shattered. His expression was one of disbelief and disbelief. "I actually lost. I lost to someone of the same age as me without being able to put up any resistance. His pride has been completely shattered." Seeing Jiang Tianbai's condition, Su Zimo said indifferently, "Your talent is passable, but your temperament is not. If he could recover from this blow, he would have grown up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved so much." The elder on the side smiled and said, "This child is stronger than I thought. I believe in him." Su Zimo nodded. They turned around and were about to leave. Jiang Tianbai's voice suddenly came from behind. "Can you tell me your name?" Su Zimo turned his head and saw the urgency in the other party's eyes. Jiang Tianbai's eyes were no longer in a daze. Instead, they were burning with passion and fighting spirit. "Su Zimo." Hearing the reply, Jiang Tianbai asked, "Are all the people outside so strong?" He had grown up in the Divine Gate since he was young. At that time, his talent was not good and he had always been at the bottom. Later on, he accidentally obtained the black rock crystals in this crystal mine. Since then, he had been concentrating on cultivating, wanting to stand out. He had never left the old territory in his life. "That's right." Su Zimo shook his head and turned to leave. "To me, they are all ants." Jiang Tianbai looked at Su Zimo's back view until he disappeared from his sight. Only then did Jiang Tianbai come back to his senses. He secretly clenched his fists, and his eyes were bright. "The great emperor, will he be the goal I pursue in my life?" After walking around the Divine Gate a few times, Su Zimo had a basic understanding of this place. Before leaving, he looked at the God Emperor and asked, "Are you going to stay in the Divine Gate or leave with me? It's not convenient for me to go out for the time being." "We'll meet again after you find out about the myriad Tao Red Lotus," the God Emperor replied. Su Zimo nodded slightly. To leave the Divine Gate, one had to enter the spatial teleportation formation. There was no road in the abyss where the Divine Gate was located. One had to rely on the spatial teleportation formation to jump and teleport. The God Emperor personally sent Su Zimo to the top of the abyss. Su Zimo looked around. In this endless darkness, the old territory looked more like a ruin than anything else. There were dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. There were also many buildings from the mythological era that were in shambles. However, in this land that had been designated as a forbidden area, one could still feel the magnificence of that time. Suzimo was about to say goodbye to the God Emperor and leave when he saw a strong wind suddenly blowing, sending sand and stones flying. The howling wind from afar let out ghost-like screams that resounded between heaven and earth. It sounded creepy. Then, it was daybreak. Light actually appeared in the old territory that had fallen into darkness. A scorching sun hung in the sky, and light once again shone on the earth. This is. Suzimo looked at this scene in surprise. It seems that you're not very lucky, the God Emperor said with a smile. What is this? Suzimo asked with a frown. The curse of the ancient survivors, the God Emperor replied. This is the curse of the ancient ruins, Suzimo said in surprise as he looked at the scene in front of him. Everyone in the Yuanyang continent who had some understanding of the old land knew about the curse. However, there were only a few people who had actually seen the curse. Of course, the people of the Divine Gate were not included. As one of the top 10 forbidden areas, the scariest part of the old territory was not the remaining traps and formations from the mythological era. It was also not the Divine Gate that lived inside. It was the scene in front of them, the curse that made people tremble in fear. It was because of the curse that this place was very likely to be called a forbidden area. It was said that half of the year in the old territory was a scene where the curse ran rampant and the heavens retreated. During this half a year, no one dared to enter the old territory. Even the people of the Divine Gate could only hide in the abyss and not move. The other half of the time was the same as when Suzimo came. Darkness shrouded the place, and the whole world was in a state of dead silence. Let's return to the sect first. We'll make plans after half a year, the God Emperor said. What is this curse of the ancient survivors? Suzimo asked doubtfully, back when you inherited the mandate of heaven, you couldn't solve it? It contains the Tao of time. Unless I can open the 10th meridian, I can't do anything about it in the same realm, the God Emperor said while shaking his head. The Tao of time in the same realm? Suzimo was stunned. This reminded him of someone. Looks like you already know, the God Emperor said with a smile. Emperor sure, Suzimo enunciated each word clearly. On the Yuanyang continent, the only person Suzimo could think of who had the great Tao of time that could make the God Emperor helpless was Emperor Sure. He was the second emperor of the emperor's era. He was not a human. Rumor had it that he came from an ancient Grey clan. Back then, he became an emperor through the space-time Tao. His identity and whereabouts were very mysterious. Very few people had seen his true face. To the people of the Yuanyang continent, he was probably one of the most mysterious emperors of the emperor's era. What does he want? Suzimo asked. I don't know. God Emperor shook his head. The scene in front of him kept changing. Light shone on the land. The original ruins had disappeared. What appeared in front of Suzimo was a vast and barren plain. The ground was empty. There was nothing. Suddenly, the scene changed. On this day, a group of people came to the barren plain. The clothes they wore looked strange. Some were made of animal skins, and some were made of leaves and branches. After this group of people came to the plain, they began to build houses and bamboo houses. Although their cultivation was not very strong, as martial artists, it was not difficult for them to build houses. It didn't take long for houses to take shape on the plains in picturesque disorder. At first, there were only a dozen houses. Later, more and more people came to the plain. People lived here. The original village gradually evolved into a town. People lived peacefully like this. Until one day, the roar of a beast could be heard. People ran out of their houses in panic. They saw a lion with 9 heads walking over from afar. The lion was very powerful. It only needed to take a deep breath. Boundless devouring power filled the area and swallowed dozens of people. In the end, the humans here and the 9-headed lion fought a great battle. In that battle, countless houses collapsed. Almost half of the people died tragically. In the end, the 9-headed lion was subdued. People mourned the warriors who died in this battle. Eventually, they began to rebuild the destroyed houses, and people began to try to make large traps. He wanted to make the entire town impenetrable, turning it into an iron bucket with thorns all over its body. The survivors of that battle gathered together and eventually formed a new tribe. The tribe was named Song. When the scene changed to this point, Suzimo was dumbfounded. At this moment, the scene in front of him was still evolving. Although it was evolving, it was as if it was real. It was as if this scene was really happening in front of Suzimo, and he himself had become a part of it. This is the origin of the Grey Clan, Suzimo said in surprise. Yes, Time Emperor used time to rewind it, God Emperor said. After the tribe was established and named Song, the entire tribe gradually grew stronger. As the common people cultivated longer and longer, the number of experts in the tribe gradually increased. There were even some who had opened 7 or 8 meridians. The area where people were active became larger and larger. There were already people who could kill these natural monsters alone. Until that day, a terrible disaster befell them. The sky was gray and it was drizzling. The monsters joined forces. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of monsters gathered together and launched a torrential attack. Although the humans of the Grey Clan tried their best to resist, it was to no avail. There were just too many monsters, and they were also very powerful. In the end, the Grey Clan was destroyed. In the ruins left behind by the Grey Clan, after a few generations of precipitation, people called this place the Old Territory. This is the origin of the Old Territory, Suzimo muttered to himself. When the scene in front of him evolved to this point, it ended. Immediately after, the scene began to repeat. From the moment humans first arrived on the plains, it evolved again. It was like a movie that kept repeating after it finished playing. However, unlike a movie, the scene in front of him really existed in the Old Territory. The road they came from had already disappeared. If they wanted to leave the Old Territory, they had to enter this evolution to have a chance. Suzimo and God Emperor returned to the Gate of God. Once they were in the outside world and were pulled into the evolution, it would be very troublesome. People called this evolution the curse of the ancient survivors. Those who had been cursed had basically all died inside. In every era, only the great emperors could come out unscathed. However, normal great emperors couldn't do anything about the space-time Tao. The curse will only last for half a year. It won't be too late for you to leave after half a year, God Emperor suggested. Prepare a secret room for me to go into seclusion, Suzimo pondered. After arriving at the secret room, Suzimo sat cross-legged. Genesis power surged around him. Now, his True Fate world was completely stable. At this moment, in the True Fate world, with Suzimo's permission, Hundan's huge body appeared inside. Looking up at this brand new continent, Hundan said in shock, Master, is this the world you created? I once promised you to give the demon race a chance, Suzimo said. At the beginning of this era, you will be the first creature in this era of the ruins of the end. But Master, how can a demon beast like me develop? Hundan asked doubtfully. There will be more in the future. Do you think it's so easy to create a world? Suzimo said indifferently. Hundan laughed and replied, I'm just a little impatient. Suzimo waved his hand. 9 drops of blood appeared in the air of this era. These 9 drops of blood were obtained by Suzimo in the Blood Demon's secret realm. In the end, he used the Pure Moon Divine Altar to evolve them. Now, it could be said that the bloodline was very pure. At this moment, the moment these 9 drops of blood essence appeared, the spirit chi in the divine continent gathered and surged. They wrapped around the blood essence. Under the light of the Pure Moon Divine Altar, they rolled bit by bit. The Pure Moon Divine Altar's child altar had also grown. It was not weaker than its mother altar. The vitality of heaven and earth descended and nurtured these 9 drops of blood essence. For Saint Bloodline experts, they could already regrow their limbs. As long as their divine soul was not destroyed, they could recover no matter how serious their injuries were. However, for divine bloodline experts who had ignited their divine fire, as long as they had enough vitality, they could even be reborn from a drop of blood. Even if only a drop of blood was left, they could be reborn. At this moment, Suzimo had such a plan. He wanted to use the blood essence to revive the 9 divine beasts of ancient times. Because it was the life force of the divine land that gave birth to them, they would not have to worry about being related to the Yuanyang continent after they were revived. Of course, the life force of a world was limited. It was impossible for them to be revived endlessly. Su Zimo's key task was still to find the extreme yang illumination. From its fusion with the extreme nether glow, he could find a way to reproduce. The gestation still needed some time. When the 9 divine beasts were in the process of gestation, Su Zimo waved his hand again. A tree fell from the sky, and a deafening dragon's roar resounded in the world. This tree was the dragon tree that Su Zimo had obtained from the nether dragon stream. At this moment, the dozens of dragon fruits on the dragon tree had stopped gestation. This was because Su Zimo had brought it out of the nether dragon stream. Now, he had replanted the dragon tree in the divine land. He would use the rules of the divine land to slowly change it and then breed new divine dragons. These things would also be the first creatures of the divine land. When everything was over, Su Zimo's power of creation surged again. The chaos bead appeared and passed through layers of space. He once again arrived at the place where the river of destiny was. The crystal-clear river hung upside down above the Milky Way, and the river of destiny flowed slowly. At this moment, he used the power of the chaos bead to rush into the river of destiny. He wanted to go to the mythological era and the era when the time the Arch inherited the mandate of heaven. He wanted to trace the origin of the Heaven clan, the old territory, and the curse of the ancient survivors. The river of destiny flowed slowly. Su Zimo was very careful. Even with the chaos bead, he still did not dare to make too big of a move. The river of destiny did not record years. It only recorded every major and minor era. Su Zimo's figure gradually disappeared in the river. After a long time, layers of fluctuations appeared in the river of destiny. The flowing river rose and fell slightly, and Su Zimo's figure appeared in midair. The time the Arch is really infatuated, Su Zimo muttered to himself. Then, his figure disappeared in midair. By the time he returned to the outside world, half a month had already passed. At this time, the sky had just darkened. He walked out of his seclusion room and immediately went to see God Emperor. "You want to leave?" God Emperor looked at Su Zimo in surprise. "Yes, let's go now." Su Zimo nodded. "But even with the Sky Demon's protection, you can't leave this cursed land. You might even be in danger," God Emperor said. "I just want to take a look at the curse and verify my guess," Su Zimo said. "Have you decided?" God Emperor asked. He knew that he couldn't stop Su Zimo. Su Zimo nodded, and the two of them teleported out of the abyss. Looking at the scene in front of him, the entire old territory was enveloped in the process of evolution. After Su Zimo said goodbye to God Emperor, he walked straight ahead. In front of him, space was strangely fluctuating, filled with the power of time. The laws of space-time here were in complete chaos. As soon as Su Zimo touched the laws, his entire body disappeared. Su Zimo only felt that his surroundings were in turmoil, and his body was undergoing an unimaginable change. At a certain point, time reversed and he returned to when he was still a baby. At a certain point, he became a white-haired old man ahead of time, experiencing life, death, old age, sickness, and death. Finally, after a while of this unique change, Su Zimo saw countless sprites of light in front of his eyes. He grabbed one of the sprites of light, sensed it, then shook his head and muttered, "Not this." He wandered around these sprites of light for a long time. Finally, when he grabbed another sprite of light, his eyes lit up. Spirit energy surged around his body as he was sucked into the sprite of light. The desolate and uninhabited plains seemed especially desolate. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He was on a bumpy dirt road, surrounded by weeds. In his perception, the spirit energy here was very rich. "It should be here," Su Zimo muttered to himself. At this moment, he couldn't sense Baimont or chaos. Su Zimo casually found a place to rest on the side of the dirt road and waited quietly. It should be here soon. Not long after, the sky changed. The spirit energy in the sky that was originally calm suddenly became violent as ripples appeared in the space. With a loud shout, a young man fell from the sky. The place where the young man fell was not far from Su Zimo, so he quickly rushed over. Looking at the unconscious young man, Su Zimo used his spirit energy to help heal his injuries. Seeing that the young man was about to wake up, Suzimo quickly lay down next to him. The young man in white slowly opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him blankly. Did something really happen to the space-time turbulence? The young man whispered. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have messed around. He looked around, and the first thing he saw was Suzimo, who was lying next to him. The young man put his hand under Suzimo's nose and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that he was still breathing. Brother, wake up. Are you okay? Suzimo opened his eyes in a daze and looked around blankly. He asked, where is this? Who are you? You don't know? The young man in white asked curiously. Where is your home? My home is in the far west, Suzimo replied. When I went to the eastern continent to train, a turbulence suddenly appeared in the sky and sucked me in. When I woke up, I was already here. Who are you? My name is Xianxia, the young man in white replied. My home is also in the eastern continent. After the young man in white said that, he fell into deep thought. Was it because he had caused too much of a commotion and implicated others? Oh, my name is Suzimo. Let's find out where this is first, the young man named Xianxia said thoughtfully. I hope it's not too far from the eastern continent. Suzimo nodded. He stood up and stepped on the high slope of the dirt road beside him and looked into the distance. At the end of this empty plain, a blurry building came into view in the distance. Because it was too far away, Suzimo could not see it clearly. Let's go there and ask. There's no other place around here, Suzimo said. Xianxia nodded and the two of them went into the distance together. Such a barren place. I don't know where the turbulence brought me. Xianxia complained along the way. Finally, the two of them arrived at their destination. This was a rather large town. The town looked like it had just been built. There were many people coming and going in front of the gate. It was very lively. Xianxia stopped one of the passing men and asked with a smile, Brother, may I ask where this is? Who are you? The man quickly distanced himself and asked cautiously. We were attacked and fainted. We don't know where we are when we wake up, Xianxia explained. We can't find our way home either. This is called Xianxia town, the man replied. Of course, you might not know. We were the first residents here. This place didn't have a name a long time ago. We only named it after we started living here. Xianxia town? Xianxia turned to look at Suzimo and shook their heads. Can you tell me which continent this is? Xianxia continued asking. What continent? The man asked in confusion. Isn't there only one Yuanyang continent? One continent? Xianxia was stunned when he heard the man's words. Then, his expression changed drastically. He quickly asked, Brother, what era is it now? Hey, have you lost your memories or are you confused? The man smiled and said, Of course it's the mythological era. Are there other eras? It's over, it's over. At this moment, Xianxia sat on the ground in a panic. He was dumbfounded. The Yuanyang continent was divided into 5 parts. That was something that only happened in the Desolation era. In the current mythological era, the continents were still one. Are you okay? The man looked at Xianxia in confusion and asked. It's fine, it's fine. My friend's emotions are a little unstable. He'll be fine soon, Suzimo quickly said. That's good. My name is Zhang Chong. If you need anything, you can find me. The man prepared to leave. If you have nowhere to go, you can find the blacksmith on the east side of the town. He's the mayor. He'll definitely be willing to take you in. In this world, we should unite to deal with those monsters. After Zhang Chong left, Xianxia looked at Suzimo helplessly and said dejectedly, You said you came from the far west. It seems that the two of us came to the mythological era because of the spacetime turbulence. The land of the far west did not exist during the mythological era. This name only came into existence after the great emperor Zhenwu established the Age of Emperors. Then what should we do? Suzimo asked worriedly. It's fine. I happen to know some spacetime magic, Xianxia replied. After all, we don't belong to this vanished era. Spacetime is in chaos. Once it recovers, we can return. I just don't know how long I'll have to wait. That's the only way. Su Zimo nodded. Are you also from the era of Great Emperor Shenwu? Xianxia stood up and asked. No, the one who inherited the mandate of heaven in my previous era was the mortal emperor. Su Zimo shook his head. Mortal emperor? Why haven't I heard of it? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Could it be that we came from different eras? How many great emperors were there in your era? Hearing Xianxia's words, Su Zimo was slightly taken aback and said, a lot, I haven't counted them. There were at least a few dozen great emperors. The age of emperors was hundreds of thousands of years ago. Then do you know who the second great emperor in history was? Xianxia hurriedly asked. Seeing Xianxia's eager gaze, Su Zimo said doubtfully, I think it was Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi, Emperor Shi. Xianxia repeated this name over and over again. The more he repeated it, the more excited he became. He suddenly slapped his thigh and said, that's right, it must be me. I inherited the mandate of heaven. Ha ha ha, I finally became a great emperor. Are you okay? Seeing Xianxia like this, Su Zimo asked in confusion. Kid, I'll tell you the truth. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. I came from the second era of the age of emperors. If I'm not mistaken, the emperor Shi you're talking about should be me. How are you so sure? Because in my era, I was the only one who cultivated the way of spacetime. Xianxia said confidently. If someone else claimed to be an emperor, they definitely wouldn't use this title. Oh. Su Zimo nodded lightly. Why aren't you surprised? Xianxia looked at Su Zimo in surprise. I'm a great emperor. Can't you give me some face? What's wrong with the great emperor? Su Zimo turned around and asked as he walked into the city. The strongest person of an era. You should at least have some respect. But this doesn't change the fact that you're just a venerable vain noob. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and replied lightly. He thought to himself. It seemed that Emperor Shi hadn't been on the path of cultivation for long when he accidentally transmigrated to the Age of Legends. His strength was only in the venerable vain realm. Young man, don't be too hot-blooded. Xianxia shook his head slightly and put on the appearance of an old man. If you serve me well now, maybe when we return to the era of emperors, I will still protect you. How can you be called young if you're not arrogant? Su Zimo replied. Besides, even if we return to the age of emperors, our timelines are thousands of miles apart. You would have already ascended. What's the use? That's true. Xianxia nodded and said, young man, you have to set your sights further. Maybe you can inherit the destiny of this world and ascend to find me. Thank you for your kind words. Su Zimo looked up. The two chatted along the way and arrived at the town. There was a blacksmith shop here. A brand new flag was placed on top of the blacksmith shop. The flag fluttered in the wind with the words Lin's Blacksmith Shop written on it. At this moment, a middle-aged man was busy in the shop. The sound of hammering iron could be heard from the inside. Su Zimo and Xianxia walked in. Uncle, you're the mayor here, right? Su Zimo asked with a smile. The man turned around and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He smiled and said, two unfamiliar faces. Looks like you're also wandering here? Yes, we want to stay here temporarily. Is it convenient? Su Zimo asked. Grey Flame Town welcomes anyone. After all, there's strength in numbers. The man smiled and said, but there are some things I still have to say. After you live here, you have to work hard to develop the town like everyone else. We don't keep idle people here. Mayor, if you have something to say, just say it. We'll definitely obey. Su Zimo smiled. We have people in charge of farming, building houses, or hunting monsters. The man smiled and said, many places need people. You can choose to work in the field you're good at. While they were chatting, they heard a shout from outside. Father, is the 100 steel sword I want ready? Su Zimo turned his head and saw a woman with short hair and wearing a somewhat shabby white robe walk in. The woman had short hair that reached her ears. Her eyebrows were as sharp as knives, and her eyes were bright and spirited. She was not considered a peerless beauty, but she was above average. Although she was barefaced, she had a reserved beauty. She gave off a carefree vibe. When the lady walked into the shop, she saw Su Zimo and Lin Shi immediately. After sizing up the two of them, she smiled and asked, "Newcomers?" "We just arrived in Xianxia town today," Xianxia replied with a smile. "This is my daughter, Lin Qing." The man introduced her. "I forgot to introduce myself just now. I'm Lin Bao, the mayor of Xianxia town." Su Zimo and the other two also hurriedly introduced themselves. "Father, they don't have any work to do," Lin Qing quickly said. "Why don't you just let them help you out in the blacksmith shop? You've always been the only one here, and you still have to make tools for half of the town. It's quite tough." "There's no need for that. There's a shortage of people everywhere in town. I can still hold on for a while longer," Lin Bao said as he shook his head. "The farming tools are still okay. The key is that we're seriously short of weapons for battle." Lin Qing replied, "Those monsters can bite our tools to pieces in one bite. The people in town are afraid that you'll be too busy, so they rarely talk to you. If you let them help, they can share some of your burden. You can make more weapons, and at the same time, be responsible for the townspeople." Hearing Lin Qing's words, Lin Bao thought for a while. Finally, he looked at Su Zimo and Lin Shi. "Both of us are fine with it." Tianshi smiled and said, "As long as the mayor is willing to teach, we're willing to learn." "All right." Lin Bao smiled and said, "Don't be so distant. You can call me Uncle Lin from now on." "Uncle Lin." Tianshi and Lin Shi quickly nodded. Lin Bao looked at Lin Qing and said, "Bring the two of them to find a house first. Let them rest today, and tomorrow they will learn how to forge from me. Come with me." Lin Qing nodded as she looked at Su Zimo and the other man. The three of them walked on the bustling street. The buildings here looked very monotonous. The rooms that people lived in were all lined up next to each other, just like that. Everyone lived in a small house. There were no courtyards, gardens, ponds, or anything like that. "The two of you will follow me from now on." Lin Qing looked at Su Zimo and said, "The two of you are considered my father's disciples. In a sense, you should call me senior sister. Stop fooling around, little junior sister." Su Zimo waved his hand and replied, "You're not even older than the two of us. This has nothing to do with age. It's decided by seniority," Lin Qing quickly replied. "Junior brother Tian, look at how big the sun is today." Su Zimo looked at the sky and said leisurely, "That's right. Junior brother Su, the wind seems to be very noisy today." The two of them chatted among themselves. Lin Qing shouted at the side, "I'm talking to the two of you. Do you hear me?" Along the way, Su Zimo and Tianshi shook their heads and ignored Lin Qing. This caused her to leave angrily after sending them off. Looking at Lin Qing's departing figure, Tianshi said, "I'm a great emperor. How can I be the junior brother of a little girl who's still wet behind the ears? What if people know that I'm still here?" "Wet behind the ears?" Su Zimo smiled and said, "If we calculate according to the timeline, she seems to be several generations older than us." "That won't do." Tianshi quickly shook his head and asked, "Along the way, did you discover anything?" "What can I discover?" Su Zimo shook his head and said, "The people here look very weak. The strongest person is the mayor. He's only at the true meridian realm. The others are all at the meridian realm and spiritual meridian realm. Most of them are only at the mortal meridian realm. Don't underestimate this mythological era. The monsters here are even comparable to great emperors." Tianshi said, "Let's stay here. After the timeline stabilizes, we'll naturally return. In the meantime, let's not cause any trouble." Su Zimo nodded. In the afternoon, the two of them walked around the area. There were no other towns within 100 miles of Xianxia town. According to the townspeople, there was a large tribe far away. However, it was a long journey and there were many monsters along the way. Basically, no one could go there. In the evening, Lin Qing brought the food she had bought to the two of them. Su Zimo looked at the food. It was all simple coarse grains. It seemed that the living conditions of the people here were more difficult than he had imagined. "Let me tell you." Lin Qing looked at the two of them and said proudly, "These 2 portions of food were bought by me for my junior brother. If you eat them, it proves that you're my junior brother." Su Zimo and Tianshi looked at each other and smiled. They felt that the other party was really childish. However, it was understandable. She was young to begin with. It wasn't easy for her to have two junior brothers, so she was happy. Then we won't eat. Suzimo and Xianxia shook their heads and turned to lie on the bed. Seeing this, Lin Qing was a little anxious. She hurriedly said, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm just joking. Hurry up and eat. Don't starve." Hearing Lin Qing's words, Xianxia smiled. He took out a small blue disc from his storage ring and handed it to Lin Qing. He said, "Don't be unhappy. Consider this my gift to you." "What is this?" Lin Qing took the disc and asked curiously. "A formation disc." Xianxia smiled and explained, "If you encounter any danger in the future, just inject spirit energy into it. It can protect you for a period of time." "There's such a thing?" Lin Qing looked at the disc curiously. The existence of formation discs was researched by humans in the Desolate Era. In the ancient times, people set up formations by condensing formation seals. It was very complicated. Moreover, formation masters had very weak self-protection abilities. "Thank you, senior brother Xianxia." Lin Qing smiled and said emotionally, at this point, she suddenly turned to look at Suzimo. "Senior brother Zimo, don't you feel awkward? Isn't the speed at which you change your face a little too fast?" Suzimo was stunned. "Don't make things difficult for your senior brother Zimo. He's poor, I can understand." Xianxia said sarcastically. "I have to say, your provocation is very low level. However, I'll take it." Suzimo said as spirit energy gathered around him. He waved his hand and the nightmare beast appeared in front of him. "What a cute little beast," Lin Qing exclaimed when she saw the nightmare beast appear. She quickly hugged the little beast in her arms. Then she smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother Zimo. This little fellow's name is Nightmare Beast. Not only can it help with your cultivation, but it also has some combat power," Suzimo said. "We're poor and can't give you anything good. Just make do with it." "No, actually, I like senior brother Zimo's gift more," Lin Qing quickly replied as she played with the little beast. Suzimo smiled. He could almost hear the sound of someone's heart breaking. Due to the scarcity of houses in the town, Suzimo and Xianxia shared a room. The dim candlelight swayed gently as Xianxia sat cross-legged and cultivated. After all, the spirit energy in the mythological era was still very abundant. The reason why the people here had low realms was because their cultivation techniques were too simple and crude, causing their cultivation speed to slow down. Suzimo was sleeping soundly next to him. The moon was like a disk, and the night was exceptionally quiet. There were patrolling townsfolk walking around the town, and some unknown bugs were hiding in the corners and squeaking. The night was getting darker, and a patrolling townsfolk had just turned the corner of the town. A huge black shadow suddenly emerged from the ground. Before the townsfolk could make a sound, he was swallowed by a huge mouth. Immediately after, there was an ear-piercing chewing sound. At this moment, in Suzimo's room, the swaying candlelight suddenly went out. In the darkness, a strange atmosphere spread. Xianxia, who was in the middle of cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. On the floor of the room, a huge shadow suddenly jumped out and pounced towards Xianxia. "Time deceleration," Xianxia snorted. The power of time surged in his right hand. As time flowed backward, the black shadow's speed also slowed down. Xianxia punched down, and endless air waves gathered around his fist. With a boom, the black shadow was directly smashed down, creating a deep pit in the ground. "What's going on?" Suzimo opened his eyes slightly and walked down from the bed. "A small bug," Xianxia said calmly. At this moment, the candlelight in the room was lit again. The ground was split into several pieces, and countless cracks appeared. In the middle of the crack, a creature that resembled a centipede lay on the ground, dying. This centipede was twice the size of a normal person, and its entire body was fiery red. Suzimo counted carefully and found that it had 18 legs and 2 fangs in its mouth. Its eyes were the size of black beans, round and puffy. "What is this?" Suzimo asked. "I'm not sure. It should be a creature from the mythological era." Xianxia said, "Let's ask Lin Qing tomorrow." It was a silent night. The gentle sunlight once again shone on the earth. The sun rose day after day. A scream shattered the tranquil morning. Dead, the night watchers who were patrolling the town last night were all dead. All of the townspeople hurried over. There were no corpses left of these dead people. Only some wreckage was left. The ground was covered in blood. At this moment, in Su Zimo's room, Lin Qing was looking at the giant beast's corpse in front of her in shock. A fiery centipede, she said in surprise. This is a monster at the True Meridian realm, and it's a very difficult monster to deal with. Even my father might not be a match for it if he encountered it. Oh, that might be because we were lucky. Xianxia smiled and said, it was dark last night. I punched its weak spot and killed it. I'm not stupid. You guys are definitely not ordinary people, Lin Qing said. No matter who we are, we're still your senior brothers, Xianxia replied with a smile. All of the night watchers in town died last night. Father is still looking for the culprit. I'll go tell him now. It should be this fiery centipede who did it. Lin Qing left the room as she spoke. The blazing flames in the furnace burned fiercely. A breeze blew, and the flag hanging outside the blacksmith's shop slowly fluttered. Lin Bao looked at Su Zimo and Xianxia and said sternly, before teaching you how to forge weapons, I'll teach you how to forge iron first. Forging iron is a process of getting rid of the impurities and extracting the essence. This requires a certain amount of waist and arm strength. The fact that you were able to kill that fiery centipede yesterday proves that you have a certain level of physical foundation. As Lin Bao spoke, he took out a piece of pig iron that was already red hot from the furnace. Now, try to hit it with a hammer. Although your strength is not bad, blacksmithing is not an easy task. Su Zimo and Xianxia looked at each other. They watched as he walked forward and casually smashed the iron twice with his hammers. With a boom, the pig iron was smashed together. During the smashing process, he secretly used his Genesis energy to modify the structure of the pig iron. F***ck Lin Bao couldn't help but stare in shock when he saw the scene. He walked up to the pig iron and looked at the almost perfect piece of iron in front of him. It was hard to imagine that it was the result of just 2 hammers. Master Blacksmith? Lin Bao looked at Su Zimo and asked doubtfully. Uncle Lin, you must be joking. I'm just a newbie, Su Zimo replied. Then, he got Xianxia to try twice. Xianxia also hammered twice and condensed the essence of the pig iron. As newbies, you're not bad. However, there's still much to learn. Lin Bao's face was slightly red. He coughed a few times and said, you have to practice more in the future. Now, I'll teach you how to forge the shape of the weapon and the blade. The two of them quickly nodded. In the next half an hour, Lin Bao felt like his worldview had completely collapsed. In less than half an hour, the two of them placed the completed blade and sword in front of him. Lin Bao couldn't help but lament, there really are F***king geniuses in this world. Back then, he had spent more than 10 years of his life working hard to become a master blacksmith. He had always adhered to a principle, practice makes perfect. Now, looking at Su Zimo and Xianxia, he only wanted to say, what the F***ck do you mean by practice makes perfect? Seeing that Lin Bao was silent, Xianxia shook his head and sighed, Uncle Lin, I know we're terrible. Don't worry. Although we're not talented, we're willing to work hard. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lin Bao put on a fake smile. You're such a cute little cutie. While they were chatting, someone suddenly ran in from outside in a panic. Uncle Lin, the hunting team is in trouble outside. What? Lin Bao turned around and asked with a frown. Xiaoqing went out with the hunting team today. Quickly go and take a look, the person quickly said. Nonsense. Who allowed her to go? Lin Bao's face changed and he quickly ran to the town's entrance. When they arrived at the town's entrance, there were already many people there. A man was lying on the ground with blood all over his body and was being treated. This man was a member of the hunting team that went out today. What's going on? Lin Bao walked up and asked. I don't know. After breakfast this morning, the hunting team heard that a blood tiger had appeared in the east of the town, so they prepared to hunt it down, the person beside him explained. Just then, old Third Wu came running back covered in blood. Did he say anything? Lin Bao asked with a frown. He only said the word danger. He didn't say anything else before he fainted due to his injuries, the person beside him explained. The treatment methods here were very poor. Su Zimo took a look and estimated that it would take at least half a day for this person to wake up. I have a pill here. Let him try taking it, Su Zimo said as he took out a high-grade healing pill from his storage ring. The moment the pill was taken out, a thick medicinal aroma filled the air. Then let's try it. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Lin Bao took the pill and fed it to the person. The moment the pill was swallowed, the spiritual energy in the air suddenly surged. The spiritual energy was all absorbed into the person's body, and a layer of scabs quickly formed on the wounds on his body. This is an immortal pill, the person beside him said in surprise. Old Third Wu woke up weakly from his coma. Quick, go save everyone. There's a mutated blood tiger king. He hadn't even opened his eyes, but he was already yelling in fear. Where? The person beside him asked anxiously. The blood tiger cave in the east, Old Third Wu said weakly as he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Bao frowned slightly. He turned around and said, the remaining cultivators in the town will split into two groups. One group will go with me to save people, and the other group will stay in town. Seeing that the entire Grey Flame town was bustling with activity, Su Zimo looked at Old Third Wu and asked, can you tell me more about the situation? Old Third Wu nodded and replied, this morning, we received news from the scouting team. They said that a blood tiger had appeared near the farmland in the east. Many of the townspeople in the fields lost their lives. When we arrived at the location, we didn't see the blood tiger, but we found a cave. After entering the cave, we discovered that there was a blood tiger that was preparing to give birth. Are there no male tigers? Su Zimo asked doubtfully. No, Old Third Wu shook his head and replied, we originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that it was weak after giving birth and kill it. That blood tiger fought with us for a long time, and the baby in her belly was accidentally killed. Then, the blood tiger went crazy and mutated. Everyone, open up a bloody path so that I can come back and ask for help. At this point, Old Third Wu's expression was sorrowful. I don't know if they'll be able to persevere. At this moment, the people in the town had already gathered. Xianxia looked at the anxious Lin Bao and said, Uncle Lin, let us go with you. There's strength in numbers. Lin Bao hesitated for a moment before nodding. A group of people rushed to the east in a hurry. In the heavenly sea of the eastern continent, there were endless immortal mountains shrouded in fog. Spiritual energy surged around Jiang Macho's body. Scattered flames spread out around him. In front of them was a snowy mountain that was emitting cold mist. Wisps of weak flames danced at his fingertips as he waved his right hand. The flame danced on the snowy mountain. When it came into contact with the cold snowy mountain, the flame was surprisingly tenacious and did not extinguish. Jiang Macho slowly closed his eyes. In the darkness in front of him, a small red dot jumped out. At this moment, the aura around him became stronger and stronger. Burn, my Dao. He whispered softly. Finally, the small red dot in the darkness enlarged bit by bit, turning into a small fireball. Then, the small fireball began to burn, turning into a big fire. Then, there was a bang sound. The raging flames covered the sky and covered the earth, illuminating the entire world red. Jiang Macho opened his eyes again. In the outside world, on the huge snowy mountain, the small flame also began to burn. It was as if the entire snowy mountain was fuel for the flame. The flame began to spread bit by bit, wrapping around the entire snowy mountain. In just a few moments, the entire snowy mountain had turned into a volcano. As the flame burned more and more fiercely, the snowy mountain was also rapidly melting. Old Man Nothingness's figure appeared beside Jiang Macho at some point. Shizuan, Jiang Macho hurriedly turned around and greeted. Very good, you can already comprehend the true essence of fire. Your Crimson Flame Imperial body can also use more power, Old Man Nothingness said with relief. Unfortunately, revenge is still far away, Jiang Macho said with some disappointment. These days, he had been living in the endless immortal mountains. Whether it was eating or using, they were all top-grade drafts and spirit fruits. This kind of treatment, even in the imperial lineage, was not to be outdone. Unfortunately, his current realm was only in the Void Pulse realm. Originally, he could have advanced even faster. But for the sake of his foundation, Old Man Nothingness had been working hard to suppress it. Jiang Macho also knew that his speed was considered fast. But he understood that to fight against an imperial lineage, especially an existence like the Taiyuan heavenly sect that had 2 emperors, he was still far from it. Don't be blinded by hatred, Old Man Nothingness said with a sigh. You've lived here for a long time now. It's time to go down the mountain and gain experience. Find the meaning of your life, and experience the world in the mortal world. Jiang Macho was silent for a while. Finally, he knelt down and kowtowed several times. Shizhuan's kindness in teaching me, Macho will never forget it. In the future, if Shizhuan needs anything, this disciple will do his best. Get up, Old Man Nothingness said with a smile. How could I not have my own selfish motives? If I want you to fight against the Devil King, this road is destined to be full of setbacks and difficulties. The wind blew away the fog that filled the sky. The water of the heavenly sea was blue and clear. Under the setting sun, a youth in white walked out of the immortal mountains. In a dangerous place located in the eastern continent. The warm morning sun shone in the forest. A black bear that had just woken up walked out of its cave, ready to hunt. Its skin was covered with a thin film similar to steel. The fur on the surface was also very hard, like a hedgehog. This was a type of armored black bear that was extremely difficult to deal with. Among the monsters in the Void Pulse realm, it was an overlord. At this moment, the black bear had just walked out of its cave. The sun shone through the cover of the broken leaves, casting a little shadow. A dazzling light flickered in the sky. As a leaf slowly fell, a murderous intent erupted. A sharp axe fell from behind. The armored black bear, which had always been known for its amazing defense, was actually split in 2. Blood scattered in the air. The steel membrane on the armored black bear's body was as weak as paper. Tangiolene slowly put down the axe in her hand. The axe in her hand looked very strange. It was like a bunch of white bones connected together. It was filled with hostility, and the bone blade was also very sharp. On this bone axe, there was a piece of bone in the center that was blood red. Every time the blood bone turned, the hostility on the bone axe became stronger. Seeing the armored black bear fall in front of her, Tangiolene kept the bone axe. She stabbed the bone axe into her arm. The moment the bone axe touched her arm, it directly melted into it. It was as if it was a part of her body. It was very strange. Tangiolene looked at the dead black bear. She carried it on her back and hurriedly ran into the distance. The smell of blood here was too strong to attract other monsters. In the depths of the forest, the firewood crackled and sparks shot out. Tangiolene looked at the cooked bear meat. It was giving off a thick fragrance. She took a deep breath and began to eat. You have been training for several months now. Do you have any thoughts? The voice in the evil god list asked. Survival of the fittest. Tangiolene was silent for a while, then finally replied indifferently. A gentle breeze blew past. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Do you still plan to go home? The evil god list asked. My father has 3 daughters. He doesn't need me. Tangiolene shook her head and replied, I didn't have a choice in the past. But now, I seem to like this feeling of wandering the world. You should know my background. The evil god list continued. Didn't you exist to seal those 3 monsters? Tangiolene replied. Then do you know who created me? The evil god list continued to ask. Tangiolene shook her head slightly. Actually, I don't know his name either. But everyone calls him Sage. The evil god list said, my existence, including the broken ex-emperor physique, was left to the destined person by him. I'm the destined person? Tangiolene asked curiously. Yes. After accepting this inheritance, you have to have your own mission. The evil god list replied. What mission? Tangiolene frowned slightly. Of course, this mission can't force you. It must be of your own accord. We can only guide you. The evil god list replied, I think now, maybe I should bring you to see Sage. When the time comes, you will understand everything. Where is he? No one knows where the sage is, but his clone has come to the eastern continent to see you, the evil god list replied. Sure, but I won't go against my heart to do certain things. It doesn't matter even if I lose this inheritance, Tanjolene replied. On the same day the wind blew, the girl with the axe on her back also walked out of the endless forest. Suzimo's group arrived at the east side of Grey Flame Town. On the boundless plain, there were only a few big trees planted alone. It looked very barren. Everyone, split up and search. Be careful, Lin Bao instructed. There were dozens of people who came with him this time, and the strongest among them was Lin Bao, a true meridian martial artist. Most of the others were still in the meridian condensation stage. Suzimo closed his eyes. He had given Lin Qing a nightmare beast before. He could still sense the aura of the nightmare beast. The power of creation filled the air, and a unique aura of the nightmare beast appeared in front of Suzimo. This aura was like a white line, guiding Suzimo's consciousness to explore. After a long time, Suzimo opened his eyes slightly. How is it? Xianxia asked. Follow me, Suzimo said as he ran to the right. The two of them ran for a few minutes and arrived in front of a big tree. This big tree was very tall and lush, and the trunk was so thick that it would take 4 or 5 people to wrap their arms around it. Suzimo knocked on the trunk, and it made a hollow sound. He punched down, and saw that the tree was hollow. And from the tree hole, there was a cave entrance that led underground. Why is it here? Xianxia said in surprise, this is too hidden. Why not? Suzimo smiled and said, you have to understand, monsters are not inferior to humans in terms of intelligence. Especially these creatures from the mythological era, don't underestimate them. Then, Xianxia shouted a few times and called everyone over. The cave entrance was pitch black, and no one knew where it led to. Lin Bao frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, leave half of you outside to guard. The rest of you, follow me. If we don't come up in 6 hours, seal this place. Seal this cave and list this place as a forbidden area. Uncle Lin, we're quite skilled. Let us go down with you to take a look, Xianxia said. Lin Bao sighed and replied, this matter shouldn't have involved you. Uncle Lin, you're treating us as outsiders. Since we live in Xianxia town, we're people here, Xianxia replied. Then, everyone was assigned, and half of them carefully walked down the cave entrance. Although the cave was pitch black, the ventilation was very good, and the air flowed freely. They took a few turns in the cave, and after walking for a long time, they heard a soft ping-pong sound. Be careful, there's movement in front, Lin Bao walked to the front and reminded everyone. When everyone turned a corner, their field of vision suddenly widened, and even the light became brighter. They saw a blood-red tiger roaring and attacking the array in front of them. And in this light blue array, a group of people were hiding inside. With every attack from the blood-red tiger, the array shook as if it would collapse at any time. Father, why are you here? The people inside the array were the hunters from Xianxia town. Lin Qing also noticed Lin Bao and the others immediately. This is the array I gave her, Xianxia said from the side. Hurry up and leave, don't come over, Lin Qing hurriedly shouted. What's wrong? Lin Bao frowned slightly and looked at the blood tiger. A normal blood tiger was slightly larger than a human, and its color was also dark red. But the blood tiger in front of them was purplish red, and its aura was very strong. Although it was only a true pulse monster, its aura was not inferior to the void pulse monsters that Suzimo had seen before. The surrounding townspeople consciously spread out and surrounded the blood tiger. Looks like it's going to be a tough battle, Lin Bao snorted, and his true pulse aura spread out. He faced the mutated blood tiger from a distance. Just as everyone was about to attack, they heard an even stronger roar from behind them. At this moment, the smell of blood filled the entire cave. Everyone turned pale with fright and turned their heads, only to see a 3-meter-tall blood tiger walk in from the cave entrance. The moment the blood tiger appeared, a huge beast aura swept through the entire cave. It lowered its head slightly and stared at everyone present with its huge eyes. Why is there another one? Lin Bao's expression changed as he felt the aura of the blood tiger. Venerable Pulse, Xianxia said calmly as he looked at the blood tiger. I'll hold him off. You guys run. Lin Bao took a deep breath and walked towards the blood tiger. When the blood tiger roared and the aura of the Venerable Pulse came down, everyone's legs were already trembling. Uncle Lin, let's go back and look for our hut demon. Hold on for a while, a townsman shouted. It's too late. You guys run. Don't worry about me. Lin Bao shook his head. His eyes were serious as green spirit energy surrounded his body. Uncle Lin, why don't you let me try? At this moment, a calm voice came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw Xianxia slowly walking out from behind. This guy is stealing my lines. Su Zimo chuckled. He was about to say something, but he didn't expect the other party to beat him to it. Little Tian, this has nothing to do with you. Lin Bao shook his head. At this moment, the giant tiger seemed to have lost its patience. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the forest leopard. Lin Bao's expression changed and he was about to dodge. The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly went berserk, and a light shout came from Tianxi's mouth. Time acceleration. At this moment, the laws of time flowed. Tianxi's figure appeared above Lin Bao in an instant. Behind him, because he was moving too fast, there were afterimages that appeared one after another. Boom! Endless waves of air exploded in midair. Tianxi's body shook slightly, and the blood tiger was sent flying. A few pieces of gravel and soil fell from the cave above. This monster from the mythological era is really not ordinary. Tianxia shook his numb right fist and smiled. The blood tiger got up from the ground and looked at Xianxia cautiously. Then, it roared at Xianxia. You guys take care of that mutated tigress. Leave this guy to me. After Xianxia finished speaking, he directly charged towards the giant tiger. He's also a celestial. Some townsfolk looked at Tianxi's figure and murmured in amazement. At this moment, the giant tiger was being suppressed. Kill blood tiger. Lin Bao roared, and all the townspeople charged forward. The weapons used by these people were mostly sabers and swords. When the dozens of swords and sabers landed on the blood tiger's body, the blood tiger roared. The huge claw slapped down, sending several townsfolk flying. Su Zimo's brows furrowed slightly as he channeled the power of creation into his right hand. He condensed his spiritual energy into the shape of a small knife and threw it out. This small knife silently pierced through the layers of void and directly cut into the blood tiger's abdomen. At this moment, blood tiger, who was fighting with everyone, let out a wail. His momentum instantly weakened. Attack its abdomen! Lin Bao roared. All of his attacks were aimed at the blood tiger's abdomen. At this moment, the time limit of the protective formation of the hunting team was up, and it suddenly disappeared. The blood tiger was hit in the abdomen and knew that it would not survive. It roared angrily once again. With the determination to die, it rushed towards the hunting team without caring about anything else. At this moment, everyone in the hunting team was injured and no longer had the strength to attack. Seeing the blood tiger pouncing over, everyone was scared silly. Lin Qing's face was pale. Her consciousness told her that she should dodge and run. But when the real life and death came, her legs felt as if they were filled with lead. She was so numb that she could not move at all. The blood tiger opened its bloody mouth. Lin Qing could even smell the blood in its mouth. Its sharp claws also glinted coldly. At this critical moment, seeing that the blood tiger was about to pounce over, a pair of large hands suddenly wrapped around Lin Qing's waist. Lin Qing was shocked. She turned her head and saw Tianxi's face almost inches away from her. Boom! Endless spiritual energy surged, and the blood tiger's huge body was directly sent flying. Are you okay? Tianxia asked with a smile. At this moment, Lin Qing's entire body was tense because of fear. Now that she had relaxed, her body went limp and fell into Tianxi's arms. Both of them blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. What a sour lemon. Su Zimo, who was at the side, shook his head and walked out of the cave. Ignoring the joy of the reunion in the cave, he walked out of the cave and looked at the vast world. The mythological era was a very magical era. Monsters ran rampant, and the common people were bitterly trying to survive. This was probably the simplest era of mutual deceit. Acting was a very difficult thing. Su Zimo always thought so. But sometimes, you had to play a role and then come up with a perfect ending. After everyone came out, they also brought out the two blood tigers' corpses. To the townspeople of Xianxia town, these corpses were very nutritious. Everyone returned victorious, and the days continued as usual. But between Lin Qing and Xianxia, feelings were secretly growing. Although they had not completely broken the paper, the two of them were falling deeper and deeper in the river of love. Today, Su Zimo found Xianxia. If you have something to say it quickly. I asked Xiaoqing out to play, Xianxia said anxiously. It's about the two of you, Su Zimo replied calmly. What is it? Xianxia looked at Su Zimo in shock and then said in disbelief, You, could it be that you, what about me? Su Zimo was confused. Are you going to tell me that you also like Xiaoqing? You want to compete with me fairly? Xianxia said cautiously. You can pull some strings, Su Zimo was speechless. Have you ever thought about one thing? You don't even belong to this era. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xianxia suddenly fell silent. Just like you said before, after the timeline is restored, the two of us will return to the era of emperors. What will Lin Qing do then? Xianxia fell silent again. Finally, he slowly raised his head and said, I have never forgotten about this. So, before I leave, I want to accompany Xiaoqing as much as I can and make her happy. All the brilliance in life must be repaid with loneliness, Su Zimo said calmly. Don't you think that after you leave, she will suffer even more? I won't hide it from you, Xianxia replied. Actually, I have been researching a secret technique that can change fate. The fate-defying pearl, Su Zimo chuckled in his heart. The main character was finally here. Did you succeed? Xianxia shook his head and replied, It's just a hypothesis. This time, because my research failed, I traveled back to the era of mythology. Can you tell me which part of it failed? Su Zimo asked. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. My initial idea was to use a secret technique to create a divine item that could change fate. Simply put, it was to help someone return to the past and change their fate. However, this involved not only the principles of space-time, but also the river of fate. I've never been able to find a way to combine the three. Have you heard of a strange item called the Void Wood? Su Zimo asked. What's that? Xianxia shook his head. In the Void Valley, one of the 10 great forbidden grounds, there's a very rare tree called the Void Wood. It's said that as long as you fuse with the Void Wood, your body will have an affinity with spacetime. It can help you better control the power of spacetime. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xianxia was slightly taken aback. I've heard of this Void Valley, but I don't know where it is. The Taishu Holy Sect, Su Zimo replied with a smile. Life in Ash and Flame Town was very dull. Because of that battle, Xianxia had become the hero of the town. Su Zimo rarely fought, so naturally, no one cared about him. The cultivation system of the Age of Mythology was similar to the Age of Emperors. However, their names were slightly different. People like Xianxia were usually called celestial beings. After asking around with the townsfolk, Su Zimo also found out. The strongest person in Ash and Flame Town was only Lin Bao, who was at the True Meridian Realm. However, there was still an expert in the dark. The townspeople called him Arhat Demon Subduing Demon. It was said that he was also a celestial being. Arhat Demon Subduing Demon was not from Ash and Flame Town. It was said that he had once been seriously injured not far from the town and was saved by someone. In order to repay him for saving his life, Arhat Demon Subduing Demon stayed here and promised to help the townspeople 3 times a year. A spring breeze blew across the sky above Ash and Flame Town. Everything was recovering and sprouting. The weeping willows on both sides swayed their enchanting bodies. Su Zimo inquired along the way and arrived at a very remote courtyard in the town. He knocked on the door and walked into the courtyard. He saw a bald man in a white robe, who looked very refined sitting in the courtyard. In the sky above the courtyard, waves of awe-inspiring chi were reverberating, and the space was vibrating with pung-pung sounds. Boundless spiritual energy was surging. The white-robed man closed his eyes slightly, and there was an extremely dense aura of righteousness between his brows. At this moment, the man slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Su Zimo and asked, Is something the matter? I've heard of you when I first arrived in Blue Flame Town, Su Zimo replied. I've taken the liberty to visit you. Please forgive me if I've disturbed you. If there's nothing else, please leave, the man said, shaking his head. A light flashed across Suzumo's eyes. At this moment, he waved his right hand, and his spirit chi condensed into a long dragon that attacked the man. The white-robed man frowned slightly. He threw a punch, and blue spirit chi condensed at his fist. Only the roar of a dragon could be heard. He let out a muffled groan and retreated 2 or 3 steps. There will also be existences like you here. The white-robed man looked at Suzumo strangely and said solemnly. Suzumo smiled. He could sense that this white-robed man's cultivation was only at the venerable meridian realm. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask you something. What is it? The white-robed man asked cautiously. It's about the current situation of the human race, Suzumo replied. You don't know? The white-robed man looked at Suzumo in shock. Where are you from? That's not important. Suzumo shook his head and said, you just need to answer my question. I don't know much either. After all, monsters run rampant in this world. It's very difficult for humans to travel alone, the white-robed man explained slowly. There are quite a few small towns like Blue Flame Town in this world. Every day, old towns are destroyed by monsters, and new towns are built. There's a tribe north of Blue Flame Town. The tribe's name is Li. I'm from there. It's the largest human tribe I've ever seen. Can you tell me about the tribe's situation? Suzumo asked. Sorry, I can't. The white-robed man shook his head slightly. Sorry to bother you. Suzumo smiled and turned to leave the courtyard. A few days later, Blue Flame Town regained its peace. Until one cold morning, the roar of a beast woke up the sleeping townsfolk. When everyone ran out, they saw a lion with 9 heads in front of the town. The lion walked upright. Its 9 heads formed a circle, allowing it to observe the movements in all directions. The lion's body was fiery red. Its Emperor Meridian Realm beast aura filled the air. Its 9 heads were spitting out raging flames. At this moment, the flames had already enveloped half of the town. Lin Bao saw this scene. The powerful beast aura made him unable to even think of resisting. I'll stop it. You guys organize everyone to retreat. Mayor, we're not leaving. This is our home, someone shouted. If you don't leave, you'll die. Lin Bao grabbed the man's collar and shouted, remember, you can only have everything if you're alive. Uncle Lin, I'll help you, Xianxia shouted from the side. As a few people charged towards the 9-headed lion, the remaining people were responsible for organizing the old, weak, women, and children to escape. The originally peaceful town was instantly thrown into chaos. The people of this era are really living in the cracks. No one knows if they'll face death or an accident when they wake up tomorrow. Suzumo looked at the 9-headed lion. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's time for the show to end. At this moment, the sky was already filled with fighting. The main fighting forces were still Xianxia and the 9-headed lion. Lin Bao could only harass them from the side. After all, a true Meridian Realm cultivator like him could not participate in this kind of battle. Although Xianxia was powerful, the 9-headed lion was still an Emperor Meridian Realm existence. As a monster from the mythological era, it was almost suppressing Xianxia. At this moment, in the direction of the town, a vast aura of righteousness surged. Arhat Devil Vanquishing Arhat stepped through the air. He had a bald head with 6 ring scars on it. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He held a dragon-headed walking stick in his right hand. Red light gathered around him. Looking at the battle between Xianxia and the 9-headed lion, he took a step forward and appeared behind the 9-headed lion. He wanted to launch a pincer attack. Unfortunately, the 9-headed lion's vision did not have any blind spots. 2 of its heads spat out raging fire. The flames transformed into the shape of fire dragons in midair and charged towards Arhat Devil Vanquishing Arhat. Arhat Devil Vanquishing Arhat snorted. His dragon-headed walking stick glowed brightly as he raised it above his head with both hands. When he swung it down, the 2 fire dragons were instantly annihilated. The vast aura of righteousness reverberated between heaven and earth. At this moment, Xianxia was hit by the 9-headed lion's attack due to his carelessness and was sent flying. The 9-headed lion did not care about the others. Its 9 heads were all spitting out raging flames. crackle, crackle. Explosions were heard from the flames. A total of 9 fire dragons were wreaking havoc in the sky. These fire dragons roared and all of them charged into the town. Stop it quickly. There are still many people in the town who haven't evacuated. Lin Bao's expression changed drastically. He roared and took the lead to attack one of the fire dragons. Beside him, the demon-vanquishing Arhat frowned slightly. He stepped into the air and arrived in front of the town. The great righteousness around him was still reverberating. Every time he took a step, his aura became stronger and stronger. Seeing the remaining 8 fire dragons charging at him, he took a deep breath. The overwhelming righteous energy around him gathered together and shot towards the fire dragon from all directions. Take it as my final repayment for saving my life. Boom! An explosion was heard in midair. Sparks flew everywhere. The great righteousness and the fire dragons intertwined and dissipated in the fog. At this moment, when the fog dissipated, the 8 fire dragons were nowhere to be seen. The demon-vanquishing Arhat was half-kneeling on the ground. His white robe was torn apart. It was obvious that the head-on collision was very strenuous for him. On the other side, Lin Bao had also stopped the last fire dragon. The aftermath of the fire dragon's explosion blasted him into the ground. His skin and flesh were torn open, and he was severely injured. He could no longer fight. Seeing this scene, the 9-headed lion roared at the sky. The voices of the 9 heads were faintly connected. It was earth-shattering, like thunder exploding in one's eardrums. At this moment, the 9-headed lion's aura became stronger. The flames on its 9 heads burned again, preparing to form a new fire dragon. In the town, the panicked voices of the crowd and the cries of children mixed together. Seeing this scene, Xianxia slammed his fist on the ground and roared, "Be *****starred." He wanted to continue fighting, but the aftermath of the explosion had broken his leg. He felt as if his right leg was broken. He could no longer feel it and could not move. At this moment, the 9-headed lion lowered its head slightly and stared at Lin Bao with its 9 pairs of ferocious eyes. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a puff of white smoke. Flames filled the sky and spread between heaven and earth. A gigantic fire dragon was hovering in the raging flames. Along with the dragon's roar, the fire dragon's gigantic figure traversed the boundless space and charged towards the forest leopard. The surrounding space was completely shattered. "Uncle Lin!" Beside him, Xianxia roared. He watched the fire dragon roar, but he was powerless to stop it. At the critical moment, Lin Qing suddenly appeared in front of Lin Bao. She opened her arms and closed her eyes to block the oncoming fire dragon. Even from afar, one could feel the heat of the burning flames. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Lin Qing. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they roared helplessly. Just as the fire dragon was about to drown Lin Qing, an aurora suddenly flew over from afar. The fire dragon was directly cut into 2 halves and disappeared between heaven and earth. Everyone hurriedly looked into the distance and saw Su Zimo standing in the sky. The tyrannical shadow in his right hand had just been unsheathed. The might belonging to the Emperor Vane realm enveloped the entire world. This is. When the townspeople below saw this scene, they were so shocked that they were speechless. "Everyone, retreat. Leave this to me." Su Zimo looked at the 9-headed lion and said to everyone. Okay. Lin Qing hurriedly reacted and supported Lin Bao and the others to retreat into the town. The 9-headed lion roared angrily and spat out flames from its mouth again, dyeing the entire sky into a sea of fire. "Is this the only move you know?" Su Zimo snorted coldly. The tyrannical shadow was filled with thunder and lightning. Streaks of light blue electric arcs crackled and exploded. The saber light fell from the sky and cut through the boundless sea of fire, directly chopping off one of the 9-headed lion's heads. The 9-headed lion roared, but no one knew whether it was out of rage or pain. Its gigantic body walked into the town, and the remaining 8 heads spat out flames even more fiercely. Waves of Genesis power filled Su Zimo's body. The light was covered, and only a saber light was left between heaven and earth. Dao querying 9th style, heaven and earth line. The saber in his hand fell, and the flames were dispersed. Su Zimo's figure appeared above the 9-headed lion without anyone noticing. A few more saber lights fell, and the remaining 8 heads of the 9-headed lion were all chopped off. Suzumo's figure appeared at the side. He held the tyrannical shadow slightly and took a deep breath. His whole body was exhausted from the battle. His muscles were trembling, and sweat dripped from his forehead. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, the 9-headed lion's head that had fallen off suddenly moved. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth condensed, and the 9 heads all exploded. The oncoming sea of fire almost instantly engulfed the entire sky and swept over. "Be careful!" Suzumo roared. He took a step into the air and stood in front of everyone, blocking the sea of fire by himself. When the sea of fire dissipated, Suzumo was already lying on the ground, barely breathing. "Senior brother Zimo, how are you?" Everyone rushed over and looked at the mangled Suzumo. "Why did you block the front? You could have run away," Xianxia yelled with a sobbing voice. "I don't think I can make it." Suzumo raised his hand and said weakly, "I saved so many people. It's worth it if I die." "No, you won't die." Xianxia pulled out a pile of pills from his storage ring and fed them to Suzumo. "It's useless. My internal organs have been completely shattered," Suzumo said. "Unless you have some heaven-defying divine pill, it's useless." Seeing Suzumo in such a state, some of the townspeople couldn't help but cry. Linbao held back his tears and said, "You're the savior of our ashen flame town." Suzumo shook his head with a smile and said slowly, "I grew up in a poor and ordinary family. At that time, I didn't believe in fate. I always wanted to stand out and cultivate. Now that I've finally reached the Emperor Meridian realm, I can't accept dying like this." "It's our fault," Linbao said sorrowfully. "I'm not blaming anyone." Suzumo shook his head and looked at Xianxia. "I remember you told me before. You're using a secret technique to refine an item that can defy the heavens and change fate." "Yes." Xianxia hurriedly nodded. "But it's too difficult. I don't know if I can succeed. Can you promise me something?" Suzumo spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and stuttered. Tell me." Xianxia hurriedly nodded. "You know, I don't belong to this era. When the timeline is restored one day, even if I die, my corpse will return to the era of emperors," Suzumo said slowly. "I know." Xianxia hurriedly nodded. "If one day you really create that thing, and I'm saying if, can you leave one for me?" Suzumo said with a smile. Although he was smiling, the unstoppable blood on his face made him look extremely pitiful. "When the time comes, I'll send my descendant to find you, and you can give it to him. I know it's very difficult for him to change my fate, and the chances are slim. But let this be the last wish of a dying man." "All right, I promise you." Xianxia looked up at Lin Qing and said, "No matter if it's for you or Xiao Qing, I'll do my best. Words are no guarantee. I'm afraid you'll forget about me when the time comes." Suzumo said, "Can you give me a keepsake? It'll be easier for me to find you." Xianxia thought for a moment, then took out a jade pendant from his storage ring and said, "I've always carried this jade pendant with me. It's never left my body. If one day someone comes to find me with this jade pendant, I'll do my best to help him." Suzumo slowly took the jade pendant and hung it on his body. He smiled and said, "I'm about to die. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, I'm really happy to have met all of you. After I die, bury my body in the ground. No one is to disturb me. Just like when I came, let me leave silently." When Suzumo finished speaking, his head tilted to the side, and his eyes gradually lost their vitality. His eyes were tightly shut. The sky in Songyan town was filled with sorrow. Everyone looked at the grave in front of them and silently knelt down to pay their respects. They paid their respects to the hero of the town. As the townspeople left in twos and threes, it started to rain heavily that night. The townspeople looked at the storm in the sky and sighed. Even the heavens felt pity for the hero. At this moment, the soil on the grave was extremely wet and sticky due to the storm. The surroundings were extremely quiet. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the grave. Immediately after, another hand also reached out. Both hands pushed the grave aside, and a figure climbed out from it. Suzumo condensed spiritual energy around his body, forming a protective shield that isolated him from the torrential rain. He took out the jade pendant from his waist and muttered to himself, "This is just in case," leaving a way out. Raising his head to identify the direction, Suzimo restored the grave to its original state, and then rushed straight to the north. After entering this world, Suzimo could not leave before the timeline was completely restored. Although the purpose of this trip had been achieved, it was estimated that it would not be long before they returned. He also wanted to take advantage of the remaining time to visit the big human tribes in the north. After all, it was rare for him to be in this mythological era. It was time to experience this era. Along the way, Suzimo could be considered to have truly experienced this era where survival was paramount and all were dead. Among the monsters he had seen, there was no lack of Saint Vein and Divine Vein realm existences. Even he had to be careful. Along the way, he encountered many towns and cities. Some were newly built, while others were being attacked by monsters. He was like a passerby on a journey, watching from the perspective of a bystander. After passing through the vast desert and endless forests, he finally arrived at the plains where the sun set. Suzimo arrived at the destination of this trip. The buildings of this tribe were very much like tents, covered with felt. Most of the buildings were white in color, and there were many colorful patterns painted all around. This kind of room was very convenient to build, and even if there was danger, it was also very fast to demolish. Suzimo looked around and saw that there were densely packed tent-like rooms built on the ground. It was almost impossible to see the end of it. This tribe was also very prosperous, and people came and went. It was very lively. At the front of the tribe, there was a stone tablet erected. The words Jioli were engraved on it. Jioli tribe, Suzimo muttered a few words in a low voice. Then, he walked towards the tribe. However, he was stopped by two guards at the entrance. "Who are you?" The two guards looked at Suzimo and asked. "I'm a person from a small town around here," Suzimo replied. "But because our town was destroyed by a group of monsters some time ago, I wanted to come here. So, I wanted to come here to take a look and join the Jioli tribe. Newcomers must all verify their identities and choose the tribe they want to join," the guard said lightly. "Follow me." Suzimo followed the guard into the town and said with a smile, "Please introduce me. I just came here, so I don't know much about this tribe." The inside of the tribe was very prosperous, and both sides of the tribe's streets were full of vendors. They sold all kinds of goods. After Suzimo's observation, he found that the people in this tribe all wore the same style of clothing. It was just that the colors were different, and there were a total of 9 colors. After chatting with the guard along the way, Suzimo finally understood. Although the Jioli tribe was called a big tribe, it was actually made up of 9 small tribes. These 9 tribes were Jueli, Yuli, Fengli, Huangli, Baili, Qili, Xianli, Fengli, Yongli. Everyone who came to the Jioli tribe had to choose a small tribe to join. The color of the clothing of each tribe was different. Then, under the guidance of the guard, Suzimo went through the identity process. He chose the Baili tribe. There was almost no jurisdiction system in the tribe, and it was relatively loose. The only requirement may be to abide by the tribe's rules, and to participate in the battle in time. The place to eat in the tribe was in a very large open space. Because the food was free, there were a lot of people here. Suzimo chose a slightly remote place, sat down and ordered some food, and began to listen to the conversations of the surrounding diners. This kind of place was the best place to inquire about news. "Have you noticed that the people of the Qili tribe have been crazily capturing people recently?" Someone next to him whispered. "I heard that the 9 transformations of the god of war that they were keeping was stolen," someone replied. "If they can't take out the 9 transformations of the god of war in the competition this year, they will be sinned. The whole Jioli tribe will be sinners." "What is the 9 transformations of the god of war?" There were also some people who had just joined the tribe and did not understand. "Do you know why our era is called the mythological era?" Someone explained. "It is said that in our era, there used to be a true god. The ancestors of our Jioli tribe are said to be 9 true gods. The 9 transformations of the god of war is the divine skill passed down by them. If there is really a true god, why is it now an era of monsters?" The person next to him asked curiously. "How would I know?" The man replied, I only know that the Chilili tribe must find the war god's 9 transformations before this year's competition. That person stole the war god's 9 transformations, so he must still be in the Jiuli tribe. There are monsters running rampant outside, so it's impossible for him to leave. What does the war god's 9 transformations have to do with the competition? The person next to him asked in confusion. Every year, the 9 small tribes of our Jiuli tribe will have a big competition between them. As long as the tribe won, they would be able to obtain a chance to cultivate the war god's 9 transformations. Furthermore, they would be able to keep the war god's 9 transformations for a year. When the big competition happens again next year, it will be distributed according to the results of the competition. In that case, let those who have learned the war god's 9 transformations write down the content. The person next to him replied, there's no need to be so anxious. What do you know? The war god's 9 transformations is an inherited skill. It's all learned with the inheritance stone. If it's written down, it's basically impossible to learn, the man explained. Besides, the inheritance of the war god's 9 transformations has very strict requirements for aptitude. In the history of our Jiuli tribe, no one has ever learned all the 9 transformations. Hearing this, someone next to him said suspiciously, are you bragging? Is it really that difficult? If you don't believe me, you can ask others, the man quickly explained. The first patriarch of our tribe was the most talented among them. He only learned 8 transformations and is now dead. As for the people who are still alive, the patriarch of the Xuanli tribe has the best aptitude and learned 7 transformations. The others who have received the inheritance did not surpass 7 transformations. After stopping the noisy discussion, Su Zimo took a sip of wine and shook his head with a smile. He was also a little curious about the war god's 9 transformations. After all, he had never seen a pulse skill from the mythological era that belonged to the category of divine skills. However, he came to the Jiuli tribe just to broaden his horizons. After all, it would not be long before he went back. After eating, Su Zimo left and prepared to find a place to stay. The inn of the Jiuli tribe was also very strange. They would provide every newcomer to the tribe with 3 days of free accommodation. If they still wanted to stay after 3 days, they would have to work in the tribe to pay for it. Su Zimo walked into the inn. Just as he walked up the stairs, he felt someone pat him on the shoulder. He turned around and saw an old man with a face full of stubble and messy hair looking at him. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man's clothes were clean, he would have been mistaken for a beggar. What's up? Su Zimo asked curiously. After all, he didn't know anyone in the Jiuli tribe. Young man, I can see that your bones are amazing and your talent is extraordinary. You are definitely a martial arts genius that is hard to come by even in 100 years. The old man grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth. In the future, the heavy responsibility of saving the world may be in your hands. I have a divine skill here. Seeing that you're fated, I'll sell it to you at a cheap price. What divine skill? Su Zimo asked with interest. The old man secretly pulled Su Zimo to a corner and quietly took out a blue book. Written on the cover of the book were the words 9 transformations of the war god. Su Zimo was shocked and couldn't help but wonder if there was such a coincidence in this world. This divine skill is very famous. I think you should know about it. The old man smiled and said. Originally, this divine skill can't be bought for 10,000 spirit crystals. I'll sell it to you at a discount of 100 spirit crystals. In the Age of Emperors, spirit crystals were a common transaction item, but in the beginning of the Age of Legends, spirit crystals were very rare. Can you let me see the divine skill? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Of course. The old man nodded and handed the book over. Su Zimo casually flipped through 2 pages and found that the contents were like the scribbles of a child. There was no pattern at all. The words inside were also written randomly and couldn't be understood at all. He raised his head and looked at the old man, then at the book in his hand. Then he smiled and said, Okay, I'll buy it. Young man, you have a good eye. The old man instantly beamed and said. After paying 100 spirit crystals, Su Zimo took the book upstairs. After closing the door, Su Zimo frowned and took the book out again. Su Zimo could confirm that the contents inside were written randomly. However, inside the cover of the book, there was a small mezzanine. This mezzanine was very hidden. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to find it. Suzimo found that the cover was a little too thick, so he bought it to take a look. He opened the mezzanine and there was a piece of craft paper inside. This craft paper was full of words, and at the top were also 4 big words. Heaven-breaking change. After Suzimo finished reading, he understood. This heaven-breaking change was the first move of the 9 changes of the God of War. Only the cultivation method of the heaven-breaking change was recorded in this book. However, at the end of the divine skill, he saw a line of words. If you want to learn the complete 9 changes of the God of War, please come to the Phoenix Perch Mountain Range tomorrow. At this moment, the old man's smiling face appeared in front of Suzimo. He did it on purpose. Suzimo chuckled and stared at the darkening sky in the distance. Interesting, really interesting. In the morning of the mythological era, the sky was gray. Dark clouds piled up together, but it refused to rain. There was a faint dampness in the sky, giving people a very oppressive feeling. Suzimo left the inn and walked straight to the Phoenix Perch Mountain Range outside the tribe. He had asked around before. This Phoenix Perch Mountain Range was the largest mountain range near the Jiuli tribe. It could be considered a paradise for monsters. Usually, very few people would go there. It was said that many monsters in this world lived in that mountain range. Walking out of the tribe, Suzimo was surprised to find that the Jiuli tribe today was very strange. The usually bustling tribe was somewhat deserted today. Most people had left the tribe and walked outside. Originally, Suzimo didn't think too much about it, but after walking for a while, he realized that these people were actually on the same path as him. Everyone's goal was the Phoenix Perch Mountain Range. Suzimo pondered for a while. Finally, he pulled a burly man beside him and asked, "Friend, where are you going? What does it have to do with you?" The burly man's eyes were somewhat evasive as he said nervously, "You're also going to the Phoenix Perch Mountain Range, right?" Suzimo took out the craft paper that recorded the heaven-breaking change and said, "Did you also get this?" How did you know?" The burly man's expression changed slightly as he asked in surprise, "Why do you also have this?" "That's right." Suzimo raised his head slightly and stared in the direction of the Phoenix Perch Mountain Range. "Looks like someone deliberately led us to the Phoenix Perch Mountain Range." After walking for a while, Suzimo was even more certain of his guess when he was about to reach the Phoenix Perch Mountain Range. This was because several thousand people had already arrived around the mountain range. After many people gathered together to inquire, they also understood the whole story. Someone was playing tricks in the dark. But this was destined to be an open conspiracy. After all, this was related to the 9 transformations of the God of War. Who didn't want it? Perhaps it could change their fate. At this moment, many people were hesitating at the edge of the Phoenix Perch Mountain Range. At this moment, another group of people rushed over from behind. This group of people was like an army and was obviously more disciplined. There were about 1,000 people. They had just arrived and controlled the entire situation. "It's the direct descendants of the Jiuli tribe," someone in the crowd said softly. The Jiuli tribe was also divided into direct descendants and collateral descendants. The collateral descendants were people like Suzimo who had just joined the Jiuli tribe and had no sense of belonging or any contributions. To put it bluntly, they were seeking shelter. As for the direct descendants, most of them had lived in the tribe for a long time and had made contributions to the tribe. Some of them were also descendants of the direct descendants. "Everyone, quickly join the tribe of your choice and gather. I have something to say." A man in a yellow robe said in the crowd. "Who is this person?" Suzimo looked curiously at the person beside him and asked. "The chief of the Chilili tribe, Chi-E," someone explained softly. "Because their tribe won the competition last year. He's now the chief of the entire Jiuli tribe." Hearing that person's explanation, Suzimo nodded. It turned out that the 9 tribes of the Jiuli tribe would hold a competition every year. The tribe that won the competition would not only be able to keep the 9 transformations of the God of War for a year, but the chief of the tribe would also become the chief of the entire Jiuli tribe. Suzimo had chosen the Whiteley tribe previously, so naturally, he also gathered at the Whiteley tribe's location. After everyone had gathered, The yellow-robed middle-aged man, Qi, walked forward and said loudly, I think everyone has heard during this period of time. Our Chilili tribe's 9 transformations of the god of war was stolen. I don't want to say too much about the responsibility. And now, the thief had used the 9 transformations of the war god to trick everyone here. His goal is unknown, but before we search Fengqi mountain range, I can give everyone a guarantee. Whoever can catch the thief and find the 9 transformations of the war god, I can promote him to a direct descendant and reward him with a chance to cultivate the 9 transformations of the war god as well as a large amount of cultivation resources. Hearing this, many people's hearts burned with passion. Any one of these conditions alone was enough to make people fight to the death. At this moment, the patriarch of the Whiteley tribe, Bai Zhua, stood out and said, Patriarch Qi, I don't agree with your suggestion. We know nothing about the thieves. This Fengqi mountain range was also a monster's paradise. If they were to provoke a strong monster, they might be completely annihilated. Moreover, it's not certain whether the thief is in Fengqi mountain range or not. What if it's a trap? That bastard is definitely at Phoenix's Perch mountain range. He must be plotting something by doing this, the Scarlet Barbarian said indifferently. I've made up my mind. If you don't want to, you can take your people and leave. At this point, the Scarlet Barbarian's gaze swept across everyone present. He raised his voice and said, I won't force anyone on this matter. If anyone isn't willing, you can leave at any time. The reward I mentioned before is still valid. After finding the 9 transformations of the war god, I will step down from my position as the great patriarch. Patriarch Qi, what are you saying? Our Jiuli tribe has always advanced and retreated together since ancient times, the Yuli tribe's patriarch, Yu Hong, said with a smile. We, the Scarlet tribe, are willing to take the lead. Everyone be careful and split up to search. After the Scarlet Barbarian finished speaking, he led the people of the Qili tribe directly into Fengqi mountain range. Behind him, the other 8 tribes also followed closely. Regarding Fengqi mountain range, there was a legendary story that had been passed down in the Jiuli tribe. It was said that a long time ago, Fengqi mountain range was just a small forest that was about to wither. One day, an ancient phoenix suddenly descended into the forest to rest. This ancient phoenix went through its tribulation here. Thunder and fire struck the forest for 7 days and 7 nights, leaving the earth devastated. On the 8th day, the ancient phoenix let out a sharp cry and successfully passed its tribulation to become a divine beast. Then, flames burned around its body and covered the entire forest. But strangely, in the burning flames, the forest was not destroyed. Instead, the trees grew more and more exuberant. The originally withered small forest almost instantly became a towering forest. Later, people found out that the flames of the burning forest were the true life fire of the ancient phoenix. Nirvana flame. In the forest of the mountain range, it was a little quiet. Only a few beast roars occasionally sounded in the distance, causing people to tremble with fear. The patriarchs of the Jiuli tribe were all existences of the holy bloodline realm. In the beginning of the mythological era, to have this kind of strength could be said to be the peak of the human race. But even with this kind of strength, they could only struggle at death's door under the rule of the monsters. This was a dark era. What the common people wanted was not to live a better life, but to live a more vigorous life. What they wanted was the simplest thing, to be able to live. That was all. Su Zimo stared in the direction of the large group, and then his figure gradually disappeared into the mountain range. Not long after the Jiuli tribe entered Fengqi mountain range, the whole mountain range went berserk. The monsters seemed to be active more frequently. The people of the tribe and the monsters also began to fight, and there were casualties on both sides. But this was after all a paradise for monsters. If this continued, the Jiuli tribe would definitely suffer heavy casualties. The patriarchs of several tribes discussed for a while and prepared to take their people to retreat first. After all, they could not find the reason for the monsters to go berserk. However, when everyone retreated, they found that the entire periphery of the forest of the mountain range was blocked by a transparent enchantment. No matter how they attacked, they could not break this enchantment. It seems that someone wants to trap us here, Baizhua said with an embarrassed expression. The patriarch of the Fengli tribe, Feng Yu, nodded solemnly and said, it's not just trapping. To be precise, it should be said to be domestication. There are many monsters in this forest. If we want to live, we have to kill all the monsters. This enchantment can't be set up in a short time, and I've never seen this kind of enchantment before, Yu Hong said faintly. It seems that stealing the 9 changes of the god of war, including luring us here, was all planned. The patriarchs of the other tribes shook their heads and sighed. Baizhua looked at everyone and said faintly, "Everyone, don't you feel that something is wrong?" "What do you mean? Why are the people of the Chili tribe missing?" As soon as Baizhua finished speaking, everyone noticed that only the remaining people were from the Crimson Li tribe's branch families and insignificant members of the tribe. The direct descendants, including the Scarlet Barbarians, were all gone. "Everyone, it seems that you've noticed." At this moment, the Scarlet Barbarian walked over with a group of people outside the barrier. "Chief Qi, what do you mean?" Baizhua asked. "Can't you see?" The Scarlet Barbarian smiled and said, "This is what I mean by letting you and the monsters kill each other." "Chief Qi, are you trying to exterminate our Jiuli tribe?" Someone said in disbelief. "You set up this barrier?" No, it's not extermination." The Scarlet Barbarian shook his head and smiled. "In the future, our Chili tribe will be the only legitimate tribe. Just because of this, you want to kill all of us?" Someone asked in disbelief. "I think it might be related to the 9 transformations of the war god," Baizhua said calmly after thinking for a while. "The so-called loss of the 9 transformations of the war god was also caused by your Chili tribe. Chief Bai, although you don't usually have the same philosophy as me, I have to say that you're smarter than them." The Scarlet Barbarian smiled. "Do you still remember the cultivation requirements of the 9 transformations of the war god?" "It requires a large amount of blood and qi," Baizhua replied word by word. "Do you know why the previous chiefs were unable to cultivate the complete 9 transformations of the war god?" Chili smiled at the confused crowd and slowly said. "The so-called lack of aptitude is a lie. The real reason is that every transformation of the 9 transformations of the war god requires a large amount of blood and qi. Especially towards the end, the blood and qi required will increase exponentially. Then where does this blood and qi come from? If you want to hunt monsters, you'll have to wait for God knows how long. So you want to kill us all and become nourishment for your cultivation," Yu Hong said coldly. "Do you dare say that you people who cultivate the 9 transformations of the war god have never hunted humans?" The Scarlet Barbarian asked coldly. "But we're not as crazy as you." "We all know when to stop," Yu Hong replied. "Crazy?" The Scarlet Barbarian smiled and shook his head. "You're wrong. After you die, I'll use your blood essence as nourishment to cultivate the true 9 god of war transformation." He became the only person in the history of the Jiuli tribe to successfully cultivate the 9 transformations of the god of war. Later generations will only praise me for my extraordinary talent, my unparalleled talent. As for you, you're just pitiful creatures who died in the beast tide. No one will remember you." Hearing the Scarlet Barbarian's words, everyone present was enraged. Baizhua suggested, "Everyone, use your strongest attacks to attack this barrier." "Let's see." Everyone nodded, and countless streams of spirit qi surged in the surroundings. Multicolored spirit qi exploded on the barrier, but the barrier was like a black hole, absorbing all the attacks. "It's useless, stop struggling," the Scarlet Barbarian said with a smile. "This is a teleportation formation. Your attacks will be redirected to another location. Unless your power is strong enough to exceed the limit of transfer. Clan leader Qi, there's no need to fight to the death. I think we can have a good chat." Feng Yu smiled and said, "The people of our Jiuli tribe are as close as brothers. Why do you have to use our blood essence? There are countless cities in this world. We can bring the humans of those cities to you." "That's a good suggestion," the Scarlet Barbarian said with a smile. "Unfortunately, we've already shed all pretense of cordiality. There's no room for reconciliation." As the Scarlet Barbarian spoke, a large group of disciples behind him threw all the bags in their hands into the barrier. After the bags were thrown into the barrier, countless pieces of flesh fell out. The flesh was dark blue in color, and there was a very strong musky smell coming from it. "It's musky rat meat," Baizhua said in shock. Musky rat meat has a very serious hallucinogenic effect, especially for monsters with a sensitive sense of smell. It was a food that could make them go crazy. Many times, the people of the Jioli tribe used musky rats as bait to hunt monsters. At this moment, as the musky rat meat scattered in the forest, this area was completely covered by the musky smell. "Everyone, run," Baizhua said in panic. As soon as he said that, countless roars sounded from not far away. Then, countless figures quickly ran over from the forest. One by one, the gigantic monsters surrounded the area. The ground began to shake, and the towering ancient trees began to fall. These monsters were all different. There were 3-headed snakes with barbs all over their bodies, 8-legged hyenas, and 9-nosed elephants. At this moment, seeing the humans appear, the monsters roared noisily. They all attacked. A great battle was going on inside the barrier. The Scarlet Barbarian watched with interest. The man next to him respectfully asked, "Chieftain, should we open the formation?" "Open it. After the formation is over, immediately investigate the scene. Don't leave a single person alive," the Scarlet Barbarian said indifferently. Then, the people of the Chili tribe spread out and surrounded the entire formation. They placed their hands on the barrier, and streams of crimson spirit energy were channeled into the barrier. Then, the entire barrier buzzed and the earth began to shake. The spirit energy between heaven and earth gathered towards the barrier. An aurora condensed above the barrier. This aurora covered a very wide area, almost covering the entire forest. There was a terrifying aura brewing in the aurora. "Scarlet Barbarian, what are you doing?" The people inside the barrier shouted. "Enjoy the gift I prepared for you." As the Scarlet Barbarian laughed, the aurora descended in an invincible manner. The endless space around them shattered. Under this aurora, whether it was humans or monsters, they didn't even have time to resist and were directly annihilated. Have you heard of the saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind"? Just as the Scarlet Barbarian was proudly admiring his masterpiece, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. He turned his head and saw a young man walking out from the tree behind him. A survivor of the Whiteley tribe, the Scarlet Barbarian looked at Suzimo's clothes and said indifferently. Because he joined the Whiteley tribe before, he naturally wore white clothes. Suzimo chuckled. From the moment he entered the mountain range, he felt that something was wrong. He retreated in time and guarded the periphery of the mountain range. He wasn't interested in the rewards mentioned by the Scarlet Barbarian, so he didn't need to spend any effort to find them. The power of the Emperor Vane realm rose and spread out around him. Suzimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow behind him. When the power of the Emperor Bloodline realm resounded through the area, boundless spirit energy and lightning filled the air above the tyrannical shadow. The Scarlet Barbarian looked at Suzimo in surprise and said, "The Whiteley tribe actually has someone like you. Why haven't I heard of you before?" Suzimo snorted. The tyrannical shadow rose above his head and descended with purgatory lightning and heavenly fire. "You call yourself the Oriole, but you don't know that I'm the hunter under the tree." The Scarlet Barbarian chuckled. At this moment, the power of the Saint Bloodline realm spread out from his body. He waved his hand, and the spirit energy in the area surged. It condensed into the shape of a giant hand in the sky and grabbed at Suzimo. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The tyrannical shadow slashed down, and the surrounding space shattered. A hole was cut in the sky, and the giant hand was annihilated. The Scarlet Barbarian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect his attack to be so easily neutralized. The tyrannical shadow descended from the sky. The Scarlet Barbarian's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated. Rumble. An extremely deep pit had appeared where he had been standing. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. "I have to admit, I underestimated you," the Scarlet Barbarian said indifferently. As his voice fell, the true fate appeared above his head, and spirit energy gathered. A monster wearing armor, the Shadow, appeared behind the Scarlet Barbarian. This monster was more than 10 meters tall. Its skin was green, and its eyes were as big as a cow's. When it breathed, it would occasionally spit out 2 puffs of white smoke. Mysterious runes were carved all over its skin. It looked more like an evil spirit. Suzimo narrowed his eyes at the true fate. He could feel a strong evil aura from it. The Scarlet Barbarian slowly raised his hand, and the monster on his body did the same. The armor and spirit energy fused together and smashed towards Suzimo. What is this? Suzimo frowned slightly. He wasn't afraid of battle. The tyrannical shadow was filled with darkness, and the 10th move of the Tao-seeking art, Death Canopy, was used. Rumble. Explosions sounded in the sky. Sparks flew from the collision between the armor and the scimitar. Heaven and earth were covered in death and evil aura. The two of them fought several rounds in the air, but neither of them had the upper hand. The Scarlet Barbarian furrowed his brows. The true fate monster roared. After another collision with Suzimo, it quickly retreated. Who are you? Qi asked with an ugly expression. His opponent, an Emperor Meridian, was actually evenly matched with a Saint Meridian. What was even more frightening was that Suzimo didn't even use his true fate. That's not important. Suzimo put down the tyrannical shadow and let out a long breath. You just need to know that I'm here to kill you. Brat, I admit that you're very strong. You're invincible in the same realm. The Scarlet Barbarian suddenly released a special aura. The long hair on top of his head floated down, and several rays of light flashed in his eyes. But that's not a reason for you to be impudent. As the Scarlet Barbarian spoke, his aura grew stronger and stronger. An aurora shot up into the sky, dyeing half of the sky red. The space around him was exploding due to the strong pressure from his aura. The scarlet spirit energy filled the air. The Scarlet Barbarian slowly raised his head. Heaven-breaking change. A roar came out of his mouth as he threw out a punch. An endless hurricane condensed in his fist. Boom. Suzimo's figure retreated 3 steps. His hands holding the tyrannical shadow were trembling. Suzimo raised his head and looked at the Scarlet Barbarian in surprise. The Scarlet Barbarian was clearly more than twice as strong as before. Brat, if you had secretly escaped, you might have had a chance to live, the Scarlet Barbarian coldly said. Unfortunately, there's no door to hell, and you just had to barge in. So this is the War God's 9 transformations, Suzimo said with a frown. No, this is only the first transformation, the Scarlet Barbarian said. To be able to die to my race's divine technique, you're not too unlucky. As the Scarlet Barbarian's voice fell, his aura became stronger again. Mystic Spirit 2nd transformation. True Spirit 3rd transformation. Seeing the Scarlet Barbarian's aura become stronger and stronger, Suzimo frowned. He underestimated this divine technique. With each transformation, the Scarlet Barbarian's aura became several times stronger. I can't let him go on like this, Suzimo frowned. Behind him, a blue planet slowly rose. The mist dissipated, and in the instant that the azure blue planet rose into the air, the god of creation power around his body surged. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 meridians opened. In an instant, it was as if the entire world fell silent. The blue planet descended from the sky. Time stood still and space froze. The Scarlet Barbarian was still accumulating his aura. He watched as the Uniged star descended. His expression changed drastically. What kind of destiny is this? At this moment, he didn't have time to think. He quickly retreated. With a boom, that piece of heaven and earth was completely annihilated in the dust. Even though the Scarlet Barbarian retreated quickly, he was still implicated. Small bloody wounds appeared on his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura withered. Extreme Spirit 4th transformation. At this moment, the Scarlet Barbarian roared to the sky. His aura had reached a critical point. Rumbling sounds echoed all around him, and spiritual energy surged and leaped like a long river. His fist fell. The wind from his fist tore through the sky. It brought with it endless tornadoes as it rushed towards Suzimo. Go die. Suzimo placed the tyrannical shadow in front of him and raised his head. His gaze was firm and deep. There was no trace of panic or fear. Looking at the earth-shattering and imposing fists coming towards him, he felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, the fist was less than a meter away from Suzimo's face. The wind from the punch blew all his hair back, and the oncoming hurricane made his skin hurt. Suzimo slowly raised the tyrannical shadow. Everyone's eyes seemed to darken. Only a smear of blood was left. It was like splashing ink in the darkness. 11th style of Tao seeking, firmament's blood. Endless sharpness and ghastly fresh blood were surging on the blade. The several-meter-wide blade was like a sea of blood from hell, drowning out all ugliness and evil. The blood drifted, like a flower bud blooming in the darkness. The Scarlet Barbarian had a very strange feeling. This blood was clearly not his. He was clearly 1 meter away from the tyrannical shadow. But when he looked down, he saw that his limbs had all been split apart. His entire body was torn apart. Both of his arms and legs had been cut off, leaving only a bare body lying weakly on the ground. More and more dark clouds gathered in the sky. Finally, they could no longer hold back the power. With a whoosh, bean-sized raindrops fell. The raindrops fell faster and faster, and in an instant it became a downpour. The remaining tribesmen of the Redley tribe were all killed by Suzimo's saber. I only hope that you can be a good person when you go to hell. Suzimo killed the last tribesman and slowly came to the barrier. At this moment, the barrier had no defensive power due to the depletion of energy. Suzimo tore the barrier apart and walked into the forest. Regardless of whether they were humans or monsters, their corpses were piled up like mountains. Not a single one was left alive. Suzimo shook his head and sighed, "I've avenged you. I'm really a good person. Good people have good karma. Your blood essence should also help me cultivate." After their limbs were cut off, they would not die immediately. Instead, they would suffer from excessive blood loss and pain before dying a slow and painful death. However, the Scarlet Barbarian was a saint bloodline cultivator. Before his soul was destroyed, he could slowly recover from his injuries. Without his arms and legs, the Scarlet Barbarian could only lie on the ground and let the rain wash his face. At this moment, a figure stood in front of him, blocking the downpour. "Don't kill me. I can give you the War God's 9 transformations," the Scarlet Barbarian quickly begged for mercy. "Where's the War God's 9 transformations?" Suzimo asked indifferently. He was indeed very curious about this divine skill. He did not give the Scarlet Barbarian a chance to use the other transformations. Otherwise, it would have been a tough battle. Just the 4th transformation was enough to make him feel troubled. If all 8 transformations were used, Geely would not dare to say that she was invincible in her realm. But at least in the Saint Bloodline realm, she would definitely be considered a high-level combatant. This was only 8 transformations. Suzimo did not dare to believe that she could use all 9 transformations. "I can give it to you," the Scarlet Barbarian quickly said, "but you have to let me go." "I have no right to negotiate with you," Suzimo said indifferently. "If you don't agree, then let this divine skill be lost with my death," the Scarlet Barbarian replied. "Are you threatening me?" Suzimo snorted. "Why don't you let me guess, since you want to learn the last transformation of the War God's 9 transformations, you must have the inheritance stone with you, right?" Hearing Suzimo's words, Chiyi's expression changed. He quickly said, "As long as you let me go, I will immediately give you the inheritance stone. From now on, the entire Jiuli tribe will listen to your orders. How about it? It seems that my guess was right." Suzimo smiled and began to search the Scarlet Barbarian's body. When Suzimo forcibly opened his storage ring, the Scarlet Barbarian's expression became even more unsightly. Suzimo took out a pitch-black stone. The surface of the stone was very smooth, and the inside of it was suffused with a pitch-black light. In the center of the stone, there was a thumb-sized imprint. Seeing that Suzimo's thumb was about to touch the mark, the Scarlet Barbarian hurriedly shouted, "No!" Boom! Boundless waves of air surged between heaven and earth. The entire black stone was shrouded in light, and a black light soared into the sky. It tore through the sky, pierced through the clouds. At this moment, Suzimo felt his consciousness enter a mysterious space. The divinities were the most powerful creatures of this era. They surpassed everything, had endless lifespan, and unimaginable strength. At the beginning of the Age of Legends, there were no living beings, no monsters. They were the first natives of this world. The world changed endlessly. A few 10,000 years after the divinities appeared, the world began to nurture new life. That included monsters, demon beasts, as well as those that evolved from demon beasts into humans. During the time that these creatures were nurturing, the divinities were also secretly plotting everything. They wanted to rule over the entire world, turning all living beings into their slaves. But this kind of behavior went against the will of the heavens. If the divinity's plan came true, then this era wouldn't be able to continue to develop healthily. And so, with the help of the heavens, a sleeping giant had awoken from the depths of the earth. He wielded a giant axe in his hand and called himself War God. On that day, War God walked out of the Valley of War with his axe in hand and entered the divinity's headquarters. No one knew what the result of that battle was. But after the battle, War God and the other divinities all disappeared. And no one knew where the divinities went, whether they were dead or alive. Later generations called that battle the Dusk of the Gods. From then on, the era of the divinities was gone forever, and all living beings began to walk on a long and arduous path of seeking the Tao. And this, War God's 9 transformations, was a divine skill left behind by War God, obtained by the Jiuli tribe's descendants from the Valley of War. This so-called 9 transformations branch was Frowny Face Heaven Breaker 1 transformation, Cryptic Spirit 2 transformation, True Spirit 3 transformations, Extreme Spirit 4 transformations, Desolate Spirit 5 transformations, Heavenly Snake 6 transformations, Blue Dragon 7 transformations, Clear Sky 8 transformations, and finally, War God's 9 transformations. As the memories flowed into Suzimo's mind, he instinctively tried to use the divine skill's trajectory. The chi and blood in his entire body were surging like the endless waves of a surging river. This blood essence flowed in reverse inside Suzimo's body, reversing yin and yang. In just an instant, Suzimo learned the Heaven Breaker 1 transformation. As he cultivated further, the blood essence in his body vibrated more and more frequently. All the blood vessels in his body felt like they were about to explode. To put it bluntly, this, War God's 9 transformations, was a divine skill that enhanced one's strength. It wasn't a certain meridian skill, but a kind of strengthening of the entire body. Every time he activated a transformation, the increase in strength would multiply. By the time Suzimo reached the 7th transformation, the blood and chi in his body could no longer support him. His skin was dry and his face was pale, as if he had been sucked dry. But at the same time, the blood essence in his body became several times stronger. Looking at the deaths of so many people in front of him, blood splattered all over the ground, close to 10,000 people and countless monsters died here. Suzimo waved his hand, and all the blood essence rose from the ground and surged into his body. Bang, a loud sound was heard. There seemed to be something surging in Suzimo's body, and his face gradually became rosy. And the realm of the War God's 9 transformations also began to increase bit by bit. It wasn't until Qingyun's 8th transformation that this improvement slowed down. Suzimo closed his eyes tightly. At this moment, an image appeared in his mind. Fight. 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 A man fought against the heavens and the earth, killing gods and slaying demons. He fought against the gods alone, and his heroic spirit soared into the sky. It was as if everything in this world couldn't compare to the word fight. There was a ravine in the heart, a high mountain to look forward to, and everything in the world was nothing more than dust. The blood essence that filled the sky enveloped Suzimo, and this blood essence lasted for half a month. At dawn, the moment the blood chi chrysalis broke open. Before Suzimo could sense his body, the sky suddenly fluctuated, and the river of time swept him out. When Suzimo opened his eyes, he realized that he had unknowingly appeared in the old territory. The changes in the old territory were still ongoing. Suzimo closed his eyes and felt the strengthening from the War God's 9 transformations in his body. The War God's 9 transformations could increase his strength by several times, but it also had its flaws. Every time he used the War God's 9 transformations, his body would be weakened for a period of time. Suzimo walked out of the old territory's changes and returned to the Gate of God. You really came out, the God Emperor said in surprise. After all, in the history of the old territory's changes, other than the Great Emperor, no one could come out alive. Let alone an Emperor Vane Realm cultivator. Help me do something, Suzimo said indifferently. At this moment, in the old territory, every time this scene changed, heaven and earth would rumble and endless spirit energy would roar. In an extremely hidden darkness, a coffin quietly floated in midair. The time around this coffin was restricted, so no one knew how long it had been floating. There was a clock pattern above the coffin. There were a total of 24 circles in the pattern. Every time the old territory changed, this clock would turn one circle. At this moment, as the clock ticked, it was exceptionally clear in this silent darkness. Finally, the old territory's changes in the outside world ended, and the clock ticked to the last circle. Kacha. At this moment, the lid on the coffin suddenly opened. As the lid disappeared, a woman suddenly sat up from the coffin. This woman was wearing a long blue dress. As she slowly walked out of the coffin, the blue dress covered the ground like a beautiful flower blooming. The clock that had stopped suddenly started moving backward at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the clock. A man's shadow slowly appeared in the light. The woman looked around blankly. The moment she saw shadow appear, she hurriedly exclaimed. Big brother Xianxia. Qing long time no see. Xianxia smiled and said dotingly. Big brother Xianxia, what's going on? Lin Qing asked in confusion. Xianxia waved his hand and countless countercurrents appeared in the dark void. A long river of time descended from the sky with five-colored light. Xianxia smiled and said, Go. This is the inheritance I have prepared for you. Once you accept it, you will understand what is going on. Lin Qing nodded and walked into the river of time without any misgivings. Seeing Lin Qing walk into the river of time, Xianxia muttered to himself as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Success. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded from the side. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand. Boundless time law flowed, and the entire darkness was filled with a monstrous might. Emperor Shi, please don't attack. I was entrusted by someone, the figure hurriedly said. When the darkness dissipated, the person who appeared was actually God Emperor. Xianxia looked at God Emperor and said indifferently, You better have a perfect explanation. God Emperor smiled and slowly took out a jade pendant and handed it to Xianxia. Junior brother Zimo. Xianxia looked a little dazed the moment he saw the jade pendant. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, muttering to himself. This was left behind by my ancestor, God Emperor said slowly. Time is really mysterious. I didn't realize so much had passed. Xianxia sighed. As he spoke, he took out a bead from the void and handed it to God Emperor. Take it. This bead is called the fate-reversing bead. It has a certain chance of changing a person's fate. I hope you can handle it properly. Fate-reversing bead. God Emperor looked at the bead in his hand with some surprise. It looked like an ordinary bead, but upon closer inspection, it looked very strange. If you can really change junior brother Zimo's fate, tell him that I will be waiting for him in the upper realm, Xianxia said calmly. God Emperor nodded. Then, Xianxia waved his right hand and the boundless darkness disappeared. God Emperor's figure also returned to the old territory. How do you know Emperor Shi? God Emperor looked at Su Zimo in surprise and asked, How many eras ago was that? Su Zimo looked at the fate-reversing bead in his hand and smiled without saying anything. Then what does the evolution of our old territory have to do with Emperor Shi? You should tell me, right? God Emperor continued to ask. That has nothing to do with you, Su Zimo said. You just need to understand one thing. From now on, the curse of the ancient survivors will completely disappear. Hearing Su Zimo's words, God Emperor pondered for a long time and finally said slowly, You are more mysterious than I imagined. Many people knew about the origin of the old territory. It was the ruins of a tribe called the Heaven Tribe from the mythological era. Emperor Shi had the idea of the fate-reversing bead a long time ago, but an accident brought him back to the mythological era. It was an extraordinary experience on his path of growth. There, he had a girl he liked. Lin Qing. However, they didn't exist in the same era. In order to be with the girl he liked. After Emperor Shi transmigrated back from the mythological era, he began to study the great Tao of time. In the end, after he inherited the mandate of heaven, he finally constructed his idea into reality. From then on, the fate-reversing bead existed in this world. People could use the fate-reversing bead to travel back in time and change the past of others. Once the past was changed, the future trajectory of this person's fate would definitely change. This was a very heaven-defying item. Therefore, when Emperor Shi created it, he was stopped by the heavenly Tao. Especially when Emperor Shi had painstakingly condensed 3 fate-reversing beads and was about to condense the 4th. The heavenly Tao was completely enraged and sent the 9 heavens divine lightning to kill Emperor Shi. This was a serious violation of the rules of the heavenly Tao. In the end, Emperor Shi could only give up helplessly. From then on, there were only 3 fate-reversing beads left in the world. One of them was used by Emperor Shi to change Lin Qing's fate. The so-called Old Territory, including the curse of the ancient survivors, was just a protective measure that the Arch-Time had taken to prevent himself from being interrupted in his defying fate. The evolution of the Old Territory was only a phenomenon when Emperor Shi went against his fate. Before Emperor Shi went against his fate, he had set up countless traps in small worlds. Among these small worlds, only one was from the mythological era when he went against his fate. As for the other small worlds, they were all hidden with killing intent. Those who entered the Old Territory also died in the process. Su Zimo saw this scene from the River of Fate and found the accurate small world. When the Defiant of Fate helped others change their fates, their own fates were also tightly linked together. Su Zimo's appearance didn't change the outcome of the fate reversal. He only added his role. People set up the arena, and the ugly took turns to perform. In this big show, Su Zimo did not start, nor did he have a finale. He was just an insignificant character. He came quietly and left quietly. Emperor Shi was changing Lin Qing's fate, and Su Zimo befriended Emperor Shi in advance in order to obtain the fate-defying bead. In the end, he sacrificed himself for the great cause. He appeared, performed, and ended it perfectly. After putting away the fate-defying bead, Su Zimo looked at God Emperor and said, "Your divine gate has been silent for too long. It's time to let the world see it. What do you want to do?" God Emperor asked in confusion. After leaving the Old Territory, Su Zimo headed all the way to Maple Leaf City. Xiao Gizi and Yao Xingnan had gone to Maple Leaf City to retrieve the mother leaf of the Tree of Life and had yet to return. Su Zimo naturally had to go and take a look. The Tree of Life was very important to Su Zimo. It was also part of his creation plan. Moreover, Xiao Gizi might have encountered some danger. After coming out of the Old Territory, Su Zimo could already sense the existence of Baimont and chaos. Maple Leaf City was a city under the rule of the Mo family. Ever since the Daorai Great Emperor inherited the mandate of heaven, this family was like a rising star. They were one of the families that studied array formations the most in the entire Yuanyang continent. Even now, the 6 elements indestructible array left behind by the Dao Array Great Emperor was still known as one of the top array formations in the Yuanyang continent. This was also the Mo family's protective array formation. Most of the people in the Mo family were pioneers with innovative and pioneering spirit. Their descendants studied all kinds of array formations. Some succeeded, and naturally, some failed. When Su Zimo arrived at Maple Leaf City, it was already evening. The buildings in the entire city looked very strange. It was like a huge maple leaf upside down on the ground. The buildings in the city were all red. Red bricks and red tiles were the main color here. Su Zimo walked into the city and looked at the real buildings around him. Who would have thought that this was once an array formation? There was an extraordinary person among the ancestors of the Mo clan. He did not adhere to the traditional killing, illusory, and trapping formations. He liked to study those so-called life-type formations. A single formation morphed into a city, a long river, a forest. He liked to use his array to create projections of countless objects in the real world. At that time, many people in the Mo clan thought that he was the scum of the array masters. The formations they had researched had no offensive power or effect at all. But a long, long time later, this strange man was inspired by this evolution. In the end, he would achieve great success in the Dao of formations. With a single glance, he would be able to manifest all living things. The sun and moon would rotate, and the world would change. This Maple Leaf City was a city that he had created using the array formation. In this world, there were actually many things that he had evolved into. After Su Zimo entered Maple Leaf City, he discovered that this city's security was much stricter. The identity of anyone who entered or left the city had to be carefully checked. Furthermore, there were many people in blue robes patrolling the entire city. Su Zimo found an inn and walked in. "Sir, would you like to stay or have a meal?" The waiter quickly greeted. Bring up all the good wine and dishes in the inn. Suzimo smiled and said, let me ask you something. Please go ahead. The waiter quickly nodded. I'm new to Maple Leaf City. Suzimo smiled and said, on the way here just now, I saw a group of people in blue robes on the streets. This formation looks a little scary. Did something happen in the city? The waiter looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he lowered his head and said softly, actually, I don't know much. I only heard that they are searching for 2 people. Who are these people in blue robes? Suzimo asked curiously. I heard that they are people from the central continent. We can't do anything about it. The waiter smiled and replied. Suzimo pondered slightly. People from the central continent came to the eastern continent to capture people. This easily made Suzimo think of Xianxia and Xiaogizi. He also didn't know which imperial lineage Xianxia was referring to. After dinner, Suzimo returned to his room and began to ask Baimont to search for traces of Xiaogizi and Xianxia. He sat cross-legged on the bed and his consciousness entered the divine mainland. There was no sign of human habitation on this continent. It looked empty. Only chaos patrolled the world and watched the birth of the blood essence of the other 9 mythical beasts all day long, looking forward to the day when his comrade was resurrected. Compared to the 9 mythical beasts, this was the only tree on the continent. The growth of the dragon tree was much faster. It absorbed the life aura of the world and had now grown into a towering tree. The branches were luxuriant and the huge and prosperous branches spread into the void. The green branches and leaves were thick and covered the entire tree. There were nearly 100 fruits on the tree. At this moment, they were sparkling and translucent. Inside the fruits, the shadows of divine dragons were faintly discernible. They looked very realistic. It was spring. The spring breeze blew from the horizon thousands of miles away. He brought up a cloud of dust, and then a cloud of dust fell to the ground. In the spring breeze, the faint roar of a dragon came from the tree. Suzimo looked. The 9 mythical beasts still needed some time to breed, but the dragon tree should be able to bear fruit in this period of time. After cultivating in the true fate world for a night, Suzimo also began to think about the holy bloodline realm. The appearance of the true fate was the symbol of the imperial bloodline realm. The symbol of the holy bloodline realm was the spirit, a complete spirit that belonged to oneself. At dawn the next day, Baimont also came back from outside. How was it? Suzimo asked. There was no trace at all. Baimont shook his head and said. Even you can't find them? Suzimo said with some surprise. It seems that the 2 of them are hiding in a very special place. Perhaps they have already left Maple Leaf City. Suzimo pondered for a while, then took out the leaf of life he had obtained before from his storage ring. Kid, what are you doing? The leaf of life looked at Suzimo with vigilance. Do you want to be free? Suzimo asked with a smile. I do, but I am a leaf with integrity. I will never sell my body, the leaf of life quickly replied. Who wants your body? Suzimo was speechless. Help me sense if there is the aura of the mother leaf of the tree of life nearby. You mean the leaf of the celestial race? The leaf of life asked. You've seen it? Back then, before I left the tree of life, the celestial race brought the mother leaf to the tree of life. Naturally, I know, the leaf of life replied. The mother leaf is the only way to communicate with the tree of life. Then hurry up and sense if it is nearby, Suzimo said. Then let's make a deal. If you find the mother leaf, you'll let me go. The leaf of life quickly said. Okay. Suzimo nodded. Really? You're not lying to me? The leaf of life probed. Do I look like a liar to you? Yes. Sigh, I'll look for it. Don't take off your pants without a word. Piss. Yellow. Sizzle. Can't you do it? After a long while, the leaf of life said, there is indeed the aura of the mother leaf here. It's very strong. But it seems to have disappeared halfway. Where did it disappear? Bring me there. Suzimo quickly said. With the leaf of life's guidance, Suzimo came to a remote courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard was completely surrounded by blue-robed people. No one was allowed to get close. Who's there? As Su Zimo approached the courtyard, he was stopped by a few blue-robed people. "This courtyard is my home. Can't I go home?" Su Zimo said with a smile. The blue-robed person frowned and said to the people beside him, "Take him down." Then, the blue-robed people surged with aura. They were all venerable Pulse Realm existences. All of them charged at Su Zimo. At this moment, 3 blue-robed people were sitting in a stone pavilion in the courtyard. The blue robes they wore were very different from the others. The color of the blue robes was embroidered with golden stripes. The color was also slightly lighter. The blue color seemed to have a very special magic. It seemed that if an ordinary person looked at it for a long time, their mind would be sucked in. It was as if one was in a blue ocean. The word Tian was embroidered on the back of their blue robes. "Elder Tian Hen, have you finished searching this courtyard?" The man sitting in the middle asked. "Elder Tianze, I've sent people to search several times. There's no trace of them." The man named Tian Hen shook his head. "Then where can they hide?" Elder Tianze frowned and lowered his head in thought. Elder Tian Che, who was sitting on the right, was the only female among the 3. He asked, "Did they run away?" "That's impossible. The entire courtyard has been surrounded. How could a puny void pulse practitioner like them escape from under our noses?" Elder Tianze shook his head and said, "We must have missed something." While the 3 of them were chatting, they suddenly heard a commotion outside. "What's going on?" Elder Tian Hen frowned slightly and was about to head out to take a look. Only a boom sound was heard. The gate of the courtyard was knocked open, and several blue-robed men flew in. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the door. Su Zimo clapped his hands and walked in with a smile. "Who are you?" Elder Tian Hen frowned and asked. "I also want to ask, who are you?" Su Zimo asked. Elder Tian Hen let out a cold snort. His Emperor Vane Realm aura surged as he grabbed towards Su Zimo. "You think too highly of yourself." Su Zimo smiled as his Genesis force surged in his right hand. With a casual wave of his hand, the boundless spiritual energy surged towards Elder Tian Hen. Elder Tian Hen didn't even have time to react. He only felt an irresistible force surging towards him. It exploded in front of him, and he was sent flying. "Elder Tian Hen!" Elder Tian Che exclaimed from the side. She looked at Su Zimo in shock. She couldn't even withstand a single move. One had to know that she and Elder Tian Hen were both Emperor Vane Realm experts. And this young man didn't look that old either. Elder Tianze, who was standing in the middle, had a solemn expression as his majestic saint aura slowly spread out. "Who are you? We don't seem to have any conflicts." Su Zimo smiled and said, "Before asking others, shouldn't you report your background?" "We are from the Central Continent's Heaven-Severing Sect," Elder Baize said slowly. "How should I address you?" "The dead don't need to know so much," Su Zimo said calmly as he took out the tyrannical shadow. Hearing the name Heaven-Severing Sect, Su Zimo suddenly thought of something. Perhaps the imperial lineage that Yao Xingnan wanted to destroy was this sect. This was an imperial lineage with 2 emperors. Their background was very mysterious. Ever since Emperor Ju Tian inherited the mandate of heaven, this sect called Heaven-Severing Sect seemed to have appeared out of thin air overnight. Then, it quickly took root and had a place in the Central Continent. However, there were very few records about Heaven-Severing Sect and Emperor Ju Tian himself. "You seem to be too confident," Elder Tianze said calmly. The saint aura around him grew stronger and stronger as endless spirit chi surged around him. Behind him, the shadow of a big tree slowly appeared. This big tree emitted a strong aura of life, and its branches were extremely thick. The big tree was uprooted from the ground, and its height couldn't be seen. It seemed to reach straight into the clouds. Half of the tree was hidden in the fog, and only half of the roots were visible. "Tree of life, he's from the Celestials." The moment it saw the mandate of heaven appear, the leaf of life in Su Zimo's hand immediately cried out. Didn't the Celestials, other than Yao Xingnan, already go extinct? Su Zimo was slightly stunned. It seemed that this mysterious Heaven-Severing Sect had something to do with the Celestials. "Just nice, I'll use you to test my War God 9 transformations," Su Zimo chuckled. At this moment, the aura around him surged, and a river of spirit chi surged in his body like a waterfall. As soon as he used the heaven-severing transformation, Su Zimo felt his qi and blood boil like boiling water. His entire body was filled with power. When he punched down, he felt an endless hurricane tearing the space around his fist apart. Spirit qi condensed around Elder Tianzai's body as he fought with Su Zimo. When the two fists collided, there was a boom sound, and an endless wave of qi exploded. Elder Tianzai's body directly fell back. He stood up and looked at Su Zimo in shock. His mandate of heaven surged behind him, and the tree of life's shadow quickly healed his injuries. Elder Tianzai, are you all right? The people around him asked worriedly. Elder Tianzai shook his head and took a deep breath. At this moment, the tree of life's shadow behind him began to sway. Above the shadow, the entire tree was uprooted, and its huge trunk enveloped the entire courtyard. With a boom sound, an endless amount of refining brilliance filled the air above it. The tree fell from the sky, piercing through layers of the void, and directly pressed down on Su Zimo. The countless branches on the tree were like demons and ghosts, waving and twisting as they attacked Su Zimo at the same time. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes as the heavenly fire on the tyrannical shadow burned. He slashed down with his blade and directly used the Desolate Spirit 5 transformations. The aura was like the roar of the sea, and the roar of a tsunami suppressed the entire sky. From top to bottom, the tyrannical shadow flickered with heavenly fire and lightning. All the branches that tried to wrap around it were cut off, and the blade glowed with endless sharpness. The shadow of the tree of life was cut into two from the middle of its roots, completely tearing it apart. As the shadow of the tree of life was cut apart, Elder Tianzai also spat out a mouthful of blood. Half kneeling on the ground, he looked very dispirited. Seeing this scene, the blue-robed people all stood in front of Elder Tianzai and looked at Su Zimo in a serious manner. "Sir, do you want to become enemies with our Absolute Heaven sect?" Elder Tianzai said with a serious expression. "Go back and tell your sect master," Su Zimo said indifferently. 7 days later, I'll come to destroy your sect." As Su Zimo's voice fell, everyone's expression changed. Arrogant. Presumptuous. Audacious. All of the blue-robed men's faces were filled with rage as they glared at Su Zimo. "I'll let you live. Wait for 7 days and I'll deal with you all together," Su Zimo said indifferently as he sheathed the tyrannical shadow. By the side, Elder Tianzai suppressed the fury in his heart and tried his best to calm down his tone. "Sir, please remember what you said today. Our Absolute Heaven sect will wait for your arrival." Elder Tianzai took a deep breath after he finished speaking. In this era, it was very difficult to destroy an imperial lineage. Furthermore, their Absolute Heaven sect did not belong to the old imperial lineage. Due to the passage of time, many generals from these imperial lineages couldn't come into being. The saddest thing was that some generals died of old age in the dust-blood coffin. As for their Absolute Heaven sect, ever since their ancestor, the Absolute Heaven Great Emperor, inherited the mandate of heaven. The second Laozu, the heaven-punishing Great Emperor, had only ascended for about 10,000 years. As a sect with 2 great emperors, they had the confidence and strength to do so. Even if they were also from the imperial lineage, they did not fear anyone. Su Zimo frowned slightly as he watched Elder Tianzai leave with the many blue-robed disciples. According to the Leaf of Life, this was where the aura of the Mother Leaf disappeared. After Su Zimo walked around the entire courtyard, he didn't find anything unusual. Just as he was deep in thought, he inadvertently caught sight of a Xianxia tree in the courtyard. This kind of tree was the most common plant on the Yuanyang continent. Every time the sun rose and set, the tree would emit a 7-colored radiance like the morning sun and the sunset glow. It was very pleasing to the eye. Su Zimo walked to the front of the tree and knocked on it. Pung, pung, pung. A muffled sound came from inside. He used a knife to cut open the trunk of the tree and found that it was empty inside. Inside the tree, there was an endless amount of spiritual qi surging, forming a void gate with a vortex. This void gate isolated everything, and Su Zimo stepped into it. As soon as he stepped in, he heard the sound of wind before he could stand still. Something was attacking his head. Su Zimo's figure rose into the air and dodged the attack. "Why are you here?" The figure only saw Su Zimo's face now and said in disbelief. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The person who attacked him was Xianxia. At this moment, he was in a very narrow space with spatial turbulence surging around him. The space was obviously not very stable. Xiaogizi was lying next to him, covered in blood and looking very weak. What happened? Suzima walked forward and asked. He was hit by someone outside to save me. His internal organs are all injured. Hurry up and save him, Yao Xingnan said hurriedly. Suzima walked to Xiaogizi. At this moment, Xiaogizi had already fainted. There was only a very weak breath. Suzimo took out a pill from his storage ring and put it into Xiaogizi's mouth. There's too little spirit energy here. Let's go out first. Suzimo said as he brought Xiaogizi to the courtyard. As the pill entered his body, the spirit energy in the world condensed and all flowed into Xiaogizi's body, healing his injuries. You should help too, Suzimo said to the Leaf of Life. The Leaf of Life hesitated for a moment. In the end, a light green spirit energy was sent into Xiaogizi's body. Where's the mother leaf you promised? Suzimo looked at Yao Xingnan and asked. Yao Xingnan took a deep breath and very carefully handed a leaf to Suzimo. She said softly, every time this mother leaf is teleported to the Tree of Life, it requires a lot of energy. Therefore, it's asleep most of the time. When you finish what I promised, I'll tell you how to teleport. Suzimo took the mother leaf and put it away. At the same time, he also put away the Leaf of Life. Hey, didn't you say that you would release the mother leaf? Before the Leaf of Life finished speaking, it was taken away by Suzimo. It seems to have something to say, Yao Xingnan said cautiously. Is that so? Why didn't I hear it? Suzimo shook his head and said. Now, shouldn't you tell me about the relationship between your Tian clan and the Absolute Heaven sect? Yao Xingnan was silent for a while, and finally said slowly, actually, a long time ago, the Absolute Heaven sect was a member of our Tian clan. You should know the cruelest reproduction rules of our Tian clan. Suzimo nodded, when the parents die, 2 children will be born, 1 male and 1 female. This is also the reason why your Tian clan has always been unable to grow. Yes, every member of the Tian clan who reproduces cannot escape death, Yao Xingnan said softly. Therefore, in the Tian clan, there are some people who want to cut off the shackles of fate. Since the reproduction of the Tian clan is bound to die. What if the Tian clan and the human clan reproduce? With this thought, many people of the Tian clan secretly carried out this experiment. Later, they came to the conclusion that the reproduction between the Tian clan and the human clan could indeed avoid this fate of certain death. And then? Suzimo asked. You should know that the people of our Tian clan are born with a Leaf of Life, Yao Xingnan said. But those who reproduce with the human clan are not protected by the Tree of Life. The people of our Tian clan can live a very long life, and when they reach the end of their lives, they can choose to reproduce a new generation. As for those people of the Tian clan who have the bloodline of the human clan, their lifespans are very short. So they want to snatch the Leaf of Life from your Tian clan? Suzimo guessed. A long time ago, whether it was the Absolute Heaven Great Emperor or the Heaven Punishing Great Emperor, they still remembered their old friendship and did not allow the Absolute Heaven sect to make a move against our Tian clan, Yao Xingnan said. But this generation's new sect master of the Heaven Severing sect is an extremist who wants to snatch our Leaves of Life. Because the patriarch did not agree, he even ordered his disciples to exterminate our clan. Exterminated? Suzimo frowned slightly. They originally wanted to raise us, Yao Xingnan said through gritted teeth. But how could we, the divine clan, do as they wished? Even if we were to die in battle, we would never surrender. So your clan was exterminated? Suzimo shook his head. You're still a large clan. How could you be so easily exterminated by an imperial lineage? Our divine clan has always lived outside the world. We don't participate in the disputes of this world, Yao Xingnan said indifferently. The Absolute Heaven sect has been led by 2 generations of emperors. Its strength is considered strong in the imperial lineage. It's not something we can fight against. At this moment, Xiaogizi slowly woke up. The injuries on his body had mostly recovered, but his body was still a little weak. Senior brother, Xiaogizi hurriedly greeted. It's fine. You can rest in Maple Leaf City for a while. Let Yao Xingnan take care of you. Suzimo narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I'll go take a look at the Absolute Heaven sect. What about the Absolute Heaven sect disciples outside? Yao Xingnan asked curiously. Don't worry, they won't come again, Su Zimo replied. After resting in Maple Leaf City for a night, Su Zimo left early the next morning. He headed west towards 10,000 Array City. As the headquarters of the Mo clan, 10,000 Array City was quite famous in the core area of the eastern continent. The Absolute Heaven sect was located in the central continent. Su Zimo only had two ways to go to the central continent. One was to pass through the endless sky ocean. This method was long and time-consuming, and it was also very dangerous. The other was to use a teleportation formation to directly teleport to the central continent. Although this method was fast, teleportation formations were not something that could be used casually. Moreover, the distance between the eastern continent and the central continent required a huge amount of resources to activate each formation. In the eastern continent, the formation family that had the farthest teleportation formation and the largest area was naturally the Mo clan. From afar, the architectural style of the 10,000 formation city was nothing special. However, if one were to look down from above, they would discover that the entire city was connected by several formations. A moat ran along the bottom of the city, crossing half of the city. The water of the moat was sparkling and crystal clear. Su Zimo walked into the city. Cities were also divided into inner and outer cities. At this moment, the 10,000 Array City was exceptionally lively. There was an empty space beside the moat. At this moment, many people in the city were gathered here, as if they were watching something. Su Zimo stood at the periphery and took a few glances. He realized that there seemed to be some kind of competition going on here. He asked a random person about it. Are you an outsider? The person next to him looked at Su Zimo and smiled. This array formation competition is a tradition of our myriad array city. It was held every 6 months, and it was always sponsored by the Mo family. The top 3 of the competition would all receive generous rewards. As for the winner, he will be able to directly join the Mo clan and become a disciple of the Mo clan. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled. It's just that you're a little late. The competition has already ended, and the top 3 have already been decided, the person said. The winner of the competition is a young man called Wang Chen. He joined the Mo clan and was given the surname Mo Chen. It seems that he's going to have a meteoric rise in the future. Mo Chen? Su Zimo was startled. He stared at the scene in front of him. He saw a young man dressed in white, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, standing at the front. Although the young man's clothes were a little tattered, they were very clean. His figure was tall and straight, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. The strands of hair on his face fluttered in the wind. It really is him, Su Zimo muttered. This young man called Mo Chen was indeed very famous in his previous life. After he joined the Mo clan as an outsider, he overcame all obstacles and became the most dazzling genius of the Mo clan. At that time, the Mo clan had another genius named Mo Yang. He was the current holy son of the Mo clan, and his physique was also one of the legendary 100 great physiques. Ordinary formation masters had to condense formation seals or prepare formation discs in advance to set up formations. However, Mo Yang didn't need to do that. His physique could automatically condense formation seals for him. He could even form formations with a glance and create tens of thousands of formations in Cs. At that time, he was known as the disciple of the Mo clan who was most likely to inherit the mandate of heaven. However, with Mo Chen's arrival, everything slowly changed. Mo Chen didn't have much talent, but he had a very crazy ruthlessness in his bones. In order to become stronger, he used his body as a formation disc and engraved formations on his body. He used the 6 elements indestructible formation as the core and many other small formations as support. Every part of his body was branded with the existence of formations. Not to mention whether or not it was useful, the pain he had to endure was unbearable for ordinary people. At that time, in the Mo clan, his name was even more famous than Mo Yang, who had a physique. At that moment, in the middle of the sea of people, seeing Mo Chen join the Mo clan, many people felt envious. Big brother. At that moment, a little girl in yellow ran out from the crowd and ran towards Mo Chen. Ling Er. Seeing the little girl, Emochan smiled and was about to go and hug the little girl. Suddenly, there was chaos as several blood-red figures rushed into the center of the field. Blood-red swords were swung in the air, and sword shadows flashed. When everyone came back to their senses, the little girl was already in a pool of blood. "Little sister!" Emochan roared with a ferocious expression. He wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by the people of the Emo clan. "Who dares to kill people in the Emo clan's territory?" the spectators asked in shock. "Don't you see the robes they're wearing? They're from the Blood Underworld Holy Sect," someone said in a low voice. At that moment, there were more than 10 people in blood-red robes standing in the center of the field. They looked at Emochan indifferently. The person standing at the front said sternly, "Bastard, come and die." "Are you declaring war on our Emo clan?" An elder of the Emo clan walked up and asked with a frown. "Elder Emo, you've misunderstood." The leader quickly said, "We're just chasing after the remnants of our sect." "Remnants?" Elder Emo looked at Emochan and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "His parents violated the rules of the sect, so we were ordered to bring him back." The blood-red robed man said indifferently, "If there's any resistance, we'll kill without mercy." When the blood-red robed man said that, his tone was filled with killing intent. "You colluded with the elders to harm my parents, but now you're slandering them," Emochan said angrily. He hurriedly looked at the elder beside him and pleaded, "Elder Emo, please save me. This is a private matter of the Blood Hades Holy Sect." "It's not my place to interfere," Elder Emo said after some thought. "I've left the Blood Hades Holy Sect a long time ago. I'm now a disciple of the Emo family," Emochan hurriedly said. According to the rules of the competition, the first place should be able to join the Emo family. Hearing Emochan's words, Elder Emo raised his head slightly and looked around. It could be said that almost half of the city's residents had gathered here for this competition. If they didn't handle it well, there would definitely be rumors and slanders. It would be a huge blow to the Emo family's reputation. Seeing this scene, Suzimo shouted from behind the crowd, "Keep him here." After shouting, he stepped into the air and went to the other side to continue shouting. "These people can even kill a little girl. They're definitely not good people. That's right, our Emo family can't bow to such evil forces. Where's our Emo family's face? We have to fight to the end. Let him stay." As Suzimo fanned the flames, the crowd in the center of the field also started shouting. As the shouting got louder and louder, more people were attracted. Seeing this, Elder Emo finally said to the blood-robed man, "Emochan has already joined our Emo family. I have the right to protect his safety. Forgive me for not letting you take him away." "This is an order from the sect master," the man from the Blood Hades Holy Sect said calmly. "You're lying. This matter was clearly colluded by some elders in private. The upper echelons of the sect don't know at all," Emochan shouted from the side. "If it's really an order from the underworld sect master, then you should talk to our Emo family's master about this." Elder Emo replied calmly, "I'm just carrying out my duty as an elder." Hearing Elder Mo's words, the blood-robed man narrowed his eyes and his aura surged. He said coldly, "What if we must kill him here? Where do you think this is?" The Emo family's elder chuckled. With a casual wave of his hand, hundreds of formation plates surrounded him. Irregular scenes appeared on these formation discs. There were surging rivers, blazing flames that were like blades, and tens of thousands of sharp arrows that hung in the sky. They looked extremely powerful. "I will report this matter to the sect master," the crimson-robed man replied with an ugly expression. "Let's go." Then, he coldly snorted and left. Suzimo didn't care about how things would end. He chuckled and left the place, heading straight for the Emo family. In the inner city where the Emo clan was located, there were 2 stone lions placed at the entrance of their mansion. It was just an ordinary stone lion, but there was a formation engraved on it. It looked as if it had come to life. "Halt! Who are you?" When Suzimo arrived at the entrance of the mansion, he saw that the stone lions on both sides had stood up and were speaking. "I'm looking for the head of your Emo clan," Suzimo said, sizing up the stone lion with interest. "Is the patriarch someone you can casually meet?" The lion snorted coldly. "Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I'll arrest you for disturbing the mansion. If you want to talk, talk properly." Do you need me to teach you how to behave? Suzimo frowned and said. Brat, do you know where this is? I think you don't want to leave. The stone lion stood up and clawed at Suzimo. Suzimo coldly snorted. His right fist was filled with spirit energy and he directly punched down. A boom was heard. The stone lion instantly turned into powder and dissipated in midair. Seeing this scene, the other stone lion at the side hurriedly took a few steps back. It stuttered and said, Brat, you dare to cause trouble in front of the Mo clan? As the stone lion dissipated, the array formation inside also broke apart. Suzimo looked around. The stone lion didn't set up a very advanced formation. In fact, it was still controlled by a person. There was only a sound transmission formation inside. What are you doing? At this moment, a voice came from not far away. A group of people walked over in an orderly manner. Judging from their attire, most of them were guards and maids. The leader was a woman wearing a green silk dress. She had red lips and white teeth. Her long hair was tied behind her back. Her slim figure was also tied with a green silk belt around her waist. She gave off a very pure feeling. Second Mississippi, seeing the arrival of the woman, the stone lion hurriedly knelt down and said, This person wanted to force his way into the mansion, but we stopped him. Then, he was dissatisfied and destroyed the other stone lion. The woman turned her head and sized up Suzimo. She smiled and said, What business does this young master have? You believe what he said? Suzimo smiled and asked. The woman shook her head. Her voice was like a lark in the forest. She smiled and replied, They are used to being arrogant. I think they must have had a quarrel with young master. You're not bad. Suzimo smiled and said, I want to see the head of the Mo clan. Then do you have a token or something like that? Not everyone can see my father. The woman smiled and asked. I am the holy son of Xianxia. If you tell him that, he will see me. Suzimo replied. Xianxia? Hearing those words, the people present were all shocked. One sect, 4 emperors. This name was indeed too shocking. Even if they were also of the imperial lineage, they could not be arrogant in front of it. So young master is the current holy son of the sage sect. The woman smiled and quickly said, I am Emosini. Sorry for the neglect. Suzimo. Suzimo smiled and shook his head. In that case, child Su, follow me into the mansion. I think my father will definitely want to see you. Emosini smiled and said. The two of them were about to enter when another voice sounded from the side. Everyone, please wait. Everyone turned their heads and saw a man riding a white horse slowly stopping at the entrance of the mansion. The man was wearing a white shirt. His face was like jade, and his eyes were smiling. He seemed to have the aura of an elegant young master. He got down from the white horse and smiled at the woman. Cousin Sini. Hello, holy son. Emosini smiled and greeted him. How many times have I said it? Don't be so distant. Call me cousin Emo Yang. The man smiled and then looked at Suzimo. He said calmly, Who are you? He is the holy son of Xianxia. He wants to see the head of the family. Emosini quickly introduced him. Cousin Sini, people are sinister. Don't bring just anyone into the mansion. Emo Yang shook his head and said, What evidence do you have to prove that you are the holy son of Xianxia? What does it have to do with you? Suzimo replied calmly. I have the final say here. If you can't prove it, Emo Yang looked at Suzimo and said coldly, Then get lost. With this personality, no wonder he was suppressed by Emochin in his previous life even though he had a combat constitution. Suzimo thought to himself, but on the surface, he sneered with disdain. What's with that expression? Emo Yang frowned and asked. Why do you care what expression I have? Suzimo chuckled. Kid, you're too presumptuous, Emo Yang said coldly. And? No matter who you are, I should let you know that there's always someone better than you. Emo Yang snorted and released the aura of a peak venerable pulse cultivator. Streaks of black light surged around him as spiritual energy condensed. His illusory myriad formation body did not need to condense formation seals. In an instant, a 5th level formation was condensed above his head. Saint, you've misunderstood. He shouldn't be lying, Mo Sini quickly stopped him. Sini, I'm afraid you don't know that Jinwu Xingzong's people are now guests of our Mo family. As the saint, how could he not know? Mo Yang snorted. In the spell formation above him, raging flames spread out, and the scorching temperature incinerated the air. Fire formation. Mo Yang waved his hands and the formation instantly enveloped Su Zimo. The raging fire gathered into the shape of a fire dragon and roared. Su Zimo raised his hand slightly. The wind from his fist was swift and fierce, and the fire in the sky instantly turned into dust. He walked out of the smoke and chuckled. You taught me that there's always someone better than me? Mo Yang's expression turned serious as 3 more formations were condensed. The formations roared around him. A long dragon swung its tail, a white tiger pounced, and a phoenix spread its wings. The formations were linked together and surrounded Su Zimo. Spirit chi surged around Mo Yang's body as he controlled the formation. At this moment, the center of the formation was surrounded by fog, and no one could see the scene inside. They could only hear the roars of dragons and tigers. What Jinwu Xingzong saint? Mo Yang snorted. Just when he thought that victory was in his hands, he saw a blade light pass through the layers of formations. The saber light soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was sharp and full of sharpness. Wu Gung's saber chi followed the momentum, like a flood breaking through a dam, it could not be stopped. All the formations collapsed under the saber chi. Saber chi rose and slashed directly at Mo Yang. Mo Yang's expression changed slightly, and a defensive array appeared in front of him. As a venerable pulse martial artist, he could already set up a level 6 defensive formation. However, it was useless. The tyrannical shadow was filled with the dual attributes of lightning and fire. Like a piece of paper, the array was torn apart and the saber chi slashed onto Mo Yang's body. Mo Yang's body fell heavily to the ground, and a large piece of the blue bricks and white stone steps shattered. He slowly stood up, only to see a ghastly wound on his chest. Fresh blood flowed out as if it didn't care about his life. First Elder, someone is causing trouble outside and even injured the Holy Sun. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard coming from the Mo residence. Under the guidance of a servant, a middle-aged man in a purple robe walked out. Second uncle, Mo Sini hurriedly greeted the middle-aged man the moment she saw him. What's going on? The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at the situation in front of him. He stepped into the air and came to Mo Yang's side. He fed him a pill and slowly used his spirit energy to stop the wound on Mo Yang's chest. Second uncle, this is just a misunderstanding, Mo Sini explained. This is the current holy son of Jinwu Xingzong. This is my second uncle, also the first elder of our Mo family. What misunderstanding? This thief wanted to sneak into our Mo family and hurt me. We can't let him leave. Mo Yang looked at Su Zimo with resentment. As the holy son of the Mo family, he had not been humiliated like this in a long time. No matter what, you should stay, the middle-aged man said calmly. What if I don't? Su Zimo retorted. Do you want me to make a move? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. His holy meridian aura surged around him and he directly hit Su Zimo with his palm. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and also threw a punch. Bang! A shockwave spread out and the green bricks under their feet all broke. The two of them were actually evenly matched. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Second brother, stop. Seeing that the two of them were about to continue fighting, 2 figures came from not far away and stopped in front of everyone in an instant. Master. All the Mo family servants present knelt down and greeted him respectfully. The current master of the Mo family, Mo Songhai, was a real hero. Apart from Mo Songhai, one of the people who came was the first elder of Jinwu Xingzong. At this moment, no one else said anything. The first elder looked at Su Zimo and frowned slightly. He asked, "What are you doing here?" "I don't think I'm obligated to tell you, first elder?" Su Zimo replied. The Mo family has always been on good terms with Jinwu Xingzong. You'd better not cause trouble here, the first elder said calmly. Alright, we're all on the same side. It's just a misunderstanding. Mo Songhai smiled and said, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. may I know why you're here? Master Mo, I want to borrow your teleportation formation to go to the central mainland, Suzimo replied. Don't worry, I'll pay for all the materials used for the formation. Emode Songhai pondered for a moment and looked at the first elder. Why are you going to the central mainland? The first elder asked with a frown. I don't need to report my matters to anyone, Suzimo replied calmly. Don't be too arrogant. Things are different now, the first elder said calmly. There's something you might not know. Sect Master Xiao is back, and the person in charge of Jinwu Xingzong is no longer your father. No matter who it is, it's not you. What does it have to do with you? Suzimo said. Besides, I've been out for so long. When have I ever relied on the sect? You're on your own. The first elder's expression was not good. He flicked his sleeves and said no more. Looking at Suzimo's gaze, Emode Songhai pondered for a moment and smiled. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that the teleportation formation to the central mainland is very important. Just setting up the teleportation formation will take 7 days to prepare. Besides, our teleportation formation is usually not used by outsiders. It's fine, I won't force you. Suzimo shook his head and smiled. It's just that your first elder punched me just now. Politeness demands reciprocity. Should I return the favor? Suzimo, if you dare to cause trouble here and don't know what's good for you, I'll have to take you back to Glory Sect and let the sect master decide. The first elder said with his eyes narrowed. First elder, you'd better take care of yourself first. Suzimo smiled. With a wave of his hand, a boom sound was heard. Hun Dun's huge body stepped out of the void and landed heavily on the ground. The aura of a peak divine pulse realm cultivator enveloped everyone. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they felt a wave of pressure land on them. Hun Dun, isn't this the demonic beast that attacked the Yin-Yang sect? The great elder was surprised. Wasn't it locked up? Yes, but it's now my vain beast, Suzimo said. Great elder, please be more polite. My vain beast has a bad temper. If it goes crazy, even I can't stop it. You. The great elder pointed at Suzimo, his face cloudy and uncertain. After a long while, he snorted and turned his head to the side. Patriarch Mo, isn't it time to talk about our matter? Suzimo smiled. Emode Songhai pondered for a while and finally said, Child Su means, do you want to return a punch to my second brother, or do you want your vain beast to do it for you? Of course it's me, Suzimo said with a smile. Then I have no objections. Emode Songhai glanced at the middle-aged man beside him. No matter what, his second brother was a Saint Pulse realm cultivator. His strength was not much weaker than his. Against Suzimo, not to mention a punch, the one who should be careful was Suzimo. Then I'll have to offend you. Suzimo chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of an Emperor Pulse realm cultivator burst out from Suzimo's body like a storm. This aura shot into the sky, majestic and vast. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Who would have thought that someone could reach the peak of the Emperor Pulse realm at such a young age? So this is the foundation of a sect with 4 emperors, someone muttered to himself. As this aura surged like the sea, a cloud of fog behind Suzimo dissipated. The azure planet soared into the sky with an inviolable aura, and the power of creation filled the void. Time froze, and space turned into nothingness. The entire sky fell silent, and a silent gale swept up in the surroundings. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He used his Saint Meridian spirit chi to protect his surroundings. However, his heart was still beating very fast, and an aura of death filled his body. 6 transformations of the heavenly snake. Suzimo coldly snorted, and a huge python shadow appeared behind him. The python coiled in the air, spitting out its silk as it gloomily stared at the middle-aged man. At this moment, the aura around Suzimo roared, and everything around him turned into nothingness. He had reached a critical point. Nephew Zimo, I think we can discuss this further. Emode Songhai, who was at the side, hurriedly said with a smile, it's not impossible to use a teleportation formation. What are you talking about? Suzimo raised his head, his aura becoming more and more dignified. I said, I'll order people to prepare it right now. It'll take at most 7 days before we can use it, Emode Songhai hurriedly said. Patriarch Mo, please don't force yourself. I'm a very fair person. I won't. Mo Songhai was about to curse in his heart, but he still smiled. With Su Zimo's current strength, even if he personally went up against him, he would not have a chance to resist, let alone his second brother. He looked at Su Zimo's true fate, which was unprecedented. Although he did not know what it was, it had an aura that made him wary. Compared to losing a Saint Meridian elder, it was naturally not worth it to go to war. Su Zimo smiled, and the aura around him dissipated. He slowly descended as if nothing had happened. The Mo family's grand elder heaved a sigh of relief and wiped his forehead. He did not know when it had been covered in sweat. Su Zimo looked at Jinwu Xingzong grand elder, who was rooted to the ground in shock. He patted Jinwu Xingzong's shoulder and smiled. Grand elder, we're all from the same sect. I don't hold grudges. You should know what to do in the future. After all, you choose your own path. Everyone lives their own lives. After Su Zimo finished speaking, he walked straight into the Mo residence. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the Grand Elder fell into deep thought. Looking at Su Zimo's back, the Great Elder's words suddenly came from behind. When Sect Master Xiao returned this time, he brought back a girl from the outside. Although he did not say it explicitly. I feel that he wants to nurture her. Interesting. Su Zimo smiled with interest. Why did you come to the Mo residence? There's a problem with the sect's protective array. I asked the Mo family's array masters to take a look, the Grand Elder replied. Su Zimo nodded slightly. This was because the teleportation array required 7 days to set up. This was something that Su Zimo did not expect. He could only temporarily stay in the Mo residence for 7 days. At this moment, the Mo family's upper echelons were all gathered in the Mo residence's main hall. The Patriarch, Mo Songhai, and the 6 elders sat in order. What do you think of my suggestion? Mo Songhai asked. Su Zimo is worth investing in. I don't object. The Grand Elder beside him replied. The key is how to invest. How to maximize the benefits. Actually, I've always placed all my hopes on Yang. Only today did I realize that the gap is so big. Mo Songhai sighed. In the entire Eastern continent, I can't find anyone who can compete with him. If Su Zimo can inherit the mandate of heaven in the future, we can stand on the same boat. This might be another opportunity for our Mo family to rise. The main problem now is that he's the holy son of Jinwu Xingzong. In terms of resources, he doesn't lack. What do we have to offer? Hearing this, everyone present fell silent. This matter was indeed a little tricky. Why don't we let Sunny try? The Grand Elder asked tentatively. Second brother, what do you mean? Mo Songhai frowned and asked. Big brother, you know what I mean. The Grand Elder replied. I don't know if this method will work, but I don't have any other ideas. The dark wind blew through the delicate flowers and plants. Outside the pavilion, the sky was getting darker. Su Zimo lay alone on a deck chair in the pavilion, leisurely enjoying the night breeze. At this moment, footsteps sounded from the courtyard. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and saw Mo Sunny walking over with light steps. She had obviously dressed up delicately. Her blue dress was like a blooming lotus flower, spreading across the ground. Her slim waist was vividly accentuated by the tight dress. Her long black hair fell behind her, and 2 star-like black earrings hung from her earlobes. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her body carried the fragrance of roses. What's the matter, Miss Mo? Miss Mo, Su Zimo asked curiously. Child Su, Mo Sunny greeted softly, then said, May I sit down? Su Zimo nodded. He looked at Mo Sunny and saw that her eyes were red. She had obviously just cried. What happened? Su Zimo asked curiously. I'm fine. Mo Sunny shook her head slightly and said, I'm just tossing and turning in bed late at night. I want to talk to Child Su. Sure. Su Zimo nodded. He looked at Mo Sunny and asked, It's quite cold at night. Aren't you cold wearing a dress? A little. Mo Sunny pursed her lips and nodded. Her thin figure tightened the dress. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled and replied, Luckily, I'm wearing thick clothes. I'm not afraid of the cold. Emosani turned her head and looked at Suzumo seriously. Usually, at this time, shouldn't he take off his clothes for a girl to wear? You're a straight man, aren't you? I said, I'm a little cold. Emosani repeated herself. If you're cold, why didn't you go back to your room? Why did you come out? You deserve it. Suzumo replied. You. Emosani pointed at Suzumo. She was speechless for a long time. Actually, I understand what you mean. Suzumo shook his head slightly and said, but do you think it's possible between us? Emosani lowered her head. Her eyes were a little red. Finally, she said in grievance, I don't want to degrade myself like this. But being in a family like ours, I can't help myself. If you really want to bring the Emo family to greater heights, I'll show you the way, Suzumo replied. What? Emosani hurriedly raised her head and asked. There's a young man called Emochan in your Emo family. He will be the catalyst for your rise. Suzumo said, as long as you don't make an enemy out of me. Hearing Suzumo's words, Emosani replied gently, thank you. Suzumo shook his head slightly and waved his hand. Looking in the direction Emosani left, he chuckled. Nothing else happened during the 7 days he spent in the Emo clan. During this time, there were people from the Emo family who tried to curry favor with him, but Suzumo didn't really accept them. He didn't have any ill intentions towards this family, but he didn't like them either. It was probably just a passing scenery in life. On the 8th day, Emo Sanhai sent someone to fetch Suzumo. The two of them came to a very wide area. There was a 5-pointed star array on the ground, emitting a dark yellow light. Light soared into the sky. Every time the array rotated, the space would vibrate. Bang! 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 The sound was endless. Nephew Zimo, this teleportation formation cannot send you to the central mainland in one go, Emo Sanhai explained. Because the distance is too far, we have a transit station in the middle of the endless sky sea. After you teleport there, you can take the teleportation array there and go directly to the central continent. That's so troublesome. Suzumo asked, is there a way to teleport to the central continent in one go? Emo Sanhai shook his head and said, that's impossible. If the distance is too great, the teleportation formation will become unstable. There's no way it can be used. Alright then. Suzumo nodded. We'll activate the formation outside. You'll stand in the innermost area, Emo Sanhai replied. When the space fluctuates later, try not to resist. I know. Suzumo nodded. He stepped into the teleportation array, and the entire 5-pointed star array shone brightly. When this light covered everything, only a rumbling sound could be heard all around. Layers of ripples appeared in the space, and it instantly disintegrated. Suzumo's figure also disappeared. This was like a spatial travel, and the surroundings were filled with countless spatial turbulence. Suzumo's body was completely weightless. He was drifting with the flow, following the predetermined spatial route, and passively shuttling through the endless space. After an unknown period of time, this spatial travel was filled with boredom. From the initial novelty to the gradual boredom. Suzumo did not know how long he slept. Occasionally, he would encounter some strange objects shuttling through the void. However, they were all fleeting. Finally, the spatial fluctuations around him became stronger and stronger. One day, Suzumo felt as if his body was being swallowed whole. That feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and his vision became bright again. When Suzumo opened his eyes, he found that he was still in a 5-pointed star array. There were people guarding outside the array. Who are you? The disciple in green looked at Suzumo and asked. Suzumo took out the token that Emo Sanhai gave him in advance and said, prepare the teleportation array to the central continent for me. The sooner the better. Sir, the fastest teleportation array will take 7 days, the disciple hurriedly said. How troublesome. Hurry up then, Suzumo replied. The disciple immediately notified the person in charge of the transit station. The person in charge was called Emo Feihai. He was the 7th elder of the Emo family, and was in charge of this transit station. He received Suzumo for a while, asked about the basic situation, and hurriedly left. Suzumo did not think too much about it. It would take another 7 days to set up the array. Early the next morning, Suzimo was still asleep when he was woken up by a series of rumbling noises and the shaking of the earth. He walked out of his room. This transit station was built on a small island in the endless heavenly sea. At this moment, the island was filled with smoke, and the faint roars of beasts could be heard in the distance. "What's happening up ahead?" Suzimo asked a disciple who was hurriedly passing by. "Don't worry." The disciple shook his head and said, "It must be the pirates and the heavenly whale race attacking. There are a few attacks every month, and they leave after a few days." Looking at the disciple's back, Suzimo pondered for a moment before following him. On the endless heavenly sea, the river water was blue and clear. At this moment, the island was surrounded by densely packed ships. These pirates were easy to recognize. They wore simple green vests, and some were even shirtless. Their cultivation was probably above the void meridian realm, and the ships they were on were supported by arrays. They could condense their attacking spirit energy and fire it as energy cannons. Other than these pirates, there were also many heavenly whale race monsters. These heavenly whale race monsters had huge bodies and thick skin. Normal attacks were useless against them. Moreover, they could control the water of the heavenly sea. At this moment, these pirates were attacking from the rear with their energy cannons, while the heavenly whale race monsters were leading the charge. Although the attacks were fierce, the defenses of the island were stronger. The Emo family also had more high-level combatants. They had a total of 5 Saint Meridian Realm experts. Suzimo had been watching from afar for an entire day. This battle had also been going on for an entire day. Only when everyone was exhausted did the two sides finally retreat. At night, Suzimo found Emo Feihai to ask about the situation. At this moment, almost all of the 5 Saint Meridian Realm experts were present in the main hall. End of chapter 262. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.